Hao Shun, known as the street rascal, was apprehended for allegedly indecently assaulting the daughter of a bureau chief, who personally called for a thorough investigation. In his moment of desperation, Hao Shun unexpectedly awakened the detective system, but he acquired the genius eye, which displayed the misdeeds of any lawbreaker above their heads. When his heart rate reached 120, the information above would become even more comprehensive. While in the police station, he discovered that the person stealing electric bicycles was, in fact, the perpetrator of a murder case. With the aid of the system, Hao Shun managed to enter the police force, becoming an auxiliary officer. His extraordinary abilities formed the foundation of his standing within the law enforcement community. To extract information from criminals, he employed every conceivable method, including subjecting suspects to serpent baths, enticing them with the allure of a famous actress in the interrogation room, and even pushing suspects into a tiger enclosure. There was nothing he would shy away from. Before long, Hao Shun became a legend in the police force of Daxia, steadily advancing towards the pinnacle of becoming the world's foremost detective. Chapter 1. I'm truly wronged. Blue Star, a parallel world almost identical to Earth, at the entrance of the Xiaogugu police station in the Nanwan district of Jiang City. A striking female police officer escorted a young man forward. Hey Shun, you're here so early today? Yes, Shun, what's going on? Reporting again. Upon entering, two police officers greeted them in succession, their salutation directed at none other than Hao Shun, the young man clad in a leather jacket, sporting the classic 1980s sidebar hairstyle. Hao Shun has become a frequent visitor to the Xiaogo police station. How frequent, you may wonder? Well, upon his arrival, the police dog in the yard eagerly wagged its tail at him. As before, he entered this time with handcuffs fastened around his wrists. This time, it was the newly appointed officer, Chun Xianran, who apprehended him. During her time at the police academy, she was widely recognized as the campus beauty, with a tall figure and a sweet visage. After graduating, she joined the Xiaogo precinct through the public security examination and has only been on the job for just over a month. Her striking beauty has even drawn the attention of officers from neighboring districts, who come by just to catch a glimpse of her. Having served as a police officer for a little over a month, today she finally captured her first criminal, and her excitement was palpable. Although he was merely a lewd offender, it was enough to keep the young officer elated for quite some time. As Chun Xianran escorted Hao Shun into the comprehensive office on the second floor of the station, she unexpectedly collided with the station chief, Li Guo. Upon seeing Hao Shun, Li Guo displayed no surprise, treating him as he would colleague. How come you're back again? Hao Shun immediately adopted a look of grievance. Uncle Li, I swear I'm innocent this time. You must help me seek justice. When has that ever been the case for you? Li Guo Skufa. Every time you claim to be wronged. Does the heavens truly have it out for you alone? I am genuinely innocent. Uncle Li, Hao Shun replied, wearing an expression of feigned innocence. Li Guo was too disinterested to listen to his protestations and turned to Chun Xianran. What's the situation with this fellow? Lecherous behavior. Chun Xianran responded, I happened to be on duty when I caught sight of a young girl in her teens being inappropriately touched at the comic convention. Li Guo widened his eyes and turned to Hao Shun. You don't even spare a teenage girl? Are you still human? Unjustly accused, Uncle Li. I'm more wrong than Do-e. It was an accidental brush, a complete misunderstanding. Hao Shun hurriedly explained. How dare you claim to be wronged? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't even have the face to speak. Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain, believe it or not. It's up to you. Hao Shun resigned himself, adopting a demeanor that seemed to invite punishment. Li Guo sighed as he looked at Hao Shun. Shun, how am I supposed to address your behavior? When I first came here as a beat officer, you were just a little brat. I have watched you grow up, that a few years ago, your petty thefts could be overlooked, but now at 26, is this how you intend to spend your life? Uncle Li, I have always kept your teachings close to heart. I am trying to change. Hao Shun feigned a reformed demeanor. If you truly wish to change, you should seek a proper job. Li Guo continued. Yet here you are, deceiving your grandmother into believing you are a police officer, which has led the entire precinct to help you maintain this charade. I only did it to comfort my grandmother. Hao Shun explained. Previously, a neighbor called me a delinquent, and my grandmother even got into an argument. I merely wanted to make her happy by claiming to be a police officer. Li Guo sighed. Since you are aware, it would be best to amend your ways sooner rather than later. Your grandmother now boasts to everyone about her grandson being a police officer. Wearing that proud expression, we cannot bear to shatter her illusion. It seems her mind has become increasingly muddled over the past 2 years. Who knows? In a couple of years, she might not even recognize you. Can't you strive a little for her sake? I understand. Hao Shun chuckled. Please don't be angry, it's not good for your health. The education has been sufficient, can't you release me now? You rascal, you may lack in many areas, but your tongue is quite adept. If it weren't for your deceased parents, I would have surely detained you for half a month. Li Guo lamented. Yet, he ultimately turned to Chun Xianran and said, "Let him go after a few hours. I wish to avoid the irritation of seeing him." Chun Xianran was immediately reluctant. Releasing Hao Shun would be tantamount to negating her accomplishments. "Director, he has committed lewd acts. Can we really let him go so easily?" Before Li Guo could respond, Hao Shun frowned. "You young lady have gone too far. Are you disregarding the director's words?" At that moment, Li Guo's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering and hearing just a few words, his expression shifted dramatically. "I understand, rest assured. I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness." Hao Shun turned to Chun Xianran beside him. "Did you see that? Even the director's words are being ignored. The higher-ups are calling for strict action against you." All right. I will investigate thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory response," Li Guo stated before hanging up and turned to Hao Shun. "This time, you are truly finished." Upon hearing this, Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback. "What is going on? Wasn't it just said that they would be released after a few hours?" "That was earlier," Li Guo replied. "Do you know who the girl you just molested was?" "Who?" Hao Shun asked, bewildered. "She is the daughter of our city bureau chief." The revelation struck like a thunderclap above Hao Shun's head. The bureau chief's daughter? He was so frightened that his mouth twisted in disbelief. That was his call, just now, demanding that I handle this matter with utmost severity. Hao Shun was visibly shaken by Li Guo's words. "Serves you right." Chun Xianran, standing nearby, observed his expression and nearly burst into laughter, reveling in his misfortune. "And not trying to frighten you, you'd best call home and inform your grandmother that you won't be returning for the next few days due to overtime. Prepare yourself mentally as well." After speaking, Li Guo directed Chun Xianran, "For now, cuff him to that bench over there. He'll return to deal with him once I finish my current tasks." Indeed, Li Guo had been quite busy lately. Over the past few months, a series of shocking homicides had occurred in Jiangxing. To be precise, within this span of 3 months, 3 young girls had been brutally raped and murdered, all of whom were underage students. The 3 cases bore numerous similarities, leading the police to conclude that they were likely the work of a single perpetrator, prompting a joint investigation. The 3rd incident this month involved a middle school student as the victim. Due to the remote location of the crime scene and the heavy rain on the day of the incident, the assailant left virtually no trace behind. The murderer consistently chose rainy days to commit these heinous acts. Thus, netizens referred to the perpetrator as the rainy night phantom. The emergence of this rainy night phantom instilled a pervasive sense of fear among the young women of Jiang City. The Jiang City Police Department promptly established a special task force. However, due to various reasons, they failed to apprehend the assailant, leading to a torrent of scorn online. Even the chief of the Jiang City Police was ridiculed for his ineptitude by netizens. In an effort to solve the case, the police department deployed thousands of personnel, conducting extensive searches, yet they could not identify a single credible suspect. Now, more than half a month has passed since the 3rd incident occurred, and there has been no progress whatsoever. As the situation escalated on the internet, higher authorities stressed the urgency of resolving the case. The eyes of the entire nation were fixed on the Jiang City Police Department. At this juncture, not only the chief, but even the mayor felt under immense pressure. "Dongo." Upon seeing Li Guo leave, Hao Shun grew genuinely anxious. "Unklali, directoli, grampali. Do you dare to insult the director again?" Beside him, Chun Xianran nudged him. "Behave yourself." With that, she handcuffed Hao Shun to the armrest of a chair in the office. Be gentle, be gentle." Hao Shun wailed loudly. "You're just a young girl acting so rashly. Who would dare to marry you in the future?" "Enough nonsense." Chun Xianran smacked the back of Hao Shun's head. "Stay put." Hao Shun couldn't help but marvel at the situation truly. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. How could such a beautiful young lady possess such a fiery temperament? Hao Shun never imagined that the girl who accidentally touched his backside in the crowded convention was actually the daughter of the director. This was truly a dire predicament. Ding! A crisis has been detected for the host. The detective system has been activated and is currently binding. Please wait. Detective system? Hao Shun was taken aback. After years of reading online novels, he found himself in a genuine system. Congratulations, host, on successful binding. The genius eye has been activated. We hope you utilize it wisely and become a master detective soon. At that moment, a semi-transparent blue panel appeared before Hao Shun. Name: Hao Shun. Age: 26. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Occupation: pimp. Special skills: none. Money: 16,345 yuan. Detective ranking: unranked. Genius eye: level 1. Upon seeing this, Hao Shun was astonished. This system was quite remarkable, as it clearly indicated how much online debt he owed. But when did I become a pimp? I merely posted a small advertisement. Just then, an elderly police officer entered. escorting a dejected individual. Upon entering, he noticed Hao Shun handcuffed to a bench. Shun, what happened this time? The old officer, Zhou Gang, was a comrade of Hao Shun's father and currently served as the deputy chief. Among everyone in the station, he was the one who took the most care of Hao Shun. Hao Shun remained silent, as he observed a peculiar phenomenon. The man just brought in by old Zhou had an astonishing red health bar adorned with numbers above his head, accompanied by inscribed words. Upon closer inspection, the words read, theft, rape, murder. Hao Shun was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the genius I bestowed by the system? Chapter 2. You will not find espoused this way what the host perceives is the criminal history of each individual throughout their lifetime, which will only vanish once their punishment is complete. The system seems to have heard Hao Shun's inner thoughts and provided an explanation on the spot. According to its assertions, if a person bears the weight of heinous crimes such as rape and murder, it indicates either they have not yet faced punishment or their punishment remains ongoing. Should their punishment be ongoing, they ought to be incarcerated, implying that this individual has yet to receive any retribution. Could he possibly be the notorious figure known as the Rainy Night Pervert? And what of that ominous red heartbeat bar? The red heartbeat bar represents the criminal's vital signs. As long as the host can elevate the criminal's heartbeat to the critical threshold of 120, all unlawful details and information regarding the perpetrator will be revealed. Furthermore, for every case successfully solved, the system will reward the host with various incentives, including special skills and monetary compensation. Additionally, the host need not worry about the origins of these funds, as the system will manage everything seamlessly. Hao Shun was elated. Solving cases comes with financial rewards. Moreover, the system ensures thoroughness in the process. This is remarkably efficient. Given his current dire financial situation, he found this system to be quite appealing. 5-star praise. Why are you dazed? I'm speaking to you. Old Zhou interjected, playfully tugging at his hair. This fellow is lewd. Chun Xianren interposed on his behalf. Lewd? You could engage in such behavior too. Old Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. After all, although Hao Shun has been rather wayward, he has not sunk to such depths of depravity. Master, do not heed his nonsensical claims. I am innocent. Hao Shun hastily clarified upon regaining his composure. Old Zhou was a comrade of Hao Shun's father, and thus, Hao Jiangua had arranged for his son's future in the public security system, leading to him apprenticing under Zhou Gang at a tender age. You, my boy, truly baffle me, Old Zhou remarked, his expression one of exasperation mixed with disappointment. At 26, when will you finally grasp the gravity of your actions? Continue down this path, and you shall reap the consequences. Zhou Gang had never anticipated that his apprentice would not become a police officer, but rather a habitual offender frequently visiting the police station. With that, he seized the unfortunate soul who had stolen the battery and whisked him away to the interrogation room. At that moment, Hao Shun was ablaze with excitement. Ha! I am about to achieve something monumental. Based on his analysis, the individual who had just stolen the battery was highly likely to be the perpetrator. Even if it were not a certainty, the odds were at least 80%. After all, Jiang City had not witnessed such a crime in many years, rendering the possibility of coincidence exceedingly slim. Hao Shun's exhilaration was palpable. The entire police force of Jiang City was currently in disarray due to the heinous murder case. If he could assist the municipal bureau in solving the case, the incident involving the lewd behavior towards the bureau chief's daughter would seem far less severe. At the very least, it could be seen as a means of atonement. Thus, Hao Shun quickly called for Zhou Gang under the pretense of providing crucial information regarding the case. Master, could you please summon Uncle Li for me? I possess significant leads concerning the murder case. Old Zhou was initially skeptical, yet upon observing Hao Shun's serious demeanor, he decided to summon Director Li. Please brew me a cup of coffee first, Hao Shun said, reclining comfortably and flashing a grin at Li Gua. Upon hearing this, Li Gua's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? How dare you call me Old Li? Say that again if you have the guts. Hao Shun remained unfazed, maintaining his relaxed posture. Are you still interested in solving the case? Don't say I didn't warn you. I possess crucial information regarding the murder and rape that occurred on that rainy night. If you wish to know more, quickly untie me and fetch me a hot cup of coffee to soothe my throat. Li Gua furrowed his brow, but the earnestness in Hao Shun's eyes suggested he was not jesting. Is that for real? Chun Xianren interjected. Director, don't listen to him. This guy is nothing but a con artist. Hao Shun shot a glare at Chun Xianren. When men speak, women should refrain from interrupting. Li, despite my reputation as a street rogue, I have never misled you when it comes to intelligence. Hao Shun fixed his gaze on Li Gua. Indeed, although often carefree and nonchalant, he was not one to make frivolous claims. He had spent years navigating the underworld and had provided the police with valuable information over time. If you dare to deceive me, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. After saying this, Li Gua glanced at Chun Xianren. Release him. Chun Xianren immediately protested. Director, You can't possibly believe him. Just do as I say without further ado. Hao Shun rolled his eyes at Chen Xianran. As Li Guo remained silent, Chen Xianran reluctantly retrieved the key to the handcuffs. Hao Shun removed the handcuffs and stretched his arms. By the way, where's the coffee? Li Guo then called out loudly to the female officer sitting opposite. Xiao Zhang, could you please brew him a cup of coffee? Why bother calling Zhang Jia? Isn't it right here? Just ask her to go. Hao Shun pointed towards Chen Xianran beside him. What? Chen Xianran was momentarily taken aback. What are you dawdling for? I was referring to you, Hao Shun stated. Aren't you going to hurry up? You? Chen Xuanran's face flushed with anger. Go on, go on. Li Guo waved his hand dismissively. With no other choice, Chen Xianran complied reluctantly. Now, tell me, what do you actually know? Li Guo inquired. Hao Shun replied. I know who the perpetrator of the rain-soaked rape and murder case is. In truth, Hao Shun merely harbored suspicions and could not fully confirm that the man who had just stolen the battery was indeed responsible for the rain-soaked demon case. There was a gamble involved in his assertion. You know? Li Guo was clearly skeptical. Then who is it? Hao Shun pondered for a moment. Should his gamble pay off, it would save the Jiang City Police Department from peril. In other words, he would be credited with a significant achievement. Uncle Li, if I help you solve the case, what benefits do I gain? Hao Shun directly asked. You're already negotiating conditions before the case is solved? Li Guo frowned slightly. Here's the deal. If you assist me in identifying the murderer, I can assure you that I will personally advocate for you regarding the incident with the commissioner's daughter. Really? Hao Shun was elated. If he could exchange merit for forgiveness, that would be perfect. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a cell. In truth, the matter of indecency is indeed a misunderstanding. Although Hao Shun appears to be perpetually idling away his time, his handsome visage has ensured that he has never lacked the company of women. Engaging in such acts of depravity is beneath him. This is your assertion, master. You must serve as my witness. Hao Shun glanced at Zhou Gang beside him. Rest assured, when has the director ever spoken without sincerity? Old Zhou remarked. With this reassurance, Hao Shun felt at ease and mysteriously stated, in fact, the criminal is both far away and right before our eyes. This statement left Li Guo momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean? Could it possibly be you? No way. Hao Shun shook his head. Director Li, I truly admire your thought process. How do you even arrive at such conclusions? Am I to murder someone and then report myself? Do you think I am as foolish as Chen Xianran? At that moment, Chen Xianran, who was preparing coffee, sneezed unexpectedly. She glanced down at her paper cup, her brow furrowing slightly, and then looked around before hastily stirring with a spoon. Then who do you suggest it is? Old Zhou inquired. It's the individual you apprehended earlier for stealing the battery, Hao Shun replied. The battery thief? Li Guo and Old Zhou exchanged bewildered glances. How do you know it's him? They asked in unison. Do not question me just yet, Hao Shun urged. Hurry and investigate his whereabouts on the day of the incident. Ascertain if there are any alibis. Li Guo and Old Zhou exchanged confused looks, both appearing utterly perplexed. Let us proceed to the interrogation room, Li Guo said, turning on his heel. Go ahead, I'll be waiting here for your good news. Hao Shun plopped down onto a chair. Li Guo and Old Zhou hurried towards the interrogation room. Old Zhou inquired, Director, do you think this kid is attempting to deceive us? Highly unlikely, Li Guo replied. He has just committed a serious error. Logically, he should be too afraid to fabricate any more lies. We'll find out when we question him. Meanwhile, Chen Xianran returned with freshly brewed coffee. Upon noticing only Hao Shun in the administrative office, she was momentarily taken aback. Where's the director? Hao Shun gestured for her to hand him the coffee. Chen Xianran shot him a glare, but complied. Li and my mentor have gone to the interrogation room. Hao Shun took a sip from the cup. This coffee is quite delightful. Did you make it yourself? Having something to drink is enough. There's no need for all the chatter, Chen Xianran replied. Casting a disdainful glance at him, Hao Shun immediately retorted, Xianran, I haven't wronged you, have I? Why do you always treat me so harshly whenever I come here? As a young lady, a touch of gentleness would surely attract a man, don't you think? Whether or not I attract someone is none of your business. You lecherous man. Chen Xianran glared at Hao Shun once more, adding, and don't call me so intimately. We're not that familiar. Well, you've got a few good looks, Hao Shun sighed. But honestly, with that temper of yours, I genuinely worry about your chances of getting married. My marital prospects are not something you need to concern yourself with, Chen Xianran retorted, still wearing an expression of disgust. Hao Shun could only shake his head, stating, You have misunderstood me profoundly. I truly did not molest that young girl. There is no need for you to explain. Chen Xianran replied, When it comes time for your interrogation, you will have to clarify matters with them yourself. Meanwhile, Li Guo and Old Zhou commenced their questioning of the suspect involved in the theft of electric bicycles. Upon mentioning the rainy night demon case, Li Guo distinctly observed a shift in the suspect's demeanor. Despite his efforts to mask his anxiety, Li Guo perceived the unease. The individual in question was Su Maokai, a fruit vendor who peddled his wares from a tricycle. His apprehension stemmed from the malfunction of his electric tricycle's battery, which led him to target others. When questioned about his activities during the times of the 3 incidents, he claimed he had not set up shop due to the rain. Yet, no one could corroborate his alibi. The more Li Guo probed, the more Su oscillated between responses, even claiming to suffer from neurosis, which rendered him forgetful of many events. His overall demeanor was exceedingly suspicious. Given that Su Maotsai's occupation permitted him to rest on rainy days, he indeed had the opportunity to commit the crimes. Although he denied any connection to the homicide case, Li Guo's years of experience led him to suspect Su Maotsai significantly. With Su Maotsai's theft of the battery being a certainty, Li Guo promptly imposed a week of administrative detention on him. This action provided ample time for the investigation to unfold. Chapter 3. Losing makes me want to kiss. Hao Shun finished an entire cup of coffee, but did not wait for Li Guo and the others to emerge. Chen Xianran, fearing that he might flee, stood vigilantly beside him. After all, Hao Shun was his first trophy since joining the police force. Hao Shun crumpled the paper cup and tossed it into the trash bin, glancing over at Chen Xianran. Why do I suddenly feel like you look familiar? Haven't we met before? Chen Xianran scoffed. Don't try to get chummy. Who do you think you are? Then I find it perplexing, Hao Shun replied. If we haven't met before, it means there's no animosity between us. So why do you harbor such disdain for me? Is being handsome a crime? How shameless. Chen Xianran retorted, curling his lip. Do I need a reason to dislike you? Isn't it necessary? Are we acting out a Chinese odyssey here? You've won. Is that sufficient? Seeing the seriousness on the other's face, Hao Shun conceded. However, you ought to treat me better. I am destined to solve a major case, he declared proudly. Huh? You? Chen Xianran scoffed, his expression one of disdain. You, a mere street punk, solving cases? You haven't even resolved your own matters yet. Spare me. Oh, so you look down on me, do you? Hao Shun remarked, clicking his tongue. Are you brave enough to bet with me? Chen Xianran rolled his eyes in annoyance. Bet with me? On what? Let us wager on my ability to crack a case. If I find the perpetrator of the rainy night rape case within a day, you will kiss me in front of everyone at the station. Do you dare? Hao Shun challenged, tilting his head defiantly. You filthy rogue. Chen Xianran immediately exclaimed. Can we not wager on something more reasonable? Did you not claim it was impossible? What, then, do you have to fear? Hao Shun chuckled. If I lose, every time I see you, I shall lie on the ground and bark like a dog, and I must do so until you are satisfied. How does that sound? Are you serious? Perhaps it was the allure of Hao Shun's bet that caused Chen Xianran to waver. If I win, I could record a video of this fellow barking like a dog and send it to my sister. She would undoubtedly find great amusement in it. Chen Xuanran's sister, Chen Hao, had harbored a secret infatuation for Hao Shun since high school and had even confessed her feelings to him. However, she was cruelly rejected in front of everyone, which left her feeling inadequate for many years and nearly led her into a state of depression. At that time, Chen Xianran, still in the 9th grade, had accompanied her sister to watch Hao Shun play basketball. She had harbored a deep resentment for the man who had caused her sister such heartbreak, which was precisely why she detested Hao Shun so intensely. If she were to win, it would at least serve as a means to alleviate her sister's pent-up frustration. Yet, if she were to lose, she would have to kiss him. The mere thought of that was absolutely unacceptable. The special investigation team had deployed thousands of personnel, working tirelessly overnight, yet had failed to identify any suspects. How could a mere street punk possibly succeed where they had not? Chen Xianran pondered this and concluded that the possibility of her losing was utterly remote. Thus, she declared, it is settled then. However, you must remember your own words. If you lose, you must bark like a dog, and do so until I am satisfied. A man of honor surely stands by his word. Hao Shun was quite forthright. Chen Xianran then took out his phone and recorded the video of their wager as evidence, insisting that Hao Shun swear not to backtrack on his word. At that moment, Li Guo, Zhou Gang, and a junior officer emerged. Upon seeing them, Hao Shun hurriedly approached, inquiring, So, have you managed to get anything out of him? Zhou Gang shook his head, replying, It's not that simple. However, you were right to suspect him. He indeed lacks an alibi. I told you he must be involved. We need to investigate immediately. Hao Shun urged anxiously. Let us do this. Zhou Gang, you check where he is staying. Xiao Wang, you apply for a search warrant. We'll conduct a surprise inspection at his residence. Li Guo directed. Chen Xianran stood by, dumbfounded. Director, what does this mean? Who are we investigating? Li Guo explained. Just now, Hao Shun provided us with a crucial lead. Based on my years of experience, that individual who stole the battery is likely connected to the rape and murder case from the rainy night. What? Chen Xianran gasped in astonishment. Surprised, are you? Hao Shun chuckled at Chen Xianran, adding, Just be ready for a kiss from me. Make sure you don't end up crying. What did you say? Who are you going to kiss? Li Guo was utterly bewildered. Oh, it's nothing at all. Hao Shun laughed. Uncle Li, if it turns out that this person is indeed the perpetrator, I'll achieve great merit. Don't forget your promise to me. Do you think it's that easy? Li Guo remarked. Even if he is the murderer, we must procure evidence. Without it, we are powerless against him. Even if he lacks an alibi. Hao Shun inquired. So you mean, as long as this fellow leaves no trace at the crime scene and adamantly denies his involvement, we are at an impasse? Li Guo nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this case has been severely compromised by the heavy rains, leaving virtually no information about the suspect. He is likely aware of this, hence his steadfast denial. What about the murder weapon? Hao Shun suddenly recalled. The victims were all stabbed. Finding the weapon should suffice, right? Li Guo shook his head. It has likely been disposed of by the assailant. Let us first search his residence. If he has concealed it there, it would be fortuitous. At that moment, Zhou Gang approached, stating, Director, we have located the address, and the search warrant should be approved shortly. Gather a few more individuals. We shall depart immediately. Li Guo responded, striding out. Director, what about this individual? Chun Xianran finally regained focus to ask. Let him remain here. We shall address it upon our return. Li Guo replied without looking back. Watching Li Guo exit the police station with several officers, Hao Shun resumed his seat. He looked up at Chun Xianran and smiled. Just wait. Shortly we shall uncover the murder weapon at the suspect's home, and he won't be able to deny it. How can you be so sure he is the one responsible? This seems like mere speculation. Chun Xianran remained skeptical. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Just ensure you do not flee when I am proven right. Hao Shun chuckled mischievously. He reclined on the lounge chair, retrieving his phone from his pocket and immediately launching into a game of Honor of Kings. Over an hour later, Li Guo returned with Zhou Gang and the others. From the expressions of his companions, Hao Shun could discern that they seemed to have made little progress. Upon inquiry, he learned that Su Mao, the subject of their investigation, was a solitary man living alone, and nothing of significance had been discovered at his residence. However, it was not entirely fruitless. Li Guo and his team noted that a fruit knife was missing from the set of kitchen knives in Su Mao's home. This was likely the murder weapon, presumably discarded by him. Well, we should report this to the special investigation team, Li Guo murmured. Though reluctant, he felt there was no alternative. After all, if he were to solve the case, the accolades would solely belong to the department, possibly earning them a collective third-class merit award. Once reported, even if the case were resolved, the honor for the department would significantly diminish. Wait, Hao Shun interjected. Li, may I have a go? Perhaps I can uncover where the murderer discarded the weapon. You? Everyone turned to gaze at Hao Shun. From the expressions on their faces, he could tell they harbored doubts. Let me give it a shot. It won't hurt. If I can't find anything, we can still report to the special investigation team later, Hao Shun insisted. Li Guo and Zhou Gang exchanged glances. Why not let him try? Chapter 4. He was not the killer of the rainy night case. Hao Shun recalled that the system had explained that if the suspect's heart rate reached 120 beats per minute, it would automatically reveal additional criminal information. This information might include the location where the murderer discarded the weapon. If the weapon could be located, evidence would be procured. Would it not? Achieving a heart rate of 120 should be straightforward. A few kilometers of running would suffice. However, upon inquiry, he learned that running also constituted coercive interrogation. Hao Shun had no choice but to revise his plan. He first made a special trip to Su Mao's residence. Subsequently, he instructed Li Guo to confine the suspect in the detention room. And then he arranged for several unrecognized police officers to pose as criminals and be placed in the same cell as Su Mao. I just overheard someone outside saying that it seems the suspect in the rainy night rape and murder case has been found. Is that true? This person is quite adept at hiding. It took so long to uncover him. If he remained elusive any longer, the director might lose his position. It is said that the police have gathered substantial evidence, and this time they have enlisted the help of an international detective, reputedly among the top 10 in the world, specifically to assist in the investigation. An international detective? Is he really that formidable? Of course, he is ranked among the top 10 globally, with thousands of cases solved. It is rumored that he possesses extraordinary abilities, enabling him to perceive the thoughts of criminals. Are you suggesting he can read minds? How extraordinary. I was skeptical as well. But did you not hear about that recent news? A man murdered his wife, dismembered her, and disposed of the pieces in the sewer, leaving no trace whatsoever. Finally, the tools used for dismemberment were discarded into the moat. Can you imagine? Upon arrival, one merely glanced into the eyes of the victim and discerned the whereabouts of the murder weapon. To everyone's astonishment, it was indeed retrieved. Isn't that remarkable? Could it be that one possesses the ability to read minds? It seems the suspect cannot escape this time. Su Maokai, listening nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. With the groundwork laid, Li Guo proceeded to interrogate Su Maokai once more. Hao Shun then entered the interrogation room accompanied by an officer responsible for documentation. Upon seeing Hao Shun, Su Maokai appeared somewhat taken aback. After all, this detective was quite different from his mental image, perhaps too youthful. Hao Shun nonchalantly took a seat opposite Su Maokai. Exuding an air of calm, He observed keenly as Su Maotsai's heart rate, previously fluctuating around 98, surged to 100, and for the moment, he settled down. The man's heartbeat quickened. It seemed the earlier groundwork had borne fruit. Su Maokai, this is the esteemed detective we have brought from the capital. We hope you will answer our questions honestly and seek leniency in your treatment, Hao Shun stated. Su Maokai cast a glance at Hao Shun before quickly averting his gaze. Indeed, the renowned detective had arrived. There was no need to exert excessive pressure on him. Hao Shun waved casually at the recording officer, adopting a demeanor of serene confidence. You are Su Maokai, are you not? Hao Shun inquired. He certainly appeared quite convincing, reminiscent of characters from films. Su Maokai dared not raise his head and simply replied. Yes. Do you know why you are here? Hao Shun inquired again. Stealing batteries, Su Maokai replied. Then why do you think a detective ranked among the top 10 in the world would need to interrogate you for stealing batteries? I don't know. Hao Shun noticed that Su Maotsai's heartbeat had escalated to 110. Have you committed murder? Hao Shun pressed on relentlessly. No, I haven't killed anyone. Su Maokai finally looked up, his eyes brimming with panic. Are you certain? Hao Shun locked eyes with him, his gaze piercing, sending a shiver down Su Maotsai's spine. His heartbeat quickened again, reaching 112. Have you heard of a phenomenon known as mind reading? Hao Shun asked directly. Mind reading? Su Maokai was momentarily taken aback, recalling a conversation he had overheard in the detention room. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, Li Guo and Zhou Gang sat in chairs, observing every movement within. Chen Xianran stood beside them. What is Hao Shun trying to accomplish? Li Guo found himself perplexed. I can't make sense of it either, Zhou Gang admitted, equally bewildered. Chen Xianran, however, mused to himself, it seems both of you have fallen prey to this fellow's antics. Just look at his feigned demeanor. He genuinely believes he is starring in a crime drama. To be frank, the reason I have successfully solved over 1,000 cases lies in my extraordinary ability. I can discern your innermost thoughts. Do you believe me? Hao Shun's words left Su Maokai in a state of bewilderment. I can't believe it. Hao Shun chuckled lightly. Let us engage in a game. I shall pose a question to you, and you need not respond. Merely ponder whether I can discern the answer. A game, you say? Su Maokai was taken aback, uncertain of the intent behind this. If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. Let us commence. Hao Shun continued with a smile. First question, are you single? Su Maokai paused for a brief moment. Oh, so it is indeed true. Hao Shun seemed to hear the unspoken thoughts of his companion. A jolt ran through Su Maokai. How did he know? His heart raced, now reaching 115 beats per minute. Victory appeared imminent. Oh dear, being single must be quite arduous. Life without a woman is hardly easy. Have you ever engaged the services of a prostitute? Hao Shun's inquiry not only stunned Su Maokai, but also left Li Guo and Zhou Gang, seated before the screen, exchanging incredulous glances. Chen Xianran could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this how one interrogates a suspect? Su Maokai regarded Hao Shun as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Is this a question a police officer is allowed to ask? You have never solicited a prostitute. Hao Shun feigned surprise. Yet, it was Su Maokai who felt the deeper shock. How could he know that I have never engaged in such activities? Could he truly possess the ability to read minds? In truth, it was not entirely remarkable. Hao Shun had conducted prior inquiries, discovering that Su Maokai had never been apprehended for solicitation. In other words, had he ever engaged in such acts, it would have been evident. Su Maotsai's heart rate surged by another 2 beats, inching ever closer to the critical threshold of 120. If you do not patronize prostitutes, how do you typically cope? Surely, you cannot always suppress your desires. Hao Shun continued to inquire. Do you enjoy indulging in solitary pleasures at home? His increasingly outrageous questions left Chen Xianran, who had never had a boyfriend, blushing furiously as she comprehended the implications. Was this man out of his mind? What was he truly attempting to achieve? Even Zhou Gang could no longer bear it, remarking, Director, perhaps it is best to cease this line of questioning. I fear that if it continues, the visuals may require pixelation. Li Guo pondered for a moment, concluding, given the current situation, let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Hao Shun persisted. So you do solve your own dilemmas. He feigned realization. So you indulged just last night? This revelation left Su Maokai utterly astounded. How could he possibly know such a thing? In truth, Hao Shun had previously sought out information from Su Maotsai's residence. He had even perused the contents of the computer there and noticed discarded paper balls beside it, recently used. Su Maotsai's heart raced, now reaching 118 beats per minute. He was beginning to believe that this individual possessed the ability to read minds, entirely unaware that his home had already been searched. However, it was not unusual. Hao Shun mused. I too engaged in such activities frequently before turning 20. The officers outside the screen were left in disbelief. This man truly spoke without restraint. Shameless, Chen Xianran muttered under her breath. Engaging in solitary indulgence is hardly shameful. Hao Shun replied with a grin. However, one cannot solely rely on that. I suspect you also enjoy viewing films from the island nation. Let me take a guess. Which celebrities do you admire? Hao Shun inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Su Maokai, feigning the ability to read minds. Fukada Kyuko? Aoi Sora? Ai Shinozaki? Mizuki Elisa? Kato Kazuki? He continued, feigning surprise. So, you also have an affinity for them? Which one do you favor the most? He pressed further. At that moment, Su Maokai resembled a statue, utterly dumbfounded. How could he possibly know such private matters? I have never disclosed this to anyone. Mikasa? Oh, she is my favorite as well. I am a fan of hers too. I must admit, her physique and beauty are simply impeccable, Hao Shun expressed, brimming with excitement as if he had found a kindred spirit. Outside, Chun Xianran could no longer endure the charade. Director, this fellow is nothing more than a rogue. Shall we allow him to continue his antics inside? However, Su Maokai was now entirely convinced. This guy truly possesses the ability to read minds. This is it. I am finished. The information Hao Shun presented was, in fact, retrieved from his computer. Mikasa's videos are the most abundant among all the films. It would be odd if he were not a fan. Now, you must inform me, where have you disposed of your murder weapon? Hao Shun's tone shifted dramatically, imbued with a palpable sense of intimidation. He observed Su Maotsai's heartbeat surge to an alarming 128. He had breached his defenses. At that moment, beneath Su Maotsai's crimson health bar, the words rape and murder sprouted additional branches. The incident of rape occurred on June 18, 2006, at 1916, within the premises of the Anshan chemical plant, located on the third floor in Dala Town, Beijiang District, Jiang City. The victim was Liu Xiaoman. The murder took place shortly thereafter, at 1918, in the same location. The victim, Liu Xiaoman, met her demise through a fatal throat slashing. The weapon was subsequently discarded 20 meters east of the Southern Gate Reservoir embankment. Hao Shun was left utterly astonished. It was revealed that these heinous acts of rape and murder transpired 17 years prior. He was not the perpetrator of the Rainy Night rape case. Chapter 5. I want to be a police officer. Hao Shun never anticipated that he had placed his bet incorrectly. The individual before him was, in fact, not the murderer, more precisely, not the perpetrator of the Rainy Night rape case. This crime had occurred 17 years prior, when he was merely 10 years old. Though somewhat disheartened, he could still consider this a resolution, albeit concerning an old case. You are the one who violated and murdered that girl 17 years ago, aren't you? Hao Shun coldly inquired. You killed a person just for a fleeting moment of pleasure? At that moment, even outside, Li Guo and Zhou Gang noticed the change in Su Maochai's expression. How does he know about my premature ejaculation? You need not be astonished by how I came to know, Hao Shun replied. I not only know that you are the one who committed the murder, but I am also aware that you disposed of the murder weapon in the Southgate Reservoir. Upon hearing this, Su Maochai's mouth gaped wide in shock. Confess now. By admitting your guilt, you may still be able to seek leniency, Hao Shun remarked, with an air of calm. I will confess. I will disclose everything. Su Maochai finally succumbed, realizing that before this detective standing in front of him, there was no possibility of concealing the truth. Since he was already aware, it would be wise to confess now in hopes of receiving some leniency. Well then, you can relay the specifics to him, Hao Shun said, losing interest in his words as he stood up and walked toward the exit. Li Guo and Zhou Gang were left in a state of astonishment. What is happening? The suspect has confessed? But the confession pertains not to the Rainy Night demon case, but to another heinous crime from 17 years ago at the Anshan chemical plant. Li Guo vividly recalled that the case from years ago had also stirred up a sensation in Jiang City, much like the current one, where the investigation had dragged on for an extended period without any suspects being identified. To his astonishment, today, Hao Shun had managed to unveil the truth in a most inexplicable manner. Beside him, Chun Xianran gaped in disbelief. Hao Shun had truly cracked the case. How had he accomplished such a feat? It was utterly incredible. Could he possibly possess the ability to read minds? However, Chen Xian quickly reconsidered. Although Hao Shun had indeed solved the case, thankfully, it wasn't he the one they had wagered upon. In other words, this fellow had already lost. Hao Shun emerged from within, dejected. Li Guo, brimming with excitement, grasped his arm. How did you manage that? How did you know he was the perpetrator of the chemical plant murder case from years ago? And how did you know his weapon was discarded in the Southgate Reservoir? Zhou Gang also wore an expression of disbelief. Unfortunately, Hao Shun shook his head. He is not the killer of the Rainy Night Phantom case. Chun Xianran stepped forward with a chuckle. Looks like you've lost this time. Hao Shun gazed at Chen Xuanran's smug demeanor, feeling quite anxious. Shun, why aren't you celebrating? Even though he isn't the killer of the Rainy Night Phantom case, you still accomplished something significant. Li Guo remained exhilarated. After all, solving an old case was no small achievement. You wait outside. I'll go in and secure him, Li Guo declared before hastily entering the interrogation room. Chun Xianran looked at Hao Shun. Didn't you say that a true man keeps his word? Shouldn't you now be on the ground barking like a dog? Perhaps, Xianran, we should just let it go. Hao Shun could only chuckle awkwardly. What do you mean let it go? Xianran was clearly unwilling. Who was it that told me? A gentleman's word is his bond. And even a team of 4 horses cannot retrieve it? You swore an oath that if you went back on your word, you would be cut off from your lineage. You certainly are formidable. Hao Shun felt he had been quite careless. It was indeed a bit challenging to bark like a dog in front of everyone. However, how could a man of honor retract his words? Just as Hao Shun prepared to fulfill his promise, a sudden glimmer sparked in his eyes. Right. We wagered within a day. In other words, I still have at least 22 hours. He declared, I have not lost yet. Xianran, taken aback, retorted, are you trying to weasel out of this? How is that weaseling out? Hao Shun responded, you can check the betting video. Did I not say it would be within a day? Xianran, recalling the bet, acknowledged that Hao Shun had indeed specified a day. Fine. I will see what you do by this time tomorrow. With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. Zhou Gang, noticing her departure, finally asked, what were you two doing? I can't quite grasp it. Oh, it was just a bet. I must find the murderer of the Rainy Night Demon case within a day. Unfortunately, I only found the one from 17 years ago. Zhou Gang finally understood. At that moment, the system reward arrived. Congratulations to the host for solving the Anshan chemical plant murder case. You shall receive the corresponding rewards. This time's reward is Reward 1, 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Hao Shun was taken aback. This reward is to my liking. Just when I am in dire need of funds. Meanwhile, his phone in his pocket chimed with a text message alert. He retrieved his phone, and, indeed, a mysterious account had transferred him 100,000 Huaxia coins. Reward 2, Super Combat. In an instant, Hao Shun felt a surge of combat imagery flood his mind, and he sensed a transformation within his body. His muscles had become more taut, and his reflexes seemed significantly quicker than before. Soon, those images melded with his physique, becoming muscle memory. He threw a couple of punches into the air, and astonishingly, he exuded an aura of strength. His punching speed and power had intensified. He was enveloped in a sense of vigor. Within just a second, he had transformed into a master of combat. The thrill of this effortless gain was utterly exhilarating. Reward 3, Genius, I level 1. Hao Shun blinked a few times, seemingly noticing no change. The system panel illuminated once more. Name, Hao Shun. Age, 26. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 71 kilograms. Occupation, Pimp. Special skill, Super Combat Money, 83. 655 yuan. Detective ranking, Unlisted Genius I, level 2. This system excels in many aspects, yet Hao Shun was somewhat dissatisfied with the occupational designation. Clearly, he was in the advertising and media industry. How had he been labeled a pimp? About half an hour later, Li Guo emerged, brimming with excitement. Shunzi, you have indeed rendered a great service this time. Can you help me speak to the director? Hao Shun inquired. Of course, Li Guo replied, retrieving his phone. I shall report the matter to the authorities immediately. True to his word, Li Guo contacted the director, informing him of Hao Shun's breakthrough in solving the long-standing case of the heinous crime at the Anshan chemical plant. The director was taken aback during their conversation. After a while, Li Guo hung up the phone. What did the director say? Hao Shun asked eagerly. The director mentioned that matters of indecency can be set aside for the moment. Although you have made a significant contribution, it does not entirely absolve you of your previous misdeeds. However, he has offered you an opportunity to join the special investigation team to assist in solving the Rainy Night murder case. If you can help crack the case, he may consider overlooking your past transgressions. Upon hearing this, Hao Shun could not suppress a frown. These officials, in their words, consider overlooking is just a euphemism. Ultimately, the final say rests with him. You should be grateful for this opportunity and not complain, Li Guo admonished, furrowing his brow. Hao Shun queried further. I can join the special investigation team, but under what capacity? Of course, as a civilian. Do you wish to serve as a police officer? That is out of the question, Hao Shun retorted defiantly. I'm willing to assist, but only if I can serve as a police officer. What did you say? You want to be a police officer? Both Li Guo and Zhou Gang were taken aback. What? Is that not permissible? Hao Shundao, wasn't my father a narcotics officer back in the day? If I hadn't struggled academically and failed to enter the police academy, I might have already become an officer myself. Is your absence from the police academy due to your academic shortcomings? Zhou Gang replied. That was because you were expelled for assaulting a teacher. Youthful exuberance, I suppose. Hao Shun chuckled. I have harbored the dream of becoming a police officer since childhood, Uncle Li. Do you not perceive this as a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon me by fate? Entering the system invariably requires passing public examinations. Li Guo responded sternly. Is it so simple to become a police officer? Do you think you can simply stroll into our precinct? In that case, I am afraid I cannot assist you. Hao Shun shrugged nonchalantly. A adopting an attitude that suggested he would not proceed if Li Guo was unwilling. You brat. Are you attempting to intimidate me now? Li Guo reached out as if to strike, prompting Hao Shun to quickly leap aside. Why not inquire with the director? What if he is inclined to grant me this opportunity? Surely, you are aware of the public outcry against your department should this case remain unresolved? This statement momentarily stunned Li Guo. Subsequently, Hao Shun began enumerating. For instance, inept, incompetent, useless, good for nothing, a burden, and insufficient in achieving results. Enough, enough. Let me see what I can do, Li Guo interjected, before retrieving his phone to relay Hao Shun's request to the director. Here's the plan. Let him start as an auxiliary officer, and if he solves the case, we will consider his formal appointment. If he fails, he can return to his previous life of idleness. Li Guo dialed the director's number directly on speakerphone, allowing Hao Shun to hear every word. Thank you, director, thank you, he said, saluting the phone. I accept the order. Hao Shun, I will remember you. You even dared to disrespect my daughter. If this case is not solved, be prepared for imprisonment, the director declared, before abruptly ending the call. Hao Shun, however, was elated, dancing with joy. Ha! I have finally become a police officer. You see, Uncle Li, such fortunate events are achieved through one's own efforts. Chapter 6. Will I look too handsome in a police uniform? In truth, both Zhou Gang and Li Guo were quite pleased. They were comrades of Hao Shun's father. After Hao Shun's parents sacrificed their lives, they had been unable to care for the boy due to their own busy lives, which led him to become a wayward youth. Consequently, they had always felt a sense of guilt towards his parents. Little did they expect that he would seize such an opportunity, catching them completely off guard. Though Hao Shun may lack certain qualities, he possesses a certain cleverness. Frankly speaking, he indeed has the makings of a police officer. Don't celebrate too soon, Li Guo warned. If you fail to solve the case, your predicament will be equally dire. Yet, Hao Shun was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Although he was merely an auxiliary officer, he considered himself half a policeman. At the very least, it felt more genuine than deceiving his grandmother. After all, pretending to commute to work every day for over a year had been quite exhausting. If he could become a real police officer, it would honor the memory of his deceased parents. Uncle Li, do we have any surplus police uniforms at our station? Hao Shun inquired. I've told you. Call me Li Suo here, Li Guo corrected him. All right, Li Suo, do tell, is there any available? Hao Shun asked eagerly. There should still be plenty of auxiliary uniforms, Zhou Gang interjected. How about this? I'll take you to find some. Oh, that would be splendid, Hao Shun exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. From now on, I will be part of the special investigation team. I must dress appropriately, or rather, I must present myself in a respectable manner. Thus, Hao Shun accompanied Zhou Gang to the logistics department, where he indeed found a perfectly fitting police uniform. In truth, the uniforms of the auxiliary police in Jiangxing bear a striking resemblance to those of regular officers in terms of color and style, with only the insignia and shoulder patches differing. Hao Shun, possessing a tall and handsome physique, looked remarkably impressive in the uniform. The effect was simply outstanding. Even Zhou Gang was taken aback, exclaiming, Indeed, one is judged by their attire. Who would have thought you would look so dashing in a police uniform? Well, that's hardly surprising, Hao Shun chuckled. Being good-looking is simply a fact of life. I foresee myself starring in the promotional video for the Jiangxing Police Department. You cheeky fellow. A little praise and you're over the moon, Zhou Gang laughed. Hurry up, you only have an hour. I'll have Xianran give you a ride shortly. That would be splendid. Thank you, Master, Hao Shun responded with a hearty laugh. As the two exited the logistics department, they encountered Chun Xianran. Upon seeing Hao Shun in the police uniform, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Hao Shun, how dare you don the police uniform without permission? Chun Xianran exclaimed, raising her eyebrows. Well, what do you think? Quite dashing, isn't it? Hao Shun posed dramatically, turning around to showcase the uniform. Dashing my foot. You'd better take that off right now, Chun Xianran retorted, approaching him with the intention of removing the uniform. Hao Shun quickly dodged, saying, What are you doing in broad daylight? Even if I'm handsome, there's no need to be so eager. There are people around. Zhou Gang interjected with a laugh. Xianran, this uniform was given to him by the director. Xianran finally released her grip. Is this from the director? Why? Is that even a question? Hao Shun replied, Starting today, I am also a police officer. You may call me Brother Hao from now on. You're a police officer? Chun Xianran turned to Zhou Gang. Master, what is going on? For the time being, he is still an auxiliary officer, Zhou Gang explained. He cracked the case of the chemical plant murder, and the director made an exception to recruit him into the special investigation team, thus granting him a position as an auxiliary officer. Hao Shun needs to report to the municipal bureau now. Xianran, could you please escort him? What is there to boast about as an auxiliary officer? Chun Xianran glanced at Hao Shun. Why do you need me to take you there? Can't you just take the bus? Please just take him. The director has given him an hour, and taking the bus might not be timely, Zhou Gang said. though Chen Xianran was reluctant. She nodded in agreement for Zhou Gang's sake. The two then exited the Xiaojigu police station together. Chen Xianran pressed the key fob for her car. Hao Shun opened the front passenger door and adeptly settled in. Chen Xianran took the driver's seat and glanced at Hao Shun, who was fastening his seatbelt. "Why aren't you sitting in the back?" Hao Shun replied. "Isn't this to show respect? If I sit in the back, you might think I consider you my chauffeur." "You talk too much," Chen Xianran scoffed. "I really wonder what my uncle was thinking, to actually put you in a police uniform. It's simply a waste." "What did you say, uncle?" Hao Shun immediately caught on. "Li Guo is your uncle?" Chen Xianran suddenly realized that she had inadvertently revealed too much. "So, you are also a beneficiary of connections," Hao Shun exclaimed, coming to an understanding. "I am a graduate of the police academy," he added. Chen Xianran hurried to clarify. "It has nothing to do with my uncle that I am here. Enough with the explanations, it's the unspoken rules, I comprehend everything." Hao Shun gestured impatiently. "The most important thing now is to get me to the city bureau. The director is waiting to meet me." "Meeting? How shameless." Chen Xianran scoffed, finally starting the car. Driving cautiously, Chen Xianran was urged by Hao Shun to accelerate, yet the more he urged, the more she deliberately slowed down, nearly provoking him to kiss her in frustration. Upon reaching the city bureau parking lot, Hao Shun flung open the car door, ready to alight. Chen Xianran reminded him, "Remember, you have 21 hours and 15 minutes left. If you lose, come back to me and learn how to bark like a dog. You also remember, in 21 hours and 15 minutes, be fully prepared. Once I kiss you, there will be no letting go for at least an hour." After saying this, Hao Shun strode out. "What? An hour?" Chen Xianran was taken aback. As Hao Shun entered the city bureau building, an old police officer at the entrance inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "I am here to see the director." Hao Shun replied confidently, "I am the new member of the special investigation team, personally invited by the director." "You're part of the special investigation team?" The old officer clearly expressed disbelief, as Hao Shun's police uniform clearly indicated he was an auxiliary officer of informal status. However, it appeared that Hao Shun was not jesting, so he directly called the director. After confirming, the old policeman informed Hao Shun, "The director is in room 601 on the 18th floor. You may go find him." Gratefully, Hao Shun strode towards the elevator. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 18th floor, and upon disembarking, he paused before the door of room 601. The director believed that he had violated his daughter's dignity. Would he face repercussions upon entering? After a moment of internal conflict, Hao Shun rapped gently on the office door. "Come in," came the director's deep voice from within. Hesitantly, he pushed the door open, revealing a stern-looking man seated at the desk. He could not help but marvel at the commanding presence of the director. Hao Shun cautiously stepped inside. The director scrutinized him from head to toe. "So, you are Hao Shun?" The director was somewhat taken aback. The young man before him stood tall and striking, entirely different from the sordid image he had conjured. "Yes, Director Meng, I am Hao Shun," he replied with utmost respect. "You are the one who has sullied our Fei's reputation?" Director Meng's piercing gaze bore into Hao Shun's eyes, causing him to avert his gaze. "Director, it is truly a misunderstanding." Hao Shun felt compelled to clarify. "No need to elaborate. This matter will be addressed later," Director Meng interjected. "I have heard from Director Li that you solved the notorious Anshan chemical plant murder case from years ago." "Indeed," Hao Shun responded, a hint of pride evident in his voice. "How did you manage to solve it?" Director Meng inquired. "Well, it's rather inconvenient to explain," Hao Shun replied. "Perhaps it's simply a matter of innate talent." "How intriguing," Director Meng chuckled heartily. "Since you have joined the task force, I hope you can lend a hand. We are about to commence a meeting. Accompany me and observe." Hao Shun nodded eagerly. Thus, the director rose and led Hao Shun to the adjacent conference room. Upon entering, Hao Shun noticed that around 30 well-organized police officers were already present and waiting. As soon as they saw the director, they all stood up in unison. Director Meng gestured for them to take their seats, and the meeting commenced promptly. There was no available space, so Hao Shun had to settle in a corner. "Before we proceed with this meeting, I would like to introduce someone," the director announced. "Although he is quite young, he is an expert in criminal investigation and has recently solved a significant case." Hao Shun was taken aback to be referred to as a criminal investigation expert by the director. It left him feeling somewhat flattered. "Let him give a self-introduction," Director Meng suggested. Upon hearing this, Hao Shun immediately stood up. The room fell silent. All eyes turned toward him. Just as he prepared to speak, Director Meng interrupted. "Hao Shun, I wasn't referring to you. Please sit down." Hao Shun was momentarily bewildered, and then the entire conference room erupted in laughter. Even Director Meng struggled to contain his amusement. Hao Shun was utterly perplexed. What was the cause of their mirth? At that moment, a young man seated beside Director Meng stood up. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Di Yifan, and I am an associate professor at the International Criminal Police Academy. I returned to my homeland with the intention of delivering a lecture at the Kyoto Police University. However, I am fortunate to have received an invitation from Director Ming to join this special task force. I sincerely hope for your support in our future endeavors. Thank you all. Upon finishing his speech, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Hao Shun wore a look of embarrassment, for the expert the director had mentioned was not him at all. Why didn't you say so earlier? This has put me in such an awkward position, he thought to himself. Chapter 7. In those days, you were indeed the school heartthrob. Admired by many young ladies. De Fun took a seat, and Director Ming continued to introduce him. Xiao Fan is exceptionally modest. He is not merely an associate professor, but a seasoned expert in criminal investigation. Over the years in the United States, he has assisted local law enforcement in unraveling numerous homicide cases and possesses a wealth of experience. Upon hearing Director Ming's commendation, the audience cast appreciative glances towards De Fun. After all, he appeared to be barely in his 30s yet had already established himself as an internationally recognized expert in criminology. What constitutes a young talent? If not this living example? After concluding his introduction, Director Ming recalled another individual. By the way, joining our task force today is a comrade named Hao Shun. Please introduce yourself. Hao Shun, who had been preoccupied with searching for a hole to burrow into, was taken aback by the sudden mention and reluctantly stood up. Hello everyone. My name is Hao Shun, and I am an auxiliary police officer. His voice lacked confidence, as he was acutely aware that his credentials paled in comparison to others. Hao Shun, I recognize you. Aren't you the street punk from the Zaihigu area? When did you become a police officer? A voice rang out, dripping with mockery. The room erupted in laughter once more. However, Hao Shun's ire was ignited by their derision. What is wrong with being a street punk? I just solved the 17-year-old case of the Anshan chemical plant rape murder. That is certainly more commendable than those pathetic individuals who merely vent their frustrations online. The words hung in the air, leaving the audience in stunned silence. This statement had offended nearly everyone present. Although everyone was offended by the words father and waste uttered by Hao Shun, they were equally astonished. Had the heinous case at the Anshan chemical plant been solved? Or was it this young man who did it? Hao Shun, please take a seat, Director Ming said, somewhat irritated by Hao Shun's indiscreet remarks, prompting him to comply. A group of individuals who looked down upon others had only fueled Hao Shun's determination. He silently vowed to demonstrate how a mere street urchin could overturn the entire police force of Jiangxing. Director Ming ultimately declared, from this moment forward, De Fun will be the leader of our special task force, and all matters will be managed by him. As the meeting commenced, the deputy leader of the task force provided a comprehensive analysis of the 3 cases. All incidents occurred in the vicinity of schools, involving both high school and middle school students, indicating the perpetrator's peculiar inclination towards underage girls. The last case of sexual assault and murder transpired over a month ago, on September 3rd, in the grass near the Zhuangyuan town school. In addition to being sexually assaulted, the victim bore numerous stab wounds, over a dozen in total. All 3 victims were students, brutally murdered on rainy nights, sharing several nearly identical characteristics. Firstly, the size of the wounds was remarkably consistent, suggesting the use of the same weapon. Secondly, no DNA from the assailant was found within the bodies of the girls. Furthermore, there is a particularly bizarre third point. Each deceased individual has been positioned by the murderer in a gesture of a raised middle finger, seemingly an intentional mockery of the police's ineptitude. The audacity of the perpetrator is unparalleled. Due to his actions, the entire city of Jiangcheng has suspended nighttime study sessions in schools. Yet, the assailant remains at large, with a population exceeding 30 million. Identifying a suspect feels akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The initially identified thousands of suspects have all been eliminated from consideration. De Fun, a criminal investigation expert, naturally felt compelled to share his insights. According to his analysis, the crime was premeditated rather than a spur-of-the-moment act. After all, the individual left no bodily fluids, indicating that he either employed protection or was exceptionally cautious. Regardless, both scenarios suggest that this individual is exceedingly meticulous in his actions. Moreover, he possesses a high level of intelligence and exhibits considerable arrogance. He specifically targets students, likely indicating a peculiar predilection for minors. Based on his experience and judgment, De Fun created a composite sketch of the suspect. Meanwhile, Hao Shun sat nearby, dozing off, as he found the analyses incomprehensible. His methods of solving cases diverged entirely from those of the specialized task force. The meeting lasted for over 3 hours, and Hao Shun ultimately fell asleep, even beginning to snore. A police officer beside him contemplated waking him, but Director Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. You can't help someone who is unwilling to help themselves. Ultimately, Hao Shun was roused by a young female officer. Has the meeting concluded? Hao Shun raised his head to find the conference room empty, his expression one of confusion. You truly have a talent, he remarked. To be the sole individual dozing off in a meeting filled with so many people, snoring thunderously. He chuckled softly, my apologies. I lost track of time at the bar with friends last night. Do you still recognize me? The female police officer suddenly inquired. You? Hao Shun pondered for a moment. I believe I have never slept with a female police officer. What are you talking about? We attended the same school, the officer replied. My name is He Can, a graduate of Longshan High School. Are you also from Longshan Middle School? Hao Shun finally understood. So we are alumni? Indeed, the officer confirmed. I was in class 3, while you were in class 2. Back then, you were the heartthrob of our school. Many girls in my class had secret crushes on you. Ha ha ha, too much praise. Too much praise, Hao Shun responded modestly. What heartthrob? I've fallen from grace. Indeed, it is quite a pity, He Can continued. If it weren't for your altercation with that teacher, you wouldn't have been expelled. Actually, we all knew that teacher was inappropriate with the female students. You were merely standing up for justice, she added. Let's not dwell on the past. Hao Shun replied, we were young back then. If it were now, I wouldn't dare to confront him so fiercely. Regardless, I still admire you, He Can stated. At the very least, you are genuine. Unlike that so-called expert who is excessively pretentious. So you don't like him either? Hao Shun was taken aback. Are you willing to partner with me to solve this case? His words astonished He Can. You can crack the case? Of course, I wasn't boasting earlier. I was the one who solved the Anshan chemical plant murder case. Surely you don't think I am merely handsome and devoid of talent? Hao Shun chuckled. Are you truly that remarkable? He Can widened her eyes in disbelief. Look at your expression. Can't you have a little faith in me? Hao Shun pouted. Even the director praised me as a prodigy. He Can thought to herself. Didn't the director just say, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear? After the meeting, D.E. Fan was summoned to the office by the director himself. This rainy night murder case relies entirely on your assistance, the director stated. We genuinely have no other options, which is why we requested your help through the school. Rest assured, Director Meng, I will do my utmost. D.E. Fan replied with a humble demeanor. By the way, Director, who was that lad sleeping earlier? Is he of any help to our investigation? Director Meng replied. He's merely an auxiliary officer. You needn't concern yourself with him. Just pretend he doesn't exist. In truth, Director Meng was somewhat disappointed with Hao Shun's earlier conduct. He had anticipated that the fellow would offer no suggestions and yet display such a considerable attitude. Furthermore, amidst so many attendees, he had the audacity to sleep soundly. A street rogue is indeed just that, a rogue, without any sense of decorum. How could he even aspire to be a police officer? Director Meng found himself regretting his earlier decision to include him in the special task force, having overestimated his capabilities. Under the instigation of He Can, Hao Shun surprisingly agreed to investigate the case alongside him. The first task for Hao Shun was to employ his genius eye to scrutinize all the suspects, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. With an upgrade to his genius eye, Hao Shun no longer needed to see individuals in person to access the information above their heads. With the second level of the genius eye, he could discern all illicit activities committed by these individuals merely through photographs or videos. In essence, Hao Shun's most effective approach to solving the case was extensive filtering and examination. Chapter 8. Luring the snake out of its hole thus. He Can assisted Hao Shun in gathering photographs of over 1,000 suspects that had been scrutinized during this period. After spending more than 2 hours, Hao Shun discovered a multitude of individuals with criminal records, yet the elusive murderer remained absent. It appeared that the police's prior investigative efforts had been quite thorough. Although he was equipped with a systematic advantage, the process of examining each photograph individually, while efficient, proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. After contemplating this, Hao Shun resolved to employ the tactic of luring the snake out of its hole. At this juncture, the task force regarded him as if he were invisible. He was acutely aware that his previous remark had offended nearly every member of the team. The disdain in their eyes was palpable to them. He was merely a lowly auxiliary officer, a mere contractor, and not a bona fide policeman. The prospect of soliciting their assistance was virtually impossible. Furthermore, the team was wholly engrossed in the directives of the so-called detective, leaving no room for collaboration with him. His insignificance rendered him powerless in this situation, with only He Can standing by his side. Consequently, Hao Shun had no choice but to seek assistance from the personnel at the Xiaojigu police station. He had once owned a powerful motorcycle, but it had been confiscated by the traffic police due to illegal racing, and he had yet to retrieve it. Thus, he was compelled to ride back with He Can and her Great Wall Cat. Upon their arrival at Xiaojigu, He Can immediately embraced Chen Xianran, revealing that the two were acquainted. Unbeknownst to Hao Shun, Chen Xianran's sister, Chen Hao, had been a high school classmate of He Can. He was, of course, unaware that Chen Xuanran's disdain for him stemmed from the girl he had once rejected. How did you end up with him? Chen Xianran inquired, her surprise evident. We are investigating a case together, He Can replied. Only then did Chen Xianran comprehend the situation. However, she felt no inclination to disclose her wager with Hao Shun. In truth, Qin Xianran had little faith that Hao Shun could identify the murderer within a mere day, especially with only a handful of hours remaining. Hao Shun sought out Li Guo, saying, "Director, I would like to request your assistance." After organizing his affairs, he returned to the municipal police department, only to learn that a meeting was imminent. Hao Shun detested meetings and was disinclined to attend. As fate would have it, he encountered the head of the Special Investigation Team, D. Yifan, in the corridor. "You must be Hao Shun," D. Yifan remarked with a tone of disdain. "Indeed," Hao Shun replied, his demeanor equally unwelcoming. D. Yifan scoffed. Having been the exemplary student in his youth, he inherently looked down upon individuals like Hao Shun. Moreover, Hao Shun's earlier brash remarks in the conference room had only intensified D. Yifan's contempt. "You need not attend the meeting," D. Yifan stated coldly. "Why not?" Although Hao Shun was not keen on attending, being barred from entry irked him considerably. "I may choose not to go, but you cannot prevent me from attending. You, as an auxiliary officer, are simply unworthy of sharing the same space with me." D. Yifan's tone was as unyielding as a stone in a latrine, showing no regard for Hao Shun. "Furthermore, I have no desire to collaborate with trash." His words ignited a fire within Hao Shun. D. Yifan had misjudged Hao Shun's temperament. He was a street brawler, known for resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. "You son of a dog, dare to call me trash." He rolled up his sleeves and delivered a punch to D. Yifan. It is worth noting that Hao Shun had now become a master of martial arts, and his blow sent D. Yifan crashing to the ground. "You dare to hit me?" D. Yifan exclaimed, clutching his nose. Being an intellectual, he realized he was outmatched by the street thug before him and could only rise to hurl insults. "I'm hitting you, you hear?" Hao Shun attempted to advance once more, but He Can firmly restrained him. She had not anticipated that Hao Shun would have the audacity to strike an expert invited by the director, especially with the director's office just next door. "If you feel wronged, go complain to the director like a coward," Hao Shun shouted. This statement caused D. Yifan, who had initially considered reporting the incident, to hesitate. If he were to file a complaint, he would be reduced to the very term he despised. Thus, D. Yifan had no choice but to swallow his indignation and declared loudly, "From this moment on, you are no longer a member of the Special Investigation Team. Get out immediately." With that, he turned and headed towards the conference room. Hearing the commotion outside, Director Meng opened the door to investigate. He was met with the sight of Hao Shun and He Can standing in the corridor. "What is all this ruckus about?" Director Meng inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," Hao Shun replied with a grin. "The team leader said I tend to doze off in meetings, so he told me not to attend. May I take He Can with me to the scene?" Go on, Director Meng waved his hand. "Be careful not to disturb the scene." With that, Hao Shun quickly pulled He Can downstairs. Once they reached the car, He Can inquired, "Are we really going to the crime scene?" "Indeed. The case has already been solved," Hao Shun replied. "What did you say? The case is solved?" He Can's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was then that Hao Shun handed his phone to her. She gazed at the freshly released trending news. "The rain-soaked murder case has been resolved. The suspect will conduct a scene identification at 3 o'clock this afternoon." He Can's eyes widened in disbelief. "When did it get solved? How come our task force is unaware?" "It's fake," Hao Shun chuckled. "I specifically contacted a hacker friend to spread false information." "False information?" He Can was taken aback. "Your friend is quite impressive." As she perused the news, she marveled. "This is even officially released. Did he hack into our police department's website?" "To him, it's merely child's play," Hao Shun replied with a grin. "If he's inclined, he could breach the Bai Palace as well." He Can looked at Hao Shun, still perplexed. "Why would you concoct such a falsehood?" "You'll find out soon enough." Before long, the news of the rain-soaked case's perpetrator being apprehended surged to the forefront of trending topics, leaving even the Jiang City Police Department in a state of bewilderment. The audacity to hack even the police department's official site was nothing short of audacious. Director Meng Haonan was furious, ordering a thorough investigation. Certainly, a person capable of infiltrating a police station is not easily apprehended. When Hao Shun and He Can arrived at the crime scene, a throng of onlookers had already besieged the area, rendering it nearly inaccessible. Li Guo and Zhou Gang were escorting a suspect for identification at the scene. Upon seeing Hao Shun, who had changed into civilian attire, Li Guo expressed his trepidation, saying, "Shun, I'm truly risking everything this time. If you fail, I will surely be in dire straits." Hao Shun was well aware that if the perpetrator were not captured, Li Guo would inevitably face repercussions from higher authorities. Initially, he was reluctant. Yet, the thought of Hao Shun succeeding and earning merit as an auxiliary officer, thus rightfully becoming a full-fledged policeman, seemed to compensate for the years of his own negligence. Hao Shun's method was straightforward and somewhat audacious. His ability to unveil the killer depended solely on provoking their appearance. Thus, he devised this scheme, wagering on the assumption that the murderer would react to the news. With determination, Hao Shun proceeded towards the crowd. A minimum of 500 to 600 spectators had gathered to witness the spectacle. Hao Shun observed that many among them were local villagers, and numerous individuals bore labels of sin atop their heads, predominantly for offenses such as solicitation and theft. After searching extensively, Hao Shun found no sign of the murderer. Had he miscalculated? Just as self-doubt began to creep in, a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat and wearing a mask emerged. Upon closer inspection, Hao Shun noticed the 4 characters emblazoned above his head. Rape and murder. Hao Shun was taken aback, exclaiming, "You bastard, you have finally shown yourself." Chapter 9. You owe it to me to offer yourself. Hao Shun strode directly towards the man. Upon noticing Hao Shun, the man hesitated for a moment before turning and hastily retreating, his pace quickening with each step. Realizing the man intended to flee, Hao Shun shouted, "Stop! You scoundrel, don't run." This exclamation, though seemingly futile, only served to spur the criminal to run faster. With determination, Hao Shun dashed forward. Fueled by the enhancements awarded to him by the system, his physical prowess significantly improved. He could sprint 100 meters in under 12 seconds. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise, instinctively parting to clear a path. Li Guo and Zhou Gang, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Chun Xianran stood directly in front of the fugitive, momentarily stunned as the man charged toward her. "Xianran, stop him. He is the murderer," Hao Shun bellowed. Reacting swiftly, Chun Xianran leapt to intercept the man. Unfortunately, as a woman, she found herself at a disadvantage against the burly criminal, and they collided, tumbling to the ground. Rising quickly, Chun Xianran saw the assailant sprawled before her and lunged once more. Having learned a modicum of self-defense techniques at the police academy, she was certainly more formidable than the average girl, despite her slender frame. However, Hao Shun observed with alarm as the assailant suddenly produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere. "Xianran, be careful," he shouted, launching himself forward to envelop Chun Xianran in a protective embrace, twisting her away just in time. Just beside the perpetrator, Hao Shun was suddenly thrust into the fray, as the assailant raised a knife and plunged it towards him. With both arms wrapped around Chun Xianran, he had no time to evade. A cry of agony escaped Hao Shun's lips. Fortunately, the knife did not penetrate too deeply, and he retaliated with a powerful uppercut that struck the assailant squarely on the jaw, momentarily stunning him and causing him to loosen his grip on the weapon. "How dare you attack me?" Hao Shun seethed in fury, swiftly drawing a dagger from his thigh and targeting the assailant's groin with a decisive thrust. The blade found its mark, eliciting a scream from the attacker akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chun Xianran quickly rolled to her feet, fumbling for handcuffs to restrain the assailant. It was only then that Hao Shun became acutely aware of the excruciating pain radiating from his thigh. Glancing down to find his trousers saturated with blood, Chun Xianran rushed to his side, her eyes widening in alarm at the sight of the significant blood loss. At that moment, Li Guo and the others arrived, and upon seeing Hao Shun injured, they hurried to assess the situation. Zhou Gang tore open his trousers, revealing a deep wound, and hastily ripped a piece from his shirt to staunch the bleeding. "Hao Shun, are you all right?" Chun Xianran inquired, her expression laced with concern, aware that he had been injured while rescuing her. It was the first time she had shown such care for him, and an unexpected warmth blossomed within Hao Shun. "You actually care about me. How rare," he chuckled heartily. "Stop joking around. Are you okay?" Chun Xianran pressed anxiously. Finally playing the hero, "I must maintain the faade. A mere knife wound to the thigh is nothing," he replied with bravado. "In the past, I was pursued by a dozen individuals wielding knives, yet I emerged unscathed." Hao Shun nonchalantly waved his hand, attempting to rise, only to falter beneath him. "Do not move. Your wound is bleeding," Chun Xianran exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she grasped him tightly. "This minor injury is inconsequential," Hao Shun replied with an air of calmness. "Just help me find a band-aid to apply." "Hao Shun, do not be reckless," Zhou Gang admonished sternly. "Last year, a police officer from the Beijiang precinct suffered a knife wound to the thigh, which severed his femoral artery, and he perished shortly thereafter." "What?" Hao Shun exclaimed in shock. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Xianran, hurry and give me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." The assailant had been rendered impotent by Hao Shun's decisive action, and though he survived, he was left a eunuch. The special investigation team searched his residence and uncovered numerous photographs of victims taken without their consent, revealing that he had indeed premeditated his heinous acts. As expected, he was responsible for 3 cases of rape and murder. This individual was a deviant, particularly drawn to minors, and sought to satiate his depraved desires by targeting those near schools. He chose rainy days not only for the exhilaration it brought him, but also because the downpour would wash away his traces. To ensure no evidence remained on the victims, he had even taken precautions to wear protection. Having harbored resentment towards the police due to his father's execution for robbery, he deliberately taunted law enforcement by mimicking the victim's gestures, especially emboldened by the fact that the authorities had failed to connect him to the first two crimes. He grew increasingly brazen. Remarkably, he had not disposed of the murder weapon. It remained ever present at his side. It was indeed the dagger that had pierced Hao Shun. Due to his lack of a criminal record, the police had not pursued him. This circumstance emboldened him, leading him to even dare to visit the scene of the incident out of sheer curiosity. Fortunately for Hao Shun, he had not been struck in a major artery. After receiving a few stitches, he was promptly admitted to the hospital by Li Gua. His injury was a consequence of his entanglement with Chen Xianran. And with only a grandmother to care for him, it was only natural that Chen Xianran took on the responsibility of looking after him. Before long, the system rewards for Hao Shun were dispensed. Congratulations to the host for solving the rainy night rape and murder case. The system will provide you with the corresponding rewards. This time the rewards are money, 300,000. Special skill, super healing. Hao Shun was overjoyed. The monetary reward was substantial, amounting to a remarkable 300,000. However, what precisely did this super healing entail? Additionally, the ghostly eye had not received an upgrade this time. It seemed that, akin to a game, the further one progressed, the more arduous the upgrades became. Previously, at level 2, the ghostly eye enabled him to discern sins directly through photographs or videos. What wonders awaited him at level 3? Hao Shun understood that although he had apprehended the culprit this time, there was a significant element of luck involved. The ghostly eye needed to be upgraded without delay. Just then, the panel before him illuminated, and his personal information was promptly updated. Name, Hao Shun. Age, 26. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Occupation, auxiliary police officer. Special skills, supreme combat, exceptional self-healing. Wealth, 383. 362 yuan. Detective ranking, unlisted. Genius eye. Level 2. Hao Shun swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, and upon seeing the newly credited 300,000, an overwhelming joy surged through him. When had earning money ever been this effortless? Although he had sustained an injury, it was undoubtedly worth it. Moreover, he suddenly realized that the wound on his leg had ceased to ache. Stealthily lifting the bandage to take a glance, he was astonished to find it seemingly healed. Could this be the marvel of exceptional self-healing? The ability for wounds to mend rapidly? How extraordinary! Nevertheless, Hao Shun chose to remain discreet about this revelation. After all, he had been injured for Chen Xianran. The anxious expression on her face when she witnessed his injury was undeniably genuine. Wasn't this the typical narrative of a romantic drama? The male and female leads initially at odds, only for the hero to rescue the damsel, leading her to not only reassess her views, but also develop affections for him. Before long, the pair would be entangled in a passionate embrace. Hao Shun chuckled at the thought, reveling in the fantasy. Since parting ways with his ex-girlfriend, he had not engaged with a woman for several months. Although Chen Xianran had a temperamental disposition, it was undeniable that her beauty was striking. He had heard that during her time in the police academy, she was the belle of the school, even participating in promotional shoots. It was no wonder that countless individuals within the police force harbored intentions towards her. Indeed, one cannot deny that this girl possesses not only a captivating beauty, but also a remarkably appealing figure. What thoughts occupy your mind? Are you well? Ultimately, it was Chen Xian who roused him from his reverie. Hao Shun hastily crossed his legs, assuring, I am fine, I am fine. Chapter 10. I have dismissed him, I need to relieve myself. Could you accompany me? Hao Shun suddenly expressed his urgent need. Chen Xianran was momentarily taken aback. Although Hao Shun resided in a single room, there was no separate restroom available. What do you mean? Hao Shun replied, pouting. I have an injury to my leg. You wouldn't leave me to go alone, would you? What if I were to fall into a pit? You'd be responsible for washing my clothes, right? After a moment's reflection, Chen Xianran acquiesced. Regardless of his antics, he was undeniably her savior. Had it not been for him, she might very well be the one lying in bed now. Thus, Chen Xianran assisted Hao Shun to his feet, and he, without hesitation, draped his arm around her neck for support. It was Chen Xuanran's first experience of such close proximity to a vigorous young man, and her heart raced in response. Hao Shun leaned heavily against her, savoring the warmth emanating from her body. Now is the time, one cannot delay any further. The two hobbled out of the ward and proceeded down the corridor. Fortunately, the restroom was not far, and they arrived shortly. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Xianran released Hao Shun. You can go in by yourself now, she said. Hao Shun looked astonished. You're just leaving me here? I can't exert myself with this leg. It'll be inconvenient for me to go in alone. Chen Xianran appeared conflicted. What is so inconvenient? Hao Shun gestured with his chin. Perhaps I should fetch you a pair of crutches? Suggested Chen Xianran. Why would I need crutches just to relieve myself? Hao Shun retorted. Hao Shun, feeling impatient, hastily pulled Chen Xianran towards him. Hurry up. If you keep dragging this out, I might just wet my pants. Despite her numerous objections, Chen Xianran found herself forcibly escorted into the men's restroom by Hao Shun. Being an innocent young woman, she could only tightly shut her eyes, fearful of witnessing something inappropriate. Upon entering, they happened upon a male patient who was in the midst of relieving himself. Upon turning his head and spotting a young girl, he was taken aback and quickly halted his actions. "Easy there, my friend," Hao Shun quickly reassured. "She has her eyes closed. Just finish up, and we'll be out of your way." The man hurriedly finished his business, fumbling to adjust his trousers before exiting. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, young lady," he remarked as he left, unable to suppress a sigh. Chen Xuanran's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes still tightly shut. "Can you hurry up?" she urged Hao Shun. "What else with your impatience?" "Steady yourself," he replied, positioning himself at the urinal. "Don't blame me for not warning you. Absolutely do not peek. If you get frightened, it's not my responsibility. Why do you have to talk so much? Just get on with it." Chen Xianran felt as if time had come to a standstill, wishing desperately for the ordeal to end. Though her eyes were closed, she could still hear the unmistakable sound of Hao Shun unzipping his pants, causing her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of red. She could never have imagined that she would find herself in such a situation, assisting a street rogue like Hao Shun in a moment of vulnerability. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing filled the air. Just as Hao Shun finished, another patient entered, and upon seeing Chen Xianran, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell?" He instinctively recoiled, momentarily believing he had entered the wrong place. Upon careful examination, it was unmistakably the men's restroom. Hao Shun adjusted his trousers and said, "Do not keep your eyes closed. I have already stowed away the weapon. Assist me in exiting." Chen Xian and then opened his eyes and glanced downward. Seeing that Hao Shun had indeed managed to put on his trousers, he hastily helped him out. The man at the entrance, upon seeing the duo emerge, expressed his astonishment. "Brother, you certainly have a remarkable treatment. Your girlfriend is exceptionally kind to you." Hao Shun chuckled. "Isn't this how it should be?" Chen Xianran intended to clarify but, upon reflection, decided it was futile since they were strangers. "Enough with the chatter, let us make haste," Chen Xianran remarked with a slight pout. In truth, as Hao Shun left the hospital room, he realized that his leg had completely healed, and he felt no pain whatsoever. Nevertheless, he continued to feign a limp, tightly embracing Chen Xianran as he limped along. Hao Shun then reclined on the bed, suddenly appreciating the delightful company of a beauty like Chen Xianran attending to him. "No, I must find you a crutch," Chen Xianran said, still feeling apprehensive and wishing to avoid the earlier awkwardness. "No need. My injury has healed remarkably fast," Hao Shun reassured her. "Rest assured, I will manage my own bathroom visits next time." "Is that a promise you are making?" Chen Xianran thought to herself, quite pleased. Meanwhile, Director Meng convened another meeting, not only addressing the case at hand, but also specifically discussing ways to enhance cybersecurity. As for Hao Shun, during the meeting, Director Meng suddenly noted the absence of one individual. "Has he not returned from the scene yet?" Di Yifan replied, "Director, I have dismissed Hao Shun for previously refusing to attend the meeting." "Dismissed?" Director Meng was taken aback. Not only did he disregard the arrangements, but he also struck me. Di Yifan reported the incident for being expelled merely for his reluctance to participate in a meeting lacked substantial justification. "He even dared to strike you?" Director Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. "This fellow is more of a hindrance than a help. I should never have permitted him into the special investigation team." "Indeed," echoed Deputy Leader Zhou Hang. "This individual is nothing more than a street hoodlum, adding only complications to our case." Director Meng continued. "It was solely due to Li Guo from Xiaohagu claiming he cracked the chemical plant murder case that I made an exception to appoint him as an auxiliary officer." Zhou Hang interjected. "Director, I have heard that Li Guo and Hao Shun's father were comrades. Could it be that he is attributing the credit to Hao Shun to secure his position within our ranks?" This revelation startled Director Meng. "Is that so?" Zhou Hang affirmed. "Absolutely. Li Guo from Xiaohagu and Zhou Gang were both comrades of Hao Shun's father. Were it not for their influence, Hao Shun would not dare to act unlawfully in the locality. So, it appears I have been deceived by them." Director Meng remained skeptical. "There is a possibility," Zhou Hang suggested. "Considering Hao Shun's background, he is entirely unfit for our police system. I believe we should revoke his position as an auxiliary officer immediately. Of course, this is merely my personal recommendation," Zhou Hang added as an afterthought. "Very well, let me hear everyone's opinion," Director Meng stated. "Those in favor of expelling Hao Shun immediately, please raise your hands." After a brief moment of hesitation, numerous officers present began to raise their hands, and a quick glance revealed that it exceeded 2/3. "All right. When he returns, let him pack his belongings and leave," Director Meng declared. Just then, the door of the conference room was abruptly flung open. To everyone's astonishment, it was He Can Director. He Can gasped. "The perpetrator of the Rainy Night murder case has been apprehended by Hao Shun." "What?" The jaws of everyone present dropped in disbelief onto the table. Chapter 11. Director Ming's personal visit in the hospital. Hao Shun was enjoying a banana that Chun Xianran had peeled for him. Curious, Chun Xianran inquired. How did you know it was his? Intuition, you know? It's a unique instinct possessed by detectives, Hao Shun replied. You wouldn't understand if I explained. Huh? Chun Xianran scoffed dismissively. Then how did you anticipate his arrival at the scene? That requires analysis, Hao Shun responded. Consider this. After every crime, this individual manipulates the victim's fingers into a provocative position. Do you know why? Chun Xianran shook his head. It indicates an extraordinary level of self-confidence, Hao Shun continued. This person is exceedingly meticulous, leaving no traces at the crime scene, not even the slightest evidence. He probably took precautions. After a moment, Hao Shun glanced at Chun Xianran. You understand what taking precautions implies, don't you? Obviously, Chun Xianran shot him an annoyed look. Continue. Very well, Hao Shun remarked, given your apparent innocence. You seem to grasp quite a bit. The first two cases left the police with no leads for months. With this third case, the perpetrator has clearly grown more self-assured. I suspect that among the online trolls mocking the police, one of them is him. He has likely perceived the mounting pressure on the police from the public. Thus, when the suspect is apprehended, he will assume that the police merely needed to provide an explanation and found a scapegoat. This would only inflate his sense of superiority. Because of this scapegoat, he is now completely secure. According to the mindset of the murderer, I surmise he would personally come to witness the police performance at the scene, relishing his masterpiece up close. Chun Xianran was astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly hasty individual possessed such intricate thoughts. This was in stark contrast to his usual persona. Previously, Chun had believed that Hao Shun's luck was mere happenstance, but it now appeared to be quite the opposite. It was the first time Chun Xianran regarded Hao Shun with newfound respect. Do you understand now? Hao Shun smiled at Chun Xianran. Chun could only purse his lips in response. Suddenly, Hao Shun pondered a question. I say, Xianran, given that I've essentially saved your life this time, do you not plan to express your gratitude? Chun Xianran was momentarily taken aback. Who does that? Heroes do not seek rewards. Have you ever encountered someone who pursues repayment like you do? Well, now you have. Hao Shun replied with a frown. I am not so foolish. I, Hao Shun, never engage in unprofitable enterprises. Even when I helped an elderly lady cross the street as a child, I would charge her 50 cents. If she refused, I would send her back. I took a knife wound for you, and the doctor said it was merely a hand's breadth from the artery. Had it pierced there, I might have perished for your sake. Do you grasp my meaning? What do you mean? Chun Xianran was perplexed. How can you not understand this? Hao Shun Dao. To save you, I nearly lost my life, and you show no sign of appreciation? I never asked you to save me, Chun Xianran murmured. Goodness! Hao Shun exclaimed in surprise. How can you say such a thing? Are you implying that my efforts to rescue you were in vain? I have stayed to care for you. What more do you expect from me? Chun Xianran frowned. Surely you don't expect me to offer myself in return? I find that suggestion quite appealing, Hao Shun replied, following her lead. You wish. Chun Xianran's brow furrowed deeper. If you continue with these nonsensical remarks, I might just leave. Alas, Hao Shun sighed. In these times, being a good person is a challenge. And the moral decay of society is largely due to individuals like you, who seeks to repay kindness in such a manner. I am truly exasperated. Chun Xianran pouted. In the past, she could engage freely with this street rogue, but now, feeling indebted, she feared he would use it against her. She even thought that had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to endure a knife wound herself. Hao Shun then said, Come here and check if my neck is injured. It hurts whenever I press on it. Seeing him tilt his head, Chun Xianran hurriedly leaned in to inspect. I don't see anything, she remarked while scrutinizing closely. At that moment, their faces were nearly touching. In truth, Hao Shun's neck was perfectly fine. Seizing the opportunity when Chun Xianran was distracted, he cupped her face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Chun Xianran, as if electrified, sprang up in shock. She realized she had been kissed by Hao Shun. While wiping her mouth, she exclaimed loudly, What are you doing? Hao Shun burst into laughter. Don't forget how we wagered before. Now that I've won, shouldn't you honor your promise? Chun Xianran's cheeks puffed in anger, yet she found herself powerless against Hao Shun. Having lost the bet, I haven't kissed you in front of everyone at the police station, which is quite generous of me, Hao Shun continued. Now we are even. For the next couple of days, take good care of me as a token of gratitude for saving your life. Chun Xianran felt like a mute eating bitter herbs. Unable to voice her grievances, she had initially intended to seek revenge for her sister, but now, not only had she failed, but this guy had also taken advantage of her. That was my first kiss. If my sister found out, she'd definitely scold me to death. Chun Xianran regretted her decision, wishing she had never made that bet. Stop making that long face, Hao Shun chuckled. Countless people wish to be kissed by me, but never get the chance. By the way, I'm going to take a nap. Please keep an eye on the 4 drip, he said, gesturing to the bottle above him. With that, he lay down. Chen Xianran was so enraged, she felt like injecting arsenic into his four. The slight fondness she had felt for him after he saved her had been completely obliterated by that unexpected kiss. All she desired was to part ways with him as soon as he was discharged, never to speak to him again. Just 20 minutes into his slumber, the ward door suddenly swung open. A few individuals in police uniforms barged in. "Who are you looking for?" Chen Xianran quickly stood up. "Is Hao Shun here?" A police officer inquired. He was Zhou Hang, the deputy leader of the special task force investigating the rain-soaked murder case. Chen Xianran nodded. "Are you Hao Shun's girlfriend?" Zhou Hang asked again. Chen Xianran, dressed in casual attire, was misunderstood and hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No. I am an intern police officer from the Xiaohigu police station. The chief sent me here to look after Hao Shun." "Ah, I see," Zhou Hang exclaimed, quickly introducing the man beside him. "This is Director Meng from the Municipal Bureau. We are here specifically to visit Hao Shun." "Director Meng?" Chen Xianran was taken aback and promptly saluted. "Greetings, Director." Director Meng waved his hand dismissively. "Where's Hao Shun?" "Right here." Chen Xianran indicated the high mound of blankets. Hao Shun preferred to cover himself completely while sleeping and was still snoring. Chen Xianran stepped forward and gently patted Hao Shun. Only then did Hao Shun, in a dazed state, sit up and was startled to see 5 or 6 police officers before him. "Director Meng, what brings you here?" "We have all come to see you," Zhou Hang replied with a beaming smile. "The Municipal Bureau heard that you apprehended the perpetrator of the rain-soaked rape and murder case, and that you were injured. Everyone is quite worried about you." "Oh, how embarrassing." Hao Shun chuckled sheepishly. "To have you come personally to visit me for such a minor injury. I feel undeserving." Director Meng laughed heartily. "You are now the hero of our special task force. It is only fitting that we come to see you. By the way, where are you injured?" Hao Shun gestured, indicating that he had merely received a cut on his thigh, which was of little consequence. "I heard that you were injured while attempting to save a colleague. Is that correct?" Director Meng inquired. "Indeed, the individual in question is right here." Hao Shun pointed towards Chen Xianran. Chen Xianran appeared quite embarrassed. "Director, he was injured because he saved me," she clarified. Director Meng glanced at Chen Xianran, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. A hero saving a damsel in distress. "Young lady, you must repay him handsomely." Director Meng chuckled heartily. Hao Shun, seizing the opportunity to tease her, immediately added, "We've already agreed that once I recover, she will become my girlfriend as a form of gratitude." "Do not say such things. Who would want to be your girlfriend?" Chen Xianran stammered, her face flushed crimson. "Ha! You rascal, while saving lives is commendable, you mustn't use it as leverage." Director Meng laughed. "However, now that you've apprehended the culprit, consider it a significant achievement. Once you recuperate, I shall duly reward you." Hao Shun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of pride. "It's merely a minor case, not worth mentioning." "You needn't be so modest," Director Meng replied. "With the case from the rainy night resolved, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. You've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Your words are too generous. As an honorable people's police officer, it is my duty," Hao Shun responded. Regarding that previous matter, he hesitated, finding it difficult to broach the subject of his inappropriate behavior towards the director's daughter. "Let us consider it a way to atone for past misdeeds." Director Meng remarked, "As for my daughter's affairs, let us consider them as if they never transpired. You should focus on your work in the Xiaohigu station from now on." Although those present could not comprehend the director's words, they dared not inquire further. "You have just sustained an injury and require ample rest. We shall not disturb you any longer." Before departing, the director did not forget to instruct Chen Xianran, "Take good care of him over the next few days." Once the officials from the bureau had taken their leave, Chen Xianran returned to the hospital room. Hao Shun, in high spirits, could not help but hum a little tune. Chen Xianran smirked. "Look at you, so pleased with yourself." Yet, despite his words, Chen Xianran felt a grudging admiration. In just a day, Hao Shun had remarkably solved 2 significant cases. How had this streetwise individual inexplicably transformed into a detective? Chen Xianran found it utterly perplexing. Having been at the precinct for a month or 2, he had yet to apprehend a single pickpocket, although he had managed to catch a lewd offender, it seemed. Based on the director's earlier remarks, that it would not be pursued further. It is known that even experts from the criminal investigation team seldom solve major cases within 1 or 2 years. What extraordinary luck had this fellow stumbled upon? Chen Xianran could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. The crux of the matter was that Hao Shun, in his capacity as an auxiliary police officer, had successfully cracked 2 cases, and the director had indicated that commendations would follow. A third-class merit was surely within reach. The Xiaohigu precinct would also bask in the glory of these 2 cases. According to relevant regulations, auxiliary officers demonstrating significant merit can be promoted to formal police status. And Hao Shun now fully met this criterion. This fellow would soon become an actual colleague of his. One must recognize the numerous years of effort expended in the pursuit of becoming a police officer. Yet, He transitioned from a mere street delinquent to a formal officer in what seems but a matter of days. How can one rationalize this? Chapter 12. Su Hanwen, and by Su with the case resolved, the special investigation team naturally found themselves rendered unnecessary. The renowned detective Di Yifan had no choice but to leave Jiangcheng in disgrace. This visit had become a humiliation in his career. A specialist in criminal investigation had been bested by a mere street punk, a notion he could hardly fathom. Li Gua, however, informed Grandma Hao Shun about her grandson's injury. Though affected by dementia, oscillating between moments of clarity and confusion, upon learning of her grandson's plight, she hurried to the hospital. Escorted by the officers from the Xiahigu police station. Aware of his grandmother's impending arrival, Hao Shun had previously briefed Qin Xianran about the situation, advising her to respond appropriately to whatever his grandmother might say. This was not an unreasonable request, considering his grandmother's condition. Upon entering the ward, Grandma was understandably anxious to see Hao Shun lying on the bed. "It's all right. I'm recovering quickly," he reassured her. This was not an empty statement. Thanks to the assistance of the system, his leg had indeed healed. He longed to take a few steps to alleviate her worries, but feared being perceived as a curiosity by Qin Xianran. After all, she had witnessed the injury firsthand, and it was implausible that he could have healed so swiftly. Grandma's gaze fell upon Qin Xianran, appraising the lovely young woman before her. "Such a beautiful girl. You must be my grandson's girlfriend, right?" Qin Xianran was about to explain when he noticed Hao Shun signaling him with his eyes. He decided to acquiesce to her unspoken request. Nodding, Qin Xianran prepared to respond. Suddenly, his grandmother grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Hao Shun, why does this girl look so different from the one I met last time?" This remark nearly caused Hao Shun to tumble off the bed, unable to contain his laughter. Qin Xianran replied, "Grandma, the previous one was discarded. I am his new girlfriend." "Ah, I see." The grandmother nodded, then turned to Hao Shun. "You can't keep switching like this. This girl is far more beautiful than the last one. Can we agree not to change again?" Hao Shun felt somewhat embarrassed, responding, "Grandma, it's not as exaggerated as you say. All right, I want to change her." "Scoundrel," Qin Xianran mouthed silently to Hao Shun. Just then, the grandmother suddenly focused her gaze on Qin Xianran and inquired, "So, when are you two getting married?" The question caught Qin Xianran off guard, causing him to spray the water he had just sipped. "You should ask him," he stammered, passing the ball back to Hao Shun. Hao Shun chuckled, "Grandma, don't rush. He hasn't even proposed yet." The grandmother pressed on. "Then what are you doing all day?" "I'm catching bad guys." Hao Shun finally stated proudly, "Grandma, have you forgotten? I'm now a police officer, a proud people's cop. I hardly have time for romantic entanglements. But even police officers need to carry on the lineage." The grandmother interjected, raising her eyebrows. She then reached into her pocket and produced a bracelet, thrusting it directly into Qin Xuanran's hands. "Dear granddaughter-in-law, although this child, Hao Shun, may be a bit unruly, his character is commendable. If you marry him, you shall not suffer any misfortune. This bracelet is a treasured heirloom of our family. It was once in the possession of Hao Shun's mother, but alas, she is no longer with us. Today, I shall pass it on to you, and in the future, you may pass it on to your daughter-in-law." The words of the grandmother left Qin Xianran momentarily stunned. No, such an important item. How can I accept it?" Qin Xianran naturally declined. However, Hao Shun leaned in close to Qin Xuanran's ear and whispered, "Just accept it. This trinket was procured in bulk by my grandmother from a street vendor. It is already the 8th one she has given away. The genuine bracelet is hidden away in her cabinet. Please accept it," the grandmother urged. "If you do not accept it, I shall be uneasy." With no other recourse, Qin Xianran reluctantly took it and set it aside. "Hao Shun, you must strive to give me more great-grandchildren. While I am still young, I can assist you both." "Grandmother, how old are you this year?" Qin Xianran inquired. "Oh, I'm getting on in years. I am already 60, the grandmother replied. Qin Xianran was taken aback and turned to Hao Shun, whispering, "Your grandmother is 60 this year?" "Do not heed her nonsense," Hao Shun replied. "She is actually 82. After sitting for a while, feeling the tedium of remaining in the hospital, Hao Shun requested to be discharged. The doctor, of course, advised him to rest for a few more days, considering his wounds had yet to heal. Nonetheless, Hao Shun was insistent on leaving, and Qin Xianran found herself unable to dissuade him. Qin Xianran assisted Hao Shun in completing his discharge procedures. After a brief tidying up, Hao Shun descended from the inpatient department alongside his grandmother. Since his injuries had healed, he had no intention of returning home. Instead, he hailed a taxi at the entrance, instructing the driver to take his grandmother home first. They still resided in the old house left by his parents decades ago, located on the 7th floor. Given his grandmother's advanced age, each return home involved a strenuous climb. With newfound financial means, Hao Shun's foremost desire was to rent an apartment with an elevator, facilitating easier access for his grandmother. After bidding farewell to his grandmother, he returned to the hospital's outpatient hall. He surveyed the bustling space, filled with numerous patients and their families. Among them, many bore slips of paper affixed to their foreheads. However, these were not indicative of heinous crimes. Rather, they included offenses such as tax evasion, solicitation, bribery, drunk driving, gambling, and theft. It appeared that anyone with a previous transgression, prior to facing legal consequences, was compelled to display such information above their heads. Consequently, more than 20% of the individuals present were not clean in this regard, particularly the doctors within the hospital. Shun, what brings you here? A familiar voice called out, prompting Hao Shun to turn and behold a well-known figure. Su Xian. Su Xian was his nickname. The individual before him was Su Hanwen, a former high school classmate. This moniker was bestowed upon him because his mother had a fondness for the television series The Legend of the New White Lady. She aspired for her son to embody the refined and handsome qualities of Su Xian. Alas, the disparity between reality and dreams often proved to be stark. Su Hanwen has always been a mischievous soul, delighting in playing house and often assuming the role of Fa Hai, scouring the vicinity with a broken bowl to collect female demons. In those days, he and Hao Shun were renowned as the Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix of Longshan High School. The two were practically kindred spirits, frequently found together in internet cafes, engaging in gaming marathons, or brawling with delinquents at the school gates, earning the disdain of teachers as the most notorious troublemakers on campus. Su Hanwen once bore the brunt of a bench for Hao Shun, solidifying their bond as the best of friends during their student years. Unfortunately, he too faced expulsion, sharing the same fate as Hao Shun, as the teacher they clashed with was the same one who expelled them. Following their expulsion, Su Hanwen sought employment in a distant factory, and the two lost touch thereafter. Upon seeing his long-lost brother-in-arms, Hao Shun was overwhelmed with emotions, and they embraced tightly. My goodness, it's been so many years. Hao Shun exclaimed, scrutinizing Su Hanwen. Where have you been all this time? You look so haggard. Truth be told, Su Hanwen appeared significantly aged, bearing the marks of life's harsh realities. Su Hanwen, equally excited to see Hao Shun, replied, don't even get me started. I've been laboring away in distant lands. It's a wonder I don't look worse. But you still look as youthful as ever. What can I say? Good looks keep one looking young. Hao Shun chuckled. By the way, what brings you here? Su Hanwen inquired. My wife is about to give birth, just upstairs. Hao Shun replied. Oh, congratulations. We must go and see. Hao Shun's eyes brightened at the news. Let us go, let us talk on the way. The two then made their way towards the elevator, as the obstetrics department was located on the 6th floor. I encountered some troubles in Guangxing and only returned earlier this year. Currently, I am juggling both driving for Didi and supporting my wife during her childbirth. Su Hanwen inquired. By the way, what are you doing now? Hao Shun sighed. Oh, not much, just getting by. He refrained from mentioning his recent promotion to police officer. Having noticed the words inscribed above Su Hanwen's head. Where is your wife from? Hao Shun asked. You know her. She was in our class, Su Xian replied. You truly married Bai Nyangzi? Hao Shun was astonished. Bai Nyangzi, known as Bai Susu, had been affectionately nicknamed by their classmates. The two had been expelled for standing up for Bai Susu. Hao Shun never imagined that this childhood jest would manifest into reality, with Bai Nyangzi indeed marrying Su Xian. After graduating high school, she also went to Guangxing for work, and since I was there too, we gradually grew closer, Su Hanwen explained. That's wonderful, Hao Shun chuckled, indeed. You two are destined for each other. What about you? Su Hanwen asked. Still a bachelor, Hao Shun smiled. There are no shortages of women, just a lack of true love. As the two continued their conversation, they ascended the stairs and soon arrived at the maternity ward's entrance. They observed an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s, speaking anxiously with an obstetrician. Suddenly, Su Hanwen felt a sense of foreboding and hurried over. Upon noticing him, the elderly woman exclaimed in distress, Hanwen, why have you only just arrived? Something has happened. Su Hanwen quickly asked, what has happened to Susu? At that moment, the obstetrician inquired. Are you the husband of Bai Susu? Yes, Su Hanwen nodded hastily. The mother is fine. However, the child suffers from severe dual blood syndrome and has a urethral malformation, which suggests that survival is unlikely. Meanwhile, Hao Shun was taken aback by the note affixed above the doctor's head, which clearly read, Child Trafficking. Chapter 13. The child reclaimed. Hao Shun was taken aback. How could a doctor in obstetrics and gynecology be involved in child trafficking? Upon hearing the child's condition, Su Hanwen was utterly bewildered. Are you implying that the child cannot be saved? His mother, overhearing this, immediately covered her mouth and began to weep. Oh, my poor grandson. This is the delivery room area. If you wish to cry, please do so outside, the female doctor admonished Su's mother with a glare. She continued, let me speak candidly. I do not intend to sound harsh, but even if the child survives, they will be a grotesque anomaly, neither male nor female. The subsequent surgeries and care would require at least hundreds of thousands in expenses, rendering it futile. Su Hanwen hesitated at once. According to the doctor, The child suffered from urethral malformation, categorizing them as a deformity. Even if the child were to be saved, where would they find the hundreds of thousands needed for future care? So what do you suggest, doctor? Su Hanwen inquired. My recommendation is to relinquish the child. Consider this. Even if the child survives, they will be regarded as an outcast, which would be a torment for them. It would be kinder to allow them to depart peacefully. The doctor added, of course, the final decision rests with you. Allow me to ponder this, Su Hanwen said, still unable to make a decision. After all, it was his own child. The expectant mother is still undergoing emergency care. There is no time for prolonged deliberation. The doctor's expression darkened. Whether to save the child or not, I need an answer immediately. If you choose to save them, prepare 300,000 right away. 300,000? Su Hanwen and his mother exchanged bewildered glances. In the end, Su Hanwen could only grasp his head in despair, making the arduous decision to relinquish hope. The doctor swiftly brought forth a waiver for relinquishing life-saving measures, requesting Su Hanwen's signature and fingerprint upon it. May I see my child? Su Hanwen implored, his voice filled with desperation. It is best not to, the doctor replied. The child may have an infectious disease, and even if you were to see them, it would only burden you psychologically. Rest assured, I will ensure the child is handled properly. With that, the doctor took the waiver and returned to the delivery room. Su Hanwen sank to the floor, overwhelmed. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? He muttered incessantly to himself. Hao Shun stepped forward, pulling Su Hanwen to his feet. This doctor is suspicious, he stated. Your child likely has no serious issues. What do you mean? Su Hanwen and his mother were taken aback. At that moment, Hao Shun received a phone call from Chun Xianran. I'm on the 6th floor in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Hurry up. Chun Xianran, holding the phone, was momentarily stunned. Why are you in the obstetrics and gynecology department? This guy truly is a pervert, not even sparing pregnant women. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Chun Xianran quickly met up with Hao Shun. Hao Shun advised Su Hanwen to feign sorrow and leave discreetly to play along with the act. Before long, Chun Xianran arrived. What are you doing here? She inquired upon seeing Hao Shun. Chun Xianran, do you want to achieve something significant? Hao Shun asked. What do you mean? Chun Xianran was perplexed. I currently have a significant case at hand, and if you assist me in solving it, I assure you, you will be awarded a third-class merit. He said. A third-class merit? Chun Xianran was bewildered. What case could there possibly be in this hospital? Just follow my lead, Hao Shun replied, feigning mystery. Unsure of his intentions, Chun Xianran had no choice but to comply. The duo pretended to be a couple and covertly infiltrated the obstetrics and gynecology department. Before long, Hao Shun noticed the doctor from earlier, who entered the elevator cradling an infant. Chun Xianran and Hao Shun followed her inside and observed her pressing the button for the basement level 3. Having previously visited this hospital, Hao Shun was aware that basement level 3 housed the morgue, typically used for handling the remains of stillborn children. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chun Xianran and Hao Shun refrained from following her and opted to exit the elevator on the 1st floor. As soon as they emerged, they hurried down the stairs towards basement level 3. Upon arrival, they spotted the same doctor across the way, handing the child over to a middle-aged man. Without hesitation, Hao Shun lunged forward. According to their plan, Chun Xianran was to subdue the doctor while Hao Shun apprehended the man. However, the man, seeing Hao Shun rush towards him, impulsively threw the infant away. Fortunately, Hao Shun was quick-witted and managed to catch the child in midair. Chun Xianran watched as Hao Shun landed on his back with a thud. Thanks to his swift actions, the infant was unharmed. However, the man seized the opportunity to flee. Hao Shun unwrapped the infant's swaddling cloth, revealing a perfectly healthy baby boy, unharmed and intact. What absurdity regarding urethral deformities. Meanwhile, Li Guo from the Xiaohigo police station was enjoying tea with Zhou Gang. Both were in high spirits. Although the case had been solved by Hao Shun, he was currently an auxiliary police officer at Xiaohigo, which meant that the case was, in essence, resolved by the Xiaohigo police station. Naturally, Zhou Gang, as Hao Shun's mentor, felt even more elated. Hao Shun, this young man, is simply beyond my imagination. How did he deduce that individual was the murderer? I cannot fathom it. Zhou Gang sighed, reflecting, much like with the previous incident involving the stolen batteries. How did he discern that? Could it be that this child possesses some extraordinary abilities? Can he read minds? Li Guo recalled the interrogation of the murderer from the chemical plant, during which the suspect claimed to possess mind-reading skills. But if he truly had such an ability, why had he not utilized it sooner? Zhou Gang remarked, I believe he must have acquired this ability recently. Li Guo analyzed carefully. If it is true, then it would be an immense advantage in solving cases. Even without mind-reading, this lad is exceptionally talented. Zhou Gang added, his ability to predict that the murderer would return to the scene and devise a method to lure him out is indeed clever. This boy, whom we have watched grow since childhood, though mischievous, possesses considerable intellect. Li Guo noted, just like his father back in the day. Once the case is resolved, I shall assist him in applying for a permanent position. Securing a place within the system would grant him a respectable career. Zhou Gang also sighed, expressing that they had fulfilled their duty towards the establishment of the nation. You cannot imagine. Previously, Hao Shun was utterly idle. As his mentor, I was at a loss for how I would face his father in the future. This lad has immense potential if nurtured properly. Just look, in a mere day, he has successfully solved 2 significant cases, and even the director has called to congratulate us. Ha! Zhou Gang chuckled. I've been working here for over a decade. How many major cases have I cracked? Indeed, Hao Shun has brought honor to our humble precinct. At that moment, Li Guo's phone rang. It was a call from Chun Xianran. Director, this is Chun Xianran. Just now, Hao Shun apprehended a human trafficker at the City People's Hospital. Please send someone over quickly. Li Guo nearly fumbled his phone in disbelief. Another trafficker? The two exchanged incredulous glances, hardly able to process the news. Su Hanwen, upon seeing his son, was overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and joy. Earlier, when Hao Shun mentioned there was a possibility his son was unharmed, Su had been skeptical. Even during their visit to the hospital, he could only relay the heartbreaking news of potentially losing his son to his wife. Naturally, Su was so distraught that she nearly fainted on the spot. Su Hanwen could hardly fathom it. Within less than half an hour, Hao Shun had miraculously returned his son, unharmed. Hao Shun, my dear brother, thank you immensely. Su Hanwen was at a loss for how to express his gratitude to this steadfast friend from his youth. Why say such things? I neglected to mention that I am now a police officer, and apprehending traffickers is part of my duties, Hao Shun replied with a smile. He noticed Su Hanwen pause suddenly, his expression quite peculiar. Hao Shun, of course, understood the reason behind it. Upon seeing her grandson alive before her, Sudani nearly knelt down, grasping Hao Shun's arm. Andy, Hanwen and I are like brothers. His son is also my nephew. We are all family. No need for such formality. Hao Shun gently lifted Su Dani. You should first take the child to see his mother. Indeed, Su Hanwen replied. Su will surely be overjoyed to see her son. Soon, Li Guo and Zhou Gang from the Xiakagu police station arrived in a patrol car, accompanied by several subordinates. Upon entering the outpatient hall, they witnessed a crowd gathered around, with Hao Shun and Chun Xianran holding a female doctor down on the ground. Spotting them, Hao Shun waved enthusiastically. Uncle Li, master, over here. Chapter 14. I am a good person. Li Guo led the group upstairs, where they encountered 2 individuals apprehending a female doctor, who appeared utterly bewildered. Without a doubt, she was involved in human trafficking. Hao Shun remarked. I personally captured her alongside Xianran. It was at this moment that Li Guo instructed the officers to restrain the suspect with handcuffs and escort her directly into the police vehicle. Chun Xianran and Hao Shun also returned to the station. Following an interrogation, the female doctor confessed to her involvement in child trafficking. News of her arrest quickly spread, prompting families who had previously encountered similar circumstances to flock to the police station to file reports. A subsequent investigation revealed that over a dozen families had suffered the loss of their children in similar ways. The doctor's name was Zhang Suxia, the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department at Jiangxing People's Hospital. According to her own admissions, she had trafficked as many as 26 children over the years, employing the same deceitful methods. Most despicably, the parents who lost their children had never even laid eyes on them, as Zhang Suxia had sold them outright. Time and again, under the guise of her position as the department head, she fabricated reasons, such as syphilis, infectious diseases, and deformities, to lure and coerce parents into relinquishing their children's treatment. Subsequently, she sold these children to intermediaries for prices ranging from 30,000 to 200,000 yuan. In her relentless pursuit of profit, this so-called angel in white demonstrated a complete disregard for humanity, plunging numerous once happy families into despair. The municipal police department took this case very seriously, given the staggering number of children trafficked by Zhang Suxia, which amounted to several dozen. The chief of police even made a personal visit to address the matter. Upon learning that this trafficker had been apprehended during Hao Shun's hospitalization, Meng Haonan was left in utter disbelief. Is it really Hao Shun again? Indeed, it was he. Accompanied by another female police officer tending to him, Li Guo. I have encountered her, remarked Director Meng. When I visited Hao Shun in the hospital, I met this girl. Her name is Chun Xianran. Li Guo continued. The trafficker was captured by her and Hao Shun together. According to Hao Shun, he ran into a classmate at the hospital, coincidentally during the latter's wife's delivery. Initially, he merely intended to pay a visit, only to discover that the hospital's doctors were involved in child trafficking. What an extraordinary coincidence. Director Meng mused. How did Hao Shun become aware of the trafficking? This remains unclear, Li Guo replied. Hao Shun mentioned it was merely intuition. He detected certain irregularities in their conversation and discreetly followed them, ultimately catching them in the act. His observational skills are remarkable. Director Meng sighed. I never anticipated this fellow to be so talented. Neither did we, Li Gua chuckled. We have watched this child grow up. Yet we never realized he possessed such a gift. He must be nurtured properly. By the way, where is he now? Director Meng inquired. He went out with Chen Xianran. Claiming they were going to rent a place, Li Gua responded. Renting a place? Director Meng paused, surprised. Are they cohabiting? No, came the reply. Li Gua hastily clarified. They are not a couple, merely partners. Hao Shun currently resides in a stairwell apartment, which is inconvenient for his grandmother. He mentioned needing to rent a new place, and seeing that he had no vehicle, I asked Chen Xianran to give him a ride. To my surprise, he proved to be quite filial. Meng Haonan nodded in understanding. By the way, Director, Li Gua certainly recalled the promise he made to Hao Shun regarding your daughter. Hao Shun clarified that it was indeed a misunderstanding. Although he may be mischievous, he is not the type to harass a minor. I understand. Meng Haonan nodded. I too believe he would not engage in such behavior. I have told him to consider this matter as if it never occurred. Li Gua remarked. Before you promoted this child, he was merely a street rogue, often associating with some wayward women. Alas. Director Meng sighed. I had intended to find an opportunity to transfer him to the municipal bureau, but it seems he is not yet ready. His demeanor is too rough. He must undergo proper training here. I understand. I will be vigilant, Li Gua agreed. After all, he is now a police officer, albeit just an auxiliary one. Yet he represents the image of our Jiangxing police. During this period, you must provide him with thorough ideological education, instilling in him the need for fundamental change, so that he may grow to be a qualified public servant. Do you understand? Li Gua nodded repeatedly. Understood, Director. Rest assured, I will educate him well. In this instance, Hao Shun, accompanied by Chen Xianran, has re-rented an apartment equipped with an elevator, with a monthly rent of 2,500. For Hao Shun, who now possesses over 300,000, this poses no financial burden at all. He paid the entire year's rent in one go. After completing the necessary formalities, they prepared to return. Hao Shun, how did you come to know about the doctor trafficking children? Chen Xianran inquired, having wrestled with this question for quite some time. I gathered it from their conversation, Hao Shun replied, naturally refraining from disclosing anything about his systematic knowledge. Consider this, Su Hanwen's child underwent a Down syndrome screening previously, and no issues were detected. How could it then be born with both double blood syndrome and deformities? What is Down syndrome? Chen Xianran, having never given birth, was unaware. It's a type of prenatal examination, Hao Shun explained. If you were to have my child in the future, this would need to be done to check for any deformities. There is no such hypothetical, Chen Xianran promptly interrupted, resolute. Moreover, how would you know about these things, having never been a father? Hao Shun replied. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? Last year, a brother of mine went to prison and entrusted me with the care of his newly pregnant wife. I accompanied her for all the checkups. You truly are a good person, Chen Xianran expressed her disbelief. Would your brother really trust you with his wife? Of course, he does, Hao Shun asserted. So, your previous judgments about me were indeed prejudiced. I am a good person. A good person who also engages in lewd behavior? Chen Xianran retorted with a smirk. Sister, how many times must I explain before you come to believe me? I assure you, I did not touch her inappropriately. If you wish to claim that she possesses a figure akin to yours, that may be one thing, but she is merely an underdeveloped young girl. What is there to touch? If I were to indulge in such behavior, it would be you I would choose. Care to test that? Chen Xianran threatened Hao Shun, pointing a finger at him. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall retaliate fiercely. I was merely using an analogy. Do you think I am that kind of person? Hao Shun hastily clarified. The two of them boarded the vehicle and swiftly returned to the police station. Upon learning that the matter of allegedly molesting the bureau chief's daughter had been forgiven, Hao Shun felt a surge of joy. The following day, he took a leave of absence and enlisted a moving company to assist him and his grandmother in relocating to their new rental abode. However, Hao Shun found himself waiting indefinitely for the system's reward for solving the case. Logically, such a significant case would warrant a commendation. Upon inquiring, he discovered that, according to the system's regulations, the case had not been fully resolved. Zhang Suxia, fully aware of her impending doom, adamantly refused to disclose the whereabouts of the numerous children involved, exhibiting a notably arrogant demeanor. Chapter 15. Zhang Suxia's beating. Hao Shun speculated that the reason she stubbornly refused to divulge any information was likely to protect the intermediary who had previously escaped. Strangely enough, the police scoured all the surveillance footage from the hospital, but found no trace of this individual. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Could it be that the hospital harbored some clandestine passage? The pressing issue now was that Zhang Suxiao would not reveal the whereabouts of her accomplices, nor would she disclose where the children had been sold. However, she did provide information regarding the 26 children, enabling the police to locate their parents. Zhang Suxiao was quite astute, and her actions seemed deliberate. Given her crimes, coupled with the nation's stringent penalties for child trafficking. A conviction would surely lead to her demise multiple times over. Yet, as long as she remained silent about the children's fates, if she were to be executed, those parents would lose any hope of ever finding their biological offspring. Consequently, the pressure from these 26 parents would weigh heavily on the police, making the prosecution hesitant to impose the death penalty. In essence, Zhang Suxiao intended to leverage the fate of the infants as a threat to safeguard her own life. This despicable act was utterly vile. Li Guo personally interrogated her several times, each instance igniting a fury within him that made him wish to strike her. If only he could inflict punishment upon her, subjecting her to a torturous demise to see if she would finally speak. Zhou Gang also clenched his fists. Indeed, she had caused so many families to lose their children, leading to estrangement between couples and, in some cases, resulting in divorce. Was this not a way to shatter the bonds of family? Having committed such heinous and detestable crimes, it is outrageous that one would resort to threatening with the whereabouts of a child as a means of self-preservation. Such a person has truly exemplified the utmost depths of human depravity. Any punishment short of 1,000 cuts would be a mere leniency for her. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Shun eagerly volunteered, "Director, allow me to give it a try. Perhaps I can extract a confession from her." "You?" Li Guo regarded Hao Shun with skepticism. "I possess a myriad of methods," Hao Shun replied with a mischievous smile. Li Guo was momentarily taken aback. "Shun, you must understand that you are now a police officer. Everything must adhere to protocol. We cannot resort to torture or coercion." "Then enlighten me. What constitutes torture or coercion?" Hao Shun inquired. Li Guo pondered for a moment. "To put it simply, it means one cannot employ physical punishment or psychological torment to elicit confessions from criminals." "Then it is quite manageable," Hao Shun asserted. "I assure you that I will not lay a finger on her." Hao Shun resolved to have a preliminary meeting with Dr. Zhang. Prior to that, however, he made a request to the station to form a small team with Chun Xianran, with himself as the team leader. In other words, he aimed to be Chen Xuanran's superior. Such a trivial matter would not trouble the director, especially since this human trafficking case had been uncovered by both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran together. Chun Xianran, however, was less than pleased. Although still a trainee officer, she held a formal position within the police force. What was Hao Shun? Merely an auxiliary officer without formal status. It was unprecedented for a formal officer to take orders from an auxiliary officer. Despite her reluctance, she could not oppose the directive from above. "Sister, I am deeply sorry." Chun Xianran could only apologize to the heir for her sister. She had initially sought vengeance for her sister, yet now found herself ensnared in this predicament. Reduced to being a subordinate of the second-rate Hao Shun, Chun Xianran was utterly bereft of tears. "Now I must address him as senior brother Hao, I suppose." Hao Shun, now the leader, revels in his newfound authority. "How delightful. I shall call you Shun, Shun, Shun." Chun Xianran intentionally provoked him. Hao Shun, at a loss for how to respond, merely hoped she wouldn't refer to him as grandson. During this round of interrogation, Hao Shun naturally brought along his trusted partner, Chun Xianran. The two faced Zhang Suxiao for an extended period, yet Hao Shun remained silent. In truth, he was observing Zhang Suxiao's heartbeat monitor, and he noted that this woman was operating on a completely different level compared to the one who had stolen the battery. Since his arrival, her heart rate fluctuated consistently between 80 and 83. In other words, not only was her heartbeat slow, but it was also remarkably steady. To describe her in 4 words, calm and unruffled. It was no wonder she had served as the director of obstetrics and gynecology for over a decade. Even in dire straits, she maintained her authoritative demeanor. According to her own account, the first infant she trafficked was now 5 years old, and she spoke of it with a hint of pride. This woman had truly lost her humanity. Such a person would surely be unmoved by any circumstance. "Little officer, have you seen enough?" Ultimately, it was Zhang Suxiao who broke the silence. "That's sufficient. I am pondering a question," Hao Shun replied with a smile. "What question?" Zhang Suxiao inquired. "I have heard that you have undergone cosmetic surgery. While the surgery itself is not surprising, I find it curious that you have not pursued legal action against them." Hao Shun chuckled. "Why would I file a lawsuit?" Zhang Suxiao looked puzzled. "They have transformed you into this ghastly appearance, utterly unattractive. Just look at the woman beside me. She embodies true beauty. What have you undergone? Even I, who am not particularly picky, find it unappetizing." His words left Chun Xianran, who was beside him, bewildered. Why am I being dragged into this? A woman who cherishes beauty being deemed unattractive caused even the typically unflappable Zhang Suxiao's expression to darken. However, Hao Shun observed that despite Zhang Suxiao's evident anger, her heartbeat had only risen by 3 beats, from 82 to 85. This remained a considerable distance from the critical threshold of 120, indicating that winning over this woman would not be a simple task. "What exactly are you here for? An interrogation or something else?" Zhang Suxiao retorted. "Who said I am here for an interrogation?" Hao Shun replied. I am merely here to observe the kind of heartless woman capable of committing the heinous act of child trafficking. Zhang Suxiao laughed softly. Heinous? I do not share that perspective. Is that so? Hao Shun pressed. Do you know the backgrounds of the children I have trafficked? Zhang Suxiao countered. Do enlighten me. He urged. Sitting up straighter, she declared, I will tell you. I have chosen only those from the lower strata of society. Those who cannot even afford a painless procedure costing over 1,000. Individuals who cannot occupy a VIP hospital room. His words rendered Hao Shun momentarily speechless. Most of these individuals are farmers, toiling under the sun, with some even being disabled individuals unable to sustain themselves. Do you believe those children chose to be born into such families? Is this your justification for trafficking them? Hao Shun was taken aback. I merely offered them an alternative. Zhang Suxiao appeared remarkably self-assured. Let me be candid with you. Those who come to me seeking to purchase children are predominantly well-educated university professors or affluent business owners, many possessing assets amounting to tens of millions. Their social standing is one that the lower class will never attain in a lifetime. The children who are placed in their care will receive an education and nurturing environment far superior to what their so-called biological parents could ever provide. Moreover, losing one child merely means they can have another. At least this way, one of their children can enjoy a better life and a brighter future. Is that not a positive outcome? Hao Shun was astonished that she could espouse such twisted logic. With such a distorted worldview, it is no wonder she occupies a leadership position. Hao Shun retorted, do you truly believe I would buy into the notion that you are acting in the child's best interest? Your choice of wealthy patrons is merely a means to inflate the price of the children. You speak so nobly. Why don't you sell your own child to them? Zhang Suxiao scoffed. Spare me your rhetoric. I can see that you are a novice in this line of work, aren't you? Do not beat around the bush. I am aware that you wish to inquire about the whereabouts of those 26 children. I can divulge the information, but I have a stipulation. This statement left Chun Xianran momentarily taken aback. Zhang Suxiao was surprisingly willing to disclose information. What is your request? Hao Shun asked. You must kneel and bow 3 times before me, Zhang Suxiao declared, her gaze provocatively fixed upon Hao Shun. As long as you comply, I shall reveal the fate of all the children. This proclamation left Li Guo and Zhou Gang in the monitoring room astounded. It appeared that Hao Shun's previous remarks had ignited a sense of insult within Zhang Suxiao, prompting her to retaliate in this manner. You want me to kneel? Hao Shun was equally astonished. This woman, in her current state, dared to provoke him so boldly. Very well, he replied with a smirk. However, I, Hao Shun, only kneel before heaven, earth, and my parents, or to those women who have nursed me. If you were to disrobe and indulge me at this very moment, I might acquiesce. Hao Shun's retort left everyone in shock. Chun Xianran felt her face flush and was rendered speechless. Zhang Suxiao was clearly infuriated, her heart rate escalating from 85 to 90. This was hardly the behavior of a police officer. It resembled that of a rogue. Huh? Engaging in verbal sparring with me? Hao Shun leered. The number of women I have been with far exceeds the number of men you have touched. If you choose to remain silent, so be it. I have no need for your words. How dare you demand that I kneel? What is it you desire, for me to grovel before you? Zhang Suxiao's fury ignited further. You little rascal. It is evident to me now that you are not a policeman at all. I must inform you that had today been an occasion involving someone else, my joy might have led me to divulge certain secrets. However, because it is you, I would rather perish than utter a single word. Hao Shun was taken aback by this woman's audacity, her demeanor reflecting the arrogance of someone accustomed to leadership, maintaining an air of superiority even in such dire circumstances. Noticing Hao Shun's silence, Zhang Suxiao grew increasingly smug. What is the matter? Am I displeasing to you? Do you wish to strike me? Go on, if you dare. Such a request was unprecedented in her experience, and Hao Shun chuckled heartily. He then stood up, seized Zhang Suxiao by the hair, and delivered several resounding slaps across her face. This shocking spectacle left Chun Xianran in a state of disbelief. Even Li Guo in the monitoring room was astonished. Had it not been agreed that she would not be touched? Each slap from Hao Shun was delivered with remarkable force, leaving clear imprints on both sides of Zhang Suxiao's face, prompting her to scream in agony. How dare you strike me? This is coercion, police brutality, she shrieked. I'll force your mother to confess. Hao Shun retorted. Wasn't it you who made such demands? I haven't compelled you to confess anything, so what are you whining about? Lawyer. I want to see my lawyer. Zhang Suxiao bellowed. Chapter 16. Have you heard of the snake bath? As Hao Shun exited the interrogation room, Li Guo hurried to meet him. How could you strike someone? Her lawyer will take action against you. Didn't you promise not to lay a finger on her? Hao Shun replied. Did you not see the surveillance footage? She requested it herself. What could I do? Faced with such a reckless individual, Li Guo found himself at a loss for words. Never mind. Surprisingly, Hao Shun reassured him. It's just a few slaps. Let her file a complaint. I could not care less. Qin Xianran, standing nearby, suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Hao Shun's earlier actions. After all, there were more than a few who wished to strike that woman, yet aside from Hao Shun, a mere ruffian, none dared to take action. Come on, you're a legitimate police officer now. Don't bring your streetwise antics into your work, Li Guo advised. I know, Hao Shun chuckled. I've just become a police officer. I'm still adjusting to this new identity. I will be more mindful in the future. What do we do now? Li Guo frowned. This woman refuses to confess, and the parents are as anxious as ants on a hot pan, all loitering at the municipal office, unwilling to leave. Don't worry. I refuse to believe she doesn't have a weakness, Hao Shun murmured. Come on, junior sister. Let's pay a visit to Zhang Suxia's hometown. Qin Xianran pouted. Who is your junior sister? Hao Shun immediately turned to Li Guo. Director, you assigned me this little sidekick, and she doesn't listen at all. How are we supposed to work together in the future? Li Guo then addressed Qin Xianran, saying, a junior sister is a junior sister. Why make a fuss over such trivialities? After all, she just saved you. Qin Xianran, left with no choice, shot a glare at Hao Shun and said, let's go. This time, Hao Shun did not drive Qin Xianran's car, but opted for the police vehicle instead, primarily because it exuded a certain flair. As Qin Xianran settled into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt, she inquired, what is the purpose of visiting her hometown? To gather more information and uncover Zhang Suxia's vulnerabilities. Hao Shun replied. The duo soon arrived at Zhang Suxia's hometown, where news of her arrest had spread rapidly, and the villagers were abuzz with speculation. Upon seeing Hao Shun, Zhang Suxia's parents lamented about their daughter. What a wretched creature. Zhang's father sighed. We never anticipated that our painstaking efforts would result in such a malevolent being. Had we known she would cause such harm, we should have ended her life at birth. Does she still visit home often? Qin Xianran inquired. Initially, she would return occasionally. But in recent years, she has only made phone calls and hardly comes back, Zhang's father explained. Why is that? Hao Shun asked, intrigued. It's because of a snake. Zhang's father responded. A snake? He reiterated, prompting Zhang's father to elaborate. Several years ago, during her last visit, a black snake suddenly appeared in our house. From a young age, the child was terrified of that creature, fleeing outdoors and never daring to return home. Eventually, she claimed there was a snake in the house, resolutely refusing to come back. So she fears snakes? A spark of realization ignited in Hao Shun's mind. As he made his way back with Qin Xianran, he hummed a cheerful tune, exuding an air of confidence. Qin Xianran, oblivious to the source of his joy, inquired, you wouldn't intend to scare her with a snake? Would you? Hao Shun laughed heartily. Why not? What? Qin Xianran's eyes widened in disbelief. That can't be classified as coercion, can it? Hao Shun asked. Qin Xianran was momentarily stunned. Not necessarily. It might fall under psychological torment, he contemplated. Strictly speaking, it could be considered a form of coercive interrogation. I couldn't care less, Hao Shun replied nonchalantly. If it means we can locate the child, then the rest is of little concern to me. Think this through. Qin Xianran cautioned. Such actions could very well jeopardize your job. Just a mere auxiliary officer, Hao Shun retorted. Do you believe my job is more significant than reuniting those children with their biological parents? He turned to Qin Xianran, who was momentarily taken aback. He never expected this insufferable rogue could utter such uplifting sentiments. His earnest demeanor held an unexpected charm. Do not look at me with such admiration, Hao Shun chuckled. Let us go find a snake handler now. In the city of Jiang, there exists a renowned village dedicated to serpent breeding, where nearly every household engages in this practice. And many have prospered through their dealings with these reptiles. Qin Xianran, still an innocent young maiden, harbors a profound trepidation towards the slick, hairless creatures. Upon arriving at the courtyard of a serpent-rearing family, she resolutely refused to alight from the vehicle, fearing that she might inadvertently tread upon one. Thus, Hao Shun ventured forth alone to seek out the proprietor. Naturally, he had no intention of making a purchase. After all, a single snake could cost several hundred yuan, and he anticipated needing around 100 of them, making rental the most economical choice. The serpent breeder, taken aback by the request to rent snakes, found it quite peculiar. Having conducted this business for decades without encountering such an unusual proposition, had it not been for the police vehicle Hao Shun drove, the breeder might have considered calling the authorities. I require them to confront a doctor involved in child trafficking, Hao Shun candidly explained, wishing to alleviate any suspicions. Coincidentally, the breeder had recently seen news reports online, and, upon realizing that the snakes were intended to intimidate, he promptly offered to lend Hao Shun 100 snakes free of charge. The reason for such a large quantity was to achieve a densely packed effect, and thus the size specifications were not stringent, with the exception of venomous snakes. Fortunately, this particular breeder was the largest serpent cultivator in the village, possessing numerous varieties of non-venomous snakes in his enclosure. In no time, he gathered 100 snakes of various species, each weighing approximately 1 pound. The sight of these 100 serpents intertwined, hissing and coiling around one another, sent a shiver down Hao Shun's spine. The farmer ultimately placed the 100 snakes into a large burlap sack, assisting Hao Shun in loading it into the trunk of the police car. After bidding farewell to the farmer, Hao Shun entered the vehicle. The two then made their way to the police station. How many did you actually acquire? Chun Xianran inquired with curiosity, having observed Hao Shun and the proprietor lifting a substantial bag into the car. 100, Hao Shun chuckled. I wonder if that fellow Zhang will be frightened to the point of losing control. 100? Chun Xuanran's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth are you planning to do with them? Have you ever heard of a snake bath? Hao Shun replied with a mischievous grin. A snake bath? Chun Xianran was left utterly speechless. In a short while, I will use these snakes to give her a proper bath. Aware that a standard bathtub could not accommodate 100 snakes, Hao Shun specifically purchased an inflatable swimming pool measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Chun Xianran was completely astonished. Is this something the police are capable of doing? Hao Shun was truly unpredictable in his actions. Chapter 17. Bathing in snakes to atonement. Upon their return to the police station, the criminal investigation team from the municipal bureau was already prepared to apprehend the suspect. Hao Shun hastily requested a half-hour extension, stating that if Zhang Suxiao remained uncooperative, they would take her to the municipal investigation team in 30 minutes. Li Gua, witnessing Hao Shun retrieve an uninflated plastic swimming pool from the vehicle, was perplexed by his intentions. Hao Shun called upon several officers to assist in unloading the large bag from the car. Zhou Gang, noticing movement within the bag, expressed his curiosity. What on earth is in there? Snakes, Hao Shun replied candidly. What? The officers present were left utterly astonished. Li Gua, who had always harbored a fear of snakes, instinctively took 2 steps back. Why on earth did you buy so many snakes? Li Gua asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. To bathe, Hao Shun answered, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. You intend to bathe with snakes? Zhou Gang asked, struggling to comprehend Hao Shun's meaning. It's not for me. It's for Zhang Suxiao. I visited her hometown and discovered that she has an intense fear of them. Hao Shun's revelation not only left Li Gua dumbfounded but also caused the 2 officers from the criminal investigation team to gawk in astonishment. Are you suggesting to frighten her with snakes to elicit information about the whereabouts of those children? One officer couldn't help but inquire. What? Haven't you ever employed such methods? Hao Shun asked, feigning ignorance. Impressive. The officers from the investigation team raised their thumbs in admiration. Only you could conceive of such a tactic. But you ought to consult your chief to see if he dares to endorse this approach. Upon his reminder, Hao Shun swiftly turned his gaze towards Li Gua, who wore a conflicted expression. This might be against the rules, don't you think? Li Gua hesitated. No worries, Director, Hao Shun replied. At worst, she could accuse me of coercive interrogation, but that matters little. As long as she divulges the whereabouts of the child, isn't that worth it, regardless of the means? Hao Shun's words indeed resonated with Zhou Gang. For a creature like Zhang Suxiao, it was already a mercy not to have used a branding iron on her. Scaring her with a few snakes was hardly a significant act. So, do you feel confident? Li Gua inquired. Hao Shun nodded affirmatively, at least 80% certainty. All right, Li Gua declared resolutely. Thus, preparations commenced. They first brought a plastic swimming pool into the interrogation room and inflated it, followed by the heaving of a large bag filled with snakes into the space, subsequently releasing them. Naturally, a few intrepid officers were enlisted for this task. However, upon witnessing the writhing mass of serpents within the pool, even the 2 officers felt a shiver run down their spines. If a person with a genuine fear of snakes were to be thrown in, it would surely provoke a visceral reaction. To prevent the snakes from escaping, Hao Shun had thoughtfully purchased a large sheet of black plastic to cover the pool in advance. Next came the interrogation of Zhang Suxiao. Initially, it was intended for Chun Xianran to join, but she adamantly refused. Consequently, Hao Shun enlisted 2 other colleagues. As Zhang Suxiao entered, her gaze fell upon the ominous black plastic sheet behind her, completely unaware of the creatures concealed within. Upon spotting Hao Shun, her countenance darkened immediately. You again. Zhang Suxiao took a seat and declared, my lawyer just visited. He informed me that you have assaulted me, committing the crimes of torture and coercive evidence collection. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. Oh, how frightful. Hao Shun feigned terror. Now you know fear? Zhang Suxiao retorted, her demeanor exuding superiority. Let me make this clear. Do not waste your efforts on me. I confess to child trafficking, whether it is the death penalty or life imprisonment. I leave that to your discretion. However, if you expect me to reveal the whereabouts of the children, think again. I intend for those parents to endure a lifetime of suffering, just like me. Her words provoked 2 police officers beside Hao Shun, who could no longer remain composed. One officer rose, pointing an accusing finger at her. Zhang Suxiao, do not be so arrogant. If you refuse to cooperate, I assure you that a death sentence is inevitable. Zhang Suxiao cast a dismissive glance at him, retorting, so be it. I have lived long enough. If I perish, Those children will never see their biological parents again. The other officer, equally enraged, stood up, gritting his teeth, wishing he could strike her. Meanwhile, Hao Shun laughed heartily. Did you see that? Is it possible to reason with such a person? Creatures like her require extreme measures. Hao Shun's words immediately made Zhang Suxiao feel uneasy. What do you intend to do? She inquired sharply. I must inform you that you have just assaulted me, and my lawyer has already initiated a lawsuit against you. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I guarantee you will regret it. Then let it be so, he replied. Hao Shun chuckled and remarked, well, I've already been caught. Whether it's a year or 2 in prison, or 3 to 5, it's all the same to me. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Suxiao and continued, I've heard that you are quite dedicated to your work, often so busy that you have no time for a bath. Today, I've prepared a special pool for you to cleanse yourself. What do you mean? Zhang Suxiao was utterly bewildered by Hao Shun's words. You'll see, he replied, casting a knowing glance at the 2 officers beside him. The officers promptly stood up. One approached Zhang Suxiao, unfastened her chair, and pulled her to her feet. Meanwhile, the other officer lifted the cover of the plastic snake bath behind her. Inside the pool, 100 snakes writhed and coiled together in a chaotic, intertwining mass. A sight that sent chills through Hao Shun's very core. Upon turning around, Zhang Suxiao was horrified, her mouth agape as she instinctively recoiled. Hao Shun distinctly observed her heart rate escalate from a steady 81 to a staggering 105. What are you doing? Get that away from me. Zhang Suxiao screamed in terror, desperately trying to distance herself from the snake-filled basin. Yet, the 2 officers held her firmly in place. Have you ever heard of a snake bath? Hao Shun inquired with a sinister grin. A snake bath? Zhang Suxiao's composure crumbled as her face turned pale with fear. Yes, it's bathing with snakes. Hao Shun wore a sinister smile, stating, I have heard that a snake bath can cleanse a person's sins. I think it is the perfect opportunity to test this theory on you and see if it bears any fruit. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Suxiao was utterly terrified. Are you all insane? Are you even police officers? She shouted. What you are doing is illegal. I will sue you. I will sue you. Hao Shun sneered coldly. You only seem to be aware of the law now? Did you not realize it was illegal when you were trafficking children? Today, I stand as a representative of those children's parents to teach you a lesson, to make you a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake. Taste the consequences of your wickedness. Push her in, he bellowed. Without hesitation, the 2 officers seized Zhang Suxiao and thrust her towards the serpentine pit. The moment she beheld the writhing mass of snakes, she lost control, soaking her pants in fear. I confess. I confess. I will confess now. Zhang Suxiao cried out in desperation. The officers in the monitoring room erupted in jubilation at her admission. However, to their astonishment, Hao Shun flatly rejected her plea. It is too late for your confession now. Push her in. The 2 officers complied, forcefully propelling Zhang Suxiao into the snake pit. With a heart-wrenching scream, she fell, inadvertently crushing several snakes beneath her. These serpents were not easily intimidated. They struck at her, biting her neck twice. With her hands shackled and her feet bound, she found it impossible to rise or escape. Her screams grew more piercing, a sound more grating than the cries of slaughtered swine. Hao Shun observed with clarity as Zhang Suxiao's heart rate surged to a staggering 128, and the words child trafficking branched out into numerous threats. The display distinctly revealed the time of the infant's abduction, the intermediary's name, and the buyer's name and address. A quick count revealed a total of 26 entries. Meanwhile, Zhang Suxiao continued to screech in the pool, but within 10 seconds, silence enveloped her. She was submerged under a mass of serpents, and the 2 officers dared not venture in to investigate. It's nothing. She merely fainted, Hao Shun reassured himself, calmly retrieving paper and pen to meticulously document the 26 pieces of information. Once he completed his notes, he instructed the 2 officers to accompany him to the interrogation room. And what about her? One officer gestured towards Zhang Suxiao, nearly engulfed by the writhing snakes. Let her rest in there for a while, he replied. Chapter 18. You give me Hao Shun, and I will give you my cousin. As Hao Shun emerged from the interrogation room, Li Guo hurried forward. Shun, what are you doing? Didn't she already confess? Hao Shun shrugged dismissively. How can I be certain she spoke the truth? What if she deceives me? Li Guo was at a loss for words. This fellow had exerted such effort. Was it merely to frighten Zhang Suxiao into fainting? Uncle Li, please remain calm. Hao Shun continued. I believe that once she awakens, she will willingly confess. If she refuses to cooperate, we shall not release her. With that, Hao Shun headed straight to the restroom. Li Guo sighed, utterly perplexed by his intentions. This young man was far too impulsive. It would have sufficed to have Zhang Suxiao confess earlier. Why must he push her into a snake pit? Even if she ultimately confessed, she would undoubtedly hold Hao Shun accountable for his coercive tactics. If he were to face prosecution, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. According to the laws of the Great Xia, once found guilty of torture, one would not only face dismissal from the police force but could also be sentenced to up to 3 years in prison. Conversely, Chun Xianran regarded Hao Shun with a newfound respect. This individual certainly marched to the beat of his own drum, utterly unpredictable in his next move. Yet, there was a certain intrigue in his approach. Witnessing Zhang Suxia's heart-wrenching screams in the snake pit had been oddly gratifying. Indeed, Zhang Suxia had genuinely lost consciousness. But within 10 minutes, she regained her senses on her own. As a result, this sudden awakening was of little consequence. She was immediately terrified by the countless serpents crawling all over her, causing her to wet herself on the spot. Zhang Suxia, with all her might, finally managed to climb out of the snake pit, screaming in horror. Upon emerging, she hurried towards the door, only to step on 2 more snakes on the ground, which bit her several times on the leg. While shrieking, she leapt to the entrance, desperately pounding on the door. "Let me out! Let me out! I will confess everything. I will reveal it all." Li Guo, witnessing this scene from the surveillance room, was filled with delight and hurriedly instructed someone to open the door. As soon as Zhang Suxia burst through, she began to weep uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears and snot, expressing profound sorrow. "You wretched scoundrels, are you even human? I have feared snakes my entire life, and you dare to frighten me with them. I've been bitten. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Take me to the hospital." Observing Zhang Suxia crying like a child, Chun Xianran chuckled. "So you are indeed afraid of death. Rest assured, the snakes inside are non-venomous. You will not perish." Upon hearing this, Zhang Suxia finally exhaled a breath of relief. "I will tell you everything, just don't lock me in there again." Thus, in the surveillance room, she divulged the whereabouts of all the children, with the sole exception of the intermediary. This individual was, in fact, Zhang Suxia's lover, and she resolutely refused to disclose his identity, determined to protect him. However, much to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Suxia revealed another shocking bombshell that left them all stunned. The former director of the hospital was not only aware of Zhang Suxia's child trafficking activities, but also colluded with her to sell birth certificates. Those who purchased children first acquired them from Zhang Suxia, and then spent an exorbitant sum of 100,000 yuan on a birth certificate from the director. This constituted a seamless operation, effectively establishing a child trafficking industry. It is crucial to understand that once a birth certificate is obtained, the child acquires a legitimate identity, rendering the parents who lost their child incapable of ever finding them again. This explains why, in today's era of big data, so many abducted children remain untraceable. Humanity, driven by greed, is capable of committing the most heinous acts. Li Guo was left utterly astonished by this revelation. Was there even a chance for unexpected surprises? Consequently, the Zaiheyu police station promptly reported the matter to the municipal bureau. Upon hearing this, Meng Haonan was equally taken aback. He immediately arranged for the arrest of the director. Hao Shun, having taken refuge in the restroom, engaged in a fierce struggle for a solid half-hour, emerging with his legs completely numb. As he limped out, onlookers assumed his leg injury had not yet healed. Upon exiting the restroom, he found nearly the entire police station assembled outside. What was going on? Did one need to be welcomed with such fanfare for merely answering nature's call? Hao Shun was bewildered. Then he heard the applause, which included 2 detectives dispatched from the municipal criminal investigation team. "Comrade Hao Shun, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time." Li Guo approached, omitting even the casual name Shunzi. "Let us keep a low profile. Is it merely a matter of human traffickers that warrants such a commotion?" Hao Shun remains blissfully unaware. "You see, Zhang Suxia has confessed everything, including the details of the 26 children. Furthermore, she has implicated the hospital's director in the illicit trade of birth certificates. My dear fellow, you have indeed achieved a remarkable twofold success. The revelation of the birth certificate trade?" Upon hearing this, Hao Shun was taken aback. "The director has been apprehended as well?" The city bureau must have already arrived at the hospital. Li Guo patted Hao Shun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Our humble little community has remained in obscurity for so many years, yet today, thanks to you, we have gained notoriety. Ha ha ha. Congratulations." 2 officers from the municipal criminal investigation team approached. "Comrade Hao Shun, not only have you captured a trafficker, but you have also enabled parents to reclaim their children. You are truly a beacon of light in our police force." Li Guo added, "Currently, the only detail that Zhang Suxia has yet to disclose is the accomplice who escaped during your apprehension. If only she would reveal this, the case would be flawless." Hao Shun responded, "Isn't that simple? That individual is named Li Wenjie, an employee of the hospital's logistics department." The others were left speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Hao Shun had known who he was all along. Li Guo, equally stunned, asked, "How did you know?" "Zhang Suxia never disclosed that." Hao Shun replied, feigning nonchalance. "I had uncovered it long ago. I just hadn't mentioned it until now. I can guarantee with absolute certainty that the one who fled is indeed him." The words of Hao Shun left everyone exchanging glances, particularly the 2 detectives from the municipal bureau, who gazed at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. What an incredible feat, they thought. Hao Shun chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. Just third in the world. Director Li, you've truly unearthed a gem. The two detectives looked at Li Guo in awe. In his life, Hao Shun had never received such praise, his face nearly flushed with embarrassment. Haha. If you keep this up, I might become bashful. Didn't the municipal bureau send someone to apprehend the director? Quickly notify them to arrest Li Wenjie as well. Yes. Yes, let us make the call, Li Guo suddenly remembered. The two detectives from the municipal criminal investigation team escorted Zhang Suxia into the police car before departing from the Xiaohigu police station. A few of the bolder officers hurriedly stuffed the snakes into large bags. Before long, the Xiaohigu police station became bustling with activity. Hearing of the incident, several station chiefs from nearby precincts came to witness the remarkable achievement of the newly appointed auxiliary officer who had solved 3 major cases in just 2 days. However, Hao Shun was not present. He was off with Qin Xian and to capture more snakes. Upon learning that Hao Shun had frightened Zhang Suxia into urinating twice with 100 snakes, the chiefs were left utterly speechless, their mouths agape. Who could have imagined that there were still officers bold enough to engage in such antics? The remarkable part was that he had succeeded. The director of the Longxi police station, Zhu Biao, remarked, although Hao Shun has made a significant contribution this time, he cannot escape prosecution. However, do not worry. I have a solution that could assist him. Upon hearing this, Li Guo was naturally elated. Is that true? Zhu Biao chuckled. However, I have a request. Could you lend Hao Shun to us for a few days? Realizing Zhu Biao's intentions to poach his talent, Li Guo retorted, oh, come on. What makes you so benevolent? Zheng Ku, the director of the Yurtong police station, quickly interjected, indeed. Hao Shun is now a prized asset of Director Li. How could he be easily given away? Zheng Ku then placed an arm around Li Guo's shoulder. You've always wanted me to introduce you to my cousin, right? I can help with that, but there is a prerequisite, which I need not elaborate on. Haha. Recently divorced. Li Guo had developed an interest in Zheng Ku's beautiful cousin, who was also recently single, yet Zheng Ku had stubbornly refused to facilitate an introduction. Now, in exchange for Hao Shun, Zheng Ku was willing to offer up his cousin. Didn't you say introducing me to your cousin would be akin to pushing me into a pit of fire? And now, you're willing to barter her away for Hao Shun? Li Guo inquired. Zheng Ku laughed. This is simply a case of keeping the good fortune within the family. If my cousin marries you, we'll be family, so why should you be so calculative? Just give me Hao Shun, and I guarantee you'll find yourself in a new relationship by next week. But before Director Li could respond, Zheng Ku's words were abruptly interrupted. The chief of the Shuanglong police station, He Jian, stood up and proclaimed, hand over Hao Shun to me, and I shall introduce you to my niece. She is a virtuous young lady, far more beautiful than his so-called second-hand cousin. Upon hearing this, Li Guo realized that these individuals were becoming increasingly absurd, each harboring ulterior motives. Although they appeared to be here to offer congratulations, their true intention was to undermine his family. Thus, he promptly dismissed them, stating, no one shall harbor designs on our Shunzi. If you desire Hao Shun, then you must exchange him for your own wives. Chapter 19. What did I witness? Li Guo understood that even if Shunzi were accused of torture by Zhang Suxia, given Hao Shun's current achievements, the director would surely intervene to protect him. Ultimately, the last few station heads could only depart in disappointment. Shortly thereafter, several more station heads arrived specifically to see Hao Shun. Goodness, I seem to have become a tourist attraction, Li Guo remarked with a chuckle. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of pride. After all, no matter how formidable Hao Shun was, he was still under Li Guo's command. The visiting station heads were filled with envy and jealousy towards Li Guo, fully aware that with Hao Shun solving these 3 cases, the Xiaojigu police station would undoubtedly earn a collective third-class merit. There was even a chance to compete for the title of best police station in Jiangxing this year. Moreover, Li Guo could potentially be directly promoted due to the merits of these 3 cases. Simultaneously, Hao Shun received a reward notification from the system. Congratulations, host, on solving the child trafficking case and the falsification of birth certificates case. The system will grant you the corresponding rewards. This time, the rewards are money, 500. 000. Special skill, super physical ability, gifted eye level 1. In front of Hao Shun, a panel also illuminated. Name, Hao Shun. Age, 26. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 73. 5 kilograms. Occupation, auxiliary police. Special skills, super combat, super healing, super physical ability. Money, 872. 562 yuan. Detective ranking, unranked. Gifted eye, level 3. Receiving a reward of 500. 000 was quite unexpected for Hao Shun. However, at this moment, he found himself less in need of money, and thus, the thrill of receiving 100,000 reward was not as exhilarating as the first time. With 800,000 in his account, he had ample funds to purchase a vehicle for himself. A man certainly requires a means of transportation. His new special ability was superhuman physical prowess. which offered no immediate sensation. Quite literally, it implied a state of never feeling fatigued. Additionally, to Hao Shun's surprise, his genius eye had ascended to level 3. What differences did this new level entail? As he pondered, he turned his gaze upon Chen Xianran, who was driving beside him. His eyes fell upon the exquisite contours of her figure, prominently accentuated before him. It must be said, Chen Xianran possessed a remarkable physique. Hao Shun couldn't help but fantasize about the possibility of seeing more. Yet, the next moment left him utterly astonished. For the police uniform she wore began to gradually vanish before his very eyes, as if she were clothed in nothing at all. He could distinctly discern the style and color of her undergarments. Looking further down, goodness, Hao Shun suddenly comprehended. Had the third level of the genius eye augmented his ability to see through? He strained his vision, yet could not make the crucial layer of protection disappear. Alas, what a pity. He could only penetrate part of it. Hao Shun made several earnest attempts, but still could only see through one layer of clothing. He needed to upgrade, and he needed to do so promptly. Activating the X-ray function was remarkably simple. A mere thought would suffice. It is merely that the default state is one of inactivity, allowing one the autonomy to decide whether to observe or not. Even if the focus is solely on intimate apparel, it is enough to make someone like Hao Shun, who has witnessed much of the world, unable to suppress a series of swallows. Truly, a paragon of earthly beauty. The name Xuanran is indeed aptly chosen. Hao Shun, perhaps overly captivated, found himself transfixed, only to be caught in the act by Chen Xianran. What are you staring at? Chen Xianran demanded, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other shielded her front. The police car trembled slightly in response. Hao Shun quickly turned away, exclaiming, I wasn't looking at anything. Chen Xianran shot him a glare and retorted loudly, You filthy pervert. How can you claim you weren't looking when you're bleeding from your nose? Upon hearing this, Hao Shun instinctively touched his nose, discovering a thick liquid trickling down. He hastily retrieved a tissue to wipe it away. It's just that I've been separated from my ex-girlfriend for over half a month. It's merely a case of internal heat, he hastily explained. And what does that have to do with your girlfriend? Chen Xianran inquired. You wouldn't understand. You're just a girl, Hao Shun replied. Focus on driving, and stop looking around. Indeed, you remain a lecher, Chen Xianran muttered under her breath. Hao Shun had returned to the police car after conversing with the snake keeper, who expressed delight upon hearing that the woman had confessed. Next time you need me, just give a call, and I will personally deliver it to you. Grateful. Hao Shun thanked the man before re-entering the police vehicle. After fastening his seatbelt, Chen Xianran pressed the accelerator, causing the car to momentarily hesitate before it gradually picked up speed, akin to an old, stubborn ox. Hao Shun scrutinized the vehicle before him. It was a Zodi Z300, priced at merely a few tens of thousands, making it one of the lower-end police cars. Initially, he found the patrol car somewhat impressive, yet now he was beginning to express disdain. This car is simply too unattractive, he remarked with a click of his tongue. Isn't it fortunate that we even have a vehicle? Chen Xianran countered. I heard that Director Li exerted considerable effort to secure these two Z300s. Was it really worth the trouble for such a dilapidated vehicle? Chen Xianran replied, What can we do? Our small town, Xiaojigu, is located in the suburbs, with a population of only around 20,000. We are the smallest police station in the entire Jiangxing metropolitan area. What more can be expected? Hao Shun shook his head and sighed. Just because we're small, does that mean we shouldn't be equipped with a decent car? Look at us. One of us is as beautiful as a flower, while the other is exceptionally handsome. In the future, we shall be the dynamic duo of Jiangxing's police force. Yet this car is far too mismatched with our image. What sort of vehicle do you think would be suitable? Chen Xianran inquired. At the very least, it should be a Mercedes. Hao Shun declared. A Mercedes? Chen Xianran exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Have you lost your mind? Across the entire nation, only the Armed Police Bureau in Kyoto has been allocated Mercedes patrol cars. Do you really think our tiny police station, akin to an ant's size, deserves one? Is there even a difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Hao Shun retorted. Let me tell you, give me half a year. No, just 3 months. And I guarantee that not only will we be driving a Mercedes, but perhaps even a Lamborghini. A Lamborghini. Chen Xianran scoffed. What you speak of is not a dream, but mere fantasy. Chen Xianran certainly did not believe him, merely considering Hao Shun to be deranged. This woman, it seemed, possessed a narrow vision and lacked ambition. Speaking of ambition, Hao Shun could not help but steal a few glances at the exquisite scenery beneath Chen Xuanran's neck. How delightful it would be if she were not clad in her police uniform. Xianran, the weather is warming up. How about we go swimming at the Caribbean Waterworld when we have some time? Hao Shun inquired. Swimming? Chen Xianran promptly rejected the idea. If you wish to swim, you may go alone. I have no interest. This insufferable girl. Hao Shun nearly erupted in frustration. She exhibited not the slightest inclination to cooperate. Damn it. It seems that elevating the eye of the genius to level 4 is the most pressing matter at hand. Chapter 20. All thanks to my fortunate partner after Zhang Suxia provided her account. The police swiftly utilized the information she disclosed to locate the 26 missing children. Zhang Suxia's accomplice, Li Wenjia, was apprehended by the authorities alongside the director who had been trafficking birth certificates. Concurrently, the families who had purchased the abducted children were also taken into custody and subjected to legal investigation, facing imminent repercussions for their actions. The reputation of the Xiaogo police station soared dramatically in Jiangcheng, while Hao Shun, the half-hearted officer with an alleged talent for mind-reading, became the subject of widespread admiration. However, Hao Shun promptly dispelled the rumors, asserting that he possessed no such abilities and attributing his success solely to luck. Nevertheless, skepticism lingered, as it was indeed extraordinary for a newly appointed auxiliary officer, having only been on duty for 2 days, to solve 3 significant cases, an achievement that seemed almost supernatural. 2 days later, all 26 children of varying ages were successfully rescued, prompting the Jiangxing Police Bureau to organize a grand reunion ceremony. Hao Shun and Chen Xianran were invited to attend but declined, with Hao Shun expressing his aversion to such emotionally charged events. On the day of the reunion, media from across the nation flocked to cover the event extensively. Numerous provincial television reporters even arrived at the Xiaogo police station to interview Hao Shun. To his surprise, he found himself once again in the spotlight. The last time he appeared on television was during a live broadcast of a gambling bust, where he had been captured by reporters being restrained by police. This time, however, was entirely different. In a positive light, he accepted an interview from journalists, accompanied by his capable partner, Chen Xianran. "Could you elaborate on how you solved these cases?" inquired a beautiful reporter. Hao Shun, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "The specifics are rather intricate. However, my success in cracking these cases is largely due to the support of my lovely partner beside me." His words momentarily stunned Chen Xianran, who wondered why he had mentioned her. The reporter, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Hao Shun explained, "Just look at her. Her features are striking: full forehead, balanced chin, plump earlobes, and a well-defined jawline. She undoubtedly possesses a prosperous aura." The reporters turned their attention to Chen Xianran. Taken aback by Hao Shun's comment, she swiftly tugged at him, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The journalist misconstrued the situation, speculating, "So, you are both partners and in a romantic relationship?" Chen Xianran quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, we are not a couple. I could never be with him." Hao Shun chuckled and clarified, "You are indeed mistaken. We are not together yet. What I meant is that she is my good fortune. Ever since I teamed up with her, my luck has soared. Just take this case for instance. I was merely visiting a friend's child, only to stumble upon a child trafficking ring. Would you not consider that sheer luck?" As the interview was live, his words sparked a mix of envy and admiration among many police officers watching from outside the screen. "I too yearn for such a stunning female partner. I wish to solve grand cases. It is no wonder that he excels in his investigations. Accompanied by such an alluring policewoman, this indeed adds motivation to his work. Is that not the belle of our police academy, Chen Xianran? How did she become his partner? No wonder this fellow is so invigorated in his duties. With a harmonious pairing of the genders, work becomes less burdensome. While a mere auxiliary officer is paired with a beauty, why am I, a second-level police inspector, deprived of such fortune? We are both auxiliary officers. Yet he is matched with a captivating policewoman, while I am left with naught but an elderly matron. How can there be such a disparity?" The law enforcement community online is rife with envy and resentment. Indeed, some individuals believe that Hao Shun's ability to crack several major cases is merely a stroke of luck. At this moment, the person most astonished before the screen is Chen Xianran's sister, Chen Hao. She watches in disbelief as Hao Shun and her sister partake in an interview, where her sister is audaciously teased by this faithless man before the eyes of the nation, nearly causing her to drop her cup in frustration. Chen Hao, already married, now runs a bakery with her husband. Yet her animosity towards Hao Shun remains unabated. As the saying goes, love runs deep, and so does hatred. She never anticipated that her sister would become entangled with this individual and even aspire to call him her brother-in-law. Dream on. Chen Hao spat towards the screen, wishing she could hurl her phlegm directly at Hao Shun's face. This faithless man, after all these years, has not changed a bit in appearance. Fearing that Hao Shun might speak indiscreetly again, Chen Xianran hastily sought an excuse to conclude the interview. In truth, she was acutely aware that she had contributed little to the trafficking case, merely basking in the reflected glory of Hao Shun. For such a trivial advantage, Chen Xianran felt no inclination to seize. Before long, a throng of people, accompanied by journalists, arrived at the police station. It turned out that the parents had come to express their heartfelt gratitude with their children in tow. Reluctantly, Chen Xianran found herself once again alongside Hao Shun. And as the flash of cameras illuminated the scene, she was suddenly reminded of her sister, Chen Hao. This was disastrous. Her sister would undoubtedly see this. The mere thought of her sister's reaction upon viewing the footage sent a shiver down Chun Xuanran's spine. She hastily raised her hand to obscure her face. The parents were effusively grateful to Hao Shun, with many overwhelmed parents nearly kneeling before him. In addition, Hao Shun was bestowed with an impressive total of 26 banners, surpassing the cumulative accolades gathered by the police station over the course of many years. Li Guo and Zhou Gang, as Hao Shun's superiors and mentors, naturally participated in the interviews with the reporters, relishing this rare moment of glory, particularly for Zhou Gang. Witnessing his apprentice solve major cases brought him greater joy than personal accolades. Soon after, Li Guo received a notification from the Municipal Bureau due to Hao Shun's exceptional performance. The Bureau had decided, after deliberation, to promote him to a probationary officer at the Xiahigu police station. This meant that, effective immediately, Hao Shun was now a bona fide police officer. Upon hearing this news, Hao Shun was filled with immense joy. He had achieved a remarkable feat within the police force, transitioning from auxiliary officer to a formal officer in just 4 days, a speed unprecedented in history. Not only that, but once several cases have concluded, Hao Shun will have at least a second-class merit awaiting him. From this point onward, Hao Shun's standing in the small river valley has become quite secure. Initially, when he had just become an auxiliary police officer, some colleagues expressed dissatisfaction, even believing that he had relied on connections to Li Guo and Zhou Gang to secure his position. However, Hao Shun, through his tangible actions, has silenced all skeptics. The others have begun to regard him as a true colleague. That evening, Chun Xianran attempted to call her sister several times, but the latter did not answer. She understood that her sister had undoubtedly seen the interview video and was probably upset. With newfound financial stability, Hao Shun decided to purchase a vehicle for his family, especially since his grandmother frequently needed to visit the hospital, and having a car would be much more convenient. It happened to be the weekend, so Hao Shun resolved to visit a 4S dealership. To ensure his grandmother's comfort, he opted for a Lanta Dreamer, which would cost around 400,000, a sum he could manage. Thus, he ventured alone to the Lanta 4S store, quickly selected the vehicle, and proceeded to pay in full, including insurance and other fees, eagerly awaiting the collection of his new car. As the paperwork would take an hour or two, he decided to explore the area. Next door to the Lanta dealership was a large car rental agency. As Hao Shun approached the entrance, he spotted a man in his 40s engaged in conversation with the staff inside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the man's head bore inscriptions: kidnapping, prostitution, robbery, murder. Goodness. Yet another criminal. Hao Shun feigned nonchalance as he pretended to enter and inspect the vehicle. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, he learned that this man had rented a car here a few days prior and had returned to extend the rental. Furthermore, Hao Shun noticed that the man's waist was bulging, suggesting he was concealing something. Utilizing his ability to see through objects, he discovered, to his astonishment, that it was a handgun. Chapter 21. Hao Shun tracks the kidnappers. Hao Shun was taken aback. Although his combat abilities had indeed improved, he could not guarantee his capacity to confront an armed assailant. After all, it was a firearm. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and sent a WeChat message to his master, Zhou Gang. At that moment, Zhou Gang was enjoying tea with Li Guo. Shun has been promoted this time. We no longer need to feel guilty towards Zhang Wo regarding his matters, Zhou Gang remarked. Indeed, I never anticipated that this young lad would be so fortunate. Even after sustaining an injury, he managed to crack a major case, Zhou Gang sighed. It seems Chun Xianran truly brings good fortune. Look at how well these two collaborate. Li Guo added with a chuckle. Once we conclude several cases, securing a collective third-class merit should pose no challenge, and your promotion is within reach, Zhou Gang stated. After serving as the director for over a decade, it is about time you were transferred to the bureau as a deputy chief. That remains uncertain. Unless Hao Shun performs exceptionally and presents me with a few more cases, Li Guo laughed heartily. At that moment, Zhou Gang's WeChat notification chimed. He picked up his phone and discovered a message from Hao Shun. Master, could you please inquire with the Municipal Bureau if there have been any recent reports of kidnapping cases? Kidnapping case? What does that mean? Zhou Gang pondered, looking perplexed. What is it? Li Guo inquired. Zhou Gang handed over the phone, saying, take a look, this is what Shun sent. Li Guo examined the phone and was equally bewildered. Could it be that Shun has uncovered something new? Li Guo's eyes suddenly brightened. I have not heard of any kidnapping cases, Zhou Gang murmured. Perhaps we should inquire with the Municipal Bureau? Li Guo pondered for a moment before reaching for his phone to call Director Meng Haonan. Upon receiving the call, Meng Haonan was momentarily taken aback. How did you come to know about this? Our information has been tightly sealed. Is there really a kidnapping? Li Guo was equally astonished. How did you find out? Meng Haonan pressed again. Hao Shun just sent a message to Zhou Gang, asking if there have been any recent kidnapping incidents, Li Guo replied. Hao Shun again. Meng Haonan was incredulous. How could he possibly know? We are not certain, Li Guo admitted, equally perplexed. quickly ask him for details. After hanging up, Director Meng surveyed the members of the special case team in the conference room, his expression one of disbelief. In fact, the meeting he was conducting was an emergency session concerning the very kidnapping case. The incident had occurred the previous night, involving the son of Luo Sihai, a prominent businessman in Jiangxing, and his nanny. The kidnappers had initially secured a ransom of 30 million, only to demand an additional 70 million. Luo Sihai, having navigated the business world for many years, understood that the kidnappers' willingness to raise the price indicated their lack of intention to return the child. Even if he were to pay the ransom, there was a significant risk they would still eliminate the hostage. Thus, he decisively opted to report to the authorities. To avoid alerting the perpetrators, the police discreetly formed a special task force and maintained strict confidentiality regarding the incident, aside from the task force members. No one else was privy to this information. He could not fathom how Hao Shun had come to know about this matter. Li Guo quickly instructed Zhou Gang to inform Hao Shun, inquiring about the situation. Before long, they received a response from Hao Shun. I believe I have spotted the kidnapper. He is not far ahead of me, and he is armed. Upon reading the message, Li Guo was left utterly astounded. He promptly reported this to Director Meng. Upon hearing that the kidnapper was armed, Director Meng was drenched in cold sweat. The presence of a firearm in the hands of the kidnapper undoubtedly escalated the difficulty of rescuing the child. After careful analysis, Director Meng and the task force immediately decided that Hao Shun should avoid alarming the kidnapper and instead keep a close watch on him. However, Hao Shun soon noticed that the man, after completing the transaction, was preparing to leave. Realizing that tracking this individual would become increasingly challenging once he departed, Hao Shun wasted no time in revealing his identity to the owner and requested a vehicle. He sent Zhou Gang a voice message detailing the kidnapper's license plate number and proceeded to follow the vehicle himself. As he drove, Hao Shun kept Zhou Gang updated on his location in real time. Zhou Gang promptly relayed this information to the municipal bureau, while simultaneously, he and Li Guo gathered 7 or 8 officers to provide assistance. Meanwhile, the municipal bureau dispatched a special police unit. The 2 vehicles traversed the southern ring road of Jiacheng, heading towards the suburbs, and soon ventured into more secluded areas. Eventually, after passing a small village slated for demolition, the vehicle in front took a sharp turn onto a rural road. Hao Shun dared not pursue further, so he parked his vehicle beneath a large tree ahead and quietly exited the car. Master, I am currently at Shaoguan village in Dongsha town. The kidnapper's vehicle is now stationary, right in front of a small village slated for demolition. After sending a message and location to Zhou Gang, Hao Shun activated silent mode. From a distance, he observed the earlier kidnapper emerge from the vehicle and swiftly enter an abandoned house. Hao Shun understood that every passing minute was crucial. He could not afford to wait idly for reinforcements. Thus, he stealthily infiltrated the small village. Soon, he found himself outside the house where the kidnapper had entered. Peering through the window, he witnessed 3 robbers and a woman lying amidst a pool of blood. The recently returned kidnapper, evidently the leader, erupted in fury upon seeing the deceased nanny on the floor, immediately striking the 2 accomplices. You 2 wretched bastards, who told you to kill her? One of the scrawny men replied, Boss, it was the 3rd one. He got carried away and tried to assault her. When she resisted and bit him, you fool. The leader kicked another short and plump man to the ground in a fit of rage. Could you not endure for just a day or 2? It's just a woman. I told you, once we secure the money, I would arrange a bevy of ladies for you to enjoy. Boss, I was wrong. The chubby man quickly admitted. The leader then delivered 2 more kicks in response. There lies a desolate well outside, where one plans to dispose of something shortly, followed by sealing it to prevent any lingering scent from alerting those who may come to demolish later. Subsequently, the kidnapper contacted the Luo family, inquiring if the ransom was prepared. However, something in the Luo family's response revealed a flaw. After the call, the ringleader cursed, realizing that the other party had alerted the authorities. The 2 accomplices were equally startled. Nearby, a sneeze echoed, unmistakably from someone who had not covered their mouth, indicating the presence of police near the Luo. What shall we do now? They questioned. It appeared that the only option left was to eliminate the hostage, after which they would divide the money and part ways, avoiding contact for several years. You wait here, I will take care of the child, the ringleader declared before stepping towards the door. Hao Shun understood. The kidnapper had not hidden the child here, but rather at another location. Now that the kidnapper was aware of the police presence and had decided to execute the hostage, the child was in grave danger if he were allowed to leave. It was imperative for him to act. Having grown up in the streets, fighting was second nature to him, and with the combat skills granted by the system, he felt a surge of confidence. He just needed to subdue the ringleader before he could draw his weapon. Moreover, Hao Shun had utilized his ability to see through the walls and confirmed that the 2 henchmen were unarmed. If he could first take down the leader, the remaining 2 lackeys would pose little threat. Consequently, Hao Shun concealed himself around the corner of the building. just as the ringleader reached the outer wall's corner. Hao Shun sprang into action. Chapter 22. Has Hao Shun achieved another feat? With a swift leap, Hao Shun locked his hands around the assailant's neck and delivered a knee strike to his chin. A resounding thud echoed as the criminal's head snapped back, crashing to the ground, where he promptly lost consciousness. Hao Shun was astonished by the sheer force he possessed, far surpassing his own expectations. The towering figure before him, standing at 6 feet 1 inch, had been effortlessly subdued. Crouching down, Hao Shun reached for the waistband of the fallen thug and indeed discovered a sleek black pistol. Hearing the commotion outside, 2 of the thug's accomplices rushed out, their expressions frozen in disbelief upon seeing their leader sprawled on the ground. Their gaze shifted to the young man standing beside him. "Who are you? What have you done to our boss?" They growled, brandishing their machetes as they advanced menacingly. Recognizing the threat posed by their weapons, Hao Shun remained vigilant. Without hesitation, he seized the firearm he had just retrieved from the assailant's body and fired a series of shots aimed at their legs. This was, after all, Hao Shun's inaugural experience with a firearm, and his lack of expertise was evident. He discharged 6 rounds, with only 2 hitting the intended targets, while the remaining 4 went astray. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Both assailants fell to the ground, howling in pain, abandoning their hefty machetes. Only then did Hao Shun venture inside to investigate, only to find that the nanny had already succumbed. With no hope of salvation, he deemed it unnecessary to call for an ambulance, and instead pulled out his phone to contact Zhou Gang. Upon hearing that the robbers had been apprehended, Zhou was so taken aback that he nearly dropped his phone. How could it happen so swiftly? Li Guo was equally astonished. Meanwhile, Director Meng was in a vehicle with several members of the Special Task Force, deliberating on a rescue plan. Due to the presence of firearms in the hands of the assailants, they had discussed several strategies, yet none seemed satisfactory. According to the intelligence provided by Hao Shun, there were 3 robbers, all armed, necessitating at least 3 sharpshooters on standby. The finest marksmen in Jiangcheng were en route and should arrive shortly. These robbers were exceptionally ruthless, and based on my assessment, they had no intention of releasing the hostages. Furthermore, during a previous phone call, one of our colleagues inadvertently sneezed, which likely drew the robbers' attention. This was destined to be a formidable battle. The kidnappers were armed, and we had to eliminate them while ensuring the safety of the hostages, a daunting challenge indeed. Indeed. While rescuing the hostages may not be excessively difficult, ensuring their unscathed safety was another matter entirely. Zhou Hang added, "What concerns me most is Hao Shun. He lacks experience in hostage situations. I fear he might act impulsively in his eagerness to prove himself, which could jeopardize our mission if the kidnappers become aware." That is a valid point. I must promptly inform Li Guo to advise Hao Shun against any rash actions. Just as I was about to call Zhou Gang, Meng Haonan's phone rang with an incoming call from Zhou Gang. What? Meng Haonan gasped in disbelief. The robbers had been controlled? Zhou Hang, standing nearby, was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Just moments ago, there were concerns about Hao Shun causing trouble, yet he astonishingly managed to subdue the robbers. What a striking turn of events. Shortly thereafter, a dozen police vehicles roared to a halt at the entrance of the dilapidated house along the rural road. Meng Haonan exited his vehicle and immediately spotted several officers escorting 3 captors. 2 of them were bleeding profusely from their legs. Upon seeing Director Li Guo hurriedly approached to report the situation. The assailants had been apprehended, but the kidnapped nanny had been murdered, and the whereabouts of the child remained unknown. Likely held by the culprits in another location. Meng nodded, inquiring, "Were all 3 captured by Hao Shun?" "Yes," Li Guo affirmed. Hao Shun was compelled to act because the leader of the robbers was already aware that Luo Sihai had contacted the police and had decided to eliminate the hostage. If he were to escape, the consequences would be dire. Were these villains armed? Director Meng asked. How did Hao Shun manage to overpower them with his bare hands? Only one of them had a firearm, which Hao Shun successfully seized, Li Guo explained. The other 2 each received a bullet from Hao Shun. And where is Hao Shun? Director Meng inquired. He remains unscathed, seemingly having stepped away to relieve himself, Li Guo replied. Just as he finished speaking, Hao Shun emerged from around the corner, adjusting his trousers. The deputy leader of the special investigation team, Zhou Hang, rushed forward and grasped Hao Shun's hand. Comrade Hao Shun, you have accomplished a great feat once again. However, as Zhou spoke, he noticed his hand felt damp. Did you not dry your hands after washing? Hao Shun looked bewildered. Responding, I didn't wash my hands at all. Where could water possibly come from in this desolate wilderness? Zhou Hang inquired. Apologies. I accidentally got some urine on my hand, came the response. Hearing this, Zhou Hang quickly wiped his hands against the nearby earthen wall. Director Meng approached, chuckling heartily. You, my friend, single-handedly took on 3 armed robbers. Have you trained at Shaolin Temple? Shaolin? Hardly, Hao Shun interjected. It's all thanks to years of street brawling. Meng Haonan was well aware that Hao Shun had been living as a thug for years, and he recognized there was no exaggeration in his words. Now that we've apprehended the kidnappers, we are still in the dark about the child's whereabouts. Are you certain there are only these three? Director Meng asked. Hao Shun replied. Based on their earlier conversation, it seems they are indeed the only ones. Our immediate priority is to extract the location where the child is being held. Understood. Director Meng nodded. He turned to Zhou Hang. Arrange for more personnel to search the area within a 5-kilometer radius. Leave no stone unturned. We will interrogate the ringleader of the robbers as soon as we return. The ensuing matters fell under the jurisdiction of the city's criminal investigation team, and Xiaohigu could offer no further assistance. Thus, Hao Shun opted to continue his leave and return to retrieve his vehicle. During his time off, he also managed to apprehend a nest of kidnappers, which was naturally shared in the Xiaohigu police station's group chat. The responses were a flurry of congratulatory messages. Congratulations to Hao Shun for another remarkable achievement in capturing 3 armed kidnappers. Another victory? Shunzi, it seems you are on a winning streak. In less than a week since his employment, there have been 2 cases of heinous murders, 1 child trafficking incident, and now yet another kidnapping case. This is truly outrageous. It seems as though the criminal investigation team of Jiang City is being pressed down to the ground. How can one expect others to survive in such a climate? Hao Shun is indeed remarkable, single-handedly elevating our humble Xiaohigu to prominence. I must admit my admiration for him. Throughout my life, I have never yielded to anyone, but Shun, you are the first. A future star in the realm of law enforcement, it appears our Xiaohigu is destined to cultivate talent, accomplishing 4 significant feats in just 1 week. I believe he can rightfully claim the title of the universe's strongest auxiliary police officer. Auxiliary officer? Hao has already ascended to the status of a trainee police officer. Thus, he is indeed the universe's most formidable trainee policeman. Chun Xianran was initially resting at home, but upon observing the lively chatter in the group, he reclined on the sofa for a glance. What he saw left his jaw agape in astonishment. Hao Shun has achieved yet another feat? Is he not also on leave today? This time, he has apprehended a kidnapper, and a heavily armed one at that. It is crucial to understand that dealing with an armed criminal is an entirely different level of danger compared to ordinary offenders. Capturing a gun-wielding villain carries life-threatening risks. And in just a day, Hao Shun has earned a first-class merit? Chapter 23. Who Found the Child? A Reward of 50 million in truth. Hao Shun found the situation rather unexpected. He never anticipated that purchasing a vehicle would lead him to encounter robbers. After filling the tank, he returned the car to the rental agency owner, then proceeded to the Lan24S store to collect his new vehicle and head home. Since the move, his grandmother found it much more convenient to navigate the stairs, and Hao Shun even gifted her a small dog, which she took downstairs to stroll and bask in the sun. Life had become quite pleasant. Now a bona fide police officer, Hao Shun walked with a straighter posture than before. Each morning, as he stepped out, he confidently declared to his grandmother, I am off to catch the bad guys. Suddenly, Hao Shun realized that this life was, in fact, quite beautiful. What he desired most now was to marry a lovely wife, allowing his grandmother to embrace a grandchild sooner rather than later. Although Chun Xianran had a bit of a temper, she was undoubtedly the best candidate. The following day, upon entering the precinct, Hao Shun was met with warm congratulations and inquiries from his colleagues. The Xiaohigu police station was modest in size, comprising merely over 20 officers along with fewer than 10 auxiliary and volunteer staff. Hao Shun was now regarded with newfound respect, and no one saw him as the street punk he once was. The auxiliary officers and volunteers looked at him with envy, feeling the pangs of admiration. After all, they all started from the same point. Some auxiliary officers had been on the job for a year or 2 without being promoted, while Hao Shun ascended from auxiliary to intern officer in just a matter of days. It was indeed true that comparisons could be disheartening. Naturally, many sought Hao Shun for advice or simply to share in his good fortune. In Xiaohigu, he had truly earned the right to walk with confidence. Soon, this incident spread to hundreds of other police stations in Jiangqing, leaving everyone astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. After all, the frequency of major cases occurring in recent years had significantly diminished compared to previous times. It was quite rare for an ordinary police station to encounter even a few cases in a year or so. Hao Shun's extraordinary fortune truly elicited envy among the masses. However, some individuals contested the notion of luck. Just consider, if you found yourself in such a situation, would you be able to confront 3 armed robbers? Moreover, even if the robbers stood before you, could you discern that they were indeed the ones responsible for the abduction? This remark rendered some proponents of the luck argument momentarily speechless. Indeed, it is not merely that the average person would fail to recognize the robbers, even if they did. Who would dare to engage them in hand-to-hand combat? Let alone Hao Shun, who was unarmed, even if one were given a firearm. It would still take immense courage to confront 3 assailants directly. Hao Shun was no ordinary individual. Jiangsheng was on the brink of producing remarkable talent. The crowd marveled in unison. Meanwhile, The police station chiefs contemplated ways to recruit Hao Shun into their ranks. With such a formidable ally, promotion and wealth were surely within reach. Particularly, Zhu Biao from the Longxi police station, who shared a close bond with Li Guo, felt a twinge of envy upon hearing that Hao Shun had once again achieved success. He understood well that despite the consecutive accomplishments by Xiao Hegu and Li Guo's commendable performance, the lack of significant case results had hindered any prospects for advancement. This time, Hao Shun brought him the credit for 4 significant cases, making Li Guo's promotion to the municipal bureau or other branches almost a foregone conclusion. If Li Guo were in a good mood, he might even grant Hao Shun a favor in return, which would undoubtedly bolster his own position immensely. Consequently, he hurriedly called his cousin, not only extolling Li Guo's virtues but also encouraging her to reach out to him. Li Guo was acutely aware that the merits brought by Hao Shun had indeed significantly increased his chances of promotion. He could hardly believe that this streetwise individual, whom he had worried about in terms of future prospects, was now inadvertently assisting him. Within a few days, Hao Shun basked in the glory of success, becoming the object of everyone's admiration. Chun Xianran was equally astonished. Her partner seemed to be on an extraordinary streak, solving major cases one after another, leaving her somewhat bewildered. What surprised her even more was that her own reputation, as someone with a prosperous husband-esque countenance, was also on the rise. Some police stations even sought to borrow Li Guo for a few days, eager to reward Hao Shun for his contributions. They even prepared a dedicated office for both Hao Shun and Qin Xianran, a privilege typically reserved for the director and deputy director, Zhou Gang. Although Qin Xianran feigned indifference, she couldn't help but acknowledge Hao Shun's undeniable capabilities. In fact, her initial disdain for him had lessened considerably. Previously, she found his teasing irksome and repulsive. Yet for reasons unknown, she now found herself feeling less animosity towards him. Regarding the transformation of his mindset, Qin Xianran felt a twinge of guilt towards his sister. Hao Shun donned his police uniform for a few days. However, once the novelty wore off, he found the attire lacked charm and reverted to his usual, less distinguished clothing. Meanwhile, the municipal bureau encountered complications. Initially, everyone assumed the kidnappers would swiftly divulge the whereabouts of the child, yet the situation took an unexpected turn. 2 of the 3 accomplices quickly recounted the entire abduction process, but astonishingly, they were unaware of where their leader had concealed the child. They did, however, reveal a more shocking truth. Their leader, Liao Yuanshan, had previously kidnapped a wealthy businessman and successfully extracted a ransom. Furthermore, he had avenged himself by taking the lives of at least 2 individuals. This man bore a considerable burden of bloodshed. Director Ming had not anticipated that behind one kidnapping case lay another, intertwined with murder. Captain Wan Chong of the criminal investigation team conducted an overnight interrogation of Liao Yuanshan. However, while Liao admitted to murder, he obstinately refused to disclose the child's location. According to him, Luo Sihai had breached their agreement by secretly alerting the authorities, and thus the child was the price for his betrayal. This revelation left the municipal bureau in a state of despair. Liao Yuanshan was acutely aware that escape from his impending doom was impossible. Whether he divulged the child's whereabouts or not, his fate would remain unchanged. In truth, this was a scheme Liao had long orchestrated. Should the authorities be notified and he apprehended, his own child would forever remain undiscovered. This, too, was a form of revenge against his impending capture. Director Meng was acutely aware that the earlier incident, where a police officer's sneeze inadvertently revealed their target, had provoked considerable ire from Luo Sihai. Should he fail to safely return his sole son, it would be a grave embarrassment. Furthermore, disheartening news had emerged from Xiaoguang village, where over 100 police officers scoured the vicinity for several kilometers, yet the child's whereabouts remained elusive. The criminal investigation team had only gleaned information from Liao Yuanshan's 2 subordinates, learning that the child was concealed within an abandoned, decrepit well. In recent nights, the temperature in Jiangxing plummeted to a mere 5 to 10 degrees, and the depths of the well would undoubtedly be even colder. This implied that the child's life was in imminent danger. Upon receiving this distressing news, Luo Sihai was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. In a desperate bid, he even offered a reward of 10 million for anyone who could locate his son. Before long, the matter reverberated throughout Jiangxing, prompting the city bureau to mobilize thousands of police officers and auxiliary personnel to conduct a thorough search of the area surrounding Xiaoguang village. Many citizens, upon hearing of the situation, joined the quest to find the young master of the Luo family. Enticed by the prospect of a 10 million reward, akin to winning 2 lottery tickets worth 5 million each, without the burden of tax. Yet, after 2 days, the hidden well where the child was kept remained undiscovered. Liao Yuanshan, in stark contrast, felt a sense of triumph, even boasting that he intended for the child to accompany him in death. By the 3rd day, the reward had escalated to 20 million, and the search party had grown immensely, bolstered by the participation of the public, numbering at least in the thousands. However, the vast expanse of Jiangxing presents a formidable challenge. In truth, searching for the child would require not merely 10,000 individuals, but potentially 100,000. On the fourth day, the child remained untraceable, and Liao Yuanshan remained obstinately silent. Everyone understood that with each passing moment, the likelihood of the child's survival diminished. The Luo family had no choice but to escalate the reward to an astonishing 50 million. Hao Shun had not anticipated that, after such a prolonged period, the child would still be missing. It appeared that they would have to take matters into their own hands. Chapter 24. So you are her sister. Hao Shun took the initiative to approach Li Guo, offering his assistance. Upon hearing his words, Li Guo shook her head repeatedly. Are you contemplating that extreme approach again? Absolutely not. Last time, with those snakes you unleashed, had it not been for Director Meng's intervention, you might have lost your job by now. How could one expect a beast to cooperate without resorting to drastic measures? Hao Shun clicked his tongue. The child has been trapped in the well for 4 or 5 days. How much longer do you think he can endure? This does not justify your reckless use of extrajudicial means, Li Guo insisted, still unconvinced. Who said I intended to resort to such measures? Hao Shun countered. I assure you, my methods will not inflict harm upon Liao Yuanshan's body, all right? Li Guo hesitated for a few moments but remained unmoved. Uncle Li, consider this. Although the kidnappers were apprehended in our small creek, if the child were to perish, others might unjustly accuse me of being responsible. I do not wish to bear that burden. Hao Shun's words struck a chord within Li Guo. After all, he was not wrong. Failing to rescue the child would render the resolution of this kidnapping case a failure in its own right. Even the system concurred, which was why Hao Shun had yet to receive any rewards. He was also eagerly awaiting an upgrade for his genius eye. Eventually, Li Guo was persuaded by Hao Shun and personally called Director Meng. At that moment, Meng Haonan was in a state of utter despair. Upon hearing Hao Shun's voluntary offer, he immediately acquiesced. Thus, Hao Shun, accompanied by his lucky charm Qin Xianran, set off in a car toward the municipal bureau. Throughout the journey, Hao Shun frequently employed his ability of X-ray vision, indulging in a visual feast. He couldn't help but think that if he managed to deal with Liao Yuanshan and further enhance this ability, it would be immensely gratifying. Why aren't you wearing your police uniform? Qin Xianran, completely oblivious to Hao Shun's voyeurism, expressed her discontent regarding his attire. It's comfortable this way, Hao Shun replied, adjusting his collar. The police uniform feels a bit constricting and uncomfortable. I used to like it, but now I'm starting to find it bothersome. Qin Xianran pouted. Just by your choice of clothing, one can tell you are a fickle-minded scoundrel. How can that reflect on my character? Hao Shun was taken aback. Details determine character, Qin Xianran asserted. You are simply biased against me, Hao Shun retorted. Call me a scoundrel if you wish. After all, you've never regarded me as a good person. By the way, how did you get to know He Can? Hao Shun suddenly recalled. She is a classmate of my sister, Qin Xianran replied. Your sister is a classmate? Hao Shun exclaimed in surprise. Is she also at our school? Not only my sister, but I am also from Longshan High School, just a few years junior to you. Qin Xianran clarified. Ah, Hao Shun was quite astonished. So, you're also from Longshan. It turns out you are my junior. He then jokingly leaned forward, intending to give her a kiss. Qin Xianran swiftly pushed him away, exclaiming, Get lost. Hao Shun, of course, was merely jesting, and he laughed heartily. Isn't this akin to a chimpanzee flinging its excrement? Who shares a fateful bond with you? Qin Xianran cast a glance of disdain at Hao Shun. What is your sister's name? Surely I wouldn't recognize her, would I? Hao Shun inquired once more. Qin Hao, was the response from Qin Xianran. Qin Hao? Hao Shun pondered for a moment. I do not know her. Ah. Qin Xianran was taken aback, turning to Hao Shun. You do not recognize her? She never anticipated that her sister had harbored such lingering affections for this man, only to be rebuffed and left with a sense of regret for so many years. He had completely forgotten her sister. If her sister were to learn of this, how would she feel? It was utterly not worth it for her sister to feel sorrow over such a man. Qin Xuanran's disdain for Hao Shun grew even stronger. You truly do not know her? She was in the same class as He Can. Qin Xianran remained undeterred, harboring a deep-seated hope that Hao Shun would remember her sister. After all, that was her sister's entire youth. Hao Shun contemplated once again. I genuinely do not recognize her. Besides, why should I be expected to know girls from other classes? Our school has over 30 classes in a single grade, with more than 1,000 girls. If I were to know them all, I would surely be exhausted. But my sister confessed her feelings to you, Qin Xianran blurted out. Ah, Hao Shun was astonished. Your sister had a crush on me? I suppose you could say that, Qin Xianran reluctantly admitted. You cannot truly blame me for my poor memory. Hao Shun remarked. Do you know how many love letters I received during high school, despite only attending for 2.5 years? How many? Qin Xianran asked with curiosity. 648, Hao Shun replied. Qin Xianran was astonished. She never anticipated that so many girls had harbored affections for Hao Shun back in the day. There were even over 30 boys involved. Hao Shun added another remark, prompting another wave of surprise from Chen Xianran. He was truly popular among both genders. In fact, even now, at Longshan High School, legends of Hao Shun still circulate, with students hailing him as the most handsome boy in Longshan. The subsequent generations of school heartthrobs, upon viewing the photographs Hao Shun left behind, could only feel a sense of inferiority. Moreover, his expulsion for confronting a teacher only enhanced his aura of rebellion. During his time at school, he was undeniably the most formidable figure at Longshan. Thanks to Hao Shun's presence, incidents of bullying never plagued Longshan High School. His most powerful declaration was, "Longshan High School is under my protection." This very proclamation deterred local delinquents from preying on the students of Longshan. In terms of reputation, Hao Shun was unparalleled, revered by students as their eternal idol, a legacy passed down through the years. With his striking looks, formidable fighting skills, and a profound sense of justice, he epitomized the idealized fantasies of first love for adolescents. It could be said that during the first semester of his senior year, at least 80 of the girls in the school harbored secret crushes on him, including the younger girls from the first and second years. Hao Shun had become an everlasting legend at Longshan High School, the pinnacle of the charming yet rebellious campus idol. Are you exaggerating? Chen Xianran questioned in disbelief. Over 600 love letters? Have you actually counted them? Of course, they are all safely stored at my home. Hao Shun Dao, whenever you find the time to visit me, I shall unearth it for you. Perhaps I might even discover something about your sister. Chen Xianran's understanding of Hao Shun has always stemmed from her sister's narratives. According to her sister, there seemed to be a subtle, ambiguous connection between Hao Shun and herself, which led her to label him as a heartless man. In hindsight, it appears that her sister was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. He hardly remembers her name. How could there have been any romantic entanglement? In truth, although Chun Hao and Chen Xianran are sisters, their appearances are strikingly dissimilar. Aside from their ample bosoms, they share no resemblance whatsoever. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Hao Shun. So, you have harbored a prejudice against me solely due to your sister. Chen Xianran was taken aback by Hao Shun's astuteness in deducing this. Not at all. I simply find you displeasing. Chen Xianran certainly would not concede to that. This poses a dilemma, Hao Shun remarked. If your sister ever harbored feelings for me, she must now despise me vehemently. Should we become involved? Would she ever approve? Who would want to be with you? Chen Xianran scoffed. Spare me your self-indulgent notions. Chapter 25. To deal with villains. One must cater to their preferences upon arriving at the municipal police station. Director Meng personally received Hao Shun and Chen Xianran. Director Meng assured Hao Shun that as long as he could swiftly persuade Liao Yuanshan to confess, the criminal investigation team would offer their full cooperation. Through the inquiries conducted by the investigation team, Hao Shun discovered that Liao Yuanshan had been a rogue since childhood, fearless and brazen. In his youth, he had stabbed a notorious gang leader, resulting in a lengthy imprisonment of 7 to 8 years. According to the testimonies of his two underlings, Liao Yuanshan had, at the very least, taken the lives of 2 individuals. The reason he had evaded scrutiny was that he had dismembered both victims, and to this day, their remains had never been uncovered. This individual approached his undertakings with composure and audacity, exhibiting an almost complete absence of fear. Unlike the snake that had previously terrified Zhang Suxia, had it been Liao Yuanshan, he would likely have been captured and used as a mere accessory. His psychological fortitude was remarkable, with hardly any vulnerabilities apparent. It appeared that this would be a challenging situation. Hao Shun concluded that he must first meet with Liao Yuanshan for a brief conversation. He and Chen Xianran proceeded to the interrogation room to await his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Liao Yuanshan was brought in, shackled and restrained. Upon seeing the 2 individuals before him, Liao Yuanshan did not spare a glance at Hao Shun, but fixated his gaze upon Chen Xianran, seemingly entranced by her beauty. Just a glance will suffice. Hao Shun interjected. Even if you were to stare, she is not yours. I am still in line. Liao Yuanshan turned to look at Hao Shun, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. After all, he had been incapacitated in mere seconds, barely catching a glimpse of Hao Shun's appearance before he had succumbed to the ground. Does it feel familiar? Hao Shun chuckled. I am the one who knocked you out in Shaguan village. So it's you? Liao Yuanshan appraised him from head to toe. I never expected such a young lad to be so formidable, taking me down with a single move. Just average, ranked 3rd globally, Hao Shun replied with a hearty laugh. I also didn't anticipate you were so easy to defeat. Liao Yuanshan appeared unfazed, turning his attention back to Chen Xianran. Miss, what is your name? He inquired. Taking the initiative, Chen Xianran was taken aback. Hao Shun observed clearly that Liao Yuanshan's gaze was fixated on Chen Xuanran's prominent figure, a look that seemed to say he wished he could collide with her directly. His previously steady heartbeat surged from 86 to 93 in an instant. Goodness. Turns out he's quite the lecher. Yet, Liao Yuanshan's heart rate stabilized around 93, showing little further fluctuation. Brother, stop staring, it's pointless. Hao Shun quickly waved his hand in front of Liao Yuanshan's eyes. Only then did Liao Yuanshan turn back. You need not waste your time. I will not speak. From the moment you knocked me unconscious, the child was already lost. What kind of attitude is that? Qin Xianran exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Oh, you're quite feisty. I like that. Liao Yuanshan leered at her, even licking his lips. Why don't you step outside and let her keep me company? Perhaps I might feel generous enough to share, he leered with a smirk. I'll make you pay for that. Hao Shun retorted angrily, lunging forward to strike him with a slap. Before my very eyes, you dare to tease my partner. Liao Yuanshan's expression twisted, and he suddenly turned pale. You scoundrel. Dare to strike me? Just wait to collect your child's corpse. Hao Shun, weary of wasting time, took Qin Xianran and departed from the interrogation room. Director Meng had been observing the situation from outside, and, seeing that Hao Shun appeared to be at a loss, could only shake his head and sigh. This fellow refuses to speak. This truly is troublesome. Upon exiting, Hao Shun sought out Meng Haonan. Director Meng, I believe I have a way to make him talk. Hao Shun stated. Meng Haonan was taken aback. You have a method? Just a moment ago, I saw you in a fit of rage slapping him. How could you suddenly have a solution? Let's give it a try. I believe it should yield results, Hao Shun replied. However, my approach may require your special approval. What do you intend to do? Meng Haonan, having previously dealt with Hao Shun's snake incident, was somewhat prepared for his peculiar methods. Yet, the solution Hao Shun proposed still widened Meng's eyes in disbelief. I plan to use seduction, Hao Shun declared. Seduction? Both Meng Haonan and Qin Xianran were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. She suddenly recalled Liao Yuanshan's earlier attitude towards her and wondered if he intended to sacrifice her. Don't even think about it. Qin Xianran blurted out. Hao Shun gazed at her with deep affection. What are you thinking? How could I ever bear to do that? Could you repeat what you just said? Meng Haonan still could not believe it. It was indeed seduction, though it need not involve a real person. One could first experiment with adult films. Hao Shundao interjected. Adult films. Meng Haonan was once again left dumbfounded. Ideally, those from the islands, Hao Shundao continued. Director Meng must have seen them, right? No. Meng Haonan quickly waved his hands. How could I possibly watch such things? However, I fail to comprehend how showing him these materials would lead to any confession. Qin Xianran, of course, was well aware of what those island films entailed, and the same question swirled in his mind. How could someone like Liao Yuanshan, a notorious lecher, be satisfied merely by watching such films and then divulge the whereabouts of the child? Wasn't he that absurd? Let us give it a try, Hao Shundao concluded, glancing at the several officers beside Director Meng. You must have some at home. Could you please help me copy a few? Preferably the uncensored versions. The officers exchanged glances, each one shaking their head. I don't have any. I don't watch that stuff. Neither do I. I truly have none and have no idea what you're talking about. They all wore expressions of innocence. Ha ha ha. You lot are all so hypocritical, Hao Shundao laughed. Never mind. You are all pure children, and I am the only lecherous one here. He continued. I have some films at home. I will go back to copy them now. Director Meng, please prepare a larger screen for the interrogation room. After Hao Shun finished speaking, he took Qin Xianran and left. Watching Hao Shun's retreating figure, Meng Haonan turned back to glance at his subordinates. Director, I really don't pay attention to such matters, Meng Haonan remarked. You all truly cannot compare to Hao Shun in this regard. You merely engage in superficial antics. Another officer beside him could not help but inquire, Director Meng, should we follow his suggestion? Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Haonan replied, do we have any other options if we disregard him? Let us do as he says and bring a large-screen television into the interrogation room. At this point, Meng Haonan felt devoid of any alternatives and could only allow Hao Shun a chance, even though everything he proposed seemed unreliable. However, having heard rumors of Hao Shun's ability to read minds, Meng Haonan contemplated that watching a film might indeed aid in his method. Hao Shun and Qin Xianran got into the car. You weren't joking just now, were you? Qin Xianran asked, incredulous. After all, the idea of showing a film to a criminal during interrogation was utterly unprecedented. Of course not, Hao Shun replied. To deal with a lecher, one must cater to their tastes. Qin Xianran completely failed to grasp his meaning, but felt hesitant to press for further clarification. Although she had never seen such a film, she was aware of its nature. What surprised her the most was Hao Shun's complete lack of reservation regarding it. Compared to the other officers, he indeed appeared more genuine. Yet, upon further reflection, the thought that this fellow indulged in such content at home made Qin Xianran feel quite nauseated. Chapter 26. The screening surprisingly failed. Hao Shun and Qin Xianran entered the residential complex and parked their car in the basement. Would you like to come up with me? Hao Shun inquired. I think I'll wait for you here, Qin Xianran replied. Why not? We're right at the doorstep. And you want to even come up to sit for a while? Hao Shun remarked. What is it? Are you really afraid I might pounce on you in broad daylight? Being a police officer and all? Shin shot him a glance. Am I afraid of you? Fine, let us go. Thus, the two exited the vehicle and strolled toward the elevator. Your grandmother is home, isn't she? Shin asked. Hao Shun chuckled. Are you hoping she is home or not? If you keep this up, I might just head back. Shin and feigned a retreat toward the car. Hao Shun quickly grasped her arm. I was just joking. Why the rush? The elevator doors opened, and Shin reluctantly stepped inside. Soon, they arrived on the 6th floor. With Hao Shun leading Shin out. Shin had actually visited this place once before when she and Hao Shun were looking for a rental. Upon entering the apartment, she was pleasantly surprised to find the room remarkably tidy. Did your grandmother tidy up? Shin asked. How could I bear to let my grandmother do the chores? I took care of it myself, Hao Shun replied. Ah, Shin exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't expect you to be so tidy. Of course, Hao Shun replied without modesty. So what do you think? Marrying me wouldn't be such a bad idea, you know? Uffed, Shin scoffed. The computer is in my bedroom. Would you like to take a look? Hao Shun extended an invitation. Shin contemplated, finding herself rather bored. So she decided to indulge in the moment. To her surprise, Hao Shun's bedroom was far more immaculate and orderly than she had anticipated, even surpassing the state of her own room. Hao Shun gestured for her to take a seat. After doing so, he powered on his computer. Soon, the screen flickered to life, revealing a sultry image as the desktop background. Hao Shun felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, as a man, it is quite natural for me to appreciate beautiful women, isn't it? Shin surprisingly nodded in agreement, adding, that's typical of a rogue. Hao Shun chose not to dwell on her comment, sitting down to retrieve a USB drive from his drawer, which he then plugged into the computer before accessing the D drive. He navigated to a folder labeled Joystick Driver Program, which contained various categorized files. Among these were titles such as Research Center for Traditional Island Culture, Exhibition of Human Art, Model Research Institute, and Personal Boutique Collection. Opening the Personal Boutique Collection, he discovered a treasure trove of exquisite films he had curated over the years. Selecting several, he began to copy them, only to inadvertently open one. Due to the playback history, the player resumed from where it had been paused, and an indescribable sound emitted from the speakers, startling Shin who was seated on the bed, nearly causing her to leap up in shock. In a flurry, Hao Shun hastily closed the video, exclaiming, I assure you, that was entirely unintentional. He turned to find Shin and regarding him with an expression that could only be described as a death stare. Are you spending all day at home watching this? Shin inquired. How could that be? At most, I only observe and learn a bit before discussing with my girlfriend. Hao Shun hurriedly clarified. Do not bother explaining to me. Shin stood up and headed outside, saying, hurry up and get ready. I will be waiting for you outside. Hao Shun copied several films before descending the stairs with Shin. Upon returning to the municipal bureau, the television in the interrogation room was already set up. Director, should we turn off the camera for this? Meng, the director, pondered briefly before replying. Turning it off would be against protocol. Rest assured, I will personally oversee these videos. His assurance eased Hao Shun's concerns. Naturally, he trusted that the director would ensure this material would not circulate. This time, Shin adamantly refused to accompany them, as it was simply too uncomfortable for her to be a girl watching such films with several men. Hao Shun did not press the issue and instead enlisted another male officer. Liao Yuanshan gazed at the screen with a bewildered expression. What? Are you showing me a patriotic education film? That would be pointless. Hao Shun chuckled. Today, I have something more thrilling for you. I'm not afraid to admit that these are part of my collection. If it weren't for the smoke rising from your ancestral grave, I wouldn't even consider sharing them with you. What on earth? Liao Yuanshan asked, perplexed. What exactly are you going to show me? Japanese romantic films. Hao Shun replied with a mischievous grin. What do you think? Do you like it? In truth, Hao Shun had meticulously prepared everything. He first gathered photographs of the actresses from those Risku films, presenting them to Liao Yuanshan for selection. Liao Yuanshan found himself utterly bewildered by Hao Shun's actions, completely unaware of his intentions. It was a novel experience for him to be shown such explicit material during an interrogation. However, he did not express any aversion. Despite his apparent lewdness, he was rather unfamiliar with the internet and genuinely struggled to locate such rare resources. Hao Shun soon discovered that Liao Yuanshan had never actually viewed such films. At most, he had seen a few Hong Kong movies in underground video halls during his youth, such as The Lust of the Jade Women, The Monk of the Lantern Grass, and The Plum in the Golden Vase. As he perused the photographs of several girls, he immediately gravitated towards the most stunning Japanese beauties among them. Hao Shun proceeded to display them one by one. The impact was palpable. Being his first exposure to such material, Liao Yuanshan was rendered speechless. These young Japanese truly knew how to entertain. The heartbeat displayed above his head quickly escalated from 83 to 105, then from 105 to 115. As the numbers continued to rise, Hao Shun was filled with unexpected joy, realizing that this tactic was indeed effective. Ultimately, the video of Sister Kai Hua caused Liao Yuanshan's heartbeat to reach its zenith, inching from 115 to 117, and then from 117 to 119. Yet, just as he was on the brink of surpassing 120, his heartbeat inexplicably plateaued, despite his parched throat and swelling lower body. The heartbeat stubbornly refused to rise any further, eventually even declining. Damn it, two grown men watching adult films together? Are you not torturing me? Liao Yuanshan exclaimed furiously. I want to watch it anymore. As Liao Yuanshan began to reject the idea, Hao Shun had no choice but to temporarily abandon his efforts. They had indeed failed. What a pity, they were so close. Hao Shun left the interrogation room in a huff. Director Meng observed through the surveillance cameras. Realizing that the desired outcome had not been achieved, Hao Shun emerged from the interrogation room, his head hanging low. Meng Haonan hurriedly approached and inquired, "What happened?" "Just a little more," Hao Shun replied, handing over the USB drive to Meng Haonan. Meng Haonan accepted it and stuffed it into his pocket. Hao Shun understood that after watching once, the next time would not provoke such impulsiveness, and Liao Yuanshan had begun to resist. This meant that employing the method of watching adult films was nearly impossible for success, unless they resorted to live performances. Yes, Hao Shun slapped his thigh. If he could get so excited watching films, then witnessing a live performance in front of him would surely push the excitement beyond 120. Director Meng, I have a solution. Hao Shun exclaimed, his spirit invigorated. When Meng Haonan heard Hao Shun's suggestion, his jaw dropped in disbelief. What did you say? You want those actresses from the island nations to perform in person? Chapter 27, The Gathering of 20 Beauties in Jiangqing. I firmly believe that Luo Sihai can manage this. He is capable of producing 50 million. Inviting a few starlets from the island nations would not cost such a fortune. No, this simply cannot be done. Meng Haonan was reluctant to consent this time. How could the police station engage in such activities? If this were to reach the higher authorities or become public knowledge, the Jiangqing Police Department would be the laughingstock of the entire nation. Moreover, this matter is utterly against protocol. With no other recourse, Hao Shun resorted to a white lie. Allow me to speak candidly, he said. I have studied micro-expression observation, commonly referred to as the art of reading minds. When an individual's heart rate reaches 120, their expressions become significantly easier to identify and analyze. Only then did Director Meng grasp the implication. You mean, previously you used the snake to accelerate Zhang Suxiao's heartbeat? What other reason could there be? Hao Shun replied. Otherwise, how could I have deduced that the person cooperating with her was affiliated with the hospital? Although Meng Haonan found this hard to believe, he could not dismiss it. After all, Hao Shun had demonstrated an uncanny ability, as recent cases had left them without explanations. So what is your level of confidence? Meng Haonan finally relented. 10 out of 10, Hao Shun declared, extending all 10 fingers. Previously, during the video, that fellow's heart rate reached 119. If a real person were to tease him right before his eyes, wouldn't it surge directly to 150? Meng Haonan pondered for a moment. The child's life was hanging by a thread. Every passing minute constituted a perilous delay. Very well. I shall agree to your proposal and contact Luo Sihai immediately. Upon hearing Director Meng's immediate agreement, Hao Shun was elated beyond measure. Chun Xianran, upon learning of this development, wore an expression of disbelief. What did you say? A celebrity from the island has personally come to entice us? The director has already consented, Hao Shun remarked. When they arrive, you can engage with them. What am I supposed to discuss with them? Chun Xianran replied, pouting. If you wish to converse, go ahead and speak with them yourself. Hao Shun thought to himself, I would indeed like to, but I fear they might not be inclined. As expected, Luo Sihai readily agreed, stating that he was willing to pay any amount necessary to save his son. Soon, Hao Shun provided him with a list of the stars that Liao Yuanshan particularly favored, all of whom were currently in the limelight. This included popular names such as Kuais, Kawa, Tianhai, Yongmei, Fenghua, Li Ai, Xiangnai, and Yuya, among others, 20 illustrious and beautiful artists in total. Naturally, Hao Shun had interspersed a few of his personal favorites among them. The thought of his digital goddess materializing before him filled him with excitement. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the millstone. By the following afternoon, the group of female stars had all arrived in Jiangqing, with Luo Sihai arranging a 5-star hotel for them near the municipal bureau. Time was of the essence. Upon disembarking the plane, the stars were whisked away to the detention center of the municipal bureau. This entire operation was shrouded in secrecy, with few at the bureau being privy to the details. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran waited in the conference room, their anticipation mounting. I see that these starlets are all to your liking, aren't they? Chun Xianran discerned the situation at a glance. Hao Shun chuckled, saying if I claimed otherwise, it would be sheer hypocrisy. Would you consider this an abuse of power for personal gain? Chun Xianran retorted disdainfully. How can this be deemed an abuse of power? Hao Shun replied, this is simply a matter of saving a life, which is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. My intention in bringing them here is to save a life. I truly cannot comprehend. Chun Xianran remarked, the director is surprisingly willing to indulge in such antics with you. There is no logic in employing seduction against criminals. You are mistaken, Hao Shun countered. Whether it is antics or chaos. If the outcome is favorable and the child is found swiftly, then it is indeed an effective method. As the saying goes, whether a cat is black or white, a good cat is one that catches mice. Should the plan yield no results and the one surnamed Liao remains uncooperative, I wonder how you will extricate yourself from this predicament. Chun Xianran was evidently skeptical of Hao Shun's method of seduction. However, Hao Shun found it inappropriate to elaborate further. Soon, the door to the conference room opened, and Hao Shun spotted a familiar face, Sister Kisi. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing her in person for the first time made his heart race uncontrollably. In addition to Kisi, there was a beautiful translator she had invited. Sister Kisi was exceedingly polite. Bowing to Hao Shun, Hajimashite, Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. The young lady's politeness prompted Hao Shun to reciprocate promptly. Yoshi, my name is Hao Shun, and I am your admirer and the organizer of this event. He hastily requested the beautiful translator beside him to convey his words. Sister always smiled and said, hello. I am Aoi, and I am delighted to meet you. Her words were translated by the interpreter beside her. Soon after, another star entered the room. It was the recently popular sister, Ayaka, which sent Hao Shun into a flurry of excitement. Hello, I am Ayaka from Hebei, and I am thrilled to meet you. Following her were Yongmei and Kaoka, each one a stunning beauty, exuding allure and charm. This intensified Hao Shun's exhilaration. When he finally laid eyes on his idol, Sister Yua, his excitement reached a fever pitch, causing his entire body to tremble. His heart raced at least above 130 beats per minute. As Sister Yua approached to shake his hand, he felt her delicate fingers, sending shivers across his body. He could hardly fathom such a blissful moment. Eventually, all 20 renowned female stars from the island nation had gathered. They all knew they were there to rescue a kidnapped child. Hao Shun briefly articulated his request, which was for everyone to seduce Liao Yuanshan. Of course, as in their usual filming endeavors, physical contact might be necessary at times. Upon understanding the requirement, they nodded in agreement, as this was merely a task within their capabilities. For this interrogation, the director personally ordered all cameras to be turned off. To maintain confidentiality, aside from Liao Yuanshan, only Hao Shun remained in the vicinity. Liao Yuanshan was brought into the interrogation room in advance, followed by Hao Shun's entrance. Once again, it is you? Liao Yuanshan observed Hao Shun and inquired. What scheme do you intend to concoct this time? Brother, just revel in the moment, Hao Shun replied with a grin. Prepare yourself. The forthcoming performance may overwhelm your fragile heart. His words left Liao Yuanshan utterly bewildered. Previously, he had indulged himself with a private screening, and now, what was about to transpire? It wasn't long before Liao Yuanshan found himself utterly speechless. The first beauty to enter, a stunning young woman, left him astounded. Just yesterday, he had watched her captivating video and could vividly recall her features. At that moment, he had thought, if only he could have an encounter with such a breathtaking lady, it would be worth any sacrifice. Today, she stood before him in the flesh, and Liao Yuanshan could scarcely believe his eyes. As more enchanting women entered, Liao Yuanshan dared not blink, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Soon, 20 beautiful ladies encircled him, and the next scene left him utterly dumbfounded. The exquisite maidens began simultaneously shedding their garments. Beside him, Hao Shun trembled with excitement. Chapter 28. I have prepared a grand surprise for you. The ensuing scene is too exhilarating. It is best left to your imagination. 20 starlets from the island encircle you, engaging in playful flirtation. Who could possibly withstand such temptation? Liao Yuanshan's heartbeat surged to 130 within mere moments, far exceeding the critical threshold of 120. Hao Shun also discerned the specifics regarding the child hovering above him. It turned out the child was concealed in an abandoned coal mine more than 20 kilometers from Xiaoguan village. Reluctantly, Hao Shun had to call a halt to the starlet's captivating performance. As the young women began to don their attire, Liao Yuanshan grew increasingly anxious. No, please don't stop. Continue. At that moment, he was ablaze with desire, his eyes seemingly ready to ignite. His lower half felt as though a bomb was primed to explode. Yet, he was utterly powerless, and Hao Shun paid him no mind. It's over. Do you still wish to watch? Do not even dream of such an opportunity in your next life, Hao Shun remarked with a smile. My brother, please assist me. I'll comply. I can endure. Can't I? Liao Yuanshan was entirely consumed by lust, and had he not been restrained, he would have lunged forward in a frenzied pursuit. If you grant me just one moment of bliss with them, I shall promptly divulge the child's whereabouts, Liao Yuanshan implored. You wish to speak? I am not inclined to listen, Hao Shun replied with a grin. I intend to torment you, you scoundrel. With that, Hao Shun strode out with resolute steps. Liao Yuanshan was utterly infuriated, cursing vehemently. You despicable scoundrel, knowing my weakness, how dare you torment me like this? I shall haunt you even in death. Hao Shun, however, had no time to indulge him, for upon exiting, he encountered Director Meng awaiting at the door. What is the situation? He inquired. The child is in the abandoned well beside the chimney at Yuhua Bay coal mine, Hao Shun replied. This revelation left everyone present momentarily speechless. Initially, they believed Hao Shun was merely engaging in fanciful nonsense, reluctant to oppose him solely due to the director's endorsement. They never anticipated that Hao Shun had indeed succeeded, accomplishing this feat in just a matter of minutes. To their astonishment, Liao Yuanshan had actually confessed. Chun Xianran, as Hao Shun's partner, though silent, harbored doubts about the reliability of the situation. Upon hearing the child's whereabouts, his astonishment matched that of the others. Quickly, we must mobilize a search party, Director Meng bellowed, prompting the nearby officers to rush out. Director Meng patted Hao Shun on the shoulder, commending, well done. Subsequently, the 20 Japanese female celebrities emerged from the interrogation room, and Meng swiftly arranged for their return to the hotel. With his task completed, Hao Shun could only hope for the child's safety. As fate would have it, the police soon located Luo Sihai's son in the abandoned coal mine. Though the child appeared weak, he had fortunately suffered no life-threatening injuries. The temperature in the well was not as frigid as one might imagine, and the kidnappers had left food and water for the child, explaining how he managed to endure for so long without serious harm. The Luo family was overwhelmed with a mix of surprise and joy upon receiving the news. Hao Shun swiftly received a reward from the system as well. Congratulations, host, on solving the kidnapping case. The system will provide you with the corresponding reward. This reward consists of money, 100,000, special skill, super reflexes. Simultaneously, a panel illuminated before Hao Shun. Name, Hao Shun. Age, 26. Height, 182 cm. Weight, 74 kilograms. Occupation, trainee police officer. Special skills, super combat, super healing, super physique, super reflexes. Money, 572. 262 yuan. Detective ranking, unranked genius I, level 3. Although the monetary reward was modest, amounting to only 100,000, the acquisition of super reflexes seemed promising. After all, he had been stabbed by a criminal previously due to his slow reaction. With enhanced reflexes, the likelihood of sustaining injuries in the future would be significantly reduced. However, what disappointed Hao Shun the most was that the genius I had not leveled up. What a pity. Having settled everything, the two returned to the Xiaohego police station. The personnel at Xiaohego were already aware that the child had been successfully rescued. Upon hearing this news, Li Guo was filled with both astonishment and joy, realizing that his promotion seemed almost certain. Naturally, Zhou Gang, as Hao Shun's mentor, was also elated. With Li Guo's departure, he would be able to assume his position as the head of Xiaohego. Although Zhou Gang was not particularly invested in such matters, who would not desire to hold a prominent position. As Hao Shun and Chun Xianran entered the gates of the small riverbank, a series of firecrackers erupted, showering them in colorful streamers, making them resemble a pair of newlyweds returning home. The crowd surged forward to offer their congratulations. Chun Xianran felt a twinge of guilt for not contributing much, fully aware that Hao Shun had seemingly intended to bind their fates together, wishing to assist her. This time, Hao Shun had encountered his goddess of hard drives and had witnessed their passionate performance firsthand, leaving him utterly satisfied. Though he lamented the inability to capture the moment on video. Upon learning that their child had been found by Hao Shun, the Luo family decided to reward him with 50 million, in accordance with their promise. However, the municipal bureau politely declined the offer. After all, Hao Shun was not an ordinary citizen. He was an official police officer of Jiangxing. It was his duty, as a servant of the state, to rescue the child without expecting a bounty in return. Hao Shun had no objections to the bureau's decision, as he was already receiving rewards from the system, making the pursuit of wealth less daunting. Consequently, Luo Sihai personally commissioned a banner to be made, which was delivered to the Xiaohego police station. Upon meeting Hao Shun, the Luo family expressed their profound gratitude and prepared a banquet to honor all the officers of Xiaohego. However, Li Guo declined the invitation, permitting only Hao Shun and Chen Xianran to attend the feast. That evening, Hao Shun found himself in high spirits, surrounded by the Luo family who toasted him repeatedly. Although his usual capacity for alcohol was modest, around 6 to 7 taels of baijiu, he discovered that his tolerance seemed significantly enhanced on this occasion. It was then that he understood that with the enhancement of physical fitness, his tolerance for alcohol had also increased. Naturally, Chun Xianran received a warm welcome from the Luo family, and many assumed she was Hao Shun's girlfriend. Observing Hao Shun's spirited demeanor, Chun Xianran felt a peculiar sense of unease, uncertain whether to feel joy or something else entirely. During this period, her sister had not reached out, and Chun Xianran was acutely aware that her partnership with Hao Shun had likely come to her sister's attention. The silence from her sister, coupled with her refusal to answer calls, surely indicated lingering anger. After dinner, Chun Xianran returned home alone, while Hao Shun was detained by the Luo family. "Officer Hao, allow me to take you somewhere." Luo Sihai, having indulged in considerable drink, had already formed a brotherly bond with Hao Shun. He was well aware of Hao Shun's past as a street rogue in Xiahigu, yet now, as the savior of his son, Luo Sihai was filled with gratitude towards him. Having consumed at least a gene of Mao Tai, Hao Shun felt a slight dizziness and followed Luo Sihai to a luxurious bathhouse. However, he was taken aback when Luo Sihai led him to this particular establishment. "Though the legal entity is not mine, I am the one who funded its establishment." Luo Sihai swayed slightly and proclaimed, "I shall now grant you a super golden VIP card. From this day forth, all your expenditures here will be complimentary, no matter the amount." Being a police officer, Hao Shun knew he could not accept gifts and politely declined. Luo Sihai remarked, "It's perfectly fine. You can come by later for a facial recognition check. Moreover, I have prepared a special surprise for you this evening, one that I assure will bring you satisfaction." Upon finishing his statement, Luo Sihai instructed the lobby manager to escort Hao Shun to a steaming hot bath on the 3rd floor. Hao Shun disrobed and settled into the center of the bath. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback to find that he was utterly alone. Was this truly the surprise Luo Sihai had promised? Just as disappointment began to creep in, he noticed the door at the end of the bathhouse corridor swing open. To his astonishment, a group of familiar faces emerged. Chapter 29. I suspect Hao Shun's police identity is a fabrication. 3 days later, at noon. In the cafeteria of the Xiahiku police station, Hao Shun, seemingly robust, has unexpectedly fallen ill. He has not reported to work for 3 consecutive days. Perhaps he has been exhausted from the recent spate of solved cases. I surmise he might have overindulged at the thank you banquet that evening and is now recuperating at home. Tomorrow marks the quarterly commendation ceremony, and Hao Shun is anticipated to receive at least 2 third-class merits. Surely, he cannot miss this occasion? I believe young Hao is merely unwell. Should we not visit him at home? By the way, isn't Xianran Hao Shun's partner? Have you not extended your condolences to him? Everyone turned to Chun Xianran, who was dining nearby. What should I go for? Chun Xianran replied, displaying an indifferent demeanor. He is probably just fatigued from recent work. Did you not even inquire? Chun Xianran shook her head. No. The others began to murmur, sensing that Chun Xuanran's response was rather callous. Given that she and Hao Shun had collaboratively cracked a child trafficking case, she too should be deserving of a third-class merit. One would assume that anyone else would express concern for their partner's well-being. Yet, Chun Xianran had not even asked a single question. As the discussions intensified, Chun Xianran was acutely aware that the others were likely speaking ill of her. However, reflecting on the matter, she recognized that Hao Shun was indeed her partner. It was only natural to show some concern for him after 3 days of absence from duty. Thus, she resolved to take advantage of her lunch break to visit Hao Shun's home and ascertain his condition. Chun Xianran, having discarded her chopsticks, immediately drove towards Hao Shun's residence. For the sake of convenience, Hao Shun had rented an apartment in close proximity to the police station, and Chun Xianran arrived in less than 20 minutes. Upon reaching his doorstep, she knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the door opened to reveal a familiar elderly woman. Chun Xianran recognized her as Hao Shun's grandmother. "Hello, Grandma. Is Hao Shun at home?" Chun Xianran inquired. The grandmother paused for a moment. Then her eyes brightened with recognition. "Oh, you are Hao Shun's girlfriend?" Chun Xianran was taken aback by her recognition and could only nod in affirmation. "He hasn't been to work for several days, so I came to check on him." Chun Xianran explained. Come in. We can talk inside." The grandmother ushered her into the house. They settled onto the sofa in the living room. "Grandma, are you comfortable living here?" Chun Xianran asked. "Quite comfortable indeed," replied the grandmother. The previous apartment was on a high floor, and climbing the stairs was quite arduous. Now with the elevator, it has certainly become much more convenient. "That's wonderful to hear," Chun Xianran said. "But where is Hao Shun?" "He injured his back and went to the pharmacy downstairs to get some medicine. He should be back shortly." The grandmother suddenly recalled something, by the way. "When are you two getting married?" Chun Xianran was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. "Well, I suppose it will be a while yet." Chun Xianran could only respond with a perfunctory remark. "Child, do not blame your grandmother for urging. I am merely concerned about my health. Fearing that if I delay any longer, I may no longer be able to hold my little grandson." "But grandmother, I see that you are in good health." Chun Xianran smiled. "In truth, I suffer from Alzheimer's disease," the grandmother sighed. "It is what people commonly refer to as senile dementia. This affliction can strike unexpectedly, and I dread the day I awaken not recognizing you." "That will not happen," Chun Xianran reassured her. "With technology advancing so remarkably, I have heard that foreign countries already possess specialized miracle drugs. If only that were the case," Grandma Hao sighed. "Little Shun has had a difficult life. Losing his parents at such a young age, I find myself at a loss as to how to guide him, which has led to his current state. Is Hao Shun an orphan? Chun Xianren learned of this for the first time, understanding now why she had never seen his parents. You did not know? Grandma Hao appeared equally astonished. Chun Xianren shook her head. Hao Shun's parents were both police officers. His father was the captain of the narcotics team. They were slain in a car accident orchestrated by drug traffickers after incurring their wrath when Hao Shun was merely 8 years old. Following their deaths, he became increasingly rebellious, and I have struggled to manage him. Yet, despite his defiance, I assure you, he is not a bad child. I am aware of that, Chun Xianren replied. As the words escaped her lips, she suddenly realized she had spoken a truth she had long held within. Although Hao Shun exhibited a slightly unruly demeanor, he could hardly be deemed a bad individual. Even though he spends his days idly, always seeking to take advantage of others, he has never truly laid a hand on me. My only wish now is for him to find a better job and engage in more respectable endeavors. Grandma Hao's words left Chun Xianren momentarily speechless. Are you dissatisfied with Hao Shun's current job? Grandma Hao waved her hand dismissively. You need not deceive me. I am well aware that Hao Shun is not a police officer at all. He has been lying to me all along, and I simply chose not to confront him about it. Did you know? Chun Xianren gasped in surprise. When she first arrived at the Xiaohigu police station, Chief Li Gua had advised her that if an elderly lady came looking for Hao Shun, she must not give away the truth. Thus, she had long known that Hao Shun was deceiving his grandmother. However, she never expected that Grandma Hao was aware of this as well. Do you think I'm really foolish? Grandma Hao chuckled. In fact, I secretly followed him a few times and discovered that he is not a police officer at all. His main job is distributing cards for some young women. So it was as such. Chun Xianren was taken aback. It turned out Hao Shun was involved in such dubious activities. I can't believe you know all this, Chun Xianren exclaimed. Even Hao Shun remains oblivious. Child, Grandma Hao said, gazing at Chun Xianren with a look of earnest supplication. May I trouble you with a request? Please, Grandma, go ahead. Since you are Hao Shun's girlfriend, I believe you would not wish for her to send little cards for a lifetime. Could you assist me by persuading Hao Shun to seek a more reliable job? Even delivering takeout would suffice. Without hesitation, Chun Xianren agreed. After all, Hao Shun is now a formal police officer, and Chun Xianren decided to give Grandma Hao a delightful surprise. Chapter 30. Perhaps I exerted myself too much. At that moment, Hao Shun returned. He was somewhat surprised to see his grandmother and Chun Xianren sitting together. Oh, what a rare guest. What brings you here? Miss me? Hao Shun said, supporting his waist as he slowly walked in. What happened to you? How did you injure your back? Chun Xianren stood up to inquire. That's a long story. Hao Shun replied. In short, I suppose I just overexerted myself. As he spoke, he approached and asked, Grandma, do you remember who she is? Of course I do. Grandma Hao chuckled. Isn't she your new girlfriend? What was her name again? I'm Chun Xianren, she interjected. Yes, Chun Xianren. Grandma Hao quickly added. She then opened the drawer of the coffee table and pulled out a small notebook. I must jot this down, she said, flipping it open to a page. Chun Xianren glanced over, noting that at least a dozen names were inscribed on that page, all crossed out except for the last one, which read Dong Xiaowan. Now that name too was crossed out as Grandma neatly wrote down Chun Xianren. Chun Xianren thought to herself, it seems my name cannot escape the same fate. So you have had quite a few ex-girlfriends. Chun Xianren teased Hao Shun. Just fleeting encounters, merely fleeting encounters, he chuckled sheepishly. After spending some time at Hao Shun's home, Chun Xianren glanced at the time and decided it was nearly time to return. Hao Shun escorted her downstairs, where her car was parked outside the community, requiring them to traverse through the complex. Chun Xianren did not disclose to Hao Shun that his grandmother was aware of his previous occupation as a fake police officer. Instead, she chuckled and declared, I finally know what you used to do for a living. Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback, replying, what I used to do? Oh, before I joined your organization, I was in advertising and media. Advertising and media? Chun Xianren laughed heartily. Don't pretend. I know what you really did. Handing out those little cards. Right? A shiver ran through Hao Shun at her words, wondering how this girl knew such details. After all, distributing those cards was a profession that lacked any dignity. During his past job, he always wore a black mask, fearing recognition. How could Chun Xianren be privy to this information? Naturally, Hao Shun would never admit to it, retorting, where did you hear such gossip? How could I possibly be involved in that kind of disgraceful work? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice chimed in from nearby. Hao Shun, I finally found you. Where have you been all this time? You haven't been answering your phone. Without your help in distributing the ads, our business has come to a standstill. Turning to see who was speaking, both Hao Shun and Chun Xianren recognized the voice of Pan Malian. Chun Xianren paused for a brief moment before recalling that this was the woman she had caught in the act of a transaction with Hao Shun just a few days prior. Hao Shun could hardly believe his eyes. Her appearance at this moment was quite the coincidence. Sister Melian, I have something to attend to right now. Can we discuss this later? Hao Shun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon noticing Chun Xianran, clad in police uniform beside Hao Shun, Pan Melian finally grasped the situation. My apologies, please continue with your work. She quickly retreated. How is it that Hao Shun is alongside a female police officer? Pan Melian was utterly bewildered. Chun Xianran instantly comprehended. I see. This woman is your employer. Well, since you've already deduced it, there is nothing left to conceal. Hao Shun raised his chin defiantly. Indeed, I am the one distributing flyers. Is that something to be ashamed of? Does the act of distributing flyers not constitute work? Labor knows no hierarchies, you understand? Chun Xianran looked at Hao Shun and remarked, I harbor no prejudice against you. I was merely taken aback. Let us drop this matter. You should return quickly, or you'll be late. Hao Shun nudged Chun Xianran forward. By the way, tomorrow is the quarterly commendation ceremony at the Municipal Bureau, and you are one of the key figures. Do not forget, Chun Xianran reminded him once more. Yes, I am aware, Hao Shun nodded. As he watched Chun Xuanran's vehicle disappear, he turned to head back. Just as he entered the community, Pan Melian suddenly appeared from nowhere. Hao Shun, you're quite impressive. Managing to charm a police officer? Pan Melian grinned slyly. Not at all. Hao Shun waved his hand dismissively. Sister Melian, I had intended to inform you earlier that I am planning to quit the flyer distribution job. Pan Melian was taken aback by his revelation. Quitting? But such a promising opportunity, and you would abandon it so readily? Pan Melian wore a perplexed expression. Over the course of our time together, my sisters and I have come to regard you as a person of commendable character, possessing formidable work abilities. We had even considered appointing you to lead us. Hao Shun repeatedly waved his hands in negation. I think that is best left aside. I have secured a new position. Pan Melian quickly interjected. Hao Shun, do you feel that the commission we offered you is insufficient? Allow me to discuss it with my sisters and see if we can enhance your remuneration. No, thank you. No need for that. Hao Shun insisted, continuing to gesture in refusal. Undeterred, Pan Melian persisted in her entreaties for a considerable time, but ultimately, upon realizing his resolute decision, she could only depart with a sense of regret. Do remember to come by at the end of the month for your payment. I will settle this month's dues for you, she said with a flirtatious smile as she left. The following morning, Hao Shun promptly made his way to Zaiku. The Jiangcheng Police Department had a long-standing tradition of holding a quarterly commendation ceremony to honor police personnel who had made outstanding contributions during that period, bestowing various medals as recognition. This not only encouraged those who had achieved commendable results, but also served to motivate other officers striving diligently in their duties. Furthermore, every few months, the Municipal Bureau would authorize the allocation of a batch of specialized police vehicles based on the performance of the police stations. Due to its modest size, the Zaihiku Police Station possessed only 3 vehicles in total, 1 aging Santana on the verge of retirement, and 2 Zodi models from over a decade ago. The Santana, aside from its horn that still functioned, had become largely inoperative, while the 2 Zodi vehicles frequently encountered mechanical issues, often stalling mid-journey. Director, I have heard that the Municipal Bureau has ordered a batch of Ford SUVs. Given that we at Xiaogo have solved numerous cases, we ought to strive for one of those vehicles, don't you think? Last time, we were overlooked, and surely this time they cannot find a reason to deny us. Indeed, our neighbors at the Huaxi Police Station are now driving the latest models of Hongqi. I encountered them on the road recently, and their demeanor was quite ostentatious. Li Guo, upon hearing the sentiments of his colleagues, found their arguments quite valid. In Jiangcheng, police vehicles are allocated based on performance rankings. Those who excel receive approval for more luxurious cars, while those without accomplishments are left with no choice but to opt for cheaper alternatives. This has inadvertently turned police cars into instruments of comparison among various precincts. The 2 Zodi vehicles at Xiaogo have been the subject of ridicule from personnel at other stations more than once. Previously, Xiaogo lacked notable achievements, so the absence of new vehicles was somewhat understandable. However, given how much merit Hao Shun has recently accumulated by cracking numerous significant cases, it would indeed be unreasonable for the Municipal Bureau to deny us a new vehicle this time. Li Guo resolved to make an effort, as it would be his final contribution to Xiaogo before his departure. Attending the commendation ceremony from Xiaogo were only Director Li Guo, Deputy Director Zhou Gang, Hao Shun, and Chun Xianran. However, Chun Xianran had yet to arrive, citing some matters to attend to, stating he would head directly to the Municipal Bureau shortly. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chun Xianran had discreetly gone to pick up Hao Shun's grandmother. Chapter 31. The old class leader Su Ao Hao Shun and his companions boarded the unit's rare Zodi vehicle, only to find themselves stranded on the road due to a breakdown. They had no choice but to summon someone from the small riverbank to bring another car. Indeed, it was high time for a replacement, Li Guo remarked. The driver, Zhou Gang, nodded in agreement. After all, the vehicle had already traversed over 300,000 kilometers. It was certainly due for an upgrade. Shun, have you prepared your award speech? Li Guo turned to Hao Shun, who was engrossed in his mobile phone. I know. Hao Shun replied without lifting his gaze, continuing his game. You, a police officer, shouldn't be playing Honor of Kings all day. Li Guo insisted. Make sure to read more books and aim for an early promotion. Let's not talk about reading. Hao Shun scoffed. I bought Jinping Mei and have yet to finish it after more than 2 years. Jinping Mei? Li Guo was taken aback. What on earth do you want to read that for? You don't aspire to be Shimin Qing, do you? You should delve into professional literature, like criminal psychology. I read it back in middle school, Hao Shun replied. It was a gift from my master. Zhou Gang chimed in. You actually read the book I gave you? Of course. I always follow my master's instructions, Hao Shun said with a smile. But eventually, when it became clear that I wouldn't become a policeman, I sold the book as scrap paper. But you have indeed become one now, Li Guo pointed out. I'll buy you a few books online. Study more at home and play less games. It won't do you any good. Hao Shun could only nod in agreement. Contemplating the presence of a system, he mused on the futility of expending effort and time. All that was required was to enhance the eye of the genius, which proved far more reliable than anything else. Is your back feeling better? Li Guo inquired once more. Yes, it's fine. Hao Shun nodded. The pain has subsided. Li Guo appeared perplexed. I cannot fathom how you managed to injure your back at home when you faced 3 armed robbers without a hitch. It was merely an accident. Hao Shun chuckled softly to himself. He thought to himself that this was merely a minor setback. Had Li Guo been present at the scene, he might have feared for his very life amidst that chaos. The vehicle sped along, soon arriving at the entrance of the municipal police headquarters. Peering through the glass, Hao Shun observed the bustling scene outside. Jiang City boasts 9 districts within its main urban area, and when including other districts and counties, there are a total of 726 police stations across the city. Even if each station sent 4 officers, that would amount to over 2,000 individuals, making it quite a lively gathering. Naturally, the majority of these police stations were merely present to observe. The accolade of outstanding police station each quarter in Jiang City predominantly goes to those within the main urban areas, as the evaluation of outstanding is based on the quantity and quality of cases solved. In recent years, with the aid of advanced technology, the rate of solving cases has improved, yet the number of criminal incidents has plummeted dramatically. For many smaller stations eager to demonstrate their efficacy, achieving notable success is akin to winning the lottery. Some police stations in remote areas have gone 3 years without encountering a significant criminal case, merely addressing trivial domestic disputes and petty issues. Relatively speaking, the opportunities within the urban police stations are significantly greater, at the very least. Apprehending individuals involved in activities such as prostitution, gambling, or economic fraud is relatively straightforward. In situations where options are limited, many police stations can only revisit old cases for investigation. However, no one anticipated that this month, Officer Hao Shun from the Xiaogo police station would remarkably solve 4 major cases, which is simply astonishing. Even more frustrating for others is that these cases hardly occurred within the jurisdiction of Xiaogo. In other words, they were merely reaping the rewards from others' efforts. Despite the jealousy, curiosity about how Shun flourished, everyone was eager to see what this extraordinary assistant police officer looked like. When Hao Shun and Li Guo made their appearance, several familiar station heads approached to greet them. Upon seeing Hao Shun beside Li Guo, they resembled old bachelors encountering a beautiful new bride, nearly rushing to claim him. Even the head of the criminal investigation team, Wan Chong, took an interest in Hao Shun. Wan Chong happened to run into Li Guo at the entrance. They were classmates and thus quite familiar with one another. So, you are the Hao Shun from your station? Wan Chong remarked, surprised to find this young man to be quite handsome. Shun, this is Captain Wan, from the municipal criminal investigation team, Li Guo promptly introduced. Hao Shun quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Captain Wan. This young fellow is impressive, Wan Chong commented. You single-handedly put our entire criminal investigation team to shame. Indeed, these words hold truth. Previously, in the face of heinous murder cases and subsequent kidnapping incidents, the municipal criminal investigation team found themselves utterly at a loss. Yet it was effortlessly resolved by Hao Shun. Is this not a slap in the face? Li Guo hastily interjected. Captain Wan, please do not jest. Shun merely had a stroke of luck. I certainly do not intend to steal your thunder. Shun quickly apologized to Captain Wan. There is no need for an apology. Wan Chong interposed, extending his hand to halt the proceedings. Young man, I perceive you possess considerable talent. Indeed, you are underutilized in that desolate little place. Have you considered joining our criminal investigation team? Upon hearing this, Li Guo immediately responded, I knew you had ulterior motives. Shun, we are leaving. With that, he wrapped an arm around Hao Shun's shoulder and stepped forward. Young man, to ponder this seriously, Wan Chong persisted, gazing at the retreating figure of Hao Shun. Rest assured, Uncle Li, I have no intention of leaving Xiaogo, at least not for the time being. Hao Shun declared, seizing the opportunity to express his loyalty. If you dare to leave, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and break your legs, Li Guo chuckled. The trio bantered as they made their way into the main venue. Look, that fellow appears to be Hao Shun. It must be him. Beside him are director Li and his mentor, Zhou Gang. As the onlookers observed Hao Shun and his companions, whispers began to circulate. Once Li Guo and the others found their seats, he suddenly remembered Chen Xianran. Shun, give Xianran a call and inquire if she has arrived. Hao Shun then stood up. The noise within was overwhelming, so he picked up his phone and walked outside the venue. Once outside, Hao Shun promptly called Chen Xianran, who informed him that she would arrive shortly. Just as Hao Shun was preparing to head back, he heard someone calling his name. To his surprise, it was none other than his old classmate, Su Ao, a fellow graduate of Longshan High School. Su Ao had once been the class monitor, an exemplary student ranking among the top 10 in the entire school, with a father who held a prominent position in a city department. In their school days, one was a paragon of virtue and academic excellence, while the other was a mischievous troublemaker whose grades languished at the bottom. Despite sharing the same classroom, their interactions were nearly non-existent, with their conversations rarely exceeding 3 sentences throughout the years. Su Ao, hailing from a privileged background and possessing remarkable academic prowess, had little regard for Hao Shun, fully aware that his own future was bright, whereas Hao Shun was destined to be a mere drifter on the streets. However, fate took an unexpected turn when the girl Su Ao had secretly admired for years rejected his affections, revealing instead that she had feelings for Hao Shun. This revelation struck a blow to Su Ao's pride, marking the first encounter with failure he had ever experienced, and ironically, it was at the hands of someone he had never deemed worthy of his attention. Eventually, Su Ao gained admission to the Kyoto Criminal Police Academy, and upon graduating, he was recruited as a special student into the Jiangxing Police Bureau, where he became a criminal analyst specializing in criminal profiling. In recent years, with his assistance, numerous unsolved cases have been resolved, propelling him to the position of deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Second Team in just 2 short years. However, he never anticipated that he would be bested once more by an individual named Hao Shun. Initially, he assumed it to be a mere coincidence of names, only to realize at this moment that it was indeed the very same person. Chapter 32. The award ceremony commences. Su Ao, what brings you here? Hao Shun exclaimed, visibly surprised upon seeing Su Ao. I'm from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, Su Ao replied. I truly did not expect that the most formidable auxiliary police officer, who has recently gained fame in the Jiangxing police circle, would turn out to be you. Neither did I, Hao Shun remarked. It's rather puzzling how I became a police officer. You've certainly made quite an impression lately, Su Ao noted. You've recently solved several cases right after becoming an auxiliary officer. It's remarkable. Luck, pure luck, Hao Shun chuckled. But let's not dwell on this. We should find an opportunity together sometime. Su Ao patted Hao Shun on the shoulder. Perhaps we could even collaborate. Sounds good, Hao Shun, believing Su Ao was sincere, took out his phone. Shall we exchange WeChat contacts? Maybe next time. I have some matters to attend to. We'll chat when I'm free. Su Ao replied before striding away. Didn't you just say we should meet up? Hao Shun was left bewildered. Su Ao feigned ignorance, internally cursing. You think you're worthy of adding me on WeChat? Still the same as before. Hao Shun scoffed. If you look down on me, then spare me the pleasantries. What a farce. Returning to the main venue, it was already 9 a.m., with the award ceremony set to begin in 10 minutes. However, Chen Xianran was still absent. Hao Shun could only send her a message urging her to hurry. At 9:08 a.m., the ceremony was about to officially commence. In attendance at the award ceremony, alongside over 2,000 representatives from various police stations and leaders from the Municipal Bureau, were several distinguished figures clad in white. These individuals were likely leaders from the Provincial Public Security Department, all seated behind the row of tables at the podium. Shun, try not to be too anxious. Li Guo reassured Hao Shun, though his own hands trembled slightly. Uncle Li, there's no need to worry about me, Hao Shun replied, then inquired. What's the situation with Chen Xianran? Why hasn't she arrived yet? I'm right here. Chen Xuanran's head appeared beside her seat. Where have you been? You always seem to have so much going on, Hao Shun remarked with a click of his tongue. You should know without asking, Chen Xianran retorted with a smirk. She promptly took her seat. At 9:10, the awards ceremony commenced officially. This particular event was broadcast internally, allowing anyone within the system to enter the live stream and witness the proceedings. Thus, in addition to the over 2,000 attendees present, many thousands more were watching from outside the venue. The people of Xiaogugu were particularly enthusiastic about the live broadcast, with nearly everyone holding up their phones. According to the agenda, the ceremony was inaugurated with an impassioned speech by Meng Haonan, the head of the Municipal Bureau, who provided a brief summary of the work accomplished over the past 3 months and outlined certain expectations for the future. He notably emphasized that Jiang City would soon initiate a Clear the Old campaign. As the name suggests, this initiative entails revisiting the numerous unresolved major criminal cases from the past few decades, employing contemporary technological advancements for renewed analysis and investigation. The local police precinct where the incidents occurred must also collaborate in this effort of review and inquiry. After outlining the general direction of the work, Director Meng began a brief retrospective on the significant cases that transpired in Jiangxing over the past few months, expressing appreciation for the team's efforts. Following this, the awards ceremony commenced. Where are the officers from Xiaogugu Police Station? Director Meng inquired. At once, Hao Shun, Chen Xianran, and Li Guozhou rose in unison. All eyes turned towards them. Please come up to the stage, he requested. Li Guo, accompanied by his subordinates, strode confidently towards the podium. The officers from Xiaogugu, watching from the screen, were filled with excitement. Look, the chief is up there, they exclaimed. Incredible. You finally reached this moment after so many years of supporting roles. How could we not be thrilled? The other officers present observed the quartet, engaging in lively discussions. The viewers in the live stream were equally animated. That young man must be Hao Shun. I can't believe he is such a handsome fellow, exclaimed one. He is so charming. My goodness, he could easily become a leading man in the entertainment industry. Another remarked, wow, his partner, the koi girl, is stunningly beautiful. No wonder they can solve cases. It feels like watching an idol drama. Are they paired based on looks? I confess that I felt a pang of jealousy, not for their accolades, but rather for the reason that he possesses such a stunning partner. The four of them ascended the podium, standing in a line. In recognition of the exemplary performance of the comrades from the Xiaohaku police station in recent cases, the Rainy Night rape case, the Anshan chemical plant rape case, the child trafficking case at the Municipal People's Hospital, and the 106 kidnapping case, the Jiangxing Municipal Police Bureau convened and resolved to award all comrades involved in the operations at Xiaohaku Police Station with a collective third-class merit. Indeed, it is a collective third-class merit. The officers from Xiaohaku erupted in joyous cheers, and even the cleaning lady clapped her hands enthusiastically, her face beaming with pride. The last time Xiaohaku Police Station received a collective third-class merit was over a decade ago, and several veteran officers were moved to tears. Even the stray dog, affectionately named Da Huang, adopted by everyone, was swept up in the excitement, darting around the courtyard in a frenzy. Everyone understood that this third-class merit was largely due to the efforts of Hao Shun alone. Prior to this, Xiaohaku, as the smallest police station in the city, had been virtually invisible, often denied requests for resources by the Municipal Bureau under various pretexts. At last, they could hold their heads high. Simultaneously, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Li Guo, as a representative, accepted the medal and certificate conferred by the director, and then the four of them saluted together. Amidst the applause, they returned to their seats. Comrades Hao Shun and Chen Xianran from Xiaohaku Police Station stepped forward. Director Meng continued. As Hao Shun's posterior barely settled, he swiftly rose to his feet, with Chen Xianran following suit. Please, both of you, come to the front, Director Meng continued. Under the gaze of the audience, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran ascended the stage once more. At that moment, the live stream's comments flooded the screen. What a perfect pair, exclaimed one. Just days ago, Hao Shun was merely an auxiliary police officer, and now he is here to receive a personal commendation. Truly remarkable, he is the epitome of excellence. Another chimed in. Who would have imagined he could be so handsome? He ought to portray a police officer on screen rather than serve in the force. It is indeed him, the legendary heartthrob of Longshan High School. After all these years, he seems even more dashing. Someone remarked, overwhelmed. What should I do? I think I have fallen for him at first sight. Oh no, I'm smitten. Don't hold me back. I wish to bear his children. The comments grew increasingly exaggerated. As usually composed female officers transformed into fervent admirers of Hao Shun, much to the chagrin of onlookers. Hao Shun and Chen Xianran approached Director Meng. In recognition of Comrade Hao Shun and Comrade Chen Xianran for their remarkable contributions in cracking the child trafficking case at Jiangxing People's Hospital, assisting 26 families in reuniting with their children, both have exhibited exceptional performance. Therefore, we confer upon Comrade Hao Shun and Comrade Chen Xianran a third-class personal merit award. The audience erupted into thunderous applause once more. The leaders from the Provincial Public Security Bureau were the ones bestowing the honors. Young comrade, congratulations. Hao Shun and Chen Xianran, after respectfully completing their salutation, turned to descend from the stage, proudly clutching their medals and certificates. Why the haste? There is more to come. Meng Haonan quickly called out to them. Chen Xianran, you may proceed down. As for Hao Shun, let him be, to avoid unnecessary commotion. The audience below erupted in laughter upon hearing Meng Haonan's words, a sound devoid of mockery, filled instead with admiration and envy. It is worth noting that an award of third-class merit is a coveted recognition for many officers, yet Hao Shun, with his multitude of accolades, need not descend at all, thereby saving precious time. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Everyone understood that Hao Shun had solved 4 major cases within a week. It was implausible that he merited only a third-class merit award. With an awkward smile, Hao Shun returned to stand upright before Director Meng. In light of Comrade Hao Shun's remarkable contributions to the resolution of the Anshan chemical plant homicide case, the organization has collectively decided to confer upon him a second-class merit award as a token of appreciation. The applause resonated once more throughout the venue. Chapter 33, Grandmother. How about I add another grandson for you? Li Guo, seated in the audience, clapped his hands in excitement, trembling with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhou Gang, as Hao Shun's mentor, was equally moved, his eyes glistening with tears. In a fleeting moment, they envisioned a man standing beside Hao Shun, gazing at the young lad with a look of profound pride. That man was Hao Shun's father, Hao Jiangwo. If both Jiangwo and his wife were present, they would undoubtedly be filled with immense pride at this moment. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Gang could not hold back his tears. Li Guo, touched by his sentiment, also shed tears of joy. Witnessing the 2 elder police officers weeping, Chen Xianran, who had remained composed until then, felt a lump in his throat. Hao Shun accepted the medal awarded by another leader from the provincial department, bowing once more in gratitude. Just as he prepared to leave, Meng Haonan called him back. Don't be in a hurry, there's more. The audience erupted into smiles once again. In recognition of Comrade Hao Shun's outstanding contributions during the Rainy Night murder case, his bravery and selflessness, as well as enduring grave injuries while confronting the criminals, the organization has decided to award Comrade Hao Shun a second-class individual commendation. The applause resounded once more. The comments flooded the screen. 1 third-class merit. 2 second-class merits. What more can I say? Comparing myself to him is disheartening. I have served as a police officer for 7 or 8 years without even earning a third-class merit. Look at him. He achieves 3 accolades with a single act. After a lifetime of diligent work, I find myself unable to match his week's worth of accomplishments. I firmly believe this individual possesses superhuman abilities. Otherwise, how could he achieve such feats? It is said that he possesses the ability to read minds, and perhaps it is indeed true. Hao Shun accepted the medal. This time, having learned his lesson, he chose not to leave. Director Meng continued. Comrade Hao Shun, during the 106 kidnapping case, single-handedly confronted 3 armed assailants, managing to subdue all of them with bare hands, even in the presence of a gun. Furthermore, during the subsequent interrogation, he employed ingenious tactics to extract the location where the kidnappers had hidden the child, ensuring the victim emerged unscathed. Following the organization's decision, we confer upon Comrade Hao Shun the honor of a first-class merit. The applause erupted, resonating like thunder, and the live broadcast was set ablaze with excitement. Incredible! A first-class merit, 1 third-class merit, 2 second-class merits, and 1 first-class merit, along with a collective third-class merit. This individual is truly remarkable. Is it conceivable for an auxiliary police officer to achieve such feats? I cannot shake the feeling that I am living in a fictional world. The earlier awards could be attributed to luck, but this first-class merit is undeniably deserving of admiration. To disarm armed kidnappers with nothing but his bare hands is somewhat surreal. Anyone who dares to claim this was mere luck shall face my ire. Can this truly be accomplished solely through mind reading? I am in profound awe. Hao Shun, having received 4 medals, found himself somewhat elated. When in his life had he ever felt so esteemed? Director Meng handed him a microphone. Today, you have the opportunity to share your acceptance speech. Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback. He had not prepared any words of gratitude. Capturing criminals was one thing, but what could he possibly say in an acceptance speech? He felt a twinge of anxiety. In his lifetime, he had only delivered a speech before an audience of over 1,000 people once, during which he recited a reflection on being reprimanded. Usually unperturbed, Hao Shun felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Taking the microphone, he turned to face more than 2,000 colleagues in the audience. The applause erupted once more. Confronted by thousands of piercing gazes, he experienced an unexpected weakness in his legs and began to tremble. Distinguished leaders and esteemed guests, good morning, no, good afternoon, he stammered. Laughter erupted from the audience, as Li Guo chuckled. Look at him. He is actually nervous. Zhou Gang remarked. It feels like a different era. Just last week he was a petty criminal, and now he stands here receiving an award. It's surreal. Hao Shun took a deep breath. I apologize for my nerves. The last time I addressed such a large crowd was in high school, when I was reprimanded for misbehaving with my homeroom teacher and had to read my reflection before the entire school. The audience burst into laughter, for only he, Hao Shun, could have pulled off such a feat. You may have heard that I joined the Xiaohegu police station just a week ago. Prior to that, I was aimlessly drifting through life, relying on distributing small cards to make ends meet, and many looked down upon me. Just moments ago, I encountered a high school classmate who insisted we should meet up. However, when I took out my phone to add him on WeChat, he turned me down. At this point in his narrative, Su Ao's expression darkened noticeably. I am aware that he holds me in disdain, Hao Shun continued. In truth, both of my parents are police officers, and I harbored dreams of becoming one myself since childhood. However, my aspirations were dashed when I was expelled from school for assaulting a teacher, thus forfeiting my chance to pursue a career in law enforcement. Over the years, I have scarcely engaged in any meaningful endeavors, and I am acutely aware that my neighbors secretly mock my lack of ambition to bring joy to my grandmother. I even deceived her into believing that I am a police officer. In reality, my daily comings and goings were merely for show. The only times I found myself at the police station were when I had run afoul of the law. To my astonishment, today I have actually become a police officer and, quite by accident, have solved several cases in succession. It feels surreal, and I scarcely dare to believe it is true. Hao Shun chuckled and added, I was unprepared and at a loss for words. Thank you all for indulging my ramblings. Now, let us move on to the gratitude segment. Laughter and applause erupted from the audience once more. I owe my present circumstances to my leaders, Director Li and my mentor. Their unwavering support has granted me the opportunity to stand here today. I must also express my gratitude to my partner, Chun Xianran. She is my lucky star. Ever since our paths crossed, criminals seem to gravitate towards me as if they were drawn to a magnet, making it impossible not to achieve results. More laughter resonated from the crowd. But above all, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to one individual. At this moment, a glimmer of recognition flashed in Hao Shun's eyes. He looked up and saw a short, familiar figure standing at the entrance. Grandma. Hao Shun was utterly astonished. How could she be here? It is worth noting that such internal recognition ceremonies generally discourage the attendance of family members. Chun Xianren only brought Grandma Hao in after obtaining the consent of Director Meng. Upon seeing his grandmother's figure, Hao Shun could no longer contain his emotions. She had been watching him receive his award all along. His eyes welled up, nearly spilling over with tears. The individual I wish to express my deepest gratitude towards is none other than my grandmother. In the past, I was uncertain about my life's purpose, but just moments ago, clarity dawned upon me. In the future, I aspire to make my grandmother proud, enabling her to confidently declare to our neighbors that her grandson, Hao Shun, is a distinguished public servant. Thank you all. I shall continue to strive for excellence. The applause erupted once more, and many were moved to tears. Even Chun Xianran shed tears. Ultimately, the Xiaogo police station was honored with the title of Best Police Station, and both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran were promoted directly from probationary officers to second-level officers due to their outstanding performance. Hao Shun also set a record for the swiftest promotion within the Jiang City Police Force. In a mere week, he ascended from auxiliary officer to second-level officer, a pace that could only be described as meteoric. After the ceremony concluded, Hao Shun hurriedly approached his grandmother, inquiring, Who brought you here? Who else could it be but your girlfriend? Grandma replied, Is it you? Hao Shun glanced at Chun Xianran beside him. Chun Xianran beamed with pride. Who else could it be? Let me tell you, your grandmother has known all along that you were a fake police officer, but she never exposed you. Ah, Hao Shun was also taken aback. Grandma, you actually knew? I never expected that you would truly become a police officer now. Grandma Hao chuckled. If your parents were aware from the afterlife, they would surely be even happier than I am. Observing the pride radiating from his grandmother, Hao Shun felt a surge of joy. He pulled Chun Xianran closer, saying, Grandma, don't you think that if I were to bless you with another plump grandson, you would be even more delighted? Of course. Grandma Hao replied with a smile. I have been eagerly awaiting that day. Chun Xianran struggled to break free, but realized that her petite frame was completely ensnared in Hao Shun's embrace. You better not repay kindness with malice. Chun Xianran discreetly pinched him. Chapter 34. Where has our car gone? The first thing Ligua did after the meeting was to seek out Director Meng Haonan to inquire about the status of the new car application. Director Meng chuckled heartily. I was just about to inform you about that. The vehicle has long been prepared for you. The Bureau has recently ordered a batch of new police cars, 2 of which are designated specifically for your use. They are currently parked in the outdoor lot downstairs. You may retrieve them at your convenience. Thank you, Director Meng. Thank you, Li Guo exclaimed, overjoyed and expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Meng Haonan continued, By the way, your promotion papers have been approved. Next month, you will be transferred to serve as Deputy Director at the Jiulong District Branch. Ah, Li Guo was taken aback once more. So soon? It seems you should have been mentally prepared for this, Director Meng laughed. No wonder you came to me specifically for the car. You wanted to secure one last benefit for Xiaohigu before your departure, didn't you? Li Guo replied with a smile. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The colleagues at the station have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the police cars for quite some time. In fact, Your recognition of my efforts this time is indeed related to the several major cases that Hao Shun and I have cracked together. Director Meng remarked. That lad is your lucky star. Have you considered taking him with you? Li Guo shook his head. It's better for him to continue honing his skills in Xiaohigu. Even if he is a gem, he still requires the right polishing. Meng Haonan sighed. I truly didn't expect you to be willing to leave him for others. You may not know this, but Wan Chong from the criminal investigation team has approached me several times, eager to transfer Hao Shun to his team. Hao Shun has now joined the criminal investigation team, and I believe it is somewhat premature. Li Guo hastily remarked, as the saying goes. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow only yields the opposite effect. It is best to let him progress step by step. In truth, the reason Li Guo did not take Hao Shun with him was due to Zhou Gang. He was acutely aware that after his promotion, Zhou Gang would likely become the director of Xiaohigu. Leaving Hao Shun for his old comrade was exceedingly significant. Meng Haonan, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Just a few minutes after Li Guo's departure, Meng Haonan's office welcomed a visitor. It was a girl with short hair, possessing a model-like stature of 175 centimeters. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her extraordinary aura also set her apart from ordinary girls. Her name was Meng Xiaojun, the eldest daughter of Meng Haonan. 3 years prior, she graduated from the police academy with a doctorate. Meng Xiaojun declined the opportunity to return as a teacher at the school and chose instead to return to Jiangqing. With her exceptional abilities, she quickly ascended from an intern officer to the deputy director of a certain police station. And now she had the chance to be promoted to the position of director once again. Dad, please allow me to go to Xiaohigu. Meng Xiaojun approached her father for this very matter. Meng Haonan was perplexed. Why do you wish to go there? Xiaohigu is merely a small police station in the suburbs. With a total staff of around 30, you have ample opportunity to choose a better place. No, I want to go there, Meng Xiaojun replied with resolute determination. Is it because of your sister's situation? Meng Haonan seemed to comprehend. I mentioned that Hao Shun had inappropriately approached your sister. It is highly likely that it was a misunderstanding. You need not choose such a desolate place for his sake, do you? It is not solely for your sister. Meng Xiaojun remarked. I have a certain curiosity about him. Li Guo descended from the office building and was elated to see Zhou Gang and Hao Shun. The director has informed us that 2 vehicles have been allocated for our department, currently awaiting us in the parking lot below. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. I have heard that the vehicles procured this time are Chevrolet Explorers, each valued at over 300,000. Is the city truly willing to provide us with 2? Zhou Gang was equally astonished. Previously, due to the breakdown of that dilapidated Zhongtai vehicle, they had to borrow from the neighboring police station, which, while successful, resulted in ridicule that left Zhou Gang feeling low for several days. With new vehicles, there would be no need to rely on others any longer. Li Guo mentioned, Director Meng himself has stated that the vehicles have been assigned, and I am to collect them personally. Everyone was thrilled at this news and made their way towards the open-air parking lot. Along the way, Li Guo encountered several familiar heads of local police stations. Oh, Director Li, your Xiaohigu is truly flourishing this time. Has the vehicle you applied for also arrived? The speaker was Du Kong, the head of the Yudong police station, whose jurisdiction is in the city center, with personnel numbers several times greater than those in Xiaohigu, boasting more than 10 police vehicles. Have you managed to secure additional vehicles? Li Guo inquired, taken aback. After all, when the last application for the small creek was rejected, the Fish Cave police station successfully acquired 2 vehicles. Our location is indeed unique. Du Kong chuckled. Unlike your suburban area filled with bird songs and insect chirps, there are hardly any streets to patrol. Li Guo realized that this fellow nearly uttered the phrase a place where not even birds would defecate. During their time at the police academy, Du Kong had always relished in being competitive and seeking the spotlight. It was surprising to see that even as the station chief, he remained unchanged. Huazi, could I borrow this young man behind you for a few days? Du Kong whispered, leaning against Li Guo's shoulder, in front of his subordinates. Du Kong still addressed him by his nickname, and Li Guo, bound by the seniority of his mentor, could only suppress his indignation. What do you need him for? Li Guo inquired. Nothing much, just to liven up the atmosphere in the station during the celebrations, Du Kong replied with a grin. Look at how many awards your station has received this time. You even became the best of the quarter, while I got nothing. Their conversation was clearly overheard by Hao Shun, who stood less than a meter behind them. He interjected, Chief, I'm not going anywhere. See. The young man himself is unwilling. Li Guo laughed heartily. Du Kong could only glance at Hao Shun and exclaim, Young man. I merely wanted you to give some encouraging lectures to our auxiliary officers. I didn't mean for you to do anything else. I'm sorry, Chief. But I truly don't have the time. I'm planning to return to our unit during this period to delve into the cold cases that have occurred in the Small Creek jurisdiction, examining each one meticulously. Upon witnessing Hao Shun's persistent refusal, Du Kong felt exasperated. You rascal, I shall remember you. he exclaimed, casting a glance at Li Guo. Guozi, you must not be solely preoccupied with solving cases for rewards. The quality education of our grassroots employees is equally paramount. If they all resemble this fellow, how can we possibly manage? Understood, understood. Let us proceed to inspect the vehicles, Li Guo responded, patting Du Kang's shoulder and laughing heartily. Before long, the group arrived at the open-air parking lot, where they were greeted by the sight of over 30 brand-new police vehicles, all Chevrolet Explorers. Each police car bore an A4 sheet affixed to its hood, displaying the name of the police station, with the keys placed atop the paper. This batch of new vehicles was distributed among a dozen police stations, most of which had received awards earlier that day. The excitement among the recipients was palpable. However, Hao Shun searched in vain, failing to find the name Zaigu emblazoned on any of the hoods. Returning to his colleagues, he inquired, Uncle Li, where could it possibly be? This is inconceivable, Li Guo exclaimed in astonishment. The director clearly stated that 2 cars were specifically reserved for us. At that moment, Du Kang, who had just received his new vehicle, approached them. What seems to be the matter? Where are your cars? He queried. We are unsure of what transpired. Hao Shun has searched extensively, but has yet to locate our police station's name, Li Guo explained. Surely, the director is not playing a jest on you? Du Kang mused. Du Kang chuckled, but it matters not. Your jurisdiction is small, and the opportunities for dispatch are few. Those 2 Zodi vehicles can still last for several years. If they prove insufficient, come to our station, and I shall lend you some. Just as Du Kang's words faded, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from the parking garage exit. Everyone was captivated by this sound, for it was not the ordinary growl of a typical engine. It was unmistakably the roar of supercars. Soon, an astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes. 2 vehicles emerged slowly from the underground garage. Upon closer inspection, one was a Ferrari SUV and the other a Lamborghini SUV. Even more astonishing was the fact that both vehicles bore the distinctive markings of police cars. In other words, these opulent SUVs were indeed police vehicles. Chapter 35, Lamborghini and Ferrari. The scene left nearly everyone in astonishment. A Ferrari SUV and a Lamborghini SUV serving as police vehicles. This was something one had only seen on television. In the great nation of Xia, the vehicles utilized as police cars were typically modest entry-level models costing merely several $100,000. Even in a second-tier city like Jiangxing, the police chief's assigned vehicle hardly reached the standard of a Mercedes or BMW. The presence of a Lamborghini or Ferrari was simply inconceivable. Such opulent police cars were virtually impossible to find in Xia, at least not at this moment. Both Du Kang and Li Guo were equally flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? Du Kang could not restrain himself. When did our country acquire such police cars? Li Guo had never witnessed anything like this. It's impossible. Where would we find luxury cars worth millions serving as police vehicles? Even Chen Xianran and Zhou Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, the thought of apprehending criminals in such cars was undeniably exhilarating. Du Kang marveled at the spectacle. The officers present were also engrossed in discussion. Last time we pursued those 2 drug traffickers, if only our Unit S vehicle hadn't been so dilapidated. We wouldn't have let them slip away right before our eyes. If I had been driving this car then, those 2 wouldn't have escaped. Another officer exclaimed. This car is simply stunning. Am I dreaming? When did Xia acquire such police vehicles? It can't be a prop, can it? Just listen to the roar of that engine. Imagine chasing a fugitive in this. How exhilarating would that be? This must be from the City Bureau. But does the City Bureau even have the authority to deploy such impressive police cars? Everyone was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. However, witnessing the emergence of such an extraordinarily luxurious police vehicle in the Great Xia was indeed a revelation. After all, the price of these 2 cars was nearly equivalent to a typical police officer's lifetime earnings. The vehicles slowly glided into the parking lot, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. One could not deny the striking allure of the police logo emblazoned on the cars. Even Chen Xianran, who was usually indifferent towards automobiles, found them particularly captivating. Du Kang sighed. Do you see this? This is what a police car should look like. If I could drive one of these, I would consider a lifetime in law enforcement worth it. Li Guo echoed the sentiment. Indeed, these cars are incredibly impressive. I dare not even dream of such luxury. Once the vehicles were parked, 2 officers emerged from within. Brothers, where did these cars come from? Are they from our municipal bureau? The crowd inquired eagerly. The 2 officers, seemingly uninterested in answering, loudly called out, Is anyone from the Xiahigu police station present? The crowd wore expressions of confusion. What does the Xiahigu police station have to do with this? Suddenly, it dawned on them that Xiahigu had recently cracked for major cases. Could this vehicle be a reward for their efforts? Impossible, someone exclaimed. Just 4 minor cases, and they reward us with a supercar? Do you think Director Meng is running a charity? The crowd collectively reasoned that even if one had solved 40 cases, Meng Haonan would hardly be inclined to allocate such an extravagant police vehicle. Is anyone from the Xiaogo police station present? The officer raised his voice upon receiving no response. Li Guo finally heard him. I am here. I am here. He hurriedly replied, causing Hao Shun and Chun Xianran to exchange startled glances. Could this vehicle be connected to us? They quickly squeezed through the crowd of onlookers. Comrade, greetings. I am the head of the Xiaogo police station. Were you calling for me? Li Guo inquired cautiously. I called you twice, yet received no answer. Do you no longer want your vehicle? The officer questioned. The car? Li Guo was momentarily taken aback. Of course we want it. Where's our car? We've searched for it everywhere. Well, you won't find it because I just brought it out from the garage for you, the officer replied. Here it is. What? This revelation left not only Li Guo in shock, but also stunned everyone present. The car actually belonged to Xiaogo. How could this be possible? Dukong, the station chief standing nearby, wore an expression of utter disbelief. What did you say? This vehicle belongs to Xiaogo? Indeed, the officer affirmed. And the Ferrari SUV beside it also belongs to your station. The keys are inside. You can drive it back yourself shortly. At this declaration, the crowd was left in astonishment. 2 vehicles, both belonging to Xiaogo. How could this be? When did the municipal bureau become so generous? Wait a moment. Even Li Guo found it hard to believe. Is this car truly allocated to our Xiaogo police station by Director Meng? The officer turned around and remarked. Director Meng isn't as generous as you think. This is the father of the child you previously rescued from abduction, who is sponsored by the Sihai Group, specifically to express gratitude towards Hao Shun. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the vehicle was a gift from someone, explicitly intended for Hao Shun. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Luo Sihai had offered a bounty of 50 million to find his son. And it was Hao Shun who single-handedly accomplished that feat. Had it not been for Hao Shun's position as a civil servant, the money would have indeed been given. 50 million was but a trifling sum for Luo Sihai. The combined value of these 2 vehicles was merely over 10 million, which meant Luo Sihai had been quite frugal. Even Hao Shun himself was astonished that Luo Sihai had bestowed such a lavish gift upon Xiaogo. Beside him, Chun Xianran wore a dazed expression. She suddenly recalled Hao Shun's earlier statement about acquiring Lamborghini police cars for Xiaogo within 3 months, and to her amazement, he had actually achieved it. Remarkably, he had done so in just 1 week. The gathered officers from other precincts gazed at the 2 incredibly stylish police cars, their faces betraying their envy and resentment. Dukong was particularly disheartened. Previously, he had been quite pleased with the 2 latest Chevrolet vehicles he had received, but upon seeing Xiaogo's impressive cars, his mood took a nosedive. Old do, Li Guo teased with a grin. Don't you think it's rather ostentatious for Xiaogo to boast such flashy police cars? Dukong wore an expression of embarrassment, acknowledging the undeniable truth of the situation. Under the envious and astonished gazes of the crowd, Hao Shun and Chun Xianran entered the Lamborghini together. It was Chun Xuanran's first experience in such an extravagant vehicle, and she felt a sense of novelty. Unfamiliar with the car, Hao Shun resorted to his phone, searching for guidance on how to operate the Lamborghini's controls. Li Guo and Zhou Gang, seasoned drivers in their own right, found themselves equally bewildered, having never had the opportunity to drive such a prestigious automobile. They too took out their phones to seek assistance. Eventually, Hao Shun deciphered the controls and pressed the ignition button. The Lamborghini roared to life with a beastly growl, prompting nearby onlookers, including police officers, to leap aside. Then, everyone watched in awe as the 2 cars gracefully exited the open parking lot. It was so incredibly stylish that it made me yearn to transfer to a job by the small river. Chapter 36. The gathering at the Xiaogo police station. Hao Shun sped down the road in the Lamborghini, his spirits soaring with exhilaration. This car suits us perfectly, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Now this is the essence of what a police officer should embody. At that moment, Chun Xianran felt a bit dazed, almost as though she were ensnared in a dream. She pinched her arm several times, striving to affirm that this was indeed reality. It must be said, the events of the past week had been nothing short of surreal. A lewd perpetrator she had apprehended just days prior had, in the span of a week, transformed into a bona fide police officer, adorned with 4 commendations, achievements that many officers could only aspire to throughout their careers. She had inadvertently earned a 3rd-class merit award as well. What astonished her most was the realization that, in just a week's time, her perception of this infuriating individual had shifted dramatically. He seemed not to be the loathsome person she had initially envisioned. He had shown bravery in perilous situations to protect her, risked his job for the safety of children, and displayed immense filial piety. Moreover, it was undeniable that Hao Shun looked remarkably dashing in his police uniform, exuding an air of seriousness. No, Chun Xianran quickly shook her head, alarmed by her own thoughts. Why was she only focusing on his commendable traits? This line of thinking was perilous. She must not develop any fondness for him. That would be a betrayal to her sister. She rubbed her face with her hands, attempting to regain her clarity. What's wrong? Are you tired? Hao Shun noticed that something was amiss with Qin Xianran. It's nothing, really, Qin Xianran remarked. I just find the recent events rather surreal. It will become even more fantastical. Hao Shun replied with a smile. Suddenly, two opulent luxury cars rolled into the courtyard of the Zaiheishan police station, their thunderous roar instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. Curious onlookers rushed out to witness the spectacle. As they saw Hao Shun and Li Guo step out of the vehicles, the crowd was left speechless. What on earth is happening? You can't possibly be telling me that these cars were allocated to us by the municipal bureau? My goodness, with a Lamborghini and a Ferrari. These cars are simply stunning. They exclaimed in awe. Li Guo addressed the crowd. No need to speculate. These two cars are our dedicated police vehicles. And we owe our gratitude to Hao Shun. If he hadn't rescued Luo Sihai's son, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to purchase these cars to express their appreciation. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood. I thought it was impossible for our Zaiheishan to be worthy of such extravagant police vehicles. It turns out we are merely basking in Hao Shun's glory. Li Guo continued. Thanks to Hao Shun, we have secured a collective third-class merit. This evening, I will treat everyone to hot pot. Upon hearing that their chief was hosting a feast, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Shun, Li Guo said, giving him a pat on the shoulder, choose one of these cars for your personal use. Which one do you fancy? Without hesitation, Hao Shun chose the striking Lamborghini. This point is universally acknowledged. After all, the small precinct of Xiaogou, being the smallest police station in the city, owes its possession of two such magnificent patrol cars to the commendable efforts of Hao Shun. There is another matter. Li Guo continued. I must take my leave shortly. Leave? Where to? Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback. The municipal bureau has reassigned me to the Jiulong district, where I will serve as the deputy chief of the Jiulong branch, Li Guo replied. From now on, you will only have your master here. So you must heed his guidance. You are going to the municipal bureau? Hao Shun exclaimed impulsively. This remark caught the attention of those nearby. The chief is being transferred to the municipal bureau? Chief Li has been promoted? It was long overdue. Congratulations, Chief Li. Everyone stepped forward to extend their congratulations. Li Guo had worked at Xiaogou for over a decade, having missed several opportunities for advancement, and this time he had finally achieved his aspiration. Much to the delight of all. Of course, there was also a sense of reluctance to part with such a compassionate leader. Zhou Gang, having just learned of the news, joined in to congratulate Li Guo. I have already recommended you to the higher-ups as the head of this station. It should not pose any issues, Li Guo said, patting Zhou Gang's shoulder. Indeed, then Deputy Zhou is also due for a promotion? Someone suddenly realized. That is certain. With Xiaogou having been awarded the best police station and receiving 2 super patrol cars, coupled with the promotions of both chiefs, it is truly a time of great fortune. Absolutely. Tonight, we shall likely celebrate until we are inebriated. Hao Shun was equally elated to hear of his master's promotion. Li Guo conveyed to Zhou Gang. I will not take Shunzi away. He shall remain by your side to assist you. However, this fellow still carries a rebellious spirit. So you must keep a close watch on him. Zhou Gang nodded in acknowledgement. That evening, over 30 employees gathered at a hot pot restaurant not far from the police station, their spirits soaring as they engaged in lively toasts and cheers. Even Qin Xianran, who typically abstained from alcohol, partook in several glasses of beer. Thanks to the system's enhancement, Hao Shun's drinking capacity had become nearly unparalleled. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago under the barrage of toast from more than 30 individuals. When did Shunzi's drinking skills improve so remarkably? Li Guo expressed his astonishment. I've always been quite capable in that regard. Hao Shun replied with a grin, come on. Uncle Li, let me toast to you. My current success is entirely due to your and my master's guidance. Li Guo raised his glass in response, Shunzi. When I am no longer around, you must diligently follow your master and strive to become a director yourself one day. Absolutely. Hao Shun laughed heartily. I will drink to that. Li Guo also downed his drink in one go. Master, this glass is for you, Hao Shun proclaimed. Over the years, I have led a carefree life, often causing you distress. However, rest assured, from this day forth, I, Hao Shun, will turn over a new leaf and aspire to be a commendable police officer, diligently working under your guidance. This is your own promise. Zhou Gang, slightly inebriated, replied. If you work hard, your parents will undoubtedly be proud of you. You can rely on me. I will not let you down. Hao Shun finished speaking and tilted his head back to drain his glass. After setting down the cup, he noticed Qin Xianran sitting beside him, who, observing Hao Shun's fervent drinking, asked with a hint of concern, Are you all right drinking like that? Hao Shun glanced at Qin Xianran and replied, I almost forgot about you, little junior sister. With that, he filled his glass once more to the brim. Xianran, our partnership has been quite successful lately. So let us raise a toast. Initially, Qin Xianran had no intention of drinking, but seeing Hao Shun's enthusiasm, she felt compelled to indulge him and poured herself half a glass. Is it acceptable if I only drink half? She inquired. You are the host. If you say it's fine, Then it is, Hao Shun laughed heartily. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with business that day, aside from a few large private rooms. The 40 or so tables in the main hall were nearly all occupied. Meanwhile, not far behind Hao Shun, at a 4-person table, 2 men clad in black sat silently, their heads bowed over their dishes. Since their arrival, they had exchanged scarcely a word, and both bore the same ominous inscription above their heads: robbery, murder. Chapter 37. He is still just a child. The 2 individuals were engrossed in their hot pot, scarcely exchanging words, while adjacent to them, a couple had just seated themselves with their 7-year-old son. As soon as they settled down, the waiter brought over the menu for their selection. The child's father had just taken hold of the menu when it was snatched away. "Dad, let me order. I can do it." The child, affectionately nicknamed Little Treasure by his parents, insisted. "All right, let our son choose." The father acquiesced, handing the menu back to Little Treasure. However, as he grasped the pen, he found himself utterly perplexed by the characters on the menu, resorting instead to scribbling haphazardly across the page. Upon finishing, he promptly handed it to the waiter. The waiter, upon inspecting the chaotic artwork, was left bewildered, unable to decipher it. "Dear child, I truly cannot understand this. Would you like your parents to place the order again?" Despite the impolite behavior of the child, the waiter maintained his politeness. "Are you an idiot? Can't you read this?" Little Treasure asked the waiter arrogantly. "I apologize, but I genuinely cannot comprehend it," the waiter responded, offering his apologies. The father, however, said nothing and took the menu back to reorder. Once he had made his selections, he returned the menu to the waiter. "Please hold on. We will first prepare the broth for you." At that moment, Little Treasure exclaimed loudly and rudely, "Hurry up. I'm going to starve." The waiter, taken aback by the child's lack of manners, frowned slightly. Yet, he was astonished to find that the child's parents said not a word, indicating that this behavior was likely a result of their indulgence. Indeed, she was not mistaken. This family of 3 was no ordinary lot. The child's parents were both engaged in business, and since the child was primarily cared for by a nanny at home, the parents indulged him excessively. The couple catered to every whim of their offspring, and whenever the child misbehaved, they hesitated to discipline him. Gradually, the child became increasingly mischievous and unruly. He would even hurl insults at the nanny who attended to him and resort to physical aggression. Each time the nanny reported his behavior to the parents, they would dismiss her concerns with a simple remark: "What is the point of arguing with him? He is just a child." Consequently, this led to the child becoming even more unbridled, to the extent that the neighbors surrounding their residence chose to avoid him, hardly allowing their own children to play with him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, 2 wanted criminals were residing next door. These 2 individuals were indeed formidable. Just half a month prior, they had robbed a jewelry store in a second-tier city located 1,000 miles away, absconding with millions in gold and jewels, while mercilessly murdering 5 employees within the establishment, leaving no survivors. Due to the severity of the crime, the 2 were quickly placed on a nationwide wanted list. Strangely, however, law enforcement had yet to uncover their identities. Both men were armed, and surveillance footage revealed that they wielded submachine guns. Consequently, rumors began to circulate that these 2 were not residents of the Great Xia, but rather bandits who had illegally crossed the border. While waiting for their meal, Little Bao grew restless, frequently hopping off his seat to dart around the bustling restaurant, nearly colliding with a server carrying a pot of hot soup. Unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, a server approached to advise, "It is quite dangerous for children to run about like this." To which Bao's mother retorted haughtily, "What danger is there? You should be more careful and avoid my child." The server, taken aback by the parents' response, could only relent. Before long, the hot pot base for their table was prepared, and a server carefully approached with it. Meanwhile, Little Bao continued his reckless escapades in the dining area, bumping into several patrons, who, seeing he was just a child, refrained from reprimanding him. Just as the server with the hot pot was cautiously making her way over, Little Bao suddenly dashed towards her on purpose. The server gasped in horror, aware that she was carrying a pot of scalding broth. If she lost her grip, the consequences could be dire. In her panic, she cried out, prompting Little Bao to believe she was scolding him, which sent him into tears. His mother swiftly pulled him close, checking for injuries while attempting to soothe her sobbing son. Upon confirming that he was unharmed, she shifted her ire towards the server, exclaiming, "How do you walk? Can't you be more careful? You've terrified my child. If he had been scalded, you would have been liable for everything." The woman spoke with a notable lack of courtesy, her words sharp and cutting, while the waitress wore an expression of palpable distress. "It was the child who bumped into me. How can you blame me?" Upon hearing the waitress dare to speak ill of the child, the father of the little one erupted in anger, rising to his feet and pointing at the waitress, berating her. "How dare you speak like that? What are your credentials compared to ours? Just because a child bumped into you, can't you simply dodge it?" The waitress, confronted with such unreasonable behavior from the child's parents, felt compelled to swallow her indignation, apologizing, I'm sorry, I was a bit hasty just now. With that, she took the pot away and turned to leave. The father, still seething, muttered under his breath, "What a pathetic establishment. With such atrocious service, it will inevitably close its doors." The child's mother chimed in, "Indeed, as the saying goes. Those who are pitiful must also have their faults. Such people deserve to remain in service for a lifetime." Encouraged by his parents' support, the child became even more unruly. Eventually, their dishes arrived, and the family of 3 began to eat joyfully. Before long, the child had his fill and, after sitting for a while, began to fidget restlessly. Bored, he picked up his chopsticks and started to play with the napkins in the box. He dipped the napkin into the sauce, wiped the table, and then crumpled it into a ball, tossing it behind him, bursting into laughter afterward. Unfortunately, the napkin landed right in the pot of 2 men in black seated next to them. The 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback, glancing over to see the child who had thrown the paper ball still laughing. After all, they were now fugitives, and thus could only retrieve the tissue from the pot in silence, resuming their meal with their heads down. At that moment, little Bao, having grown weary of playing on his stool, simply crawled beneath the table. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with patrons, and as smoking was prohibited inside, little Bao quickly picked up a cigarette, but from the floor. He stood up and tossed the cigarette, but once more, and by sheer coincidence, it arced through the air and landed in the pot of the 2 men dressed in black next door. One of the men, unable to restrain himself, stood up abruptly. Turning to see the child still laughing, he addressed the parents, saying, "Your child has thrown things around a few times. Shouldn't you manage him?" Generally, when one's own child misbehaves, a simple apology from the parents suffices. However, little Bao's father, accustomed to being a leader, was used to barking orders at others in the workplace and had never been reprimanded himself. With a bit of alcohol in his system, he felt even bolder. "So what? It's just a pot bottom. If it's dirty, so be it. I can compensate you." The child's mother chimed in, "You 2 adults are quarreling with a child? How shameful. It's merely a pot of soup. Waiter, serve them a new one, and I will cover the bill." Although the 2 men in black had clenched their fists, they refrained from escalating the situation due to their status. "Take care of your child," one of the men muttered under his breath. However, this statement immediately displeased Xiaobao's father. "What do you intend to do? It is none of your business how I raise my son. When did it become your prerogative to dictate my parenting methods?" Chapter 38. Be more discreet in the next life. The father of little Bao displayed an unreasonable demeanor, provoking the ire of the man in black, whose fists cracked ominously. "Enough, Biao. Let us not stir trouble. We shall depart once we finish our meal," advised the man seated opposite him, who was his elder brother. Heeding his brother's counsel, the man named Biao managed to suppress his agitation. Before long, a waitress arrived to replace their hot pot base, and the 2 continued their meal for a while before heading to the restroom together. Meanwhile, little Bao, noticing that the 2 men had vacated their seats, descended from his own perch and curiously ventured over to the adjacent table. He was likely perturbed by the earlier confrontation between his father and the guests, and with both of them absent, he boldly stood atop a stool and, to everyone's astonishment, began to urinate directly into the hot pot. This shocking act did not go unnoticed. The 2 men in black, just emerging from the restroom, caught sight of the child's indiscretion. Their expressions turned menacing upon witnessing the child's actions. The elder brother could no longer contain himself. He strode forward, seized the child, and unceremoniously turned him upside down, intent on plunging him into the boiling pot. A gasp escaped the mother as the events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The father, wide-eyed with terror, rushed forward, screaming. In a swift and brutal turn of events, Biao drew a knife and plunged it into the father's chest. The man fell to the ground, lifeless, before he could utter another sound. At that moment, the child's mother stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the horror that had just transpired. The child's head struggled briefly in the boiling pot before it fell still. The man in black, seeing that the child had ceased to breathe, callously discarded the lifeless body onto the ground like a forsaken dog. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced and seized the woman by her chest, taunting, "Are you satisfied now? In your next life, it would be wise to keep a low profile." With that, before the woman could utter a word, a dagger plunged deeply into her body. The suddenness of the act elicited screams from the onlookers, and the diners nearby hastily retreated. The man in black leisurely tossed down a handful of cash, then vanished with his accomplice at the staircase entrance. "Murder! Murder!" someone finally shouted. Meanwhile, in the private room, Hao Shun and his colleagues heard the distant cries of murder, leaving them momentarily stunned. Li Guo sprang to his feet and rushed outside, only to find a crowd gathered in a corner of the hall. As they approached, they were met with the horrifying sight of a family of 3 sprawled awkwardly on the ground, rendering them speechless. Hao Shun and several colleagues rushed downstairs, but the perpetrators had long since disappeared. Ultimately, both the child and father were pronounced dead at the scene, while the woman succumbed on her way to the hospital. A reckless child not only sealed his own fate, but also that of his parents. Consequently, the criminals' count of homicides escalated from 5 to 8. This incident fell within the jurisdiction of Xiaohego, making the investigation their responsibility. The small river valley convened an urgent meeting overnight. In light of such a significant incident, everyone had sobered up. The municipal bureau took the homicide case very seriously. Such a grave matter could not be entrusted to the small river valley. Thus a special task force was established hastily. No one anticipated that the two fugitives, previously infamous for the nationwide jewelry robbery and murder case, had arrived in the distant Jiangxing. These individuals were indeed ruthless criminals, as evidenced by their actions at the hot pot restaurant, showcasing their merciless nature. What exacerbated the situation was their possession of firearms, 2 submachine guns, to be precise, and one could only speculate about the ample supply of ammunition they carried. As the news spread, an atmosphere of fear enveloped Jiangxing, with many residents too frightened to step outside. Wealthy individuals, in particular, confined themselves within their villas, isolating themselves in fear of encountering these 2 robbers and potentially meeting the same grim fate as the unfortunate family. That evening, the Jiangcheng Police Department was ablaze with lights, summoning even off-duty officers back to work. The municipal bureau notified all 726 police stations across the city, canceling all recent leave activities. The entire Jiangxing was on high alert, sealing off all exit routes and entering an unprecedented state of tension. Armed police patrolled the streets at all hours. However, after eliminating the 3 members of that family, the 2 robbers mysteriously vanished. The small river valley, located on the outskirts and adjacent to a vast mountain range stretching hundreds of miles, was likely chosen by the criminals for the proximity to potential hiding spots. As the urban area yielded no trace of the 2 individuals, the police could only surmise that they had ventured into the mountains. However, the vast expanse of the mountainous region made a comprehensive search an impossible feat without an army of at least several tens of thousands. Consequently, even after mobilizing the entire city's police force 2 days later, no sign of the perpetrators was discovered. Li Guo assumed his position and reported to the Zhejiang branch. To everyone's surprise, the newly appointed director was a young female officer, not yet 30 years of age. Her name was Meng Xiaojun. Meng Xiaojun was already a well-known figure. Everyone was aware that she was the daughter of Director Meng and an exceptional graduate of the Criminal Police Academy. During her university years, she had assisted the police in solving cases. Particularly in Jiangxing, she had successfully cracked several major fraud cases, apprehending hundreds of criminals and earning a plethora of accolades. Although she was the daughter of Director Meng, no one ever whispered that her success was due to nepotism. Her accomplishments were undeniably the result of her formidable capabilities. Initially, Meng Haonan had intended to assign her to the Special Investigation Team, but upon realizing her imminent transfer to Xiaohegu, he abandoned that plan. The sudden arrival of this young lady astonished the officers at Xiaohegu, as her prowess and background suggested she was ill-suited for such a remote posting. Naturally, some speculated that Xiaohegu was merely a stepping stone for her, and that Meng Xiaojun would soon be reassigned to a more prominent branch. Undoubtedly, the most unexpected turn of events was Zhou Gang's reaction. He never anticipated that the position of director, which seemed almost secured for him, would be snatched away by someone else. Hao Shun was particularly displeased, for this position clearly belonged to his mentor, yet it was usurped by a mere girl. Upon discovering that she was the daughter of Director Meng, Hao Shun understood. This woman must have come because of him. Could it be that she sought revenge for her sister? Look at the consequences. It's all because of you that your mentor's position has slipped away. His good partner, Chun Xianran, shared this sentiment. I'm no longer inclined to explain, Hao Shun remarked. If she insists on believing that I have wronged her sister, let her think whatever she wishes. Upon learning that Meng Xiaojun had joined the Xiaohegu, Hao Shun was infuriated and decided to take consecutive days off work, disregarding any pleas to return. Deep down, he recognized that having just established his reputation, and with Meng Xiaojun being a newcomer, she wouldn't dare to confront him. He aimed to demonstrate that her intrusion upon his mentor's position would not go unchallenged. A mere girl must be taught a lesson. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Meng Xiaojun had to seek Zhou Gang's assistance. Although Zhou Gang felt displeased, he was compelled by a sense of obligation to make the call to Hao Shun. Out of respect for his mentor, Hao Shun reluctantly returned to work. As for the matter of the kidnapper, Meng Xiaojun seemed disinterested in intervening, merely suggesting that the team increase their patrols in the vicinity. Chapter 39. Undercover gambling bust. Hao Shun had contemplated that his unique advantage lay in his ability to discern criminals at a glance. However, the images of the 2 wanted fugitives were ubiquitous online, rendering the public exceedingly familiar with their visages. In essence, it was as if the labels above their heads had become irrelevant. Thus, he found himself unable to offer any substantial assistance. Meng Xiaojun, newly appointed to his position, unleashed his fervor, which seemed to fall squarely upon Hao Shun. His first decree involved the stringent regulation of the station's expenditures, particularly concerning vehicle fuel costs. The second mandate enforced rigorous attendance requirements, imposing severe penalties for tardiness or early departures, clearly directed at Hao Shun, who had a penchant for arriving late. The third initiative involved a reassessment of the department's focus. Meng Xiaojun believed that maintaining community stability and ensuring the safety of citizens' travels were paramount in Zaihigu. Both Hao Shun and Chen Xianran were assigned as community police officers, tasked primarily with promoting an anti-fraud application, with an expectation of achieving 20 downloads per day. The orders from above left Hao Shun with no room for refusal, compelling him to accompany the fortunate Chen Xianran on their rounds to advocate for the app. Yet, before they had traversed even 2 streets, Hao Shun encountered an acquaintance, a fellow card player adorned with a conspicuous golden chain. "Hey, isn't that Shunzi? Where have you been lately? We haven't seen you around," the cheerful fellow exclaimed, approaching with a broad grin. Both Hao Shun and Chen Xianran were dressed in casual attire, leaving the other man unaware of Hao Shun's current status as a police officer. As the man spoke, his gaze fell upon Chen Xianran, instantly brightening with interest. This beauty doesn't seem to be the one I encountered previously, does she? When did you make the switch?" Hao Shun quickly clarified. "Switch? The previous one and I parted ways long ago. I am single now, and this is my friend." "Friend?" Huang Mao scrutinized Chen Xianran from head to toe. "I see. You've certainly got your tricks." Huang Mao continued. "Are you busy? If not, let us head upstairs for a few rounds. It's been ages since we played cards together." Since joining the police force at Zaihigu, Hao Shun hadn't played mahjong again. In truth, he had never played much. Just 5 or 10 yuan per game, winning or losing a few hundred, hardly qualifying as gambling. Now that he was a policeman, even 3 or 5 yuan was prohibited. No, I can't go. It wouldn't be good if I got caught," Hao Shun flatly refused. "Caught? What nonsense. 3 or 500 yuan isn't gambling, is it? Those up top lose or win tens of thousands without a care. Why should you be afraid?" Upon hearing this, Hao Shun was taken aback. Losing or winning tens of thousands, that was indeed gambling. Wasn't this an opportunity presented to him? He decided to ascend and take a look. If he discovered any gambling activities, he would promptly call his superior to report it. "All right, let us have a look then." Seeing Hao Shun's agreement, Huang Mao turned to Chen Xianran. "By the way, beautiful lady, would you like to join us?" Chen Xianran was astonished. "Hao Shun, you can't be serious about going. Can you? We're still at work." "What a joke. What work is this guy doing?" Huang Mao interjected. "Can't you come up with a more believable excuse? Let us go, hurry up." "How about this, Xianran? You go ahead first, and I'll catch up with you later," suggested Hao Shun. Chen Xianran had yet to receive a response when Hao Shun was pulled into the staircase by the yellow-haired individual. Observing the retreating figures of Hao Shun and the yellow-haired man, Chen Xianran stood in bewilderment. "What is happening? We are at work, and you have the audacity to abandon me for a game of cards, while others may only engage in minor distractions during work hours. You have taken it a step further by playing cards." Little did he know, Hao Shun was on an undercover mission, with no other option. Chen Xianran was left to promote the app alone. Meanwhile, the newly appointed director, Meng Xiaojun, was engaged in a meeting with the deputy director. "Prior to my arrival, I conducted a brief visit," Meng Xiaojun remarked. "Our Zaijigu community does not face significant issues, but gambling has become quite rampant. This has been an ongoing problem." Zhou Gang replied. "Nowadays, the common folk engage in such activities discreetly, making it exceedingly difficult to catch them in the act. Yet, we cannot turn a blind eye," Meng Xiaojun asserted. "I have also heard that your disciple, previously in Zaijigu, not only frequently gambled, but was also involved in illicit enterprises." Upon hearing Meng Xiaojun mention Hao Shun, Zhou Gang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, Shunzi had assisted some individuals in promoting advertisements and had a penchant for playing cards. But I assure you, he has distanced himself from such matters now. "That is reassuring," Meng Xiaojun nodded. "In Jiangqing, it is stipulated that any gambling stakes exceeding 3,000 yuan can be classified as gambling. Given the local populace's fervor for mahjong, the city is teeming with mahjong parlors, ranging from high-stakes to low-stakes games, thus complicating the process of investigation. Yesterday, I ventured out onto the streets and discovered a newly opened mahjong parlor, which intriguingly contained hidden rooms. I surmised that illicit gambling was taking place within. With no other engagements today, we decided to conduct a surprise inspection of this establishment." "All right, I shall summon a few individuals now," Zhou Gang promptly acquiesced. Thus, Meng Xiaojun and Zhou Gang, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, set forth. Before long, they arrived at the tea house referred to by Meng Xiaojun, aptly named the National Essence Research Center. Indeed, they uncovered a concealed cubicle within the tea house, where 5 or 6 tables were fervently engaged in mahjong. At this moment, Hao Shun had just settled in, playing cards while keenly observing the surroundings. as he needed to ascertain whether gambling was genuinely occurring here. Big pair, all one suit with a hook. Ha ha, pay up, Huang Mao exclaimed, having just drawn a winning hand. Everyone freeze. Suddenly, a thunderous voice pierced the air. Oh no, the cops are here, Huang Mao blurted out. Grabbing the stacks of cash from the table, he dashed towards the window, only to realize that they were on the third floor. The scene erupted into chaos as a dozen police officers surged in, immediately apprehending individuals. Everyone, squat down and remain still. Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized the voice that had just spoken. Wasn't he at his mentor's voice? Panic set in as he realized the gravity of the situation. There was no way to extricate himself from this predicament. He had come intending to catch gamblers, yet now, in this scenario, not even 100 explanations could clarify his innocence. Hao Shun could only lower his head, pulling his collar up to shield his face. Soon, his familiar large head was spotted by his colleagues. What a surprise, Hao Shun. What brings you here? Zhou Gang exclaimed, taken aback. He hurried over to take a closer look, and there, squatting on the ground, was indeed his esteemed apprentice. Hao Shun awkwardly stood up. Shunzi, what are you doing here? Zhou Gang asked sternly. Hee, master. Hao Shun could only force a smile. What brings you here as well? Meng Xiaojun, upon seeing Hao Shun, was equally astonished. Aren't you and Chun Xianran out promoting the anti-fraud app? How did you end up here? Where's Chun Xianran? Hao Shun could only sigh. I'm too weary to explain. Even if I did, you probably wouldn't believe me. You know, I'm at a loss for words with you, Zhou Gang said, his frustration mounting to the point where he felt inclined to kick him. Thus, Hao Shun found himself apprehended alongside a group of gamblers and confined in the very police station where he had recently garnered acclaim as a rising star in law enforcement. Uncle Zhou, although Hao Shun was playing cards during work hours, the stakes weren't high enough to qualify as gambling, yet the influence is indeed detrimental. How do you propose we handle this matter? Meng Xiaojun inquired, still considering Zhou Gang as standing. Zhou Gang, naturally, remained protective of his apprentice. Director, you may not be aware, but Hao Shun has only recently joined our station. He is still grappling with his old habits from the streets. It will take some time for him to acclimate to this new role. Meng Xiaojun pondered for a moment, considering that Hao Shun had recently achieved merit. He then said, very well, on account of your standing, I shall impose a fine of 5,000 and issue a single reprimand. You may also inform him to reflect deeply upon this matter and ensure it does not occur again. Chapter 40. Misunderstanding of Hao Shun. Upon hearing that Hao Shun had been apprehended for gambling, Chun Xianran couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Upon returning to the police station at noon, she approached Hao Shun with a teasing remark. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. How does it feel now? Hao Shun glanced at Chun Xianran, suspicion flickering in his eyes. You didn't tip them off, did you? Chun Xianran shrugged dismissively. I'm not that petty. Just consider it my misfortune. Hao Shun, indifferent, replied. I used to believe we were incompatible, but it seems the true bane of my existence is that Meng Xiaojun girl. After all, you did harass her sister. Chun Xianran retorted. If you're not the one to be dealt with, then who else? With a weary sigh, Hao Shun lamented. I'm tired of defending myself. Let them think what they wish. If I'm labeled as a predator, so be it. It's ironic that I once received reprimands during my studies, and now, as a police officer, nothing has changed. After lunch, Hao Shun had no choice but to continue promoting the anti-fraud application with Chun Xianran. However, as they strolled into a narrow alley, he received a phone call from his former employer, Pan Malian. Come to my place. I need to settle this month's payment with you. During his time as a street hustler, Hao Shun's primary task was to distribute small cards to several ladies, who would then reward him with commissions based on the number of clients they attracted. Turning to Chun Xianran, he suggested, why don't you take a stroll nearby? I'll be back shortly. She nodded in agreement and departed alone. Apartment 801 in a certain complex was a cozy one-bedroom unit, tastefully decorated. This apartment is rented by Pan Malian, who receives clients during the day and seeks refuge in this small haven at night. The sound of running water echoes from the shower, as Pan Malian has just completed a business transaction and is now bathing. Outside the living room, a handsome young man sits on the sofa, meticulously counting a stack of cash in his hands. This individual is Hao Shun. Upon entering, Pan Malian had tossed a bundle of money to him before retreating to the shower. The count is accurate. Once finished, Hao Shun slips the cash into his pocket and says, Thank you, Sister Lian. Since you have business to attend to, I shall not disturb you further. He rises, preparing to leave. Just then, a knock resonates at the door. My takeout has arrived. Could you please grab it for me? Hao Shun promptly strides to the door and opens it, only to find two police officers, one male and one female, standing there. Hao Shun's heart sinks. This is a calamity. How am I to explain this misunderstanding? At the Zayahiku police station, the officer exclaims, You really are something else. Gambling in the morning, PC in the afternoon. And what do you plan to do tonight? Just tell us, so we know when to come and get you. Zhou Gang, furious, paces around the office of the station chief. Master, I am truly more wrong than Dou Yi. I was merely there to collect money. I did not commit any wrongdoing. Hao Shun hastily defends himself. If you haven't done anything wrong, then tell me, what were you doing with Pan Malian? Zhou Gang presses. How am I to explain this? I was simply there to settle accounts with her. Hao Shun stammers, at a loss for words. Alas, it seems futile to explain further, for your disbelief remains unshaken. Such is the nature of this world, where the stereotypes held by others are not easily dispelled. It is akin to a former convict rescuing a drowning maiden. Rather than being hailed as a hero, he is often regarded with suspicion. Hao Shun, having emerged from a life of petty crime, is indifferent to such perceptions. Misunderstandings will persist, yet the virtuous shall ultimately clear their name. With that, Uncle Zhou, please step out. I wish to speak with him, remarked Meng Xiaojun, who had been seated at the desk. Zhou Gang sighed and shook his head, reluctantly stepping outside. At the entrance, Chun Xianran, upon seeing Zhou Gang, hastily inquired, Uncle Zhou, what is the situation? Did Hao Shun truly engage in debauchery? How dare you ask? You were with him. Shouldn't you have kept a closer watch? Zhou Gang retorted, casting a glance at Chun Xianran. The latter responded innocently. I had no idea he would partake in such activities in broad daylight. You seem quite the character. Meng Xiaojun remarked with a smirk directed at Hao Shun. Lewdness, gambling, and prostitution, your interests are quite varied. Hao Shun, adopting a demeanor of defiance, declared, if I am to be killed, then let it be. If I am to be tortured, so be it. I accept my fate. I know you have come to deal with me, whether to expel me or otherwise. Just give me a straightforward answer. However, I must assert, I did not engage in any impropriety with your sister. As for your sister, I have long since clarified the matter, Meng Xiaojun replied. What do you mean? Hao Shun inquired, perplexed. I specifically reviewed the surveillance footage from that day. It is clear you did not act with malice. My sister has misconstrued the situation. Meng Xiaojun explained. Then why do you still target me? Hao Shun was taken aback. I did not target you, he said. Meng Xiaojun replied. The effort to rectify the issues of gambling, drugs, and vice in the Xiaokou area was a collaborative discussion between me and your master. We never anticipated encountering you twice. It seems I am simply unlucky. Hao Shun sighed. That may be the case. Meng Xiaojun continued. Although I did not intentionally aim at you in these two matters. My entrance into Xiaokou was indeed motivated by you. This revelation left Hao Shun utterly bewildered. You came specifically for me. Am I truly that captivating? He chuckled. Meng Xiaojun smiled. You remain as shameless as ever, just like in the past. The past? Hao Shun exclaimed in surprise. You knew me before? Surely. You have forgotten who I am. Chapter 41. The woman's eyes are off. Meng Xiaojun's words left Hao Shun utterly bewildered. Do we know each other? How could I possibly forget? Humph. Meng Xiaojun's expression darkened. Indeed, it appears that you have no recollection of my existence. Very well, you may leave now. For I have no desire to see you. This woman is truly capricious. Just moments ago she was perfectly amiable, and now her demeanor has shifted so abruptly. Hao Shun, confused and disheartened, could only exit the director's office with his tail between his legs. As soon as Hao Shun stepped outside, Meng Xiaojun revealed a grimace of frustration. How could he not even know who I am? What an ungrateful wretch. On his way home from work, Hao Shun found himself repeatedly murmuring Meng Xiaojun's name. Who exactly is she? No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall. The way she looked at him just now seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he slammed on the brakes. Oh my, it's her. Hao Shun was jolted back to a memory from his days at Longshan High School, when he had just finished playing football with his classmates and a senior girl had approached him, offering a bottle of mineral water. He had been taken by her beauty and had boldly asked her to join him for a movie that evening. However, he later remembered being dragged to an internet CAF by a classmate after school, completely forgetting about the movie date with the senior. And that girl, it seemed, bore an uncanny resemblance to Meng Xiaojun. In truth, Hao Shun's memory was not faulty. That girl was indeed Meng Xiaojun. Back in those days, Hao Shun was a prominent figure at school, and the senior girls were often caught whispering about him. Meng Xiaojun initially paid little attention to this individual. But one fateful day in the corridor, she accidentally collided with Hao Shun. This encounter not only brought their bodies into contact, but also opened the door to Meng Xiaojun's blossoming youthful heart. She soon became one of Hao Shun's many admirers, deliberately appearing by his side with increasing frequency. On that occasion, she specifically purchased bottled water to watch him play football, ultimately mustering the courage to deliver it to him. To her astonishment, Hao Shun not only accepted her offering, but also invited her to watch a movie together that evening. This invitation nearly overwhelmed the inexperienced Meng Xiaojun with joy. Despite a light rain that fell that night, she waited at the cinema for 3 full hours for Hao Shun. Yet he never arrived. A young girl, in the chill of the wind, waited for the one she adored, only to be met with disappointment. Who could withstand such heartache? That night, Meng Xiaojun wept inconsolably in the rain, marking the end of her youthful innocence. From that moment on, she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Hao Shun. This incident also instilled in her a general disdain for men, leading her, even at the age of 28, to never have truly dated anyone. Later, Hao Shun was expelled from school and became a delinquent, while Meng Xiaojun diligently pursued her studies at the police academy, driven by the ambition to one day confront the faithless man of her past. During her time at the academy, she often contemplated that this scoundrel would eventually fall into her grasp. Little did she anticipate that this scoundrel would actually become a police officer. Upon receiving this news, Meng Xiaojun was compelled to visit the small riverbank. Deep down, she understood that her motives were not rooted in vengeance against Hao Shun, but rather in an inability to let go. In other words, she was consumed by curiosity over why, despite her affluent background and beauty, Hao Shun harbored no feelings for her. This enigma had become a mental knot, a significant reason for her prolonged singlehood over the years. Before long, the authorities became aware of Hao Shun's involvement in illicit activities such as gambling and prostitution. According to regulations, a public servant engaged in such conduct during work hours was already liable for dismissal. Nevertheless, Meng Xiaojun discreetly interceded on his behalf. Ultimately, Hao Shun received a severe reprimand, undoubtedly accompanied by public censure. Soon, the news spread throughout the police community of Jiangchen. No one could have foreseen that the star of the police force, who had recently basked in glory at the quarterly commendation ceremony, would swiftly devolve into the shame of the police for his disgraceful actions. As the saying goes, the higher one ascends, the more devastating the fall. Those young women within the system who once idolized Hao Shun swiftly shifted their allegiances. After all, who could possibly admire a man with such a tarnished reputation? The illustrious image he had painstakingly cultivated was utterly obliterated. Even Chen Xianran began to regard Hao Shun with newfound skepticism. All prior affections had nearly evaporated. Yet, Hao Shun remained unfazed. As a proud member of the People's Police, if he could not endure such minor injustices, what grand endeavors could he possibly pursue? To possess a system on one's own is already a tremendous blessing. Thus, this minor grievance is of little consequence. Due to what was deemed a mistake, the following day, Hao Shun had no choice but to obediently accompany Chen Xianran as they traversed the streets, promoting the anti-fraud application. The duo toiled throughout the morning, finally managing to persuade 7 or 8 elderly individuals to download the app. Meanwhile, Meng Haonan from the Municipal Bureau was in a state of utter disarray. Despite 3 days of citywide surveillance, the two robbers remained elusive, as if they had vanished without a trace. It is crucial to note that as long as these two individuals are at large, the vibrant life of Jiang City cannot return to its former exuberance. In an effort to ensure public safety, even moderately sized gatherings were cancelled, and armed special police were stationed at every school. The once bustling pedestrian street had become eerily quiet, with everyone rushing home immediately after work. After all, these criminals were armed with submachine guns, posing an immeasurable threat to the populace. Should they suddenly emerge and unleash gunfire upon a crowd, Meng Haonan would surely find his position untenable. For 3 days and nights, he had scarcely slept. The police station was ablaze with lights, as the task force had practically taken up residence in the office. The entire operation of Jiang City was hindered until these lawbreakers were brought to justice. However, this situation bore little significance for a small precinct like Xiaogo. After lunch, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran took a brief respite before continuing their rounds in the afternoon. The two individuals decided to enter a villa community adjacent to the Misty Mountain. According to Chen Xuanran's assertion, residents of such villas typically possess a heightened awareness against fraud, making it considerably easier for them to download the anti-fraud app. Indeed, the elderly inhabitants of the villas proved to be more amenable to persuasion, and within a short span, the duo successfully completed several download tasks. With this progress, Hao Shun felt elated at the prospect of finishing work on time that day. Accustomed to a life of freedom, he found the rigid schedule of a civil servant, from 9 to 6, somewhat jarring. As they approached another villa, they knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, just as Hao Shun and Chen Xian were about to depart, a young woman clad in pajamas opened the door. Curiously, she was wearing a mask. "May I ask who you are looking for?" she inquired. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Hao Shun replied, "Hello, we are officers from the Xiaojigu police station, here to promote the anti-fraud app. May I ask if your family has downloaded the anti-fraud software?" Upon hearing that they were police officers, the woman's expression shifted to one of unease. "I'm sorry, we don't need it," she responded. Sensing something amiss, Hao Shun's instincts kicked in, and he discreetly utilized his professional acumen to assess the situation. To his astonishment, what he discovered was startling. Abruptly, the woman turned and closed the door. With her refusal, Hao Shun understood there was no point in pressing the matter. and he and Chun Xianran continued on their way. As the two walked along, Hao Shun suddenly came to a halt. Have you noticed? There is something peculiar about that woman, he murmured. Peculiar? Chun Xianran replied, having paid little attention. What is peculiar about her? Do you know why she is wearing a mask? Hao Shun inquired. Chun Xianran pondered for a moment. Perhaps she has a cold and is afraid of infecting her child. Incorrect. Hao Shun shook his head. She has injuries on her face. Injuries? You noticed that? Chun Xianran was taken aback. That is because you weren't observant, Hao Shun remarked. There is a distinct bruise at the corner of her eye. Could it be domestic violence? Chun Xianran speculated after some thought. It's unlikely, Hao Shun continued. She isn't wearing a bra, and it appears that her nipple has been bitten and is bleeding. What? Hao Shun's words widened Chun Xuanran's eyes. How do you know that? I saw it. Hao Shun stated. Can you see through things? Chun Xianran instinctively covered her ample bosom. Have you been watching too many movies? Hao Shun scoffed. If I could see through. Do you think your covering would suffice? Let us not dwell on how I saw it, he pressed on. Don't you think this is quite abnormal? Is her husband a pervert? Chun Xianran still did not grasp the situation. Even the most twisted husband wouldn't be so cruel to his own wife. Moreover, there is something unsettling about the look in her eyes. Hao Shun continued, especially just now when I mentioned I was a police officer. Her expression was quite telling. What was wrong with her expression? Chun Xianran asked, confused. It is the gaze of one trapped in a dire predicament, seeking assistance. Hao Shun seemed to comprehend. I understand now. The ones who bit her and struck him are certainly not her husband. This woman must have been abducted. Chapter 42. The extraordinary reaction that can evade bullets. Hao Shun's analysis left Chun Xianran utterly astonished. Are you suggesting that the woman is seeking our help? It is highly probable, Hao Shun replied. You stay here while I devise a way to slip inside and investigate. Is that really advisable? Chun Xianran expressed his reservations. After all, what Hao Shun had posited were merely conjectures. Shall we not knock and inquire instead? Absolutely not, Hao Shun declared resolutely. If she is indeed in distress, it implies that someone in her household is being held captive. Our knocking would merely alert them. But what if you're mistaken? Chun Xianran voiced his concerns. They could accuse you of trespassing, and that would lead to complications. Let them accuse me of trespassing, Hao Shun shrugged indifferently. My reputation is already tarnished. An additional blemish matters little to me. With that, Hao Shun found a secluded corner and quietly slipped inside. Chun Xianran pondered whether Hao Shun was overthinking the situation. What if the woman was merely a victim of domestic violence? Yet, seeing Hao Shun's determination to investigate, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Once in the yard, Hao Shun stealthily approached the kitchen window at the rear of the house. Unfortunately, his ability to see through fabric did not extend to walls, so he resorted to eavesdropping. Before long, he discerned the voices of two men emanating from within. You have been taking good care of my brothers over the past few days. I assure you, I will not harm your son. I trust you would not wish to see your son meet the same fate as your husband, would you? From this single statement, Hao Shun gleaned several pieces of information. First, it was evident that the woman had indeed been abducted. Second, there was another child present in the household. Third, it was highly probable that the woman's husband had met with a tragic fate. Could it be at the hands of the two fugitives? A sudden realization struck Hao Shun. It was no wonder that the two robbers had vanished earlier, as they had been concealed within this very villa all along. As long as they maintained control over the female occupant, they could manage their meals either by cooking or ordering takeout, remaining indoors without raising any suspicion for days, perhaps even weeks. These two criminals exhibited a certain cleverness. It was also understandable why the woman was not wearing a bra and had donned a mask, aligning perfectly with his earlier assumptions. She likely resisted during the assault and was subsequently beaten. The mask was likely forced upon her by her captors. The marks on her chest were indicative of bites inflicted by the two robbers. Given that the individuals inside were indeed the assailants, and according to official reports, both were armed with submachine guns, the potential for lethality far exceeded that of a handgun. Hao Shun recognized that, despite possessing self-healing abilities, he could not guarantee his survival if shot in the heart or head. After all, he was armed with only a pair of handcuffs, devoid of any other weaponry. No matter how proficient one might be in martial arts, facing an armed assailant with nothing but bare hands posed significant risks. The odds of confronting two armed robbers were decidedly perilous. Exercising caution, Hao Shun resolved to exit and summon reinforcements. However, just as he prepared to stealthily make his escape, he inadvertently crushed something akin to a glass beneath his foot. The sound was immediately perceived by the intruders inside. The leader, known as Gong Dafa, quickly signaled to his subordinate He Biao. Biaozi, go take a look. He Biao grasped his submachine gun and strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Hao Shun realized that fleeing was no longer an option. He had to confront the situation head-on. He resolved to conceal himself, hoping to incapacitate the enemy with a single, decisive strike. If he could seize the weapon from his adversary, at least he would have a fighting chance against the remaining leader. Hao Shun chose to hide behind the sliding door adjacent to the kitchen that connected to the garden. He Biao entered the kitchen, craning his neck to peer out the window, but saw no one. "Boss, there's nobody here," he announced loudly. "That's impossible. I distinctly heard something. Go check outside again," Gong Dafa instructed, exhibiting a notable degree of caution. He Biao, armed with the submachine gun, opened the sliding door and stepped outside. Before he could regain his balance, a dark figure descended upon him, delivering a powerful knee strike to his head. He Biao had scarcely any time to react, feeling a resounding thud as darkness enveloped him. He collapsed, and the submachine gun slipped from his grasp. Hao Shun leaped forward to seize the fallen weapon, only to hear 2 gunshots ring out, followed by the submachine gun bouncing on the ground. He quickly withdrew his hand, turning to see another assailant in black rushing out from within the house. Realizing that attempting to retrieve the gun would likely result in his own demise, Hao Shun had no choice but to retreat. The courtyard was rather confined, leaving no place for concealment. Outside the door, Chun Xianran was startled by the sound of gunfire, her entire body trembling in fear. She rushed to the wall and peered over, only to see a man in black emerging from the house, brandishing a submachine gun. Opposite him stood Hao Shun, utterly motionless. Chun Xianran was rendered speechless, unsure of what action to take, and could only hastily retrieve her phone to call Zhou Gang. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" Gong Dafa shouted, aiming the submachine gun at Hao Shun. As he spoke, he kicked a submachine gun lying on the ground into a nearby small pond. "You must be the ones who robbed the jewelry store." Hao Shun attempted to maintain a facade of calmness. "You are surrounded. Surrender now, and you may still have a chance. Go to hell with your surrender," Gong Dafa retorted before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets erupted from the chamber, and in that very moment, something extraordinary occurred. Hao Shun perceived the bullets' trajectory as they left the gun, akin to the slow-motion scenes often depicted in films, much like the bullet time experienced in video games. Suddenly, he comprehended that the system had previously rewarded him with a unique ability, super reflexes. So this was how it functioned? The 3 bullets whizzed past Hao Shun, piercing through several flower pots behind him. Gong Dafa was left in shock, utterly astounded that he had missed. How could this be? Without time for further contemplation, Gong Dafa unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Hao Shun. But what left him incredulous was that Hao Shun moved his body in a manner reminiscent of Neo from the Matrix, swaying left and right, even creating afterimages. Gong Dafang trembled in fear, desperately pulling the trigger and indiscriminately firing in Hao Shun's direction. The bullet casings flew from the gun's chamber, clattering to the ground. Yet Hao Shun stood before him, utterly unharmed. Gong Dafang felt his legs weaken beneath him. My heavens, is this even human? In that instant, he was so terrified that he tossed aside his submachine gun and fled. Seeing him retreat into the house, Hao Shun hurriedly picked up the fallen submachine gun, only to discover it was out of ammunition. He turned to the man in black on the ground and decisively produced handcuffs, securing him to the railing beside the garden. Meanwhile, Chun Xianran, having completed his call for assistance, anxiously stood at the front door, scanning the area. Just then, the villa's door swung open, and a man in black burst forth, colliding directly with Chun Xianran. Both of them tumbled to the ground. Before Chun Xianran could react, the man in black scrambled to his feet and dashed away. Simultaneously, Hao Shun emerged from the villa's entrance. He glanced at Chun Xianran on the ground and said, "You handle the situation inside. I will pursue the thief." With that, Hao Shun took off in hot pursuit of the fleeing robber. Chapter 43. I am the champion of ultramarathon. Chun Xianran entered the villa and discovered a trembling mother and child hidden away in one of the bedrooms on the 2nd floor. In another room, she stumbled upon the lifeless body of a man and, in the corner of the living room, a large cache of gold and silver jewelry. When the special police from the Zyakagu police station and the city bureau arrived, they found the villa's garden littered with spent shell casings and an abandoned submachine gun, alongside a black-clad man who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon comparison, it was confirmed that he was one of the 2 robbers. Zhou Gang gazed at the discarded submachine gun, the scattered shell casings, and the shattered flower pots across the way, his heart sinking. There were at least 20 shell casings on the ground, indicating that the robber had fired 20 shots at Hao Shun. However, curiously, there was not a single drop of blood to be found. "Where's Hao Shun?" Zhou Gang inquired. "He went after the robber," Chen Xian replied hastily. "Chasing after the robber?" The group gasped in astonishment. Ming Xiaojun could hardly believe it. The robber fired so many shots at him, and he wasn't injured? Strangely enough, it seems he wasn't, Chen Xian responded. "I saw him running quite swiftly." Ming Xiaojun and Zhou Gang exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. How is that possible? Ming Xiaojun continued to question. 20 shots. And not a single one hit him? Even if the robber was shooting with his eyes closed, that shouldn't be the case. I have no idea how he managed to evade them. Chen Xianran admitted, as she had not clearly witnessed the events unfold, only hearing a series of rapid gunshots. Regardless of the circumstances, it was fortunate that no shots were fired. Zhou Gang finally felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was the blessings of Shun's parents that had protected him. Meanwhile, Hao Shun had pursued the robber through several streets, ultimately leading the criminal to flee towards the nearby Yunwu mountain. This mountain is connected to the vast forest on the eastern side of Jiacheng, and once he delved into the depths of the mountains, apprehending him would prove exceedingly difficult. Unbeknownst to Hao Shun, this Gong Dafan was no ordinary individual. He and He Biao were from the neighboring country of Biao, having committed crimes there before smuggling themselves into Daxia. Along the way, they murdered 2 local residents and assumed their identities to evade capture. Later, upon passing a jewelry store, they brazenly killed the sales clerk and made off with gold, silver, and jewels, fleeing in every direction. Initially, they intended to quietly return to Biao, yet they found themselves stumbling in Jiangcheng. Gong Dafan and He Biao were both former athletes from Biao, with Gong Dafan having even won the championship in a super marathon. Thus, they had planned that if the police set up too many roadblocks, they would simply traverse the mountains, relying on their own endurance to return home. Consequently, when Gong Dafan noticed Hao Shun in pursuit, he regarded it with indifference. Indeed, when it came to stamina, not only was Hao Shun no match for him, but even across all of Daxia, few could rival his capabilities. Previously, he had participated in a 200-kilometer super marathon in Daxia, where he not only secured first place with ease, but also left the second-place runner trailing by several kilometers. What surprised him even more was that Hao Shun appeared to be unarmed, unable to launch a long-range attack against him, lacking even the qualifications to carry a firearm. This merely illustrates that he is a novice officer. As long as he does not manage to apprehend me, he is utterly powerless. Unbeknownst to him, however, Hao Shun is no ordinary individual. He is a man empowered by the system. With superhuman stamina, he feels no fatigue whatsoever. Previously, Hao Shun had regarded this ability as lacking practical application, yet now it proves invaluable. Although his physical prowess has indeed increased, his speed remains disappointingly stagnant. Thus, he finds himself trailing closely behind Gong Dafa, caught in a peculiar dance of pursuit. I cannot catch you, yet you cannot shake me off. Gong Dafa, noticing Hao Shun's relentless pursuit, disdainfully spat in his direction. You dare to challenge my endurance? You'll need to consume many more meals before you stand a chance. With a spring in his step, Gong Dafa discovered a narrow path and dashed deeper into the mountains. Having served in the military in a foreign land, he possessed formidable survival skills. Once he shed this persistent shadow, living in the mountains for a decade or more would pose no challenge. Should he find himself surrounded, he could simply take refuge within the mountains, emerging occasionally to engage in robbery, procuring supplies, and leading a comfortable existence. With this plan in mind, Gong Dafa found renewed vigor in his stride. Hao Shun, however, remained unperturbed, dialing Zhou Gang as he ran. Upon seeing Hao Shun's name flash on his screen, Zhou Gang was taken aback. Master, the robber has fled into the mountains. I am in pursuit. Please wait for good news at the station. With that, he ended the call, leaving Zhou Gang utterly bewildered. Meng Xiaojun approached and inquired, Hao Shun, is he pursuing that robber? Zhou Gang nodded. He instructed us to wait for him at the station. At that moment, Meng Haonan from the Municipal Bureau arrived at the scene. Zhou Gang promptly briefed him on the situation. We observed that Hao Shun was racing towards Yunwu Mountain in pursuit of the wanted criminal. Someone reported, moreover, we have gathered preliminary information about the fugitive. The ringleader is named Gong Dafa, and the one Hao Shun incapacitated is He Biao. Both were once athletes. And Gong Dafa is a 2-time champion of the ultramarathon. An ultramarathon champion? Meng Haonan was taken aback. How could Hao Shun possibly catch up to him? Indeed, not only was it improbable to overtake him, but there was also a considerable risk to his life. Chief, we should dispatch some physically capable individuals to provide support, Zhou Gang suggested. Consequently, Meng Haonan decisively contacted the captain of the SWAT team, instructing him to deploy the fittest officers to assist Hao Shun in his pursuit of the fugitive. Hao Shun continued to follow Gong Dafa along a narrow path up the mountain for approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, gradually closing the gap between them. Initially, there was at least 100 meters separating them, but now it had diminished to about 50. Gong Dafa then realized that running on mountain trails was entirely different from participating in marathons. It was significantly more exhausting. Naturally, to conserve energy, Gong Dafa maintained a steady pace. He had anticipated that the pursuer would soon tire and give up. Yet he was astounded to find that the man was sprinting with all his might and was drawing ever closer. In other words, while his own pace remained unchanged, his pursuer was relentlessly accelerating. Gong Dafa could scarcely believe that a police officer possessed such remarkable stamina. However, he was not overly concerned. Even if the individual was an avid exerciser, could he truly compete with him? Gong Dafa surmised that this man must have exhausted himself in his pursuit, and at the pace he was running, he would likely be unable to crawl after another 5 kilometers. In essence, although it appeared that he was fast, it merely highlighted his amateur status. It is essential to understand that amateurs are almost invariably outmatched by professionals. Maintaining his composure, Gong Dafa continued at his steady pace, confident that soon the man behind him would be unable to keep up. Yet, Hao Shun found himself increasingly invigorated as he ran. He had not anticipated that such extraordinary endurance would be so formidable. Despite traversing the rugged mountain path, he experienced only slight breathlessness and felt remarkably unexhausted. In stark contrast, Gong Dafa seemed to be growing more and more winded. Let us see how long you can endure. Gong Dafa was taken aback when he observed Hao Shun quickening his pace, forcing him to accelerate as well. The two continued their chase for another 5 or 6 kilometers. Initially, Gong Dafa was apprehensive that the path would soon come to an end, but to his surprise, this road, though seemingly untouched for many years, stretched onward. Unbeknownst to him, this was an ancient trail of the Misty Mountain, extending deep into its heart, traversing the vast forest and leading to another city on the far side of the mountain. The mountain path stretches a daunting 40 kilometers, nearly equivalent to the distance of a standard marathon. However, this arduous route is characterized by inclines exceeding 50 or 60 degrees, resulting in an exertion level that far surpasses that of a conventional marathon. The most critical challenge is the absence of water. Yet, Gong Dafa finds himself with no alternative but to forge ahead resolutely. The two of them continued to run, one after the other, for an additional 7 or 8 kilometers. Gong Dafa, who had not had a sip of water throughout, began to struggle under the strain. He was now panting heavily, drenched in sweat, with his face flushed and crimson. Consequently, he had no choice but to pause and catch his breath. However, upon turning his head, he was struck with terror and collapsed onto the ground. For just a few meters behind him stood Hao Shun. Chapter 44. Please, I beg you, don't chase me. The sudden appearance of Hao Shun left Gong Dafa utterly astonished, nearly causing him to leap in fright, as if he had encountered a ghost. Don't be nervous, Hao Shun said, pausing to catch his breath, standing less than 10 meters away from Gong Dafa. Hao Shun felt assured that this fellow could not escape his grasp, and thus he remained unhurried. You can really run. On such a steep mountain path. You traverse it as if it were flat ground. Are you an athlete? Hao Shun inquired. Why ask if you already know? Gong Dafa quickly composed himself. Despite being a fugitive at that moment, he held unwavering confidence in his long-distance running abilities. I'm not afraid to tell you that I am a champion of ultramarathons. My friend, I know you want to catch me, but today, I advise you to abandon that hope. Are you implying that I can't outrun you? Hao Shun chuckled. Just by looking at you, it's evident that you are an amateur, Gong Dafa retorted with a grin. With your running style, you might manage the first dozen kilometers, but there's no way you can sustain it for 20. Noticing the confidence radiating from his opponent, Hao Shun chose not to dwell on it. Then let us have a contest today and see whether the champion of ultramarathons or this amateur athlete proves superior. Ready? I shall begin now. With that, Hao Shun resumed his stride. Seeing Hao Shun charge towards him, Gong Dafa had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue running. However, he soon realized that Hao Shun's speed had surprisingly increased. Hao Shun, determined to make him expend the greatest amount of energy, also pushed himself to run at full throttle. After all, no matter how vigorously one runs, fatigue is absent, whereas the other, compelled to maintain such a pace, suffers significant depletion of energy. Even on flat terrain, I could exhaust him entirely, let alone on the mountainous paths of today. Thus, Gong Dafa found himself reluctantly forced to accelerate. In truth, marathon running requires athletes to manage their stamina according to the distance. They typically select a pace that aligns with their capabilities to ensure they possess ample energy to complete the course. Should this pace exceed their limits, their stamina depletes rapidly. Gong Dafa understood that at his current speed, attempting to run an additional 20 kilometers would likely render him incapable of even standing. However, he was not overly concerned. He had calculated that for a non-professional athlete, enduring 10 kilometers at this pace would be miraculous. He firmly believed that if he could not withstand 20 kilometers, the pursuing officers would fare even worse. Brother, I advise you to cease your pursuit. If you continue at this rate, you will soon find yourself incapacitated. Gong Dafa consoled Hao Shun as he ran. Hao Shun, exerting his utmost speed, maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters from the robber. It's fine. It's a rare opportunity to spar with someone of your caliber. I shall challenge my limits, Hao Shun replied, his feet never faltering. I say, brother, is this truly entertaining? You cannot catch up to me, Gong Dafa said with unwavering confidence. No matter, consider it a form of training, he added, noticing the other's steadfastness, and continued to run with determination. After running another 17 or 18 kilometers, Hao Shun, who one would expect to be utterly exhausted, surprisingly remained steadfastly behind. Despite the extraordinary stamina he possessed, his pace had noticeably slowed compared to earlier. Meanwhile, Gong Dafa felt on the verge of collapse. Especially since he hadn't replenished his fluids along the way, his throat felt as though it were aflame. Though Hao Shun was also parched, he had yet to reach a state of extreme discomfort. Noticing that Hao Shun's endurance appeared to be holding up remarkably well, Gong Dafa began to sense that something was amiss. This individual was no amateur. His stamina was clearly on par with his own. A foreboding feeling began to creep over him. Both of them had slowed their pace, with Gong Dafa struggling to maintain his effort. Hao Shun was merely 4 or 5 meters behind him. Why are you lagging? Hao Shun observed the diminishing distance between them. I'm about to accelerate, he declared, increasing his speed once more. Alarmed, Gong Dafa hastily quickened his pace. Damn it, you're deceiving me. You're no amateur, he yelled as he ran. The previous calmness he had exuded now completely vanished. Hao Shun, in pursuit, chuckled and retorted, who says I'm not an amateur? I haven't gone for a morning run in years. Come on, don't be modest. How about we take a break before continuing? Gong Dafa suggested. To his surprise, Hao Shun actually agreed. Thus, they maintained a distance of 4 or 5 meters apart, with Gong Dafa leaning against the mountainside, gasping for breath. He licked his lips, only to realize they were parched and cracked. Damn, if only there were water. Hao Shun, feeling a bit thirsty himself, suddenly recalled, indeed. I seem to have half a bottle of cola in my pocket. His words left Gong Dafa momentarily stunned. Hao Shun rummaged through the pocket of his outer garment and, to his surprise, pulled out a bottle of cola. Upon inspection, it indeed contained half a bottle. The sight of the cola made Gong Dafa's eyes gleam with excitement. Hao Shun unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back, taking a generous gulp. Gong Dafa, a few meters away, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. After finishing his drink, Hao Shun deliberately exclaimed, refreshing. I have never tasted such exquisite cola. He then glanced at Gong Dafa, asking, would you like a sip? As he extended the cola towards him, Gong Dafa, though tempted to leap forward and snatch it, hesitated. Wouldn't approaching to take the drink be akin to walking into a trap? Just toss it over here, Gong Dafa replied. You think I would trust you to hand me water? Hao Shun retorted vehemently. You, of all people, are unworthy of cola. With that, he proceeded to gulp down the remaining cola right in front of Gong Dafa. Watching the liquid diminish in the bottle was a torment for Gong Dafa, his throat constricting in agony. After finishing, Hao Shun looked at Gong Dafa and remarked, it seems we've rested long enough. Shall we continue? Damn it. Gong Dafa could only curse under his breath as he pressed on. The two ran consecutively for another 4 or 5 kilometers. And Hao Shun quickly noticed that Gong Dafa was beginning to slow down significantly. Meanwhile, he was able to maintain his previous pace, which meant that catching up to his opponent was now a simple task. However, Hao Shun intentionally kept a distance of 3 or 4 meters behind him. After running for over 10 more kilometers, Gong Dafa was utterly exhausted. It dawned on him that he had gravely underestimated the little policeman behind him. This fellow was no amateur. He was more professional than most. Who could maintain such high speed without tiring? Please, don't chase me anymore, Gong Dafa pleaded as he ran. Come now, Hao Shun chuckled. Aren't you the marathon champion? Is this all you've got? We've already covered over half the distance. And just a few more kilometers ahead should lead us to the county seat of Nanchuan. Meanwhile, the special police dispatched from the municipal bureau were also struggling to keep pace in the mountains, panting heavily, yet no matter how hard they pursued, they could not catch a glimpse of Hao Shun and the thief. In the end, Gong Dafa could only endure for another 7 or 8 kilometers before he could no longer bear it. There was no water in the mountains, and he felt as if his throat were on fire. In contrast, Hao Shun, who had just enjoyed a soda, appeared completely at ease and composed. Why have you slowed down? Come on, pick up the pace. If you don't run faster, I'm going to catch you, Hao Shun called out from behind. Please, just stop chasing me. I'm begging you. Gong Dafa was on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 45, a great upgrade in vision, then don't run away, Hao Shun teased. Gong Dafa glanced back at Hao Shun, who was merely 2 to 3 meters behind him. He understood all too well that with the murder charge hanging over him, being apprehended would mean facing execution 10 times over. Surrendering now would be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, the instinct for survival propelled him forward, urging him to continue his flight. The two had been racing through the mountains for over 30 kilometers without pause, completing the distance in less than an hour. Such a pace was utterly devastating to their physical endurance. Even a former marathon champion would find himself utterly fatigued, as if his legs were shackled with lead. Despite the nearly flat terrain ahead, Gong Dafa felt the unmistakable onset of cramping in his calves. Keep going. You can do it. Believe in yourself, Hao Shun encouraged from behind, maintaining a deliberate distance of 2 to 3 meters to instill a glimmer of hope in Gong Dafa's heart. At long last, they reached the summit of the mountain and caught sight of the county town across the cliff. The descent lay ahead, rekindling a flicker of hope within Gong Dafa. Meanwhile, Hao Shun remained unhurried, trailing leisurely behind him. Several times, Gong Dafa stumbled, tumbling down the mountainside in a chaotic roll. Eventually, they reached the base of the mountain. But Gong Dafa was left battered and bruised. Hao Shun, still in pursuit, offered words of comfort. These minor scrapes are nothing. Keep pushing forward. You've got this. Gong Dafin was already in a state of severe exhaustion, yet the pursuer continued to utter taunts from behind, delivering a psychologically devastating blow to him. He could not fathom how this individual seemed utterly tireless. Furthermore, bullets had previously failed to find their mark on him. Was this person even human? Could it be that he was being chased by a robot? Was technology so advanced now? Ultimately, Gong Dafin lost his footing and fell unceremoniously to the ground. And in that moment, he finally broke down, collapsing in tears. I won't run anymore. I won't run anymore. Just kill me. I'd rather die than flee. Observing that Gong Dafin had truly exhausted all his strength, Hao Shun also came to a halt and strolled over to his side. It seems this champion isn't all that impressive after all. Gong Dafin wept like a child. Are you even human? Who chases someone like this? Hao Shun burst into laughter. Didn't you claim to be the champion? How was I to know you were so ineffectual? With that, he pulled out his phone and called Zhou Gang. Master. The robber has surrendered, but we have already traversed the Yunwu Mountains and arrived in Nanchuan. I will send you my location. So hurry and drive over to pick me up. Upon receiving the call, Zhou Gang was utterly bewildered. Hao Shun had subdued the robber, and they had traversed the entire Yunwu mountain range to reach Nanchuan City. What? Both Meng Xiaojun and director Meng Haonan were left astonished. Hao Shun, he caught up with the marathon champion? How is that even possible? Meng Xiaojun could hardly believe his ears. How on earth did he manage that? Meng Haonan was equally astonished, uttering a curse in disbelief. The other police officers stood agape, unable to comprehend the situation. A marathon champion had, astonishingly, been outpaced by Hao Shun. Soon, Hao Shun was escorted back to the Xiaohigu police station, while the robber was taken directly to the city detention center by the special task force from the municipal bureau. As the robber was led to the vehicle, the officers caught a glimpse of sheer despair in his eyes. To have his own pride and abilities utterly crushed was a bitter pill to swallow. At that moment, the 7 or 8 specially selected SWAT officers who had been dispatched to assist Hao Shun had only completed half of their ascent. These individuals were elite, possessing exceptional cross-country skills and remarkable physical endurance. When they began their climb, Hao Shun and the robber had only set off a mere 10 minutes ahead of them. In less than 2 hours, they had traversed over 40 kilometers of mountainous terrain. It is worth noting that even the most professional athletes require around 3 hours to complete a 40-kilometer run. Only one man globally, known as the marathon god, Eliud Kipchoge, has managed to finish a full marathon in under 2 hours, achieving a remarkable time of 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. In other words, had both Hao Shun and the robber shattered world records today? The SWAT officers were left utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? Were these two capable of flight? Hao Shun returned to Xiaohigu, embodying the spirit of a hero, having subdued 2 armed robbers with nothing but his bare hands. Shortly thereafter, the city police department issued a formal announcement regarding the incident on their official website. The news of the 2 robbers facing justice filled the common people with joy, leading some to even set off firecrackers in celebration. Director Meng felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, exhaling a sigh of relief. He never anticipated that the one who saved him from peril would be none other than Hao Shun. This fellow was truly his lucky star. A sudden thought crossed Meng's mind to transfer him to the city's criminal investigation team. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather forced, considering Hao had just been reprimanded for gambling and soliciting. Despite recently receiving a serious demerit, Hao Shun basked in newfound glory, and many had conveniently forgotten his previous transgressions. His admirers, once critical, now turned into fervent supporters, reassessing their views on him. The tale of Hao Shun chasing the robbers for over an hour, covering more than 40 kilometers of mountainous terrain, became a celebrated anecdote. Naturally, many professional athletes found it utterly implausible. Meng Xiaojun could hardly fathom that after a mere stumble, Hao Shun would rise to achieve such an exceptional honor. She was perplexed as to how he managed it. Nonetheless, his achievement reflected positively on the Xiaojigu police station, bringing no harm but only benefits to her as the newly appointed chief. Having just assumed her role, she had assisted the municipal bureau in resolving such a significant issue, undoubtedly enhancing her reputation. The other station chiefs were consumed with envy, particularly Zhang Ku from Huaxi Police Station, who, had it not been for his wife's disapproval, would have eagerly traded her for this prized asset. Regrettably, Li Gua has departed, and any prospect of change is now futile. They have all come to understand why Meng Xiaojun has consistently avoided numerous police stations, opting instead for the small river valley, the reason being none other than Hao Shun. Upon hearing of this matter, the newly appointed deputy director Li Gua took the initiative to call Hao Shun, offering words of encouragement and hoping for his continued perseverance. The small river valley has once again become the focal point of the entire Jiangxing police force, thanks to Hao Shun. With the apprehension of 2 armed robbers, Jiangxing has regained its former vibrancy. These robbers have confessed to their heinous crimes of robbery and murder. Despite achieving significant accomplishments, the work must persist. The primary focus of the small river valley remains the maintenance of public order and the resolution of minor neighborhood disputes. Of course, Meng Xiaojun will not forgive Hao Shun for the humiliation he endured in the past simply because of Hao Shun's recent success. It is worth noting that, given the small size of the river valley, homicides are infrequent. Even in the event of a murder, investigations are typically handled by the municipal or district criminal investigation teams, with the local police station merely providing ancillary support. Previously, Hao Shun's resolution of several cases allowed him only a brief opportunity for interrogation after apprehending the suspects. In recent years, the most prevalent crime in the small river valley has been internet fraud, with dozens of individuals in the community falling victim, some losing sums exceeding 1 million. Through the capture of the 2 wanted criminals, Hao Shun has once again received a reward of 300,000 from the system. However, this time he did not acquire any special skills, but instead, his genius eye has advanced to level 4. However, Hao Shun discovered that despite his upgrade, he still could not achieve complete transparency. Yet, his vision had astonishingly improved. It was almost unnaturally acute. He could even gaze through windows to discern the styles and colors of the necklaces adorning the necks of the girls in the building opposite. Much like before, he could activate this ability with merely a thought. In other words, he had acquired a pair of eagle's eyes. Chapter 46. Hao Shun takes action against the elderly woman on that particular morning. The Xiaogo police station received a call from the city's anti-fraud center, indicating that they had detected unusual bank transactions from a resident of the Happiness Garden in the Xiaogo community. Her account had been transferring funds to a distant account for an entire week, accumulating a total of 200,000. The anti-fraud center was almost certain that she had fallen victim to telecommunications fraud and requested the Xiaogo officers to follow up and provide guidance. Consequently, Meng Xiaojun entrusted this formidable task to Hao Shun. Reluctantly, Hao Shun, accompanied by Chun Xianran, made his way to the Happiness Garden community. What sin have I committed to be assigned such trivial matters? Hao Shun grumbled as he walked. How can this be considered trivial? Chun Xianran's perspective had evidently improved. Matters concerning the welfare of the common people are of utmost importance. I do not share your elevated mindset, Hao Shun retorted. I did not become a police officer to handle these mundane affairs. I aspire to be a detective. This is not a place for you to remain indefinitely, he mused. I must find a way to join the city's criminal investigation team. That is where I can truly display my capabilities. Yet, you must take it step by step. Chen Xianren advised. You've only just arrived at the police station. Do you expect to ascend directly to the criminal investigation team? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for an ordinary officer to transition into that unit? Then enlighten me, Hao Shun replied, genuinely unaware of the challenges involved. It is essential to understand that the criminal investigation team serves as the spearhead of the police department, representing the most coveted position within the entire precinct. For an ordinary officer to join the investigation team, they must possess exceptional case analysis skills, undergo specialized evaluations, and also have a minimum of 3 years of experience as a grassroots officer. 3 years? Hao Shun exclaimed, astonished. Are you saying I must remain in this dismal place for 3 years? I am referring to the minimum requirement, Chun Xianran replied. Moreover, you must be approved by the higher-ups. This is unacceptable. If I stay here for 3 years, my child will be able to run errands for soy sauce. Hao Shun shook his head vigorously. Have you ever seen someone so impatient? Chun Xianran scoffed. You've only been at the precinct for a few days, yet you wish to ascend to great heights immediately. I am determined to rise swiftly, Hao Shun asserted, raising his chin defiantly. Mark my words. Not only will I join the criminal investigation team soon, but I shall take you with me. You're merely boasting, Chun Xianran retorted, clearly skeptical. Soon enough, the pair arrived at the entrance of a residence in the Happy Garden community, where they suspected a victim of fraud resided. Chun Xianran knocked on the door. After what felt like an eternity, a small crack opened, revealing a round face belonging to a woman nearing 60 years of age. Who are you looking for? The elderly woman inquired, eyeing the officers with curiosity. Are you Niu Huifang? Chun Xianran asked. Yes, the woman replied, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as she scrutinized the two. Have you recently transferred 200,000 to an account from another province? Hao Shun asked directly. The elderly woman paused momentarily, bewildered. How did you know? We are from the Xiaojigu police station. The municipal anti-fraud center has detected unusual activity in your account and suspects that you may have fallen victim to a telecommunications scam, which is why we are here to inquire. The elderly lady, suddenly enlightened, replied, It's nothing. You needn't worry. I have not been deceived. Can you tell us to whom you transferred the money? Chun Xianran probed further. Just a friend, she stammered. Observing her hesitant response, Hao Shun inquired. What is his name? What is your relationship? I've already said, he is just a friend. He is not a scammer. You can rest assured, I won't be fooled. The elderly lady asserted, and with that, she abruptly slammed the door shut. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran were taken aback, surprised by her lack of cooperation. I believe she is already deeply entangled in this, Hao Shun remarked. Chun Xianran continued to knock on the door. After more than a minute, the door finally creaked open again. Upon seeing the same two officers, the elderly lady's expression clearly reflected her growing impatience. Why are you back again? Madam, you still haven't answered our questions. Chun Xianran maintained his politeness. Why should I answer your questions? The elderly lady retorted, her brow furrowing. Are you even police officers? Noticing her inquiry, Chun Xianran and Hao Shun produced their identification badges. The elderly lady glanced at them briefly and reiterated. I will say it once more, he is just a friend of mine. What does that have to do with you? Why are you so concerned about me? Madam, we came specifically because we received a warning from the Anti-Fraud Center. I must remind you once again, do not transfer money to strangers carelessly. However, the elderly lady wore a long face and exclaimed, Do you think I have nothing better to do than to eat all day? Do you perceive me as foolish? Let me inform you that I was once a teacher. How could I possibly be deceived? The words of the elderly lady exuded blind confidence. Hao Shun interjected. Fraudsters nowadays employ exceptionally sophisticated tactics. They engage in high-tech scams. It does not matter if you are a teacher or even a professor. Many have fallen victim to such schemes. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady became even more irate. I have repeatedly stated that I have not been deceived. Are you incapable of comprehending human speech? Hao Shun, incensed by her demeanor, raised his voice in response. Then tell me, to whom did you transfer your money? I told you, it was to a friend, a mere friend, she retorted, her tone escalating to a higher pitch. Furthermore, even if I were scammed, what business is it of yours? I am free to do as I please. Chun Xianran, alarmed, interjected, elderly lady, since the Anti-Fraud Center has sent us. It indicates that there is a 90% chance you have encountered a telecom scam. Please, do not send any more money. We are here for your benefit. I do not require your feigned compassion. There are countless fraudsters on the street, yet you do not pursue them, but come here to cause trouble for me? Am I so unaware of whether I have encountered a scammer? The elderly lady reprimanded loudly. I do not need your unwarranted concern about my affairs. You should leave at once and attend to your own matters. Both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran were taken aback by the elderly lady's blatant ingratitude, astonished that she would dare to tell them to leave. Let it be. We have done what we needed to do. If you insist on remitting money, that is your own affair. Hao Shun was also incensed. People like you deserve to be deceived. Hey, you little scoundrel, how dare you speak like that? The elderly woman, provoked by Hao Shun, lunged forward and attempted to slap him. Whenever he encountered danger, his extraordinary ability of heightened reflexes would automatically engage. Moreover, given the woman's speed, even without his super reflexes, Hao Shun could easily evade her attack. He grasped her arm with one hand and, with a swift motion, retaliated with a slap across her face. The clarity of that strike left Chun Xianran, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. You dare hit me? The police are assaulting people. The police are assaulting people. The woman cried out as she fell onto the ground, wailing in desperation. Hao Shun, how could you strike someone? Chun Xianran exclaimed in shock. Did you not see? She struck first. Doesn't that constitute an assault on an officer? The woman, having been struck, immediately seized her phone to call the authorities. Soon, the police dispatched from the command center arrived, and nearby onlookers gathered, causing the corridor to become utterly congested. Strangely enough, upon hearing that the elderly woman had been struck, the crowd did not condemn Hao Shun. Instead, they proclaimed that she deserved it. One could easily infer her standing in the eyes of the local populace. Since this area fell under the jurisdiction of the Zaihiku neighborhood, the officers dispatched were naturally from the Zaihiku police station. Upon arrival, the officers were taken aback to find that Hao Shun had been involved in the altercation. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. Such a thing could only be accomplished by him. The police initially intended to escort the elderly lady and Hao Shun back for further investigation. Yet the elderly lady was utterly unwilling to comply. Surprisingly, after some persuasion by the officers near the small creek, she opted for reconciliation. It appears that Hao Shun suspected the elderly lady was perhaps eager to remit money to the fraudster, fearing any delay. Chapter 47. I was swindled out of 600,000. You will compensate me. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran returned to the Xiaogo police station. Shun, you truly are impressive. You were sent to mediate, yet you resorted to slapping. I must confess, I admire you a bit. Ha ha ha. I assert that such individuals deserve a beating. However, we lack the courage to do so. Only you could. Your role as a police officer seems to come without any sense of oppression. Upon returning to the station, Laughter erupted among the officers as they recounted the incident. Although many did not endorse Hao Shun's approach, they could not help but feel a sense of respect. After all, in numerous instances, when faced with obstinate individuals, they were compelled to endure quietly to uphold the dignity of the police force. At times, they even refrained from retaliating after being struck. Hao Shun's ability to stand his ground without hesitation was indeed enviable. In other words, he had accomplished what many wished to do but lacked the audacity to pursue. Meng Xiaojun, upon learning that they had failed to complete their task, immediately launched into a tirade. "Director," Hao Shun exclaimed, "that old fellow refused to heed any counsel. What was I to do? And yet you resorted to violence?" Meng Xiaojun retorted sternly. "Do you not comprehend how delicate the relationship between the police and the public is these days? What if she files a complaint against you?" "Let her complain. I am indifferent to it," Hao Shun replied nonchalantly, adopting an attitude of indifference. "Are you a police officer or a common thug?" Meng Xiaojun glared at Hao Shun. "Do not presume that having solved a few cases and earned some accolades elevates your status. Let me be clear, should you err again, no amount of merit will save you." With that, Meng Xiaojun turned and retreated to his office. Although she verbally chastised Hao Shun, Meng Xiaojun secretly believed that the old woman deserved it. As she departed, several colleagues hurried to console him. "Shun, do not take it to heart. She meant well. Indeed, the incident of your aggression is somewhat indefensible, and it is fortunate that she did not file a complaint. While you have recently achieved commendable success, do not forget that you still bear two significant offenses." Zhou Gang also approached, patting him on the shoulder. "As a police officer, you cannot behave as you once did, acting on impulse and resorting to violence. You must gradually acclimate to this role." Hao Shun sighed in response. "I never realized that being a police officer required such caution. Had this occurred abroad, her assault on me would have justified a direct response. In our nation, law enforcement emphasizes humanity. You will grow accustomed to it in time." Hao Shun remained indifferent. He thought, what's done is done, and the subsequent handling is of little consequence. Next time, I'll merely offer a few words of advice. It truly validates the saying that those who evoke pity often possess qualities that elicit disdain. The following afternoon, nearly at the same hour, a familiar figure appeared at the precinct's entrance. Hao Shun focused his gaze and was astonished to see the same old woman. However, her visage now resembled that of someone stricken with paralysis, a stark contrast to her previous arrogant demeanor. Upon spotting Hao Shun and Chun Xianran, she rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Comrade, please help me. I have been deceived." The old woman immediately burst into tears. Chun Xianran swiftly approached to assist her, asking, "What has happened? Did you truly send money to a scammer yesterday? After you left, I promptly transferred 400,000, which, when combined with the previous amount, totals 600,000. They assured me that I would receive 1,200,000 today, but I have just realized that they have blocked me on both phone and WeChat, and the website is no longer accessible. I am uncertain as to why, yet upon hearing this, Hao Shun felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Naturally, he could not display such emotions and instead exclaimed, "It's over. It has already been 24 hours, and it's too late to freeze the account." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman gasped, "Are you implying that my money cannot be retrieved?" Indeed, if you had reported the incident sooner, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, now that 24 hours have elapsed, the funds have likely been transferred by the perpetrator, making recovery almost impossible. The elderly woman, upon realizing this, lamented, "My money. This is the hard-earned money from my husband's labor." After uttering this, she suddenly seized Hao Shun, exclaiming, "It is all your fault. You are to blame for this entire affair. You knew I was being deceived, yet you did nothing to stop me." Hao Shun was taken aback. "What are you saying? I didn't stop you?" "Precisely. Aren't you the police? If you had intervened, even if it meant detaining me, I would not have fallen victim to this scam. This is your negligence, and I intend to file a complaint against you." Hao Shun was taken aback by her audacity. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was unprecedented. At that moment, she had claimed her consent to the scam, and now, she was directing blame towards him. "Madam, your assertions are rather unreasonable." Chun Xianran, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself, stating, "We tried to advise you, yet you refused to listen." "I will not listen. You cannot continue to persuade me until I comply." Niu Huifeng began to entangle the conversation. "As public servants, is it sufficient for you to merely offer me a few simple words of advice? Shouldn't you clarify matters until I fully comprehend? We, the common people, expend so much to support you. Is this how you choose to fulfill your duties? I have finally come to believe that you were once a teacher." Hao Shun chuckled. "I have truly never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Do you dare to insult me?" The elderly woman lunged forward, seizing Hao Shun's arm. "If you have the guts, strike me again. Let me tell you, yesterday's affair is far from over. I intend to file a complaint against you. Right now?" A few colleagues hurriedly intervened to separate Niu from Hao Shun to avert further conflict, while Chen Xianran swiftly ushered Hao Shun into their private office. Do not stoop to her level. She has just suffered a significant loss. Naturally, her mood is poor, Chen Xianran advised. It's fine. Why should I be angry with her? Hao Shun laughed heartily, collapsing into a chair. Xianran, keep an eye out for me. I wish to indulge in a couple of games. Are you slacking off again? Chen Xianran replied. If the director sees you, you will be reprimanded. That is precisely why I asked you to watch for me. Hao Shun chuckled. Although Chen Xianran feigned reluctance, he genuinely began to keep watch for Hao Shun. After a moment, Chen Xianran suddenly realized, what am I doing? Hao Shun is my sister's adversary. When did I begin to side with him? It was then that Chen Xianran recognized that his disdain for Hao Shun had seemingly diminished in recent times. At times, the absence of others feels rather unsettling. What has become of me? No, I cannot allow myself to descend into such a state. How could I face my sister otherwise? Chen Xianran abruptly rose to his feet and strode out. Where are you going? Not going to keep an eye on me anymore? Hao Shun inquired, looking up. I intend to inform the director that you are playing games on the job, Chen Xianran retorted before departing. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaojun found himself too preoccupied to pay attention to Hao Shun, as he was engaged in addressing the situation with Niu Huifang. Niu Huifang, in a state of agitation, realized that her money was unrecoverable and hastily shifted all the blame onto Hao Shun and Chen Xianran. She claimed that their inadequate performance resulted in her losing 400,000 and accused Hao Shun of assault. Before long, Niu Huifang's children arrived at the police station, and upon learning that their mother had been defrauded of 600,000 due to Hao Shun's negligence, they were nearly beside themselves with rage. The situation escalated dramatically when they discovered that Hao Shun had struck their mother. They immediately threatened to hire a lawyer to sue the Xiaogo police station. To their surprise, they indeed proceeded with this course of action. Shortly thereafter, Niu Huifang's attorney filed a lawsuit against the Xiaogo police station, citing Hao Shun and Chen Xuanran's insufficient work as grounds for claiming compensation for the 400,000 lost. Additionally, they reported Hao Shun to the Municipal Police Bureau for assaulting a teacher. In a bid to garner public support, Niu Huifang's son enlisted the aid of online influencers to disseminate extensive coverage of the incident. The gravest issue is that they managed to uncover, through connections, that Hao Shun had recently received a severe reprimand for his involvement in gambling and solicitation. Chapter 48. Our Chen family does not require such a son-in-law before long. The internet began to buzz with excitement, with headlines more sensational than the last. Police officers at a fraud prevention scene, claiming the victim got what they deserved. A certain officer advocating against telecom fraud, resorting to slapping the suspect. 2 officers treating fraud prevention as child's play, with a grandma mocking the victim. A teacher falling victim to telecom fraud, while the police remain indifferent and resort to violence. Such captivating headlines abounded. Subsequently, more revelations concerning Hao Shun emerged. Local police officer engaged in gambling and prostitution, a distortion of human nature or a moral decline. Police raiding a prostitution den only to discover it was their own. Titles that specifically targeted Hao Shun proliferated. Even Meng Haonan was taken aback upon seeing this news, intrigued by how such matters had come to light. Previously, Hao Shun's engagement in gambling and prostitution warranted his dismissal according to regulations. However, due to his capabilities, Meng Haonan opted for an internal reprimand instead. To his astonishment, this incident had unexpectedly trended online. Rapidly, Hao Shun's past endeavors before entering the force were scrutinized thoroughly. The transformation from a street delinquent to a police officer became a focal point of curiosity among netizens, who speculated that there must be some form of under-the-table dealings involved. The comments from online users were eclectic, as the commendable actions of Hao Shun had only been known within the police department, leaving the general public unaware of his contributions. In fact, even the apprehension of wanted criminals remained shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the identity of the officer responsible. If he can be a police officer, I believe I can too. Is it not necessary for police officers to take civil service examinations? I am curious about how Hao Shun, a high school dropout, managed to pass the test. I have heard that he was previously an auxiliary police officer and reportedly distinguished himself in service, which allowed him to ascend to a probationary police officer and then to a second-level officer in just a week, a pace that can only be described as meteoric. In merely half a month, he transitioned from an auxiliary officer to a second-level officer. At this rate, it is feared he may soon find himself within the ranks of the National Security Department. This seems profoundly unjust. As another high school dropout, I wonder if I too could become a police officer. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss. It is rumored that both the director and deputy director of the station are friends of his father. Who would believe that there was no favoritism involved? The credibility of our national institutions is tarnished by individuals such as these. Moreover, Niu Huifang's son has reportedly engaged online influencers to sway public opinion. The same event can be perceived differently depending on the narrative. For instance, if a university student takes up work as an escort after classes, many would deem that student lacking in self-respect. Conversely, if one were to frame it differently, highlighting that an escort diligently attends university classes by day, suddenly, it becomes a story of resilience and positivity. Thus, Hao Shun's transformation from a street urchin to a police officer, while inherently a story of positivity, takes on an entirely different connotation when one considers that he was once a delinquent. The Xiaohigu police station now faces unprecedented scrutiny, a situation that has even impacted Li Guo, who has risen to the position of deputy director. Nevertheless, Li Guo stands firmly in support of Hao Shun. However, the internet has always thrived on sensationalism and controversy, and soon the critics launched a vehement attack on Hao Shun. Even Ming Haonan found himself at a loss, as the decision to appoint Hao Shun as an auxiliary police officer had not followed the proper procedures and was solely his personal judgment. If we were to scrutinize the matter, it indeed raised several questions. Under pressing circumstances, the municipal bureau had no choice but to suspend Hao Shun from his duties. Meanwhile, the lawyer hired by Niu Huifeng's son proceeded to file a lawsuit against Hao Shun and the Xiaogo police station, alleging negligence in their responsibilities and demanding compensation of 400,000 for Niu Huifeng, along with an additional 100,000 for emotional distress, totaling 500,000. Upon learning of this development, Chun Xianran was filled with indignation. Truly, this world is filled with all types of individuals. It was evident that they insisted on transferring money to someone, and, despite all attempts to dissuade them, they now sought to place the blame on us. The suspension of Hao Shun was indeed a grave injustice. Initially reluctant to align herself with Hao Shun, she resolutely chose to stand by his side this time. Upon returning home, Chun Xianran discovered that her sister and brother-in-law had also arrived. Furthermore, her sister, Chen Hao, seemed to be in good spirits. Xianran, have you seen the news? That Hao Shun from your unit has been suspended, hasn't he? Chun Xianran could tell from her sister's expression that she was reveling in the misfortune. Yes, Chun Xianran nodded. Xianran, are you truly partnering with him? Her sister inquired again. Have you seen the previous interview? Chun Xianran asked. Yes, her sister replied. Chen smiled and said, let me tell you, Hao Shun is not a good person. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. He deserves his fate. Individuals like him will never amount to anything. For some inexplicable reason, Chun Xianran suddenly felt a surge of resentment towards her sister's words. She recalled Hao Shun's recent actions, taking a knife wound to save her, wagering his job to uncover information about a child, and bravely confronting armed kidnappers, almost losing his life in the process. Such a person, regardless of past misdeeds, exemplified competence as a police officer. Her sister clearly did not understand Hao Shun. On what grounds could she deem him unworthy? Chun Xianran immediately countered her sister. Then why did you once hold him in such high regard? Chun Hao was momentarily taken aback, considering her husband was still present. What are you talking about? I was just young and naive back then, she replied, feeling quite awkward. If that is the case, why have you clung to those memories for all these years? Chun Xianran pressed on. When have I clung to anything? Chen Hao, of course, denied it. Then let me ask you. Chun Xianran boldly fixed her gaze on her sister. When you called him a heartless scoundrel, did you truly have a good relationship? Chen Xianran had long harbored doubts about her sister's words from years past, especially since Hao Shun could not even recall who she was. Chen Hao was caught off guard by her sister's direct inquiry and could only respond, of course. He even complimented my beauty. But doesn't he even remember who you are? Chen Xianran retorted instantly. These words flushed Chen Hao's face with warmth. Chun Xuanran's statement was tantamount to asserting that she was merely indulging in her own wishes. What has gotten into you, Chun Xianran? Since when did you begin to defend him? Chun Xianran, after articulating her thoughts, retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. At that moment, Chen's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and chanced upon Chun Xianran entering her room. She called out loudly, Xianran, come out for dinner. I'm not hungry. I want to eat. Chun Xianran replied from within. What is wrong with her? Chen's mother glanced at her eldest daughter. This is not good, Chen Hao said. Her face filled with concern as she looked at her mother. Could it be that Xianran has taken a liking to that Hao Shun fellow? Hao Shun? Who is he? Chen's mother inquired. He is the son of my uncle's comrade, Chen Hao explained. Mom, I suspect that boy is trying to win over my sister. You must not approve of this. What is wrong with that? A policeman is quite respectable, and they can help each other as colleagues. Chen's mother responded as she set down the soup. Respectable? That man is nothing more than a street thug who became a police officer through my uncle's connections. The crux of the matter is that he is involved in gambling and debauchery. He is certainly not a good person. If Xianran marries him, her life will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother became alert. Are you suggesting that Xianran is involved with him? I am merely speculating. Did you not hear how she defended him just now? Chen Hao replied. Mom, He must not enter our Qin family. He would bring ruin to Xianran. Certainly, I cannot condone mere gambling, let alone the act of soliciting prostitution. How could our Qin family possibly accept such a son-in-law? Chapter 49. My dear girl. Your fated one is right beside you. Hao Shun never anticipated that his visit to offer counsel would lead him into such a predicament. It became evident that he was ill-suited for the role of a community police officer. He resolved to devise a plan to earn merit and expedite his transfer to the Criminal Investigation Unit. During the previous monthly commendation meeting, the captain of the Criminal Investigation team had hinted at wanting him to join, and once this matter subsided, he would approach him directly. After all, his mentor was no longer the chief. Enduring daily torment from Ming Xiaojun was not a sustainable situation. It would be prudent to extricate himself from this ordeal sooner rather than later. As for Niu Huifeng, Hao Shun harbored no concerns. She was willingly stepping into the line of fire this time, and he bore no responsibility for her choices. Hao Shun had conducted his research and discovered that Niu Huifeng's husband had tragically fallen down the stairs 3 years prior and had not survived despite attempts at resuscitation. Moreover, over a decade ago, he had purchased an accident insurance policy. Following his demise, the insurance company compensated Niu Huifeng with over 800,000 yuan. This was why. At the police station, she referred to the money as her late husband's life savings. When Hao Shun had visited Niu Huifeng, he noted the words murder for insurance emblazoned across her forehead. It became clear that her husband's death was far from an accident. The pressing issue now was that even if Niu Huifeng had indeed been responsible for her husband's death, 3 years had elapsed since the incident, and the body was long buried. Where would any evidence be found? The only recourse lay in elevating Niu Huifeng's heart rate to 120 beats per minute, thereby revealing more information or prompting her confession. However, Hao Shun recalled that when he had slapped her, her heart rate had barely exceeded 90, showing little fluctuation. To elevate her heartbeat to 120, one must indeed contemplate effective strategies. Hao Shun, feeling rather idle at home, decided to investigate the circumstances surrounding Niu Huifeng. It did not take long for him to uncover that Niu Huifeng possessed considerable motives for her actions. It was said that her husband, an ordinary factory electrician, had been looked down upon by her, a woman of intellect. Following his retirement, Niu Huifeng became enamored with the world of the internet, frequently meeting individuals she had encountered online, which led to her husband confronting her about these rendezvous. Eventually, Niu Huifeng became engrossed in stock trading, reportedly incurring significant losses, resulting in numerous disputes between the couple. However, after her husband's tragic demise, she utilized the compensation to settle her debts, thereby ceasing her stock market endeavors. Recently, she claimed to have fallen victim to a scam, allegedly due to a handsome stranger she met online, with whom she engaged in a romantic relationship. Little did she know that he was a con artist, luring her into investing in so-called high-yield financial schemes, ultimately resulting in a loss of 600,000. Hao Shun further discovered that shortly after her husband's death, she hastily sold their home and purchased a 2-bedroom apartment in the current happy community. Upon inquiring at her former residence, he learned that Niu Huifeng had always been superstitious, stating that following her husband's passing, she felt fearful and could no longer reside there, prompting her to sell the property. It now appeared that her guilt had manifested in her actions. Consequently, Hao Shun resolved to use this as a breakthrough point. He sought out a renowned internet celebrity in Jiangqing, a famous makeup influencer. The girl's makeup skills are nothing short of extraordinary, regardless of the celebrity. Be they male or female, she possesses the remarkable ability to transform herself into a perfect likeness of them. Everyone asserts that she is not merely imitating makeup. It is akin to a masterful art of disguise. Hao Shun sought her out, hoping she could metamorphose him into another persona, a wise, ethereal fortune teller. Upon their meeting, Hao Shun candidly revealed his identity as a police officer and briefly recounted the tale of Niu Huifeng. The makeup artist readily acquiesced to Hao Shun's request. Hao Shun's features are well-defined and striking, providing an excellent foundation for the transformation. In less than an hour, the entire makeup process was completed. When he gazed into the mirror, the visage of the elderly gentleman astonished him. Not only did he fail to recognize himself, but he also doubted that anyone else would discern the enlightened master before him was indeed himself. Once he donned the costume he had prepared in advance, the fortune teller's persona became even more pronounced. Stepping outside, even without uttering a word about his true identity, others would surely speculate about his role. Hao Shun departed from the makeup artist's abode and drove back to the Xiaojigu police station. He was keen to test whether those with whom he shared daily encounters could recognize him. Upon arriving at Xiaojigu, he found everyone bustling with activity. The sudden appearance of a sage-like old man piqued their curiosity. Chen Xianren happened to be present and approached him, inquiring, "Elder, may I ask what brings you here?" Observing that Chen Xianren did not recognize him in the slightest, Hao Shun restrained his laughter. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely passing by and found myself a bit parched, So I came to request a glass of water, he said, deliberately lowering his voice. Chen Xianran indeed did not catch on. Oh, it's nothing, let me pour it for you, she said, and walked over to the water dispenser in the hall, taking a paper cup to fill it with hot water. Hao Shun also noticed that, apart from Chen Xianran, none of the other colleagues recognized him. It seemed that the disguise was remarkably effective. Chen Xianran approached with the cup and handed it to Hao Shun, saying, "Take your time drinking, sir." Hao Shun pretended to sip a large gulp and then looked at Chen Xianran. "Thank you, young lady. My surname is Jia, and I am a fortune teller. Everyone calls me Jia Banzian. I have never been one to enjoy owing favors to others. Since you have kindly brought me water, allow me to tell your fortune in return." "Oh, you are a fortune teller?" Chen Xianran was taken aback. Hao Shun smiled. "No need for doubt, young lady. I, Jia Banzian, may not possess many skills, but I do have some understanding of discerning people and their fates. Whether I am accurate, you will know by trying." Chen Xianran glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before asking. "Then guess, am I currently single or in a relationship?" Hao Shun smiled. "There is no need to guess. Your delicate skin and rosy complexion suggest that, far from having a boyfriend, you are likely still an untouched blossom, aren't you?" In truth, Hao Shun was merely speculating. He had heard that Qin Xian and had never had a boyfriend and sought to confirm the truth. Chen Xianran understood the meaning of untouched blossom and was taken aback. "You can see that?" Hao Shun had not erred. She was indeed still innocent. Hao Shun chuckled, however. "My dear, your eyes are glistening with the hues of love. Your destined partner has long since appeared, though you remain oblivious to his presence. You are fated to be his, and in the future, you shall be blessed with 3 children. My destined partner? Where is he?" Chen Xianran inquired, perplexed. "Far away yet close at hand. It is the red thread of fate that binds you, and destiny is not easily defied. Cherish those around you, dear girl." With that, Hao Shun stepped outside. Far away yet close at hand. What does that mean? Chen Xianran gazed at the old man's retreating figure, feeling bewildered. Why does he only speak in half-truths? According to his words, my destined partner is someone close by. Could it be? Could he be referring to Hao Shun? Emerging from the small creek, Hao Shun proceeded towards the Happy Garden community. Upon entering, he overheard numerous neighbors discussing the telecommunications scam involving Niu Huifang. How shameless can she be? She was scammed and yet blames the police. Isn't it because the police resorted to violence? Just think about it. What kind of person is Niu Huifang? Would she easily accept such a loss? Being defrauded of 600,000 is no trivial matter. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Niu Huifang must be in a foul mood these days. We should definitely avoid provoking her. At that moment, a fierce-looking Niu Huifang descended from the building. She cast a glance at the crowd, causing everyone to scatter in fright. Chapter 50. A person riding on your neck. Hao Shun settled himself on a bench in the garden, basking in the sunlight. Niu Huifang emerged to dispose of some trash and intended to purchase groceries afterward. In the past couple of days, having suffered a loss of 600,000, she was in a state of desperation, having not slept for 2 days and nights. Aware that the money was unlikely to be recovered, she could only vent all her frustrations on Hao Shun. Deep down, she understood that the lawsuit was highly unlikely to succeed. Her actions were merely a means to draw attention and to humiliate Hao Shun. Even if it only resulted in him losing his job, it would still serve as a release for her grievances. After discarding the trash, Niu Huifang noticed an old man with a white beard staring intently at her from across the way. "What are you looking at?" she snapped, seizing the opportunity to confront Hao Shun, as she was in dire need of an outlet for her anger. Of course, Chen Xianran had not recognized Hao Shun, so it was even less likely that she would. Hao Shun offered a slight smile, but remained silent. "I ask you, what are you staring at?" Niu Huifang demanded, her gaze condescendingly fixed upon Hao Shun. Through his perceptive vision, Hao Shun noticed a medicated patch affixed to her neck. "You must be feeling quite uncomfortable in your neck lately, am I right?" he remarked nonchalantly. Niu Huifang was taken aback. How did he know I was experiencing discomfort? She was wearing a collared sweater, which concealed the patch entirely. "What do you mean? How could my neck possibly be uncomfortable?" she queried. Hao Shun smiled gently and lowered his voice, saying, "Esteemed friend, my surname is Jia, and I am known as Jia Banjian. I possess no extraordinary talents, but I have a modest understanding of physiognomy and the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The most accurate assessment of your neck's comfort lies within your own awareness, does it not? Are you a fortune teller?" Niu Huifang's eyes widened in surprise. Her inherent superstitions flared up at the mention of a diviner, igniting her interest instantly. Hao Shun nodded. "If my conjecture is correct, you have recently experienced considerable financial losses. Have you not? Is it necessary for you to mention it? Everyone in the neighborhood is aware." Niu Huifang remained somewhat skeptical of Hao Shun. "And do they know the reason behind your financial misfortunes?" Hao Shun replied with a calm smile. "What do you mean? You know?" Niu Huifang inquired. "I not only understand why you have encountered such misfortunes recently, but I also grasped the root of it all. His words piqued Niu Huifang's curiosity. Then please enlighten me. I can provide your fortune, but my fee is rather substantial. Hao Shun was unwilling to offer his services for free, as that would only breed doubt. How much? Niu Huifang asked. 500. Hao Shun refrained from stating a higher amount, fearing she would deem it excessive, especially considering her recent loss of 600,000. However, my rule is to read first and receive payment afterward. If my predictions are accurate, you may pay me. If not, you are free to leave without any obligation. He added. Agreed. Niu Huifang readily consented. She had consulted fortune tellers before, but this was her first encounter with one who demanded payment after the reading. This at least suggested that he possessed some genuine skills. Hao Shun then invited Niu Huifang to sit beside him, feigning interest as he examined her palm. After scrutinizing her hand, he remained silent, shaking his head repeatedly. What is it? Niu Huifang inquired anxiously. Fate laments the absence of a partner. In this life, there should be a lingering sorrow. If one can encounter flowing waters amidst towering mountains, a beautiful scene, and a cherished companion may last until old age. Hao Shun recited a couplet he had memorized from the internet. Niu Huifang, of course, could not comprehend its meaning. What does it mean? The fortune suggests that your marriage is likely to be quite unhappy. Your spouse may have passed away prematurely, yet the entanglements of your past keep his spirit tethered to you, resulting in your current misfortunes. Unless this restless spirit is laid to rest, achieving harmony and joy will prove difficult. These words startled Niu Huifang. Are you implying that my recent misfortunes are caused by the lingering spirit of my husband? Indeed, such is the case. Do you realize why your neck has been persistently sore? Hao Shun gazed at her earnestly before pretending to inspect above her head. Why? Niu Huifang trembled slightly. Hao Shun leaned closer, lowering his voice further. Because there is someone who has been weighing heavily upon you. Ah! Niu Huifang gasped, hastily looking up. Do not look. You cannot see it. Hao Shun continued in a hushed tone. You need not pay me. Your spirit's burdens are already a source of misfortune. If this continues, you may face grave calamities. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Hao Shun stood, feigning a readiness to depart. Niu Huifang was utterly terrified, gripping Hao Shun's arm without letting go. Master, please save me, she implored, her voice raised in desperation. Hao Shun paused and asked, Do you believe what I say? Yes, of course, I believe, Niu Huifang replied. I've suffered from neck pain for quite some time, without understanding the cause. Master, I trust you. Can you assist me? Name your price. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Shun replied nonchalantly, Money is a trivial matter. A few thousand will suffice. Here's the arrangement. Come alone to 168 Peanut Street tomorrow night at 9, and I shall perform a ritual for you. Thank you, master, thank you. Niu Huifang hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Hao Shun observed her for a moment before continuing. Remember, do not wear red underwear in the future. Red attracts spirits and may draw in unclean entities. With that, he turned and walked away, gazing at the master's retreating figure. Niu Huifang was left in a state of shock. How could he know that beneath her thick layers, she wore red lingerie? A true master indeed. Her faith in him solidified, yet she was still unsettled by his ominous words about a spirit riding her neck. Could it be that the vengeful spirit of a deceased old man lingered? Fearful, Niu Huifang dared not return home. Instead, she chose to stay at her eldest daughter's house, reassured by the presence of her 2 grandchildren. However, that night, she was plagued by restless sleep, tormented by dreams of her husband, whom she had pushed down the stairs, returning to demand retribution. Before arriving at the happy community, Hao Shun had already rented a shop on Peanut Street and, in a flurry of activity, enlisted a renovation company to transform it into a ghost house resembling a funeral parlor. To evoke a chilling atmosphere, he procured a coffin and designed dim lighting effects. The following evening, Hao Shun made meticulous preparations, eagerly awaiting Niu Huifang's arrival. Niu Huifang, anxious throughout the day, finally endured until 9 o'clock at night and hurriedly hailed a taxi to Peanut Street. Located in the suburbs, Peanut Street is an old, dilapidated thoroughfare. Its proximity to a funeral home has attracted numerous practitioners of the mortuary trade, leading to the establishment of several coffin shops. In no time, this area evolved into a renowned street for funerary services. Hao Shun chose this location precisely for its eerie ambience, especially at night when the cobblestones appeared worn and the lighting dim, creating an authentic ghostly street. At 9 o'clock, most of the shops along the old street had closed for the night, with only 2 coffin stores still working late, applying black paint to their coffins. As Niu Huifang stepped onto Peanut Street, a wave of coldness washed over her. However, steeling her resolve against the spirits, she pressed onward. Soon, she spotted the door marked 168. This establishment retained the charm of decades past, featuring an old wooden door with a small, slightly ajar panel. Niu Huifang bent down and pushed the door open, revealing flickering candlelight within. There sat the master she had previously encountered, poised beside an ancient desk, brush in hand. Inscribing talismans. You have arrived, Hao Shun remarked, setting down his brush and inviting Niu Huifang to take a seat. Niu Huifang scrutinized, Master. What brings you to this place for divination? Hao Shun chuckled softly. I have always cherished tranquility, and this spot is perfect. Niu Huifang nodded in agreement, Master. When shall we commence? There is no rush, Hao Shun replied. Allow me first to offer you a talismanic water to dispel any malevolent spirits. With that, he pretended to inscribe a talisman and then handed Niu Huifang a pre-prepared sedative potion. Chapter 51. Please lend me Hao Shun for a few days. When Niu Huifang awoke, she had lost all sense of time. As she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the ground. The surroundings were shrouded in dim light, and as she rubbed her eyes, her pupils constricted in shock. Before her loomed an enormous character, beneath which rested a black frame. To her utter horror, the image within the frame was none other than her deceased husband. A tremor coursed through Niu Huifang's body as she lowered her gaze, her face paling at the sight before her. In the center of the room stood a massive black coffin. The sheer terror of the scene rendered her trembling, instinctively retreating backward. Suddenly, a chilling creak echoed in her ears, and to her dismay, the lid of the coffin began to open slowly and ominously on its own. The sound of the lid scraping against the coffin resembled a sinister whisper from the depths of hell, quickening Niu Huifang's heartbeat. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. Niu Huifang, it intoned, as if emerging from the very mouth of a demon, sending shivers down her spine. So frightened was she that she lost control of herself. Then, she beheld an even more terrifying sight. A man clad in a burial shroud was rising from the coffin. To her astonishment, the man's face bore an uncanny resemblance to her late husband. Niu Huifang, why did you cause my death? He inquired, his pallid visage fixated on her, each word dripping with the weight of deathly accusation. Niu Huifang was terrified, screaming in desperation, Ghost, please don't come any closer. Why did you push me down the stairs? The defenses within her crumbled completely as she fell to her knees before the vengeful spirit. She cried out, Old man, you cannot blame me. I had no other choice. I lost all my savings in stock trading and borrowed over 200,000 from loan sharks. I was coerced. Did you kill me just to claim the insurance? Old man, I acted in a moment of folly. I thought that with your death, I would receive 800,000. I was momentarily possessed by greed. Please, spare me. I will burn paper offerings for you every day. I beg you, have mercy. At that moment, the lights suddenly illuminated the room, and Hao Shun yanked off his hood and fake mustache. Teacher Niu, do you recognize me? The sudden brightness startled Niu Huifang, and she noticed several uniformed police officers surrounding her. Hao Shun laughed. I told you that her old man was killed by her, but you wouldn't believe me. Niu Huifang stared in disbelief at the man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her deceased spouse. Realization dawned upon her, and she quickly understood. She had been deceived. This man, along with the fortune teller from before, was merely an impersonation of the same individual. Hao Shun approached a girl and expressed his gratitude, saying, Your makeup skills are truly remarkable. Not only did she look stunning, but even I was startled by my own reflection just moments ago. On behalf of the Xiaohego police station, I sincerely thank you for your invaluable assistance. The girl humbly replied, There is no need for thanks. It is my honor to assist the police in their duties. At that moment, Chun Xianran stepped forward to help the fallen Niu Huifang, producing handcuffs to secure her. Niu Huifang, I am Chun Xianran, an officer from the Xiaohego police station in the Nanwan district of Jiangqing. We are arresting you on charges of murder for insurance fraud. Please accompany us. Only then did Niu Huifang comprehend the situation, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream at Hao Shun. You little bastard, how dare you betray me? Hao Shun chuckled, what of it? With someone like you, who could even murder her own husband, what martial virtue should I even speak of? Enough with the chatter, take her away. Zhou Gang gestured to Qin Xianran. Well done, Shun. Zhou Gang approached and patted Hao Shun's shoulder. I can't believe you actually won that bet. Yet, I remain curious about how you knew she was a murderer. Do you truly possess mind-reading abilities? Master, just knowing is sufficient. Please refrain from spreading this information. Hao Shun whispered into Zhou Gang's ear. Is that genuine? With Hao Shun's admission, Zhou Gang found himself somewhat skeptical. However, today's events seemed to defy any other explanation. After all, even the insurance company had failed to detect the deceit. How could Hao Shun have known about the fraud? Could it be that this young man genuinely possesses the ability to read minds? After a night of intense interrogation, Niu Huifang confessed to her crime of murder for insurance fraud, awaiting the impending legal consequences. Her previous accusations against Hao Shun of assault now seemed utterly meaningless, leading the Xiaogo police station to revoke the disciplinary action against Hao Shun. When Niu Huifang's children discovered that their mother had brutally harmed their father for monetary gain, they were left in utter shock. Following her detention, the siblings did not even cast a glance in her direction. At Xiaogo, Station Chief Meng Xiaojun was taken aback to learn that the recently suspended Hao Shun had, through his own efforts, managed to incarcerate the individual who had accused him. Not only had he averted a crisis, but he had also achieved a significant accomplishment. In addition to this, Hao Shun received a reward from the system. However, aside from a sum of 50,000 yuan, there was little else to be gained. It appeared that the rewards were commensurate with the severity of the crime. A murderer of Niu Huifeng's caliber was deemed only worth 50,000. Now, with over 1.2 million yuan in his account, money held little allure for Hao Shun. In the past, when he was a petty thief, earning money had been an arduous task, but now, it had transformed into a seemingly effortless endeavor. The Xiaogo police station gradually returned to its former tranquility. Meng Xiaojun continued to focus on combating vice, prioritizing issues related to gambling and drugs. Although Hao Shun had previously steered clear of drugs, many individuals involved in gambling and sex work were familiar faces, particularly the likes of Pan Malian, who had once been his employer. Encountering them would certainly be awkward. Although Hao Shun does not endorse the actions of the women, he acknowledges that they earn their living through physical labor, which is no easy feat. However, aside from those matters, the remaining responsibilities of the small river community involve maintaining public order and resolving neighborhood disputes, trivial issues, to say the least. In fact, most officers at the local police station primarily engage in such tasks. Before Meng Xiaojun's arrival, Hao Shun would often retreat to his modest office to indulge in video games. But now, with the installation of surveillance cameras by Meng Xiaojun, he finds it impossible to slack off. Her intention behind the surveillance was not to monitor Hao Shun, but rather to catch a glimpse of him from time to time. Feeling bored, Hao Shun had no choice but to request a patrol alongside Chen Xianran. That morning, Meng Xiaojun received a phone call from her cousin, who is also a graduate of the police academy and recently appointed as the head of the train station police station. Upon learning that Hao Shun was patrolling daily in the small river community, she expressed her dismay. What a waste. A person like him will inevitably be a part of the criminal investigation team. I heard from Old Wang that all 3 team leaders in the criminal investigation division have their eyes on him, particularly Wan Chong from Team 2, who has approached the director several times about him. In Jiangqing's criminal investigation division, there are 3 sub-teams, with Wan Chong leading Team 2. Previously, he had directly asked Hao Shun in front of Li Guo if he would like to join his team. Is Hao Shun truly that sought after? Meng Xiaojun was taken aback. Not just that. At present, which police station, big or small, wouldn't want him? Just consider how long Hao Shun has been in the small river community. He has already solved 4 major cases and apprehended a nationwide Class A wanted criminal. A talent like that is a rarity. You must ensure he is not swayed by others, Meng Xiaojun thought. Are you not aware that he has just cracked another insurance fraud murder case? Is he truly that significant? Meng Xiaojun murmured in response. Xiaojun, I am not exaggerating in the least. This young man has become the object of desire for the leaders in our Jiangqing police force. Whoever secures him will reap immense benefits. You know all too well the rules of our profession. Promotions depend on achievements. Who wouldn't want a formidable talent like Hao Shun by their side? Oh, very well, I understand, Meng Xiaojun replied, though she did not articulate it. She was reluctant to acknowledge this reality. Her feelings were indeed conflicted. As someone who had once been let down by this man, she simultaneously wished for his excellence while hoping he would not shine too brightly. I see you do not regard him as highly. How about this? Our anti-fraud team is currently short-staffed. Why not have Hao Shun come over to assist us for a few days? It would also serve as a valuable training opportunity for him, wouldn't it? Meng Xiaojun contemplated this proposal. Although she was somewhat hesitant, she ultimately acquiesced due to her cousin's request. I can allow him to join you. But this fellow has grown accustomed to a freewheeling lifestyle and cannot tolerate any hardship. Please do not mistreat him. Rest assured, dear cousin, I will treat him as if he were my own brother-in-law. Chapter 52. Hao Shun enters the Tiger Head Rock police station. Upon hearing that he had been assigned to assist the anti-theft team, Hao Shun felt no objection. After all, this was far more engaging than persuading the elderly to install anti-fraud applications. Moreover, his exceptional observational skills would find ample opportunity for application. However, Chen Xianran, who had been working alongside Hao Shun like a couple for an extended period, felt a tinge of disappointment upon learning of his temporary transfer. This sentiment did not escape Hao Shun's notice. He observed Chen Xianran's forlorn expression and chuckled. What's this? Can't bear to part with me? How self-important. Chen Xianran rolled her eyes and retorted, I'd rather not see you at all. That's what they call out of sight, out of mind. Admit it, you'll miss me. Hao Shun replied, undeterred. Not a chance, she shot back, giving him a disdainful look. Previously, when Hao Shun had been wronged, she had felt a measure of sympathy for him, but witnessing his current self-satisfied demeanor irked her. In truth, what frustrated Chen Xianran was that Hao Shun could have easily declined the assignment, yet appeared quite eager to accept it. Aren't we part of the same team? You can just leave me behind like this? Hao Shun, accustomed to a carefree disposition, was oblivious to such subtleties. But as he gazed at Qin Xianran, a thought struck him. Oh right, I should convey some requests to the station chief. How could I possibly go alone? Qin Xuanran's spirits soared at this implication, for it clearly hinted that Hao Shun intended to take her along. Though she felt a surge of joy within, she chose not to display it outwardly. What request do you wish to make? Qin Xianran feigned inquiry. Of course, I cannot undertake this alone. I must bring along that which holds the utmost significance to me. Upon finishing his sentence, Hao Shun patted Qin Xuanran's shoulder and strode towards Meng Xiaojuan's office. The most significant thing? Qin Xuanran's heart leaped with delight. Was she not the lucky charm most precious to him? It appeared her assumptions were accurate. This lad still possessed a modicum of conscience. Qin Xuanran's spirits lifted considerably. Before long, Hao Shun returned, and by the look on his face, it seemed the director had granted approval. How did it go? What did the director say? Qin Xianran inquired eagerly. What else could he say? Naturally, he agreed. Hao Shun laughed heartily, then fished a set of car keys from his pocket. Do you see this? Meng Xiaonuo handed them to me without a moment's hesitation. Meng Xiaonuo was the nickname Hao Shun had recently bestowed upon Meng Xiaojun. In truth, Meng Xiaojun was not significantly younger than Hao Shun. Aside from their hierarchical relationship, there was nothing amiss in calling her little girl. Upon seeing the Lamborghini keys in Hao Shun's hand, Qin Xianran was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that Hao Shun was not referring to her at all. How foolishly sentimental she had been. The true fool was none other than herself. Qin Xuanran's face flushed with embarrassment. Little junior sister, I shall depart first. Do not miss me too much, Hao Shun chuckled. Clutching the keys as he made his way out the door, he settled into the driver's seat and pressed the ignition button. At which point the Lamborghini erupted with a beastly roar, darting away like an arrow. How infuriating. Go to hell, you heartless swine. Qin Xianran could not help but vociferously curse at the retreating silhouette of the car. Hao Shun piloted the super police vehicle at breakneck speed, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Such luxury cars as Lamborghinis were a rarity in Jiangxing, and even when they did appear, no one had ever witnessed one adorned with police emblems. The crowd gaped in astonishment. Did I just imagine that? Was that Lamborghini a police car? It seemed indeed to be a police vehicle, but how could that be? Are police cars now this extravagant? Could it possibly be a civilian vehicle deliberately disguised with such decals? Absurd. Who would dare? The police logo is not something the common folk can just use. This is undoubtedly a police car. I simply cannot fathom how prestigious the department must be to warrant a Lamborghini as a patrol vehicle. I've never heard of such a thing, even in Kyoto. It is certainly not a police car. Our great Xia has never seen such opulence in law enforcement vehicles. Not even the Ministry of State Security possesses such privilege. Passers-by along the roadside engaged in animated discussions, with some even disputing whether it was indeed a police car. Hao Shun drove the Lamborghini for over half an hour before arriving at the Hutuyan Railway Station police station in the northern Jiang district. Compared to Xiago, the Hutuyan Railway Station boasted not only a larger jurisdiction, but also a more substantial establishment. Hao Shun parked his vehicle, a notable big bull, outside a 3-story building and alighted. To his surprise, apart from a few onlookers expressing curiosity about his vehicle, there was not a single person present to welcome him. Had he not personally heard Meng Xiaojun make a phone call to this location prior to his arrival? Hao Shun had anticipated that. As a distinguished figure within the police force, his arrival would warrant at least a modest display of hospitality, perhaps a bouquet or two to grace his path. Yet, there was nothing at all. This left him feeling quite disgruntled. The station head truly lacked understanding. Had it not been for his grand entrance, he might have entertained the notion of turning back. Nevertheless, he thought, having come this far, if you choose to disregard my presence, I shall soon demonstrate how my keen insight can illuminate your ignorance. With that resolve, he set off to locate the station head. At the entrance, he encountered a female officer, seemingly in her 30s, and approached her with a query. Excuse me, could you direct me to the office of your station head? The officer's gaze was filled with suspicion, likely due to his plainclothes attire. What business do you have with the station head? She inquired. I merely wish to invite him to dinner, Hao Shun replied. You wish to treat me to a meal? The officer's astonishment was palpable. This revelation also surprised Hao Shun. You are the station head? The leadership here is female? The officer, named Zheng Dan, was the daughter of Meng Xiaojuan's aunt. What? Is there a bias against women holding leadership positions? Zheng Dan smiled subtly. No, that is not my intention at all. Hao Shun quickly explained. Hello, director. I am Hao Shun, a second-level officer sent from Xiahigu to provide support. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are Hao Shun, Zheng Dan exclaimed, surprised. She had not attended the commendation meeting due to her 1-month-old child's fever, and thus had never seen Hao Shun. She had only heard that he had once been a street tough before becoming a police officer, so she had formed a rough image of him in her mind. However, She never anticipated that Hao Shun would be so handsome. One might mistake him for a star in a romantic drama. Surprised? Hao Shun tossed his hair, exuding charm. Haha, indeed a bit. You differ significantly from the description given by Xiaojun. That is because our director harbors a prejudice against me, Hao Shun replied. I had previously offended her. So naturally, she does not hold a favorable view of me. Now I understand, Zheng Dan nodded. Although Xiaojun is decisive in her work, she is still quite young. I hope you two can cooperate well. I am aware of that. Hao Shun nodded in agreement. Continuing, the director has sent me to support your anti-theft team. Please come to my office first, Zheng Dan said, then added, by the way, I like your hairstyle. The two entered the director's office together. Hao Shun looked around, noting. This slightly larger police station is indeed different. The office is far more impressive than ours in Zaihigu. It's acceptable, Zheng Dan replied. Zheng Dan smiled and said, however, we are quite busy with our work, Xiao Hao. You may not fully understand the situation at our train station, so allow me to explain briefly. Hao Shun nodded in acknowledgement. She continued, Putuyan train station is the most significant railway hub in Jiangxing, divided into the South Square and the North Square. We accommodate an astounding annual footfall of 50 million passengers. 50 million? Hao Shun was taken aback. Such an enormous number? Indeed. This means that on any given day, over 100,000 individuals pass through here, resulting in a diverse and chaotic environment. We apprehend hundreds of thieves annually, which keeps our anti-pickpocket team exceptionally busy. I see. Hao Shun nodded. Since you have not previously engaged in anti-pickpocket work and are unfamiliar with our team, we have two anti-pickpocket squads. The first squad was established earlier and possesses the most experience. I will have their captain come over to guide you. With that, Zheng Dan called the captain of the first anti-pickpocket squad. Shortly after, a burly plainclothes officer entered Zheng Dan's office. Upon seeing Hao Shun, this seasoned officer, who had been in anti-pickpocket work for 2 decades, wore an expression of disdain. You must be Hao Shun, the old officer remarked, scrutinizing the young man with a look of contempt. Director, to speak frankly, our squad does not require newcomers, and I have no time to train a novice. You might as well assign him to Xingchang. With that, the old officer turned on his heel and left. Chapter 53. May I ask what your rank is? Hao Shun was taken aback when the anti-pickpocket team leader outright rejected him in front of the director, displaying a complete lack of consideration. My apologies. Zheng Dan felt a bit awkward. Old Wang is a retired special forces soldier. That's just his nature, impatient and irritable. He has been a police officer for over 20 years. It's all right, Hao Shun chuckled. People of capability often possess a bit of temperament. Zheng Dan nodded in agreement. Though Old Wang has a short fuse, he is absolutely uncompromising when it comes to his work. The team he leads is composed of the elite members of the anti-pickpocket unit, with their annual apprehension of criminals exceeding 3 times that of the second team. Really? That's quite impressive. Hao Shun exclaimed in surprise. Old Wang is exceptionally experienced. This year alone, he has captured several fugitives. He is also the most accomplished officer at our train station precinct. If it weren't for his temperament, he would have secured the position of director a decade ago. Zheng Dan explained. Hao Shun understood Zheng Dan's perspective. In this day and age, to ascend in rank, one must not only achieve results but also possess social acumen or connections. Thus, it was quite common for diligent officers who shunned socializing to remain at the grassroots level throughout their careers. With Old Wang declining Hao Shun's request to join, the second team would have to take over. The captain of the second team, Xingchang, was also a seasoned veteran, having worked for over a decade. However, his demeanor was the complete opposite of Wang Guikai from the first team. Upon meeting Hao Shun, Xingchang greeted him with enthusiasm, as if they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Ah, so you are Hao Shun. I must say, I quite admire your guafuching hairstyle. It reminds me of my own youthful appearance. Zheng Dan teased. But are you as handsome as he is? Xingchang chuckled heartily. Director, do not be misled by my current state. In my 20s, I was renowned as the most dashing fellow across 10 miles and 8 villages. Had you encountered me back then, you would have been utterly captivated. Zhang Chang was merely a year or 2 older than Zheng Dan and often enjoyed jesting with his superiors in a light-hearted manner. Please be serious, Zheng Dan said. Her brows slightly furrowed. Hao Shun, I shall leave her under your guidance. Rest assured, esteemed director, Zheng Chang replied with a hearty laugh. I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Thus, Hao Shun followed Zheng Chang out of the office. We seem to share quite the bond, Zheng Chang remarked, glancing at Hao Shun. Look, your name is Hao Shun, and mine is Zheng Chang. Together, we are a match made in heaven, are we not? The use of such a descriptor caused a tremor in Hao Shun's heart. Captain Zheng, surely not. Zheng Chang then realized he had misused the idiom and laughed. Oh dear. My apologies for the inappropriate expression. It should be the strong teaming up, indeed. Hao Shun felt a wave of relief and quickly said, Then I shall rely on Captain Zheng's guidance in the future. Brother, you are too kind. Zheng Chang waved his hand dismissively. Lately, everyone has been discussing you, mentioning your recent achievements of first and second class merits, and how you apprehended 2 fugitives just a few days ago. Truly impressive, Hao Shun replied with a smile. It was merely good fortune. It is not as extraordinary as everyone claims. Such humility. Zheng Chong pointed at Hao Shun and chuckled. To be honest, it is indeed a waste for someone of your caliber to be stuck in that small ditch. I concur, Hao Shun replied, showing no modesty this time. My ambition is to join the criminal investigation team. What a lofty aspiration, Zheng Chong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. To be frank, I also have a background in criminal investigation. My aim was to join the criminal investigation team as well. Unfortunately, the requirements are exceedingly stringent nowadays. Without a master's or doctoral degree, forget about it. Is it truly that difficult? Hao Shun was hearing this for the first time. Alas, every profession is competitive. Zheng Chong continued. Initially, my goal was the city's criminal investigation team, but after several rejections, I had to lower my sights to the district bureau's investigation unit. Yet I faced the same obstacle due to insufficient academic qualifications. Couldn't you achieve some notable accomplishments instead? Hao Shun suggested. Accomplishments? Zheng Chong scoffed. Do you think it's as easy as you imagine? The daily grind involves capturing either petty thieves or ruffians. Catching a wanted criminal is akin to winning the lottery. Take old Wang, for instance. He has been working here for over 20 years and has only received a third-class merit twice, both times for apprehending a few wanted criminals. What Zheng Chong described reflects the reality faced by police officers not only in Jiangsheng but across the nation. Many dedicate their lives to diligent work, yet find themselves with little opportunity for recognition due to the nature of their duties. Without the prospect of medals, the path to normal promotion requires enduring hardship. But how many can truly persevere to the top? This predicament elucidates why so many aspire to join the criminal investigation team. After all, this is the best springboard for rapid advancement. I have heard that old Wang is quite adept at apprehending pickpockets. Is that right? Hao Shun inquired. Indeed. After decades of dealing with pickpockets, his eyes are sharp. Zhang Chang replied. But these past few years, pickpockets have evolved, and their methods of theft have diversified. It is no longer as easy to catch them as before. Upon finishing his statement, the two had already arrived at the dedicated office of the second team. As Hao Shun entered, he noticed 3 young men slouched in their chairs, engrossed in a game. The sudden appearance of Zheng Chong startled them, nearly causing them to drop their phones. You scoundrels, playing games behind my back, Zheng Chong exclaimed, delivering a kick to each of them. Captain, there's nothing going on. A stout officer with a buzz cut chuckled sheepishly. His name was Wu Qingshan, a former subordinate of Zheng Chong. The other 2 had also been with Zheng Chong for several years. In truth, these 3 were overlooked by old Wang and had not been selected. Zheng Chong frequently derided them as merely 3 incompetent craftsmen who said there's nothing happening. Zheng Chong admonished sternly. Stand up, I would like to introduce a new colleague. Only then did the trio set aside their phones and stand in unison. This is our new colleague, Hao Shun, who has been temporarily assigned to assist us from Xiao Ditch. During this period, he will be supporting our team. Zheng Chong's words were quite respectful towards Hao Shun, referring to him as support rather than merely a learner. You are Hao Shun? The 3 exclaimed almost in unison, then proceeded to scrutinize him from head to toe, as if he were a curious spectacle. With a look like that, what a pity to be a policeman. Wu Qingshan remarked, you ought to pursue a career in stardom. Your talent for theatrics is undeniable. Enough with the trivial chatter. Zhang Cheng interjected, delivering a swift kick that prompted Wu Qingshan to sidestep with an awkward smile. Greetings, everyone. As a newcomer, I humbly request your guidance. Hao Shun spoke with utmost respect. Do you play Honor of Kings? Inquired another individual named He Liang. Indeed, Hao Shun replied. What rank do you hold? Asked a tall, slender figure beside He Liang, named in Xiaowei. Glory, Hao Shun responded. Impressive. Wu Qingshan immediately turned to Zheng Chong, exclaiming, Boss. With this brother on our side, we need not search for teammates for our matches. That's true, Zheng Chong inadvertently agreed, only to realize the absurdity of their conversation moments later. Damn it, what are we discussing games for? He scolded. Hurry up and prepare. We have patrol duty at the South Square. Thus, the 5 of them ambled out of the police station, as the train station was merely a few hundred meters away, a distance they typically traversed on foot. As they walked, Zheng Chong elaborated on the local area. The vicinity of the train station is divided into 3 zones: the South Square, the North Square, and the long-distance bus station. Each of these areas experiences a significant influx of people. In previous years, the combined number of pickpockets across these 3 locations would reach several hundred. However, with the advent of online payment systems, the number of pickpockets has drastically diminished. Nevertheless, active pickpockets still number in the dozens or even hundreds, primarily engaging in the theft of mobile phones or bags carried by travelers. The 2 teams do not have designated areas. The captains arrange the patrols themselves. Naturally, everyone dresses casually during work hours. Additionally, Zeng Chong imparted some tips to Hao Shun on identifying pickpockets and thieves. Although Hao Shun appeared to listen attentively, he was well aware that he possessed a discerning eye, rendering such details unnecessary. One merely needed to open their eyes to discern who the thief was. Such is the audacity of having a system in place. Chapter 54. This fellow is the son of the Provincial Bureau's white-clad big shot. Our second team was established only last year, as you can see. The three individuals beside me are all novices, while the officers accompanying Old Wong from the first team have spent over a decade in anti-theft positions. Consequently, over the past few months, we have been thoroughly outmatched, enduring an unrelenting struggle. Do you have assessments? Hao Shun inquired. Of course, Captain Zeng replied. Our task for this month is set at 20, yet we have barely completed 6 as we approach the halfway mark. And what about the first team? Hao Shun pressed further. The first team is impressive, Captain Zeng said, clicking his tongue in admiration. They have already fulfilled 18 of their 20 tasks this month, with merely 2 remaining, which they will likely complete within the next day or 2. Observing the envy and frustration in Captain Zeng's expression ignited a thought in Hao Shun's mind. What if he were to accomplish their performance targets in a single day? Would that astonish them? Meanwhile, Wang Guikai of the first team was also setting out with his 3 anti-theft team members. Boss, once we finish our tasks, could we request a few days off from the director? It would be nice for us to take a short trip, one suggested. Indeed, we've been working non-stop. With no weekend breaks, it has been exhausting, another agreed. Yes, it has been far too long since we ventured outside, a third chimed in. Wang Guiqing surveyed the group, recognizing their evident fatigue. All right then, he decided. Once we catch the remaining 2, I will speak with the director and request a week off for everyone to unwind and refresh. Upon hearing this, the team members were all beaming with joy. They then agreed that once they completed their assessment objectives, they would embark on a self-driving tour to Daoqing. By the way, boss, I heard that the recently popular figure named Hao Shun has joined our department. Is that true? One team member inquired. Yes, he should be here for training. The director even suggested I mentor him, but I declined, Wang Guiqing replied. Of course, we cannot take on such a responsibility. We barely manage our own affairs. However, this fellow has solved several major cases consecutively, so he must possess some ability, Wang Guiqing added. Upon hearing this, he immediately scoffed. Do not believe everything you hear. I see him merely as a spoiled rich kid. Think about it, joining the force for merely half a month and already solving 4 major cases while apprehending 2 armed fugitives barehanded? Is that truly feasible? The others were taken aback by his words. Are you implying that those achievements are fabricated? Merely orchestrated? Wang Guiqing continued. Let us not forget. I hail from a special police background. While it is possible that he got lucky with those homicide cases, to confront 2 armed criminals unarmed and emerge unscathed, that is simply implausible unless he is not human. The group exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of their leader's assertions. To put it this way, even our former special police captain, known as the greatest warrior of the Great Xia, Hu Hailong, might not have been able to accomplish that. I have seen Hao Shun just now, and I can assert with absolute certainty that he lacks such prowess. Do you mean to say that all of this is fabricated? That it is orchestrated by those in power? Inquired a young team member. I suspect that this Hao Shun must be the son of a leader from the municipal or provincial bureau, an auxiliary police officer. Yet he has solved extraordinary cases and ascended 3 ranks in just half a month to become a second-level officer. Such rapid advancement surely requires unseen support. Who would believe otherwise? His words prompted several young members to nod in agreement. Wang Guikai continued. Joining our anti-vice team is merely a formality, a means to pave the way for future promotions. We are simply stepping stones on his path to advancement. Upon hearing Wang Guikai's remarks, everyone understood. No wonder the common folk toil their entire lives without attaining official positions. The pathways to our ascendance have been ruthlessly obstructed by individuals like him. It is profoundly unjust that our relentless efforts throughout a lifetime cannot match the ease of his mere half-month's endeavor. What fairness exists in this world? We can only lament that our destinies are not as fortunate as his. The group expressed their grievances regarding the inequities of fate. Wang Guikai staunchly refused to believe that Hao Shun could have acquired those accolades solely through his own merit. He was convinced that Hao Shun was merely the privileged offspring of a certain official, and that those so-called achievements were the result of covert manipulation. Yet, one could understand. In this day and age, with enough power, what is beyond reach? Indeed, not only Wang Guikai harbored such skepticism, even Zeng Chong from the second team shared the same sentiment. The reason for his cordiality towards Hao Shun was a desire to cultivate this advantageous connection. Hao Shun, what does your father do? As Zeng Chong strolled, he feigned a casual inquiry. He too was a member of the police force. Hao Shun, he replied. Oh, is that so? Zeng Chong pretended to be astonished. Previously, rumors had circulated that Hao Shun's father was a prominent figure in the Provincial Public Security Bureau, prompting Zeng Chong to probe further. Your father must be someone of significance, then? He gestured towards the sky, implying a high-ranking official. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Shun assumed Xing Chong was aware of his father's sacrifice and responded, yes, he has been gone for many years. Upon hearing Hao Shun's admission, Xing Chong inhaled deeply, affirming the veracity of the rumors. Having an esteemed father undoubtedly made a difference. With a tone of envy, Xing Chong remarked, actually, my father was also a police officer. But alas, he cannot compare to yours. If he were like your father, perhaps he would have ascended as well. Hao Shun was taken aback. Where did this devoted son come from? Hoping for his own father's elevation. In truth, I do not wish for him to ascend. It is beyond my control. Hao Shun sighed. You do not wish for him to ascend? Xing Chong was astonished. I cannot fathom your reasoning. If my father could ascend, my mother and I would be utterly elated. Ah, that seems excessive, Hao Shun replied, bewildered. Is this fellow truly the son of his mother and the neighbor, old Wang? How else could one curse their own father so? Yet, Xing Chong secretly rejoiced. Indeed, Hao Shun was the scion of a high-ranking official. And it appeared the rumors held true. If he could establish a closer relationship with Hao Shun during their time at the train station, it would undoubtedly benefit his future significantly. By the way, where might I find a restroom? Hao Shun suddenly felt a slight discomfort in his stomach. It's just past the corridor, Xing Chong pointed out. Thus, everyone quickened their pace and arrived at the entrance of the public restroom. Hao Shun entered to relieve himself, while Xing Chong and several subordinates waited outside. No sooner had Hao Shun stepped inside than the others began to murmur among themselves. The rumors were indeed true. This fellow is truly a second-generation official, Wu Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. What did you expect? Xing Chong interjected. Do you really believe that a newly appointed auxiliary police officer could single-handedly solve 4 or 5 major cases without any behind-the-scenes maneuvering? Such naivety. And Xiao Wei concurred. I think so too. Just look at him, so delicate and refined. How could he possibly subdue 2 armed fugitives barehanded? He Liang chimed in. I thought he was quite formidable. Turns out it was all a fade. Regardless of the truth, Xing Chong remarked, for the time being, let us treat him with courtesy. After all, he is friends with the son of a high-ranking official, which may yield us future benefits. At that moment, Xing Chong's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Director Zheng Dan calling. You all need to hurry to the Wudu Hotel. There has been a robbery, Zheng instructed. Upon hearing of the robbery, Xing Chong was filled with excitement as if he had just won the lottery. Capturing a robber was no small feat. And if he sustained any injuries, it might even earn him a third-class merit award. So, he ended the call and prepared to rush to the Wudu Hotel. Chief, what about Hao Shun? Wu Qingshan quickly inquired. In this manner, you convey to him to wander around the vicinity and familiarize himself with the surroundings, assuring him that we shall return shortly to seek him out. Having said this, Xing Chong took his leave and dashed outside. Chapter 55. You should surrender to the police. When Hao Shun emerged, the silhouettes of Xing Chong and his few underlings had vanished. Unfortunately, the situation was not as idyllic as Xing Chong had envisioned. There was no robbery. In fact, it was merely a couple who had quarreled after checking into a hotel over a trivial matter. The man, in frustration, attempted to leave, prompting the girl to call the police, claiming robbery. Xing Chong, who had hoped to seize an opportunity for merit, felt disheartened and could only accompany the young couple to the police station for mediation. Meanwhile, Hao Shun meandered alone in the vicinity. By around 10 in the morning, the foot traffic at the train station began to swell. After strolling a few paces, Hao Shun noticed a man closely trailing a girl with a backpack, his eyes occasionally darting towards the inadequately zipped bag. Observing the man's demeanor, Hao Shun recognized the unmistakable signs of theft. Upon activating his perceptive vision, he confirmed that the scoundrel had a lady's wallet concealed within his coat pocket. It appeared he had just made a successful snatch. Indeed, this individual possessed commendable skills. It was still only 10 in the morning, and he had already begun his illicit activities. Hao Shun followed at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the girl spotted a nearby street vendor selling oranges and, inquiring about the price, squatted down to make a purchase. Seizing the opportunity, the man quietly crouched down, preparing to strike. However, just as his hand reached into the girl's bag, it was caught by a firm grip. Startled, the man turned around to find a smiling young man standing before him. The thief sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" His voice startled the girl, who abruptly turned to see 2 imposing figures standing behind her. "Miss, please take care of your bag. Be wary of pickpockets," Hao Shun cautioned. Upon seeing Hao Shun grasping the arm of a nearby man, the girl immediately understood the situation and tightened her grip on her purse. "Who do you think you are?" The man glared at Hao Shun, his veins visibly bulging. "I am a police officer," Hao Shun replied tersely. "So what if you are?" The man retorted, still wearing a fierce expression. "What have I done?" Without hesitation, Hao Shun twisted the man's arm behind his back and deftly retrieved a woman's wallet from his person. "Do not tell me this belongs to you," he remarked, lightly tapping the man's head with the wallet in hand. "This is my girlfriend's wallet," the man stubbornly protested. Hao Shun opened the wallet to reveal an identification card. "Here is an ID. Tell me, what is your girlfriend's name?" The man immediately wilted under the pressure. Hao Shun released the man, instructing him, "Keep the wallet secure and stand straight." Realizing he had no escape, the man complied. Next, Hao Shun took out his phone and snapped a full-body photograph of the man. "I have stored your image in our internal system. Now, you shall take this wallet and proceed to the Tiger Head Rock police station. Consider it a voluntary confession." The man was taken aback. "Go there myself?" "Certainly. Or you may choose not to. However, your photograph will soon be uploaded to the official website, and you will be marked as a wanted criminal." Hao Shun chuckled before striding away, leaving the young pickpocket and the victim in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Is this really how it works? However, the man found himself in a predicament. After all, he was merely pilfering a wallet and likely facing a mere 10 to 15 days of detention. It was hardly worth transforming himself into a wanted fugitive. The reason Hao Shun did not escort him to the police station was that he still had more individuals to apprehend. He simply did not possess the time to run about for just one person. Before long, Hao Shun spotted another individual not far ahead. A man with 3 mobile phones concealed within his bag, his demeanor unmistakably marked by the shadow of theft. It is inconceivable for an ordinary person to carry such an abundance of phones, and this fellow was glancing around furtively, far from resembling a typical tourist. Hao Shun approached him directly and inquired, "Brother, do you have any mobile phones?" The man was momentarily taken aback by Hao Shun's question. However, he quickly regained his composure. Mistakenly believing that Hao Shun was interested in purchasing a phone, he bent forward and asked, "What kind do you prefer?" "I happen to have 2 on hand." "Let me see them," Hao Shun replied. The man indeed produced the 2 recently stolen phones, stating, "This one is the new iPhone 15, and this one is the Xiaomi 13. Which do you fancy? 1,000 yuan, and you can have it." Hao Shun chuckled and said, "All right, just hold the phones and stand still." Before the man could comprehend the situation, Hao Shun swiftly drew out his own phone and snapped a picture. "What are you doing?" The man immediately became alert. To be frank, Hao Shun smiled. "I am a police officer from the Hatuyan police station, and your photograph has already been entered into our internal system. If you wish to avoid being wanted, I suggest you take those phones and head to the police station to turn yourself in." With that, Hao Shun turned on his heel and departed with purpose. The man who had stolen the phone stood there in a daze for quite some time. Eventually, he regained his senses. Is he a police officer? Is this how law enforcement apprehends individuals nowadays? Must I go to them myself? Goodness, am I truly encountering a ghost today? He initially contemplated fleeing, yet hesitated to take the risk. After all, the other party possessed his photograph. If he were to escape now, he would inevitably become a wanted criminal. With no alternative, he begrudgingly made his way towards the Tiger Head Rock police station. Having been in the field for 7 or 8 years, he never imagined he would voluntarily surrender himself. Hao Shun continued to wander around the South Square and soon spotted another middle-aged man marked with the word theft above his head. However, his ability to perceive did not reveal any stolen goods on the man. It seemed this fellow was somewhat inept, as he had yet to make a successful haul. Hao Shun decided to stealthily follow him, and before long, the man seized the opportunity when another individual stepped away to use the restroom, snatching the bag that had been left on the sink. No sooner had he exited the restroom than Hao Shun caught him red-handed. As before, Hao Shun instructed the thief to stand still with the bag in hand and promptly captured a photograph. He reiterated the familiar phrase, "If you wish to avoid being wanted, make your way to the police station and surrender." Meanwhile, the first pickpocket had already arrived at the Tiger Head Rock police station. Upon entering, he approached a police officer in the service hall. "I wish to confess." The officer was taken aback. "Confess?" "Yes, this is the wallet I just stole." After saying this, the man handed the wallet to the officer. The policeman was bewildered. After so many years of service, it was the first time he had encountered a thief willingly coming forward to confess and even presenting the stolen item. At that moment, Director Zheng Dan happened to pass by the office hall and noticed a man holding a wallet. She approached him to inquire about the situation. "What is going on?" she asked. "Director, he claims he is turning himself in," replied the officer. Zheng Dan was taken aback. "You stole a wallet, and yet you wish to turn yourself in?" She was equally bewildered, almost convinced she had misheard. "What? Are you not welcome?" The man replied with visible impatience. No, Zheng Dan quickly gestured. "We welcome any criminal who comes to our station to confess. It's just that I don't understand why you didn't flee after stealing the wallet. Why choose to turn yourself in?" The man refrained from mentioning that he had been apprehended by Hao Shun, as there is a distinction between being coerced into confession and doing so voluntarily. "Is it not acceptable for me to have a moment of conscience?" he retorted. "If you do not accept my confession, may I leave?" Upon saying this, he attempted to turn away. Naturally, there was no reason to let a criminal walk free when he had presented himself voluntarily. Zhang Dan promptly escorted him to the interrogation room for questioning. However, in an effort to preserve the integrity of his confession, he obstinately refused to disclose that he had been captured. This left the entire police station in a state of confusion. Chapter 56, Surrender, is it? First, one must take a number. The individual who had stolen the wallet was swiftly detained, and the police station had also reached out to the train station, broadcasting a notification for the victims to return and reclaim their belongings. Just as this was being wrapped up, another man entered the service hall of the police station. Officer, may I inquire which window handles the surrender process? Is it necessary to take a number? In truth, the windows in the service hall primarily assisted local residents with matters such as household registration transfers, and there was no dedicated channel for apprehending criminals. The officers were taken aback. What? You wish to surrender as well? Indeed, the man replied with a demeanor of calm acceptance. What crime have you committed? The officer inquired. I stole a mobile phone, the man stated, pulling out an iPhone 15 and a Xiaomi 13 from his pocket. These two phones are freshly acquired. The officer, beholding the two devices in the man's hands, was left utterly astonished. So, you stole them and then came to surrender? He could hardly fathom the situation. More or less, the man responded, sharing a similar mindset with the individual who had previously stolen the wallet. He did not consider himself apprehended, believing that such a surrender would better his chances for leniency. Why is that? Did your conscience get the better of you? The officer could not help but ask. After I stole them, I had a change of heart, the man said earnestly. I thought, if something were to happen at home, and I couldn't be reached, wouldn't that be a disservice to my family? I pondered for quite some time, and my conscience grew heavier, so I decided to come forward. Though his explanation was somewhat strained, it was difficult to find any flaws in his reasoning. The police officer sensed something amiss and decided to call upon another colleague to attend to the situation, while he hurried to find the station chief, Zhang Dan. Upon learning that yet another individual had turned himself in, Zhang Dan was so astonished that he spat out the tea he had just sipped. What did you say? Another thief has surrendered? Indeed, he confessed to stealing 2 mobile phones, replied the officer, much like the previous individual, claiming that he had a sudden pang of conscience after committing the act. Zhang Dan's eyes widened in disbelief. In over a decade of service, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. What kind of thief would voluntarily bring stolen goods to the police without having been apprehended? If one truly possessed such a moral compass, they would hardly resort to thievery in the first place. Let us go. I must see this for myself. Zhang Dan proceeded to the lobby, where he encountered the man who had stolen the phones. After a thorough inquiry, the individual reiterated that he had been overcome by guilt and had come forward to seek legal repercussions. There was not a hint of inconsistency in his story. Zhang Dan was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening today? Even if such an inexplicable event were to occur once, he could reluctantly accept it. But now, 2 individuals had come forward. Just then, Zheng Chang and several subordinates resolved a dispute involving a young couple, who reconciled and left the police station hand in hand, even sharing a passionate kiss at the entrance. Upon hearing about the unexpected surrender of 2 thieves, Zheng Chang was equally puzzled and decided to join the commotion. Noticing that Hao Shun was absent, Zhang Dan inquired, "Where's Hao Shun? Why isn't he with you?" Zheng Chang remarked, "When you called me, he was occupied in the restroom, so I suggested he take a moment to explore the vicinity and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Otherwise, we could search for him now." "No need," Zhang Dan waved her hand. "Catching pickpockets is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Let him acclimate to the environment gradually. You all stay here and escort the individual to inquire further. I have a lingering sense that something is amiss." "It is indeed peculiar," Zheng Chang concurred. "Having served as a police officer for so many years, this is my first encounter with a thief who voluntarily surrenders." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the police station swung open, and a middle-aged man entered. Observing several officers in the hall, he approached them directly and inquired, "Excuse me, who is responsible for the voluntary surrender?" His words left Zhang Dan and Zheng Chang momentarily speechless, jaws almost dropping to the floor. "You two are surrendering?" They both exclaimed in unison. The man nodded affirmatively. "And what is the reason for your surrender?" Zhang Dan asked. "Burglary," the man replied, unabashed. "What did you steal?" Zheng Chang probed further. "A traveler's bag from the restroom," the middle-aged man answered. "And where is the bag now?" Zhang Dan and Zheng Chang inquired simultaneously. "I returned it to the traveler," he stated. Once again, this revelation left Zhang Dan and Zheng Chang dumbfounded. "You returned it? Then why did you choose to surrender?" Zheng Chang asked, his mouth agape. "Are you suggesting that if I returned it, it would no longer be considered theft?" The man countered, catching Zheng Chang off guard. "Indeed, it is theft. Of course it is," Zheng Chang replied. Zhang Dan suddenly realized, "We simply do not comprehend why, having returned all the stolen items, you could easily flee as if nothing had transpired. Why then choose to surrender?" The police officer interjected, "Such sentiments cannot be expressed in this manner." The man, Akin to the previous two individuals, naturally refrained from mentioning how Hao Shun had caught him red-handed. Although I returned the stolen goods afterward, the act of theft had already been committed. Since it has occurred, I must accept the legal repercussions. Therefore, surrendering is the most prudent choice. His words left Zheng Dan and Xing Chong exchanging bewildered glances. In this era, have criminals' moral standards risen to such heights? Could it be that they all underwent collective training in ethical principles? Or perhaps they are all suffering from cognitive dissonance. Regardless, since he chose to surrender, they could hardly refuse him. Thus, Zheng Dan instructed his subordinates to detain him temporarily. Something feels amiss, Zheng Dan pondered, perplexed. What on earth is happening today? This is the third one. Is it some sort of global surrender day? I don't believe such a holiday exists. Xing Chong mused silently. Moreover, while I accepted the previous two surrenders, this third case is exceedingly peculiar. He returned the bag, and the other party did not report it. Why would he not flee, but instead willingly come forward? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Far-fetched indeed. Wu Qingshan could not help but exclaim. If thieves exhibited such principles, our anti-theft team could disband entirely. The others exchanged incredulous glances, each expressing their astonishment. They could not fathom the reasoning behind such actions. Within less than 10 minutes, yet another woman arrived. Yet again, a thief voluntarily surrendered, presenting the recently pilfered Louis Vuitton merchandise. Zheng Dan was utterly bewildered. What on earth was transpiring today? Just as she posed her inquiry, another individual stepped forward, also a thief, who promptly relinquished stolen goods. Was this the fifth one already? The officers at the station were equally perplexed, collectively mystified by the inexplicable phenomenon of thieves coming forth to confess one after another. To an onlooker, it might have seemed as though there were some enticing incentive for self-reporting. What was even more astounding was that this was merely the beginning, not the end. Before long, a sixth thief emerged to confess, followed by the seventh, eighth, and ninth. Zheng Dan felt as though her mind was on fire, struggling to comprehend the bizarre happenings of the day. In a span of just over an hour, 9 thieves had voluntarily come forth to admit their crimes. Who would dare believe such a tale? Shortly thereafter, the 10th thief appeared, accompanied by the 11th and 12th. These 3 had been apprehended mid-theft by Hao Shun, and now they stood for a group photograph, resigned to their fate of confession and punishment. The influx of surrendering individuals was so overwhelming that the interrogation process could scarcely keep pace. While Zheng Dan remained baffled by the underlying cause, she instinctively sensed that more were likely to follow. Thus, she designated a special channel in the service hall for those wishing to confess. As anticipated, Hao Shun became somewhat addicted to the thrill of apprehending thieves, capturing them one by one, at one point managing to seize 4 in rapid succession. By noon, the tally of thieves who had come forth to confess had reached a staggering total of 28. Even the specialized voluntary surrender channel has begun to see cues. A thief who specialized in stealing batteries entered and was greeted by a multitude of individuals seated in the hall. He inquired of the police officer present, "Excuse me, may I surrender here?" The officer, having been desensitized by the presence of over 20 thieves, replied, "Please take a number over there and then have a seat to await your turn." Chapter 57. The increasing number of thieves turning themselves in by noon. Hao Shun had apprehended nearly 30 criminals throughout the morning and, feeling a tad fatigued, strolled back to the police station. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by a bustling scene. Xing Chong and several subordinates were diligently assisting the thieves who were turning themselves in. Consequently, he decided to retreat to the cafeteria for lunch. Xing Chong and his team had hardly any time to eat, as they were preoccupied with interrogations and registrations, leaving little room for them to attend to Hao Shun. Opting for a brief respite, Hao Shun made his way to the office of the second team. After playing a game for a while, he noticed Xing Chong entering. Taken aback by Hao Shun's presence, Xing Chong inquired, "When did you return? Have you eaten?" "I have." Hao Shun replied with a smile. "I saw you all were busy, so I went to the cafeteria on my own." Xing Chong gathered the lunchboxes and remarked, "Today is quite overwhelming. After we finish our meals, we must resume work. There won't be time to accompany you. You may explore the North Square and the bus station on your own this afternoon." With that, Xing Chong hurriedly exited the office. At that moment, Wang Guikai from the first team returned, escorting a captured criminal with several subordinates. "Boss, if we manage to apprehend another one this afternoon, will we be granted a holiday?" One of the team members asked eagerly. "Absolutely," Wang Guikai affirmed. "When I left this morning, I requested permission from the director. She stated that as long as we meet our final target today, everyone will be rewarded with a week off." Upon hearing this, the team erupted in joyful cheers. The objective was soon to be accomplished, and the group eagerly began discussing preparations for their upcoming road trip. As the 4 of them fantasized about their holiday adventures, they made their way to the police station. Upon entering the lobby, they were taken aback by the unexpected crowd. "Why are there so many people?" Wang Guikai exclaimed in astonishment. Given that it was lunchtime, the service hall was usually deserted. However, today it was bustling with a dozen individuals seemingly engaged in various transactions. When he inquired, he was utterly flabbergasted. What did you say? They all turned themselves in. Wang Guiqing stared wide-eyed at the veteran officer. Indeed, dozens arrived all at once. To accommodate them, the chief even designated a specific window for their reception. Just then, the mechanical voice of the loudspeaker echoed through the hall. Please, number 208. Proceed to window 4 for processing. Wang Guiqing then observed a man rise from a bench and stroll over to window 4, promptly retrieving 7 or 8 mobile phones from his pocket. My primary business is stealing phones. I generally pilfer while simultaneously disposing of them. This Huawei was stolen just this morning, and the rest are what I intended to sell. Wang Guiqing and his colleagues stood in utter disbelief. They had recently apprehended a thief who had resisted arrest, leading them on a chase through several streets before finally subduing him. Yet this individual not only voluntarily surrendered, but did so with an unexpectedly amiable demeanor, making it seem as though the phones were not stolen, but rather items he had found and was returning. Wang Guiqing glanced at the mobile phone thief he had apprehended, immediately displaying a look of disdain, and promptly delivered a resounding slap to his head. Look at him, and then look at yourself. We are all thieves. Yet why do others possess such a heightened sense of awareness? The thief, utterly bewildered, could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. Is everyone around here insane? He could only surmise. Surely, one would not expect a thief to queue up to confess with stolen goods in hand unless their mental faculties were compromised. Wang Guiqing shared a similar sentiment. Feeling his worldview shatter, he escorted the hard-earned, apprehended thief to the interrogation room, only to discover a multitude waiting in line for their turn. Upon spotting Wang Guiqing, a colleague inquired, Captain Wang, have you caught one as well? Wang Guiqing nodded in response. You've only captured one. No need for interrogation. There are already 20 or 30 awaiting their turn. Let us just detain him. The colleague's words struck a disheartening chord within Wang Guiqing. After many years as the captain of the anti-theft squad, he had never felt such a sense of inadequacy. With no other option, he proceeded to take the thief to the detention room. The police station boasted merely 2 small holding cells, and upon entering, Wang Guiqing was once again taken aback. Goodness, so many people. Upon returning to the office, he and a few subordinates were left in utter perplexity. What day is it today? One junior officer sighed. How could such a phenomenon occur? Could it be that we've been infected by some sort of virus? Another junior officer pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps it is a virus that compels the wicked to discover their conscience. Have you checked online to see if there are any recent reports of such a virus? Wang Guiqing surprisingly believed this speculation, suggesting they look into whether similar incidents had occurred elsewhere. Consequently, everyone picked up their phones to search on Baidu. Yet no relevant news reports surfaced. Not only did such cases not exist in our great nation, but there were also no precedents worldwide. A team member shook his head, remarking, if such things truly existed, wouldn't the world be in perfect harmony? Indeed, if such a virus were real, it would render not only our anti-pickpocket team unnecessary, but even the city's criminal investigation unit could be disbanded. Everyone found the situation perplexing, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Never mind, let us take a break. This afternoon, let us put in extra effort to catch this last one. Once we complete our task, we can take a holiday and set off for Daoqing together tomorrow. Wang Guiqing declared. Unbeknownst to them, Hao Shun happened to pass by their office and overheard their entire conversation clearly. You still wish to go to Daoqing? Hao Shun chuckled. I want to allow you to go anywhere. In the morning, Hao Shun had practically apprehended all the pickpockets in the South Square, so in the afternoon, he headed to the North Square. Before long, he spotted a bag snatcher. Hao Shun approached and caught him red-handed, swiftly taking photographs and issuing threats, then turned to leave with an air of confidence. The bag snatcher stood there, bewildered, for 3 minutes before shaking his head to regain his senses. Am I dreaming? Is it really this easy to get caught? With no choice left, he could only obediently surrender. The foot traffic at the North Square surpasses that of the South Square, with a considerable number of petty thieves regularly active in the area. Thanks to the system's assistance, Hao Shun can perceive the prompts above their heads, making the act of apprehending them both straightforward and rather forceful. Whenever he detects a thief bearing stolen goods through his X-ray vision, he simply approaches to take a photograph. In cases where no stolen items are found, he trails behind for a while, waiting for the thief to act before capturing evidence with his phone, effectively catching them red-handed. To expedite the process, Hao Shun ingeniously decided to bait the thieves himself, spotting a thief who had been fruitlessly searching for a target for some time. He took on the role of bait, deliberately revealing a portion of his wallet from his pocket and wandering in front of the thief. The moment the thief made a move, he would swiftly ensnare them. Consequently, his efficiency dramatically increased, and within less than an hour, Hao Shun apprehended 7 or 8 more thieves. Just as the local police station finished processing the previous batch of thieves, a mere 10 minutes of respite passed before new cases emerged. with several citizens arriving in the afternoon to handle residency permits and identity cards. The service hall became somewhat congested. In light of this situation, the station chief appointed a staff member to maintain order with a microphone. Those wishing to surrender, please take a number and queue up, then sit on the benches in front while waiting, so as not to disrupt other citizens. The surreal nature of it all left those attending in utter astonishment. The notion of surrendering while taking a number was nothing short of a historical curiosity. Is this a scene from a television drama? Everyone marveled in disbelief. Hao Shun's progress has been remarkably smooth, as he continuously refreshes the data at an impressive rate of nearly 1 every 10 minutes. Thus far, he has apprehended a total of 47 thieves. Chapter 58. This is not scientific at all. In the North Square, a patrol team had managed to apprehend a thief, which was considered quite efficient. Therefore, in the afternoon, they decided to investigate the South Square, which had been raided by Hao Shun. However, after wandering aimlessly for over an hour, the four of them failed to catch even a single strand of hair. Not to mention thieves, they did not even spot a single suspicious individual. The South Square exuded an unnerving sense of harmony. Before long, Wang Guikai discerned the anomaly. Do you not find something peculiar about the South Square? He inquired of his companions. It does seem a bit odd, but I can't quite put my finger on it, one team member replied. I know what's amiss. Another chimed in. Under normal circumstances, there should be at least dozens of active thieves here, yet today, it feels like not a single one is present. Wang Guikai suddenly recalled. Earlier, I saw Mazin Beige queuing in the hall to turn themselves in. Those two seasoned criminals have long been entrenched in the South Square. One team member instantly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that those turning themselves in today are all thieves from the South Square? The group exchanged glances, hesitant to believe such an analysis. Why would all the individuals from this area go to confess? Someone speculated. Could it be that there has been some sort of legal education campaign here? No, that's not it, Wang Guicheng said, his brow furrowed in thought. It's too strange. All right, everyone, let us continue to search the area and see if we can uncover any clues. Meanwhile, Hao Shun's operation on the northern square proceeded smoothly. By 4 p.m., he had apprehended over 20 thieves in this area alone. After conducting a thorough search, he realized that nearly all the individuals with distinctive markings on their heads had been dealt with. He had not kept count, but it seemed he had captured around 50 or 60 in total. Meanwhile, the police station was bustling with activity. Even the station chief, Zheng Dan, personally attended to the reception and maintained order in the hall. Dear comrades who have surrendered, please do not crowd together, and do not disrupt the proceedings of the other citizens. We currently have only one reception window, so the process may be a bit slow. We appreciate your understanding. Many of these thieves were acquaintances, and upon seeing familiar faces, they gathered to chat, turning the hall into a lively scene reminiscent of a marketplace. The veteran officer responsible for maintaining order was astounded. Chief, I have been a police officer my entire life, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. No one would believe it if I told them. Do you think we should report this to the city bureau and have them send experts to investigate what is happening? The veteran officer's words sparked a thought in Zheng Dan's mind. Indeed, the events of the day were exceedingly peculiar. Thus far, they had received 50 or 60 surrendering thieves, while the anti-theft unit typically apprehended only a little over 200 in an entire year. At this rate, they could potentially see close to 100 surrendering today alone. In other words, the number of individuals who had surrendered in just one day might surpass the total captured over the past 6 months. She had specifically inquired with these individuals, and they all claimed to have acted voluntarily, citing a sudden pang of conscience. The notion of a sudden moral awakening is already quite astonishing. Furthermore, at least half of them asserted that they had returned the stolen goods to the victims after taking them, since they had returned the items and voluntarily surrendered. It seemed implausible that they were merely seeking a respite from their recent business struggles by seeking refuge in the detention center. It defied logic. It was utterly unfathomable. Zheng Dan could not comprehend it no matter how hard she tried. It was simply bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. Meng Haonan, the director of the municipal bureau and Zheng Dan's uncle, was called directly by her, where she relayed the unusual occurrences at the train station police precinct. Meng Haonan, equally bewildered, found this situation utterly surreal. Unable to grasp the reasoning behind it, he summoned experts from the municipal bureau and immediately dispatched them to investigate at the train station police precinct. Meanwhile, Hao Shun was becoming increasingly diligent, capturing photographs of the last few remaining thieves. He glanced at the time. It was only 4:30 p.m., with an hour and a half left until the end of the workday. However, he had already cleaned out the fish at the North Square. Where else could they go? Suddenly, it occurred to him that there was still a bus station. It was said that many people frequented that area. Simultaneously, Wang Guikai and his companions, who had been meandering around the South Square for quite some time, found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. Wang Guikai quickly called everyone to gather. Boss, something feels off. We haven't spotted a single suspicious individual here. Neither have I. Not one person seems to raise any suspicion. This is illogical. Could it be that everyone in this area has genuinely gone to surrender? The group exchanged glances, ultimately turning their gaze towards their leader, Wang Guikai. Leader, how can we complete our final task if this continues? No matter how skilled we are, without the thief, whom shall we apprehend? Wang Guikai decisively responded. Let us change locations and head towards the bus station. The four of them hurriedly made their way to the bus station. Anxious thoughts filled their minds. Capturing this last thief would fulfill their monthly quota, allowing them to relax for the remainder of the time. However, if they failed to apprehend him, not only would their leisure be jeopardized, but their trip to Daoqing would also be in vain. Upon arriving at the bus station, it wasn't long before they spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Hao Shun? One team member recognized. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was Hao Shun. At that moment, Hao Shun had just apprehended a petty thief and was busy photographing him with his phone. After snapping the picture, the thief scurried away, tail between his legs. Wang Guikai seemed to connect the dots. Xiaoli, follow the young man he just photographed and observe where he goes, Wang Guikai instructed a nearby teammate. Xiaoli promptly trailed the photographed youth, while Wang Guikai and the others discreetly monitored Hao Shun. Leader, do you suspect that it was Hao Shun who orchestrated this? Another team member inquired. Wang Guikai shook his head. That defies logic. If it were him, would he still be human? To capture dozens of thieves in a single morning is beyond the realm of possibility for any individual. The rest of the team remained puzzled. After all, even the most skilled anti-theft experts in the country could not apprehend dozens of criminals in such a short span, a feat that far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person. Moreover, the chief had declared that Hao Shun was merely an incompetent scion of privilege, and that even his so-called achievements were the result of clandestine manipulations. How could such an individual possibly transform into someone so formidable? Yet, mere moments later, Wang Guikai witnessed Hao Shun apprehending yet another pickpocket on the spot. Astonishingly, he had captured another one. The nearby team members could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. At that moment, Wang Guikai received a call from Xiaoli. Boss, you were right. This fellow truly came to confess. This revelation left Wang Guikai utterly flabbergasted. It turned out that all of this chaos was indeed orchestrated by Hao Shun. How could this be? In such a brief span, he had managed to apprehend so many thieves. Wang Guikai felt as if his jaw had shattered against the ground. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind it all. Yet, he soon observed that Hao Shun's thievery captures were as effortless as catching chicks, one after another. Moreover, he meticulously photographed each thief, who then proceeded towards the police station of their own accord. It was truly remarkable. How on earth was he accomplishing this? The team members gazed at Wang Guikai with incredulity, exclaiming, Boss, didn't you say this guy was merely a spoiled rich kid? The words of his subordinates struck Wang Guikai like a series of stinging slaps, leaving him in an awkward predicament. A group of onlookers stood in disbelief as they watched Hao Shun apprehend over 10 thieves at the bus station, each moment leaving them wide-eyed and unable to trust their own vision. Chapter 59. Who on earth is this deity? Meanwhile, experts from the Municipal Bureau arrived at the Hotu Rock train station police station. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the crowd of individuals queuing up to confess. After extensive observation and analysis, the expert arrived at a conclusion. This phenomenon is indicative of a collective moral awakening, akin to what is referred to abroad as the YQSB phenomenon, a manifestation of the collective effect wherein an individual's thoughts and behaviors are influenced by the prevailing notions and actions of the group. In simpler terms, it reflects a profound sense of belonging and the innate need for affiliation among individuals within a collective. However, the expert found himself at a loss, exclaiming in frustration, What is this? Who queues to confess? This surpasses my realm of understanding. Perhaps I should return to my studies. The sight of the expert in disarray only added to Zheng Dan's bewilderment. On the other hand, Hao Shun was nearly finished with his tasks. Surprisingly, despite apprehending numerous thieves, the system awarded him not a single cent, merely granting him a unique skill, super smell. Once activated, this ability rendered his sense of smell astonishingly acute, allowing him to detect the foul odor of human waste from a public restroom hundreds of meters away, much to his chagrin, prompting him to swiftly disable the skill. Meanwhile, Wang Guikai, who had been covertly observing Hao Shun, found himself utterly speechless. This person, was he even human? The other team members were similarly dumbfounded, their jaws metaphorically hitting the ground. I retract my previous assessment. Wang Guiqing is no mere playboy, nor were those cases orchestrated from behind the scenes. It is all a testament to his exceptional capabilities. Several team members gazed at their leader, unable to fathom how their typically arrogant captain had been utterly subdued by a young man. Who exactly was this Hao Shun, a veritable deity in their midst? Such unconventional methods of apprehending thieves were unheard of. At this rate, Not only would their journey to Daocheng be jeopardized, but the anti-theft unit might very well be disbanded. As Hao Shun glanced at the time, nearing 6 o'clock, he began to pack up, preparing to return. Despite the exhaustion of the day, he had effectively cleared 3 sections of the train station, rendering his efforts not entirely in vain. The local police station remained abuzz with activity. By the end of the day, Hao Shun had apprehended nearly 100 individuals, with over 60 already detained following interrogation. These individuals had crowded the 2 small holding cells to capacity, leaving many others without a place to go. Before long, news of the happenings at the train station spread to other police stations, even reaching the ears of those in the small river valley. The consensus was unanimous. It was simply incredible. No one could comprehend the reasoning behind it, some even going so far as to label it a supernatural event. Chen Xianran, aware of the situation, seized the opportunity to call Hao Shun. I heard your police station encountered a supernatural event, with a large number of thieves voluntarily turning themselves in. Is it true? Hao Shun had yet to return to the station and replied, how would I know? I'm still out here getting acquainted with the surroundings. And how do you feel about it? Chen Xianran inquired, are you adjusting? Not really, Hao Shun chuckled. What is it that you're finding difficult to adjust to? Chen Xianran pressed. There is no need to inquire further. It is because of you that I have realized how exceedingly dull life becomes in your absence. I feel an overwhelming sense of restlessness, and it appears that I have become quite dependent on your presence, remarked Hao Shun with a hint of exasperation. Huh, you only know how to engage in idle chatter? Chen Xianran retorted, yet inexplicably, a wave of joy washed over her upon hearing Hao Shun's words. However, fret not, for I shall return shortly, Hao Shun assured her. Why is that? Chen Xianran inquired, puzzled. Did you not say that today a substantial number of thieves have surrendered themselves at the police station? With all the thieves gone, what purpose remains for me in this anti-theft team? Chen Xianran pondered this for a moment, but maintained her defiance. No, please do not rush back. Is it too much to ask for a few more days of tranquility? With that, she ended the call. Haha, clearly delighted, yet she thinks I cannot perceive it? Hao Shun mused as he tucked his phone into his pocket, spotting the entrance to the police station ahead. He ventured alone into the service hall, observing that several thieves were still awaiting their processing. Upon recognizing him, they all lowered their heads in shame. Noticing Zheng Dan among them, he approached to greet her. How has your first day been? Zheng Dan inquired with a smile. Quite satisfactory, Hao Shun replied with a grin. You appear to be rather fatigued as well. Perhaps you should tidy up and prepare to leave. I assume you have heard about the unexpected influx of self-surrendering individuals today, which has left everyone overwhelmed and without the bandwidth to attend to you. Not to worry, you all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave for now. After bidding farewell to Zheng Dan, Hao Shun went to greet Xing Chong from Team 2 before heading downstairs to retrieve his vehicle from the parking lot. When Wang Guikai returned, he happened to see Hao Shun speeding away from the police station in a Lamborghini police car. This car is unbelievably stunning, exclaimed Wu Qingshan and several other team members. As fellow officers, they couldn't help but compare their own vehicles to this magnificent machine, feeling a stark contrast in their circumstances. Wang Guikai entered the office hall and was taken aback to find 10 or so individuals still queuing. You've returned? Zheng Dan approached the group and inquired, so, how did it go? Was the mission accomplished? Wang Guikai shook his head, stating, Hao Shun has already apprehended all the suspects. How could we fulfill the mission? His words left Zheng Dan bewildered. What did you say? Hao Shun apprehended someone. Who did he catch? These individuals right in front of you, Wang Guikai gestured. Did you truly believe they came here voluntarily to surrender? They were all caught red-handed by Hao Shun, photographed, and that's why they obediently reported here. Zheng Dan's jaw dropped in disbelief. What did you say? Please repeat that. I said, we have all underestimated Hao Shun. Every individual who surrendered today was apprehended by him. Wang Guikai reiterated slowly. Zheng Dan stood there, frozen as if struck by a spell, processing the revelation. All of them were caught by Hao Shun? How is that even possible? How did he manage it? As for that, I have no idea. Wang Guikai responded. I assure you, this matter is absolutely true. It is something we witnessed with our own eyes. We followed him for over an hour and personally saw him apprehend more than a dozen thieves. Zheng Dan remained skeptical. One person, in the span of a single day, captured over 100 thieves. How is that even possible? Wang Guichen continued, Director, you should advise him not to come back tomorrow. Our anti-theft team simply cannot accommodate such a remarkable individual. If he stays any longer, we will all have to return to farming. Before long, Zheng Dan reported the situation to Director Meng Haonan. What? It's Hao Shun again. Meng Haonan was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He single-handedly caught over 100 thieves? Indeed, just one person, Zheng Dan confirmed. He was initially supposed to take a stroll nearby, yet he returned with a multitude of criminals. You have no idea how busy I was. My legs were almost cramping from the effort. Incredible, simply astonishing. Meng Haonan exclaimed. This Hao Shun is truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. I must inform Xiao Jun to seize this opportunity. After hanging up, Meng Haonan dialed his daughter's number. Meng Xiaojun had also heard of the peculiar events at the train station and was left speechless upon learning that it was all due to Hao Shun's efforts. Hao Shun is the most astonishing talent I have ever encountered in the police force. Xiaojun, you must recognize this. It will greatly benefit your future advancement. I am aware, yet it seems that our small creek cannot retain him. I have heard that several captains from the Criminal Investigation Department have their eyes set on him. And sooner or later, Hao Shun will undoubtedly become one of them. Indeed, our small creek cannot confine him. But during this period, you should take the opportunity to cultivate a good relationship. This young man's future prospects are undoubtedly boundless, and I have also heard he is still single. Considering your age, you understand what I mean, don't you? Not really. After Meng Xiaojun finished speaking, she hung up the phone. That girl. Meng Haonan could only sigh as he gazed at the phone. This eldest daughter is admirable in every aspect, except for her reluctance to engage in romantic relationships. She refuses even to consider blind dates. The elderly couple watches anxiously, feeling helpless to change her mind. If only Hao Shun could become their son-in-law. That would indeed be splendid. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaojun sat alone in her office, lost in thought. No matter how much her family urges her to marry, she could never pair herself with that heartless scoundrel, Hao Shun. Moreover, when did he become so formidable? Was he just a street punk? How did he undergo such a remarkable transformation? Just then, the phone on her desk rang unexpectedly. Meng Xiaojun answered the call and was instantly taken aback. What did you say? A body has been discovered. Chapter 60. A new case arises as Hao Shun returned his vehicle to the small riverbed. He spotted Meng Xiaojun hastily exiting the main gate, accompanied by Zhou Gang and Chen Xianran. Where are you headed? Hao Shun called out loudly. Shunzi, come with us. There's been a homicide in the nearby village, Zhou Gang replied, turning to Chen Xianran. Xianran, you should ride with Hao Shun. A homicide? Hao Shun felt a jolt of excitement. Fortune had smiled upon him as he stumbled upon this unfolding event. Without delay, he spun around and hopped back into the driver's seat, with Chen Xianran swiftly joining him. Meanwhile, Zhou Gang and Meng Xiaojun took the wheel of a Ferrari, while the remaining officers had no choice but to drive the older Zhang Tai vehicle. This car is fine, but it guzzles fuel. The Ferrari roared to life, emitting a thunderous growl, as Hao Shun followed closely behind in his own powerful vehicle. As they left the police station, the two cars transformed into a striking spectacle, drawing the attention of onlookers along the way. What exactly is happening? Hao Shun inquired, glancing at Chen Xianran in the passenger seat. It seems there has been a homicide in Qinghe village. Someone was found hanging from a beam. Chen Xianran responded. Hanging from a beam? Could it be a suicide? Hao Shun asked, intrigued. The family believes it is not a suicide, which is why they reported it, Chen Xianran clarified. Hao Shun understood. It had been 2 months since a homicide had occurred in the small riverbed, and everyone was abuzz with excitement upon receiving the call. Previously, Hao Shun had investigated unsolved homicides within the small riverbed jurisdiction, discovering that only 2 had occurred in the last 20 years. Moreover, there was another case classified by the district bureau as an accidental death. Soon, 3 vehicles from the Zygokyo police station arrived at Qinghe village, and upon disembarking, the officers noticed a crowd of villagers gathered around an old house, eager to witness the commotion. As the police approached, the villagers parted to make way. Hao Shun felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was his first encounter with a first-hand murder case. Compared to his previous experiences, this was indeed fundamentally different. He was acutely aware that, despite possessing the gifted eye which enabled him to identify criminals, it merely served as an additional tool for discernment and investigation. The gifted eye was not an omnipotent key to solving every riddle. When faced with a genuine mystery, professional analysis and judgment were still requisite. For him, this represented a challenge. Meng Xiaojun and Zhou Gang led the way, quickly guided by the villagers to the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, the sight left everyone utterly astounded. The manner of death was all too familiar. Before them dangled a boy of approximately 12 or 13 years, clad in a crimson dress. His hands tightly bound by rope and suspended from the beam, lifeless and devoid of breath. Even more bizarre was the large weight attached to the boy's feet. This chilling scene sent shivers down the spine of Chen Xianran, who was known for his timid nature. The boy in the red dress. Hao Shun exclaimed involuntarily, recalling a news report from over a decade ago when he was still a child, regarding a junior high school student who had hanged himself in the beam of a house in Gaojia village, located in the southern Bay area of Jiang City. Like the deceased boy, he donned a swimsuit beneath a skirt, with a heavy 4-kilogram weight dangling from his feet. This case stands as one of the 2 unresolved mysteries within the jurisdiction of Ziyahikyu. However, the investigative team from the Nanyuan district classified it as an accidental death. Nevertheless, the victim's parents raised 2 pertinent questions. What was the significance of the needle marks on the child's forehead? How did the child manage to bind himself? These inquiries became the most significant enigmas surrounding the case, leaving the investigative team without a plausible explanation. Due to the absence of any other individual's traces at the scene and the lack of leads pointing to a perpetrator, the case was ultimately closed, ruled as accidental death by asphyxiation. Yet, the vast online community harbored entirely different perspectives on the matter, leading to a cacophony of theories. Some speculated about the involvement of spirits, others suggested the soul had been extracted, while some posited it was a vengeful method to ensure the child would never attain rebirth. As the tale circulated, it grew increasingly sinister and unsettling. The accidental death of the boy in the skirt emerged as one of the 10 most supernatural events in Daxia, still without a rational explanation. Unexpectedly, today, in a neighboring village adjacent to the case of the boy in the skirt, an eerily similar incident has occurred. Zayahiko lacks specialized detectives and the capacity for independent investigations in homicide cases. They can only provide assistance, primarily tasked with securing the scene. Consequently, no one entered the house. Instead, they promptly cordoned off the area, awaiting the arrival of the district's investigative team to take charge. The villagers were abuzz with speculation, while Meng Xiaojun promptly sought out the relatives of the child to inquire about the situation. It turned out that the child was a middle school student from Zayajika town. His parents were working in distant lands, leaving only his grandmother at home. However, she had recently fallen ill and was hospitalized, thus absent from the household. Upon her return today, she was met with the harrowing sight of her grandchild hanging from the beam upon opening the door. The neighbors, upon discovering the child's peculiar demise, swiftly contacted the authorities. The grandmother was inconsolable, and the villagers assisted her in reaching out to the child's parents, who were not expected to return until the afternoon. Before long, Captain Wu Weigua of the Nanwan District Criminal Investigation Team arrived with several officers. The forensic expert conducted a preliminary examination of the scene and quickly deduced that the child had been deceased for over 12 hours, estimating the time of death to be around 2 to 4 a.m. that very morning. The exact cause of death would require further investigation through an autopsy. Meanwhile, the criminal investigation team meticulously scrutinized the area and discovered that aside from the footprints of the child and his grandmother, there were no other traces left by any individuals. Upon arriving at the scene, Captain Wu Weigua noticed a villager standing within the cordoned area. "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Step out immediately." Wu's temper flared at the sight of someone breaching the crime scene. This villager was Hao Shun, the only one among them clad in plain clothes. Hao turned to see a short, stout middle-aged police officer glaring at him with an intimidating expression. Meng Xiaojun, standing beside Hao, quickly intervened. "Captain Wu, he is with us." Wu Weigua cast a sidelong glance at Hao Shun, who, despite the tension, politely stepped forward to offer a handshake. "Hello, Captain Wu. My name is Hao Shun." A secondary officer from Zaiajigu. Wu Weigua scrutinized Hao Shun from head to toe, but refrained from reciprocating the gesture. "I couldn't care less about your formality. If you're not in uniform, you should refrain from appearing at the crime scene. Stand outside and do not cause any disturbances here," he retorted dismissively before striding past. Hao Shun let out a cold chuckle, thinking to himself, what an imposing display of authority. This initial encounter left a profoundly negative impression on him. The child was swiftly retrieved from the beam by the criminal investigation team, and it was at that moment that everyone clearly observed the white nylon rope binding the lower part of the child's legs from behind. The rope traversed from the rear to the front, then passed through the perineum and ascended towards the back, wrapping around both buttocks, the lateral sides of the torso, and extending under the armpits, emerging from the front of the outer garment. It then continued alongside the suspended arms, culminating in a knot that formed a single circular loop. Upon witnessing the method of binding, Wu Weigua was taken aback. This was identical to the binding technique used in the previous case involving the boy in the red clothing. An experienced officer, Wu Weigua had served as the captain of the district's criminal investigation team for over a decade. When the red-clad case had occurred, he was still the deputy captain of the Nanhai district's criminal investigation team. It was his conclusion of accidental death that garnered the approval of his superiors, leading to his promotion to the head of the team. Over the years, Wu Weigua had solved hundreds of criminal cases in Nanhai district, boasting an almost flawless resolution rate and accumulating numerous accolades along the way. He could never have imagined that the death case he had once classified as an accident would once again occur in nearly the same manner. Chapter 61. Of course, we must indulge in some thrills. Ultimately, the child was dispatched to the district bureau for an autopsy. The forensic expert concluded that the child, much like the previous case of the boy in the red garment, succumbed to positional asphyxiation. No toxic substances were discovered within the body, and remarkably, DNA belonging to the deceased was found in the groin area. Strikingly, there were identical pinprick marks on the forehead, and the age at which the child met their demise was the same. This was nothing short of a perfect replication of the case from over a decade ago. Early the next morning, Hao Shun was informed that he need not proceed to the train station. Instead, he was to remain in the small creek to assist in unraveling the recently occurred case of the boy in the red garment. Upon his arrival at the office, he found everyone engrossed in discussions regarding the entire case. There seemed to be two prevailing theories. First, that the child was deliberately emulating the previous boy in the red garment. Second, that the child was a victim of homicide, with the perpetrator mimicking the earlier boy's method of death. Or third, that the same individual responsible for the prior case was at play, suggesting a series of linked crimes. It was evident that the conclusion of accidental death from the previous case was met with skepticism among the team, as numerous aspects remained inexplicable. Meng Xiaojun initially intended to refrain from involving himself in the matter, merely instructing everyone to assist in the investigation. However, Hao Shun found himself deeply intrigued by the case, particularly as he awaited an upgrade for his unique talent. Moreover, he had grasped the operation of the system, recognizing that ordinary cases yielded scant rewards. If he could solve both the current and past cases of the boy in the red garment, the accolades would undoubtedly be substantial. However, Hao Shun's request to investigate these two cases was flatly rejected by Meng Xiaojun. Do not think that having solved a few cases before elevates you to the status of a master detective, Meng Xiaojun remarked. The Hongyi case is far more intricate than you can imagine, involving numerous facets. We, in our humble station, have no need to meddle. Moreover, you are unlikely to solve this case. What if I do? Hao Shun retorted, his tone laced with provocation as he gazed defiantly at Meng Xiaojun. There is no what if. This case, years ago, enlisted the assistance of 3 esteemed professors from the capital, yet they returned in disgrace. As a newly appointed secondary officer, I suggest you find a more suitable pursuit, Meng Xiaojun asserted, his words igniting a fire of challenge within Hao Shun. Director, are you trying to provoke me? What if I succeed? You think I would provoke you? What merit do you possess that warrants my provocation? Meng Xiaojun continued disdainfully. The Hongyi case stands as the foremost among the nation's 10 most notorious supernatural mysteries. Do you have any idea how many individuals have sought to solve this case to achieve fame? I am not afraid to reveal that even the international detective organization KMK Association, which developed the Crime Master Detective Ranking app, has officially stated that anyone who can crack the Hongyi case will gain entry into the world's top 20 rankings. Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback. Crime Master Detective Ranking? The one from the Chinatown Detective series? Indeed, Meng Xiaojun nodded. Do not be misled into thinking it is mere fiction. Crime Master exists in reality, and even the character Q, who ranks first in the film, is inspired by a real individual from the world we inhabit. Hao Shun was taken aback. Are you saying that the individuals ranked in the movie actually exist? He inquired. Indeed, even Lin Mo is a real person, Meng Xiaojun continued. However, the top 20 did not ascend the ranks through gaming. Rather, they earned their positions via genuine cases published by investigative organizations. Participation in the app game only allows one to enter the top 30, merely securing a ticket to solve a case. Now it made sense. Hao Shun suddenly understood why the term detective ranking appeared on his system panel. It likely referred to the Crime Master International Detective Rankings. It seemed the system had higher expectations for him. In other words, if he were to solve the Hongyi case, he could ascend directly to the ranking, garnering the admiration of detective enthusiasts worldwide. Although he would be in the 20th position, it was still a global ranking, undeniably impressive. Of course, the fact that Crime Master classified the Hongyi boy case as a special bounty further attested to the complexity and difficulty of the case. From another perspective, solving this case would enable him to surpass the 20th position and secure a spot on the leaderboard. Thus, the individual most eager to crack this case would undoubtedly be this gatekeeper. The fact that it remained unsolved indicated that even the world's 20th ranked detective was stumped by the Hongyi case. His previous cases had been rather simplistic, devoid of any challenge. This Hongyi case, however, brought an unprecedented thrill to Hao Shun. In this regard, let us place a wager. Hao Shun bluntly stated, if I falter, you'll have your father transfer you, allowing my master to assume the position of director. Is that what you desire for me to leave? His words pierced Meng Xiaojun's heart. In truth, my grievance is not with you, Hao Shun continued. I speak plainly, your presence here means my master may remain a mere deputy until retirement. His explanation afforded little comfort to Meng Xiaojun, revealing that in his eyes, she was far less significant than his master. A sense of disillusionment washed over her. She had misallocated her affections. Coldly, she retorted, and what if you fail? If I fail, you may deal with me as you wish, Hao Shun replied. This is your own declaration, Meng Xiaojun mused, since you show no compassion. Do not expect my loyalty. If you cannot succeed, how about running naked around the entire Xiaoheditch community? Naked running? Hao Shun was taken aback. You mean to circle the Xiaoheditch community? What, are you afraid? Meng Xiaojun fixed her gaze on him, her eyes brimming with provocation. Hao Shun understood. This young woman was ensnaring him in a trap. Women could be formidable when they chose to be. Was it truly necessary to harbor such animosity over a past slight? If he were to lose, his future in Xiaoheditch would be bleak. Let it be. Let it be. This case indeed poses a considerable challenge for you. Perhaps it would be best for Xiaoheditch to refrain from involvement. You should continue promoting the anti-fraud app tomorrow. The intent behind Meng Xiaojuan's words is unmistakable, a blatant provocation. Yet, Hao Shun resolved to take a leap of faith. With his master approaching retirement in a few years and currently holding only a deputy section chief position, attaining the role of director was essential for a promotion to a full section chief, directly impacting his future pension. Should he emerge victorious, not only could he rid himself of that insufferable girl, but he could also elevate his master's status, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. It would be a fitting reward for the years his master had treated him like a son. Very well, I accept the challenge. As Hao Shun exited the office, Meng Xiaojun found little joy in the moment. In truth, even if she were to win, she had no desire to linger in this small riverbank. She would hasten to persuade her father to transfer her away from this place of sorrow. Chapter 62. It is impossible to consider it a suicide furthermore. The two had a month-long schedule. Without delay, Hao Shun immediately began researching online. Due to the extensive coverage of the Hongyi case previously, there was an abundance of information available. However, this new Hongyi case seemed to be entirely obscured from the internet, likely deliberately suppressed by higher authorities. Before long, Hao Shun discovered that the new Hongyi case was a complete replica of the old one, with many details mirroring each other precisely. Upon learning that Hao Shun intended to investigate the Hongyi case, Chen Xianran, as his imperial partner, had no choice but to comply unconditionally. Initially, Hao Shun needed to ascertain whether either of the two cases involved suicide or accident. Thus, he procured a nylon rope nearly identical to that found on the child, leaving Chen Xianran in a state of bewilderment. What are you planning to do? He inquired. You will understand shortly, Hao Shun replied with a grin. What do you mean? Chen Xianran was, of course, perplexed. Come, let us visit Gaojia village, Hao Shun said, pulling Chen Xianran along. The two drove to the entrance of Gaojia village, where Hao Shun parked the car in a small courtyard and exited with Chen Xianran. Soon, two children appeared in the courtyard, curiously observing the Lamborghini. From their conversation, it was evident they were debating whether the car belonged to the police. Hao Shun surveyed the surroundings. The houses in the village were scattered rather than clustered, with various tiled homes spread throughout the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Yet, there were scarcely any people in sight, aside from a few elderly figures toiling in the fields. Before arriving, Hao Shun had perused the route map online and had a rough idea of the dilapidated house where the child had met his tragic end. It was said that after the child's demise, his parents had not dared to enter that room for over a decade, gripped by fear. Soon, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran located the Kuang family's ancestral home. It was evident that the house had fallen into neglect. The vicinity was overgrown with weeds, and the sole neighboring resident had also passed away. Despite it being morning, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the place. Standing on the crumbling concrete at the entrance, Chen Xianran hesitated. Are you afraid? Hao Shun teased her with a smirk. Who says that? Chen Xianran, unwilling to be looked down upon by Hao Shun, forced herself to respond. As long as I am not afraid. After Hao Shun spoke, he strode directly to the entrance of the dilapidated house. Gently pushing, the rickety wooden door creaked ominously and swung open with surprising ease. Hao Shun had verified that the boy, wearing a red garment, had hanged himself from the beam in the center of the living room. Stretching his neck, Hao Shun surveyed the interior, which indeed appeared uninhabited for many years. Cloaked in cobwebs and thick dust, the scant furnishings inside comprised little more than a wooden chair in the corner, a few tattered fertilizer bags, and several ceramic jars. Hardly anything else remained. Hao Shun stepped inside first, only to glance back and find Chen Xianran lingering at the threshold, still hesitant. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Hao Shun inquired deliberately. Although Chen Xianran felt an inner resistance, she mustered her courage and stepped in. What are we doing here? Chen Xianran frowned tightly. Hao Shun pointed to the beam above Chen Xuanran's head, urging her to look up. Upon doing so, she beheld a dark, ominous beam. The very spot where she stood was where the boy clad in a hemp garment had met his tragic end. Hao Shun's words startled Chen Xianran, prompting her to leap back in fright, taking several hurried steps away. Don't scare me, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. At that moment, Hao Shun's eyes widened in alarm. Xianran, someone is behind you. The sudden fright sent a jolt through Chen Xianran, and with a shriek, she lunged toward Hao Shun. Prepared for her reaction, he swiftly caught her as she collided into him. Overcome by fear, Chen Xianran clung to Hao Shun, her feet leaving the ground as she wrapped her legs around his waist. Hao Shun felt a rush of warmth at his chest, the softness pressing against him nearly eliciting an exclamation. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Chun Xianran turned her head to find no one there. It was merely Hao Shun playing a prank. Embarrassed and indignant, she quickly disengaged and delivered playful punches to his chest. How could you do this? You know I'm terrified of ghosts. Hao Shun burst into laughter. You're afraid of ghosts? Sister, you're a police officer. How can you be so superstitious without fearing ridicule? What of it? Just because I'm a police officer doesn't mean I'm not a woman. Nor does it strip me of my right to be afraid. She retorted. All right. He conceded. You are indeed beautiful, so whatever you say must be right. Hao Shun chuckled. Let us seize the moment. With that, he began to untie the ropes in his hands. What are you doing? Chun Xianran inquired again. Hao Shun responded with a mischievous grin. What do you think I brought you all this way for? Naturally, it is for a bit of excitement. This is called SM, commonly known as BDSM. What did you say? Chun Xianran instinctively crossed her arms over her ample bosom, her eyes widening in disbelief. You are indeed a pervert. What are you thinking? Hao Shun remarked. I was merely curious. The police mentioned that the child back then had engaged in BDSM and ended up dead. I want to know if that is a possibility. This is also the greatest mystery surrounding the case. How did the child manage to tie themselves up? After saying this, he solemnly glanced at the beam overhead. Only then did Chun Xianran comprehend the gravity of the situation. It appeared she had indeed overthought it. Subsequently, Hao Shun began to bind himself in the same manner as the child had. Once he had a rough idea of how to tie the ropes, he decided to stand on a stool to test it out. The wooden chair in the corner was the very one the child had used to hang themselves. Hao Shun moved the chair closer, but just as he was about to step onto it, a thought struck him. His height was vastly different from that of the child. He stood at 182 centimeters, while the child was only 163 centimeters. Xianran, how tall are you? Hao Shun turned to Chen Xianran. 165, she replied. Hao Shun pondered for a moment before suggesting, you are about the same height as that child. You should do the binding. What did you say? Chen Xianran was taken aback. Hao Shun conveyed his thoughts to Chen Xianran, and with no other option, she had to acquiesce. Consequently, Hao Shun instructed her in the art of binding, and she swiftly grasped the technique. Standing upon a stool, she commenced the process of binding herself using the method taught by Hao Shun. However, after an arduous hour of attempts, Chen Xianran found herself unable to secure her bindings, let alone attach the weights to her feet. Thus, Hao Shun concluded that it was implausible for even an adult, much less a child, to successfully bind themselves to a beam without external assistance. In other words, the child could only be a victim of foul play. With this conclusion reached, they prepared to depart. Just as they were about to exit, a shadow suddenly burst in, startling Chun Xianran into a scream. Chapter 63. There is something behind you. Who are you? Before Hao Shun could respond, the middle-aged man who had suddenly barged in spoke first. Chun Xianran, upon realizing that the individual was indeed a living person, breathed a sigh of relief. We are police officers from the Xiaojigu police station, Hao Shun replied. Xiaojigu? The man paused for a moment. Do you know Li Guo? Yes, he is our station chief, but he has been transferred to the Zhulong precinct, Hao Shun answered. The man nodded in understanding. My name is Fan Xiangrong. I was a comrade of your station chief. I was formerly the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Nanon precinct. Hao Shun and Chen Xianran exchanged glances. Realizing that they were in the presence of a senior figure, Hao Shun quickly introduced himself. I am Hao Shun, and this is my partner, Chen Xianran. We are here to investigate the case of the boy in the red clothing from 15 years ago. Ah, I see. Fan Xiangrong nodded. In fact, my purpose for coming here is aligned with yours. He then began to recount the connection he had with the case. 15 years prior, when the incident occurred, Fan Xiangrong was the captain of the criminal investigation team in the Nanwan district, and the current captain, Wu Weiguo, was once his subordinate. At that time, Fan Xiangrong was convinced that the case was not an accident, but rather a murder. Due to health issues, he had left the police force. Yet the case of the boy in red had lingered in his mind as a troubling matter. Over the years, he would often return to the area in hopes of uncovering new leads. He had not anticipated encountering Hao Shun and Chen Xianran during this visit. How about this? You both should come by my place this afternoon. Here's my address. Fan Xiangrong finished speaking and handed Hao Shun a business card. Upon inspection, Hao Shun noticed it bore the name Nanmen Saitu, indicating that this former head of the criminal investigation unit had left his police career to sell rabbit meat. Having studied this case for over a decade, I had also unearthed some clues. If you do not mind the trouble, you may visit my shop to seek my assistance. With that, Fan Xiangrong turned and departed. Hao Shun gazed at his vanishing silhouette and promptly dialed Li Guo's number. Uncle Li, I wish to inquire about someone. Who? Fan Xiangrong. The mention of Fan Xiangrong took Li Guo by surprise. Old Fan was a good policeman, Li Guo remarked. He had a tendency to get stuck on trivialities, a flaw that ultimately harmed him. In truth, he did not leave the police force due to health reasons, but rather because of that case. Li Guo reminisced about the events surrounding the Hongyi case during that period. At that time, Li Guo had just assumed the role of director at the Xiaohigu police station. Since the incident in question occurred in Gaojiakan, which fell under Xiaohigu's jurisdiction, Li Guo was the first officer to arrive at the crime scene. He was quite taken aback. After all, the manner of the victim's demise was extraordinarily bizarre, sending chills down one's spine at first glance. After securing the scene, Fan Xiangrong arrived with his team from the Criminal Investigation Unit. The case was so peculiar that it quickly spread, capturing nationwide attention. The Municipal Bureau issued a stern directive, demanding that the public receive a prompt explanation. However, after several months of investigation, the case showed no progress, with nearly all suspects being ruled out. Under immense pressure from above, Fan Xiangrong struggled to identify the culprit, resulting in sleepless nights and profound anguish. The entire case seemed to reach a deadlock, prompting Deputy Director Wu Weiguo to propose an alternative hypothesis that the child's death was accidental. This conjecture was not without merit, as many details from the crime scene suggested such a possibility. Yet, there were also several aspects of this theory that failed to hold water. Fan Xiangrong, known for his meticulous nature, naturally dismissed this hypothesis, relying on his extensive experience in criminal investigation. Consequently, the two engaged in several heated arguments. Nevertheless, despite Fan Xiangrong's relentless efforts, the case remained stagnant. The unresolved murder became a national sensation, causing significant distress at the Municipal Bureau, which faced mounting pressure from the public and incessant demands from higher authorities, leaving the entire Nanwan district branch in disarray. After another fortnight without substantial progress, the superiors decided to adopt Wu Weiguo's theory of accidental death. However, Fan Xiangrong vehemently opposed this conclusion, culminating in a fierce dispute with the bureau chief. Ultimately, the city bureau accepted Wu Weiguo's analysis, prompting a furious Fan Xiangrong to submit his resignation. Fan, known for his stubbornness, found that while such tenacity served him well in his work, it became a hindrance in certain matters. Li Guo sighed and remarked, "I advise you to tread lightly with this case. It involves far too many complexities." Li Guo's words took Hao Shun by surprise. "Why? Have you ever pondered this?" Li Guo remarked. In the original Hong Yi case, the head of the criminal investigation team, Wu Weiguo, deemed it an accident. If the perpetrator of this case is indeed the same individual as in the previous Hong Yi case, then the resolution of this case by your team would imply that the conclusion disseminated by the Municipal Bureau to the public was erroneous. In other words, you would be slapping the Bureau's face. Li Guo's statement left Hao Shun momentarily stunned. He continued, "The intricacies surrounding this case are exceedingly convoluted. Even Wu Weiguo currently handling it finds himself grappling with a hot potato. Consider this. If he identifies the murderer, it would indicate that he was mistaken from the outset. Conversely, if he fails to uncover the truth and opts to classify it as an accidental death, do you believe the public will accept this conclusion again? Even if he discovers that the deceased deliberately emulated the previous case, the populace would not be persuaded. They would merely deride him as incompetent. The current online environment is vastly different from that of yesteryears. Should he conclude it as an accidental death, the most significant doubts from the past would resurface. After all, one person could not possibly execute such a complex binding method, a fact Wu Weiguo would find impossible to justify. Thus, whether this case is solved or remains unsolved presents an incredibly formidable challenge for Wu Weiguo, a hurdle he must inevitably confront. So, you were advising me to refrain from involvement? Upon hearing this, Hao Shun finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This case is far too exceptional. You should deliberate carefully. After Li Guo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As Hao Shun activated the hands-free device, Li Guo's words were clearly audible to Chun Xianran beside him. "So, shall we continue our investigation?" Chun Xianran inquired of Hao Shun. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Shun replied, "Why not? We are police officers. It is our duty to seek the truth. Besides, I have no qualms about offending that Wu Weiguo. It is imperative to pursue the investigation." "Oh, I see you might be holding a grudge because he didn't shake your hand earlier," Chun Xianran chuckled. "If you wish to interpret it that way, so be it. Just remember, you must never cross me," Hao Shun retorted with a playful grin. "If you dare to offend me, I shall marry you, making you toil for me for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Here we go again. You're a policeman now. Could you please refrain from speaking like a rogue?" Chun Xianran scoffed. "I am a rogue, am I not? Am I not proud of it? Since you perceive me as such, I shall not hold back," Hao Shun quipped, leering while extending his hands toward her. Suddenly, Chen Xuanran's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes widened in terror as she pointed shakily behind Hao Shun. "Why you, behind you?" Chapter 64. I am certain his death was not accidental. What a fright. Just as Hao Shun stood there in bewilderment, Chun Xianran suddenly cried out and took off running. Overcome with fear, Hao Shun trembled from head to toe, unable to look back, instinctively following Chun Xianran. After running for a dozen meters, Chun Xianran suddenly bent over and burst into laughter. "How can you even criticize me? You're just as timid, she exclaimed, laughing heartily. You must have been scared out of your wits. Only then did Hao Shun realize that this girl was playing a trick on him. Turning around, he saw there was no ghost at all. You nearly gave me a heart attack, he said, placing a hand on his chest. If I had wet myself, you would have to wash my pants. Chun Xianran straightened up, still chuckling as she continued walking ahead. Why would I wash them? Just find a girlfriend to do it for you. But I haven't encountered the right one yet, Hao Shun replied with a click of his tongue. And what exactly qualifies as the right one? Chun Xianran glanced back at him before turning her gaze forward again. Let me think, Hao Shun pondered aloud. First, she must be beautiful, akin to Guli Naza. As for her figure, something like that of Demimi would suffice. Her personality should be similar to Shuanger, and in terms of skills in bed, perhaps comparable to Always Sora. Enough, enough. I can't bear to listen anymore, Chun Xianran interrupted. What you're doing is not searching for a girlfriend, it's merely daydreaming. If such an exceptional girl existed, would she even consider you? Hao Shun was momentarily taken aback. Your analysis seems quite reasonable. It appears I have set my expectations too high. How about this? I shall lower my standards to match yours. Chun Xianran turned around and glared at Hao Shun. Can you please be serious? Let me make it abundantly clear. Do not entertain any notions of romance. I shall never develop feelings for you. Hao Shun chuckled awkwardly. Dear sister, you are still too young and naive to comprehend the allure of a mature man. Do not speak too soon. Be wary of the possibility of eating your words in the future. Such a scenario will never come to pass, Chun Xianran retorted defiantly. If one day you find yourself unable to live without me, then we shall see who cries. I have already stated, such a possibility does not exist. In the afternoon, after Hao Shun and Chun Xianran concluded their lunch, they proceeded to the address provided by Fan Xiangrong, leading them to his modest establishment named Southgate Wealthy Rabbit. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Fan Xiangrong embroiled in a heated argument with a middle-aged woman, with a crowd gathered around to observe the spectacle. It was evident that the woman was Fan Xiangrong's wife. Let me tell you, whether you divorce or not, this marriage is doomed. The middle-aged woman shouted before turning and departing in a car. As Hao Shun approached, he overheard murmurs from the crowd. This constant bickering is hardly a solution. Old Fan was a police officer in his heyday, yet now he finds himself in such dire straits. No wonder his wife threatens divorce every few days. It is rumored that he was dismissed from the force due to a mistake. One cannot be sure of the truth in such matters. I have heard that his wife chose to marry him primarily for his stable job, and with that secure employment now lost, it is only natural that he feels discomfort. Soon after, the onlookers dispersed. It was only then that Hao Shun and Chun Xianran stepped into the storefront. There, they found Fan Xiangrong seated on a stool beside the counter, desperately smoking. Despite the inopportune timing of their arrival, Hao Shun mustered the courage to greet him. Uncle Fan. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fan Xiangrong looked up and recognized the two young police officers he had encountered that morning in Gaojiakan. He quickly rose to his feet. You've come. Please, come in and sit down. As he spoke, he hastily rearranged 2 plastic stools for them. I apologize for the inconvenience and the awkwardness you've witnessed. Old Fan offered an embarrassed smile, fully aware that they had witnessed the earlier confrontation with his wife regarding their divorce. Uncle Fan. I have heard a bit about your situation from Uncle Li, Hao Shun began. He mentioned that your resignation was linked to the case of the boy in the Hongyi incident. Fan looked at Hao Shun, and after a moment of contemplation, sighed. It's my own stubbornness that has led to this predicament. Had it not been for that, I would not have found myself in such a dire situation today. But your conviction was justified, Hao Shun interjected. Xianran and I spent over an hour at the crime scene attempting to secure the binding, and it became evident that the young boy's demise was no accident. Your insistence was merely a reflection of the truth. Yet, often it seems that the truth is not held in high regard, Fan replied, leaving both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran deep in thought. Indeed, in the presence of certain individuals, the truth appears to lose its significance. Take, for instance, Wu Weiguo, who, due to his conclusions regarding an unexpected death, ascended from deputy captain to the head of the department. In stark contrast, the relentless pursuit of truth by Old Fan led to his expulsion from the police force. Back in those days, I acquiesced to Weiguo's suggestion, resulting in widespread satisfaction. Everyone, that is, except for the parents of the child. Hao Shun was aware that following the resolution of the Hongyi case, the victim's parents immediately raised doubts, yet their concerns ultimately faded into obscurity. Old Fan continued, expressing the internal conflict he grappled with. No matter how hard I try, I cannot convince myself otherwise. When I first joined the police force, I witnessed my mentor, in his fervor for accolades, resort to torturing a mere child. Though the case was resolved, that young soul tragically took a toothbrush in prison and plunged it into his own throat. From that moment onward, I vowed to myself that I would never act against my conscience. Hao Shun was taken aback, realizing he had such a history. It is no wonder he preferred to offend his superiors rather than accept the conclusion of accidental death. Such a verdict contradicted the principles he had established years ago. It is understandable why Uncle Lee remarked that he was a good police officer. As for the case from 15 years ago, I possess the clearest understanding. Old Fan continued. Since you are investigating this case, I have specifically invited you to consult with me to help you avoid unnecessary detours. Hao Shun nodded in agreement. That would be most beneficial. In fact, this case harbors several significant uncertainties, the foremost being, where did the puncture mark on the child's forehead originate? I meticulously searched every corner of the child's home, yet I found no object resembling a needle. Thus, I can firmly conclude that the pinhole could not have been inflicted by the child himself. Moreover, the pinhole's precise location aligns perfectly with the Yangbai acupoint, penetrating a full 4 centimeters. A feat of such accuracy cannot be achieved by an ordinary individual, indicating that the perpetrator possesses a profound understanding of acupressure points. Secondly, why was the child clad in clothing of a peculiar hue? Although some suggested that the child had a penchant for cross-dressing, my inquiries revealed that he harbored no such inclination. Thirdly, what rationale exists for binding weights to the child's ankle? If the child were indeed engaging in self-harm, such an act would be entirely unnecessary unless he had premeditated his demise. However, all signs point to the child lacking any tendencies towards suicide. Additionally, upon our arrival, we found that the stool had been overturned. Logically, only someone intending to end their life would choose to hang themselves and subsequently kick away the stool. Given that the child did not commit suicide, it follows that the stool was forcibly displaced by another. Therefore, considering these discrepancies, I deduced that the child was neither engaging in self-harm nor taking his own life. He must have been the victim of deliberate murder. Yet, how do we account for the forensic discovery of semen within the child's clothing? Chun Xianren interjected. Chapter 65. Weren't you present the last time we were caught in a vice? Before Lao Fan could respond, Hao Shun interjected, stating, in truth, this does not meet the criteria for sadomasochism. In instances of respiratory distress, the male body may experience contractions of the smooth muscles, which can exert pressure on the rectum, bladder, and seminal vesicles, leading to the expulsion of urine and semen. Additionally, one may observe the secretion of saliva and mucus from the oral and nasal cavities. Hao Shun's response startled Chen Xianran. You are aware of all this? He exclaimed. You underestimate me, don't you? Hao Shun chuckled. Did you think I haven't perused the volumes my master bestowed upon me? Indeed, you are quite the young man. Lao Fan nodded, affirming. We have indeed observed a significantly low number of sperm stains in the child's groin area, which is far from what would be expected in a normal individual. Thus, your assertions are entirely valid. This implies that the conclusion regarding the child's engagement in self-harm games can be wholly dismissed, Chen Xianran remarked. Precisely, Lao Fan concurred, adding, it is evident that the child was a victim of homicide. Could it be that, as speculated online, someone employed him to sustain a malevolent spirit, deliberately choosing the peculiar date of 13 years and 13 days to commit the act? Furthermore, shortly thereafter, numerous bizarre child fatalities occurred across various locales. Could they all be the work of this same perpetrator? Chun Xianren inquired. What is your perspective? Lao Fan refrained from answering directly, instead directing the question towards Hao Shun. I believe not. Hao Shun Dao. The practice of nurturing spirits, though prevalent in Southeast Asia and even embraced by numerous celebrities, predominantly involves the souls of children who passed away before the age of 10. The age of Kuang, however, evidently does not align with such requirements. Lao Fan nodded in agreement. I too lean towards the belief that this individual is driven by a desire for vengeance. I consulted a Taoist master regarding this matter, who elucidated that this boy possesses an exceptionally keen destiny. According to esoteric teachings, his spirit is deemed the most suitable vessel for the cultivation of sorcery. The master further elaborated on the specific spells. The soul-splitting needle, the soul-locking garment, and the soul-chasing weight are exclusive to the Mao Shan tradition. The swimming attire symbolizes water. The garment represents fire. The weight signifies metal. The beam denotes wood, and the earth embodies soil. It is evident that the perpetrator intends to forcibly extract the child's profoundly keen soul from his body, while the purpose of the soul-locking weight is to prevent the spirit from escaping during the extraction process. Thus, the assailant's sole aim is to seize the soul. As for the rationale behind targeting this child's spirit, there are two plausible explanations, either for the purpose of sorcerer's cultivation or to ensure he never reincarnates. Hearing this, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran were both astonished. Previously, he had watched a film titled Double Vision, which depicted a girl who ascended to immortality through sorcery. Yet, such occurrences have always been relegated to urban legends or cinematic tales, remaining distant from the lives of ordinary folk. This renders it all the more enigmatic. Do you imply that the assailant is likely a sorcerer? Hao Shun inquired. Old Fan nodded. Subsequently, I conducted a thorough investigation into this matter, consulting several professionals, including fortune tellers, yet ultimately, I found nothing of substance. At that time, the Taoist informed me that there were indeed few individuals nationwide possessing such mystical abilities, and even fewer in our Jiang city. Eventually, he introduced me to a Taoist master, claiming that this person is the 38th generation descendant of the Jingyi sect, and he is among the scant few in Jiang city who truly comprehends the art of soul retrieval. Have you located this master? Chun Xianran inquired. Old Fan shook his head. This individual is named Zhu Xianyang, and I have heard he resides in Jiang city. He is a master of feng shui. Yet due to his exorbitant fees, he caters exclusively to the affluent elite, rarely making public appearances. I have searched for him for many years, but have been unable to gather any leads about him. If you manage to find him, you may uncover more clues regarding this matter. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran rose from their seats. Well then, Fan uncle, we shall take our leave, Hao Shun remarked, noting that it was almost time to return to Xiaogo. Old Fan escorted them to the door. Young men, I am growing old, and I no longer possess the vigor to pursue this case. I must rely on you. Rest assured, Fan uncle, I will certainly apprehend the culprit. Hao Shun replied with unwavering determination. And be cautious of that Wu Weigua. I fear he may attempt to obstruct your efforts. It was his betrayal that ultimately forced me to leave the police force. Old Fan cautioned once more. I understand, Hao Shun smiled. I will ensure he realizes that you were indeed right all along. Upon concluding their conversation, Hao Shun and Chun Xianran departed. In the vehicle, Chun Xianran inquired, do you also subscribe to the notion of soul extraction techniques? Hao Shun replied, at this juncture, the likelihood of such a possibility appears substantial. The concept of cultivating immortality seems excessively fantastical. It may simply be an act of vengeance. Chun Xianran pondered. There are those online who suggest that the perpetrator orchestrated the scene in such a manner to ensure that the child would be eternally trapped in a cycle of suffering. However, the only individual with a vendetta against the Kwong family is the child's mother's ex-husband, who has since been cleared of suspicion. Who, then, would harbor such a malicious intent towards their family? This question left Hao Shun equally confounded. Indeed, the child's parents were humble, coexisting harmoniously with their neighbors and villagers, and had never offended anyone while working abroad. The child's mother had previously been married and had another child, who had also mysteriously vanished. The ex-husband had initially believed the child sought their mother and had caused a commotion in Gaojia village on several occasions, even threatening the Kwong family with dire consequences. Initially, he was regarded as the prime suspect, but was later exonerated due to an alibi. With the Kwong family lacking other enemies, who could possibly wish to inflict such cruel retribution upon them? Hao Shun was equally perplexed. He could only hope to locate the enigmatic sage, in hopes that he might offer some new insights. Meanwhile, the criminal investigation team at the Nanwan District Sub-Bureau commenced a comprehensive inquiry into the New Hongi case, even assembling a task force of over 30 individuals. Certainly, Hao Shun was not part of this investigative team. Rather, his role in the Zayahika case was merely to assist in the inquiry. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that the case should first be traced back to the old Hongi incident from 15 years prior. These two cases undoubtedly bore some obscure connection. The pressing question now was how to locate the individual known as Zhu Xianyang, the old Taoist priest. Consequently, Hao Shun utilized the internal system and promptly retrieved Zhu Xuanyang's identity information. It turned out that he hailed from a certain county in Jiang City and was already 82 years of age. Isn't that the old lecher? One officer recognized Zhu Xuanyang's photograph on the spot. You know him? Both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran inquired in unison. Don't you remember? The colleague replied. During a bust for prostitution last Mid-Autumn Festival, we apprehended him. Weren't you also caught that day? It seems you ended up in the same cell, if I recall correctly. Hao Shun pondered for a moment and indeed recalled the incident. Yet, this revelation left him somewhat embarrassed. He turned to Chun Xianran, saying, don't listen to his nonsense. I was merely there to collect mooncakes, and those young ladies were my clients. What's there to explain? Chun Xianran retorted, I'm not your girlfriend. Reflecting on the matter, Hao Shun vaguely remembered that an old man had been detained alongside him during that incident, and everyone had laughed at him. I recall now, it truly was him. I knew it had to be him, he affirmed. The colleague beamed with satisfaction. Can anyone rival my remarkable memory? But be cautious, an exceptional memory can lead to senility. Hao Shun cast a glance at him and urged, quickly investigate if he has any criminal records. After several individuals settled down to search, they discovered that the elderly man named Zhu Xianyang had been apprehended multiple times for soliciting prostitution. In total, he had been arrested on 4 occasions. Specifically at the Xiaohego Police Station, the Kuntan Police Station, the Yuzue Police Station, and the Lijiatu Police Station. Hao Shun produced a map and connected the 4 police stations, immediately outlining an area of several square kilometers. This was likely the vicinity where the old man typically conducted his activities. Chapter 66. It's inherent in me. I don't bite, although the area was demarcated. The expanse of over 10 square kilometers was still considerable, and finding the old man would require some ingenuity. Fortunately, Hao Shun possessed resources. He was acquainted with most of the sisters engaged in business in this vicinity. Thus, he sent the old man's photograph directly to Pan Malian and a few other close acquaintances, who would then disseminate it among their fellow professionals. Given the old man's distinctive appearance, nearly all the sisters who had conducted business with him could easily recall him. Pan Malian promptly responded, indicating that 2 or 3 of her sisters had indeed interacted with the old man extensively. However, they all remarked that he had not sought their company for the past 2 to 3 months. Chun Xianren pondered, something seems amiss. Typically, individuals like you, who are rather seasoned in such matters, would not so readily forsake their interests, would they? Upon uttering this, she cast a mischievous glance at Hao Shun. Sister, I must confess, I find your words rather unappealing, Hao Shun retorted, pouting. What do you mean by saying that seasoned individuals like us would not abandon our passions? If one is indeed seasoned, they would hardly relinquish their interests so easily. You are quite bold in your admissions, Chun Xianren chuckled. What is there to fear in admitting such truths? Hao Shun replied with a grin. They also mentioned that this old fellow had quite the craving, on one occasion. He even insisted on engaging in his pursuits with a broken leg, leaning on a cane despite his injury. No amount of persuasion could dissuade him, and it was only after a thorough scolding that he finally returned home in high spirits. Moreover, given his income, he is not lacking in financial resources. His absence for 3 months surely indicates something has transpired. Could it be that he has already passed away? Chen Xuanran's eyes widened in surprise. Hao Shun shook his head. There is a possibility, albeit a slim one. Pan Malian's friend mentioned that the old man is in good health. In my opinion, he is either deceased or incapacitated. Chen Xianran was at a loss for how to respond to Hao Shun's analysis. I believe the chances of incapacity are somewhat greater, considering his advanced age. Hao Shun continued, I have a general idea of where to find him. You know? Chen Xianran exclaimed in surprise. Just follow me, Hao Shun replied with a mysterious smile. Skeptically, Chen Xianran accompanied Hao Shun to the car, which he drove to the entrance of a hospital. She looked up to see the sign of the Mengming Men's Hospital. What a creatively highbrow name. This establishment is the most renowned men's hospital in Jiangxing, a recognized authority in the field, specializing in the treatment of male issues such as premature ejaculation and impotence, and is dubbed the savior of cowards. Do you think he would come here? Chen Xianran asked, her face filled with confusion. He's already 82. Does he still need treatment? That's where you misunderstand the psychology of such patrons, Hao Shun replied. I have done my research. This old Jew might have indulged in too many secrets in his youth, with both his children and his wife having passed before him. In other words, he is a solitary old man. Moreover, he now caters specifically to wealthy businessmen, charging a minimum of 100,000 per session, with his pockets bulging. However, unlike most elderly men who enjoy pastimes such as tea drinking, card playing, or chess, he is indifferent to such pursuits. This old fellow has no other interests aside from his affairs with women. His focus is singular and unwavering. You say that if his health deteriorates, what difference is there between that and death? Hao Shun's analysis left Chen Xianran at a loss for words. I truly cannot comprehend your kind, you men. Is that matter truly so intriguing? Hao Shun chuckled mischievously. You are still young. In due time, you shall understand. Come, let us inquire further to clarify this. Thus, the two alighted from the vehicle and made their way towards the hospital's main hall. Upon arriving at the 6th floor of the hospital, they approached the relevant authority to request access to patient records. To their surprise, their request was met with refusal. The justification provided was the protection of patient privacy. Should they insist upon accessing the records, Hao Shun would need to furnish appropriate documentation or an official introduction letter from his workplace. Additionally, it was stated that approval from higher authorities was required. Left with no alternative, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran descended the stairs. What now? Should we return to the office for the necessary documentation? Chen Xianran frowned. To hell with the documentation. Hao Shun's expression darkened. Do they think a mere hospital can hinder me from obtaining the information I seek? Hao Shun then approached the wall displaying the doctor's profiles in the lobby. After a brief observation, he surprisingly took it upon himself to register for an appointment. This astonished Chen Xianran, who then appeared to come to a sudden realization. I see now. You are not here to investigate, but rather looking for an excuse to seek medical attention, aren't you? Me? Hao Shun exclaimed in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I, a young man, cannot handle this? Sister, you need not worry on my behalf. I am perfectly fine. What does this have to do with me? Chen Xianran curled her lips in disdain. Then why did you register? Before coming here, I had learned that there is an expert named Lu Yihong at this hospital, a renowned authority on impotence. If old Zhu were to seek medical attention, he would undoubtedly consult him. Hao Shun replied. Are you certain he will allow you to examine the patient records? Chun Xianran expressed her skepticism. He must show them to me, Hao Shun asserted firmly. Consequently, the two of them registered for an expert consultation worth 398 yuan, only to discover that there were still over a dozen people ahead of them. Thus they settled into the waiting area. Once seated, they attracted a myriad of curious glances from fellow patients. Look at that young couple, accompanying each other to the doctor. A girl like that, whoever marries her is truly fortunate. It's like their ancestors are smiling down. One patient remarked. You have no idea. When I asked my partner to accompany me, she flatly refused, saying it was embarrassing. And I'm no different. She doesn't even bother to glance my way anymore. Spending her days playing cards with old Wang next door and returning home at midnight. Now that is what true love looks like. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat beside Hao Shun. Upon noticing the beautiful woman beside him, he cast a gaze filled with envy. His eyes inadvertently flicked to the registration slip in Hao Shun's hand, and he realized they were both seeing the same expert. Young man, so youthful yet facing such issues? The man remarked with a sympathetic expression. Hao Shun glanced at him and replied with a smile, What can I say? I indulged too much during the passionate phase, and now I'm paying the price. Youth indeed breeds recklessness. The man sighed. But such matters cannot be sustained as a meal. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chun Xianyan, who was seated beside Hao Shun. It's no wonder. With such a beautiful girlfriend, anyone would struggle to resist, he remarked. Chun Xianyan furrowed her brow upon hearing this, then swiftly retrieved her police badge from her pocket and thrust it directly into the man's face. Upon seeing the badge, the man seemed to comprehend the situation and fled in fright. Hao Shun, could you refrain from chatting with strangers for no reason? It's already embarrassing enough for me to be in a place like this with you. Chun Xuanyan's expression was quite displeased. Did you not see? He initiated the conversation. Hao Shun defended himself, looking aggrieved. Chun Xianyan remained silent, her gaze fixed on him with an intensity that could be described as lethal. All right. I will be more careful next time, he conceded. After waiting for over an hour, it was finally Hao Shun's turn. The pair approached Professor Lu's office door together. You just need to pretend to be my girlfriend and remain silent, Hao Shun instructed. Chun Xianyan nodded in agreement, and they entered together. Professor Lu was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a dignified appearance that exuded professionalism. As soon as Hao Shun sat down, the professor turned to glance at Chun Xianyan, clearly captivated by her beauty. Now, tell me, what seems to be the problem? Professor Lu inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Hao Shun. It's about the issue below. For some reason, I haven't been able to stand up for the past few days. Hao Shun replied earnestly. How could someone so young be experiencing this? Professor Lu remarked, astonished. Professor Lu cast a furtive glance at Chun Xianran and inquired, When was your last encounter with Zie? The question caused Chun Xianran to tense up. Are doctors always this direct? Around this time last week, Hao Shun replied. This response left both Chun Xianran and the professor momentarily stunned. Last week? During the day? Yes, Hao Shun confirmed. Chun Xianran found herself perplexed and discreetly tugged at Hao Shun's sleeve, leaning in to whisper, What exactly are you trying to do? Hao Shun gestured for her to remain silent. The professor lamented, You truly have no regard for timing. I suppose you indulged quite frequently in your youth. When was your first experience? Hao Shun countered, Are you referring to my first act on my own or the first time someone assisted me? Do share, the professor urged. Chun Xianran, overhearing, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What nonsense is this? After all, I am still an untouched maiden. Why must I endure such distasteful dialogue? My first act on my own was at 16, and the first time someone helped me was at 18, Hao Shun answered. Chun Xianran could no longer contain herself and stood abruptly, exclaiming, I need to step out for a moment. The doctor quickly waved his hand. No need. I've nearly finished my inquiries. Come with me, I will conduct an examination. Thus, Hao Shun followed the doctor to the bed behind them. The doctor, uninterested in drawing the curtains, remarked, Remove your clothes, and I shall take a look. Upon hearing this, Chun Xianran swiftly turned her head away in shock. Hao Shun was surprisingly cooperative, oblivious to the fact that Chun Xianran was right beside him. Just as he peeled off his K-card, he heard the professor exclaim in astonishment. What on earth? Chun Xianran nearly turned around. It's nothing at all, the doctor reassured. I was merely startled. Hao Shun quickly interjected. Doctor, there's no need to be alarmed. This is a natural occurrence for me. I assure you, it doesn't T-bite. Chapter 67. Simply countering him with direct seduction, Chun Xianran felt her cheeks grow warmer. What am I doing? Why do I feel as though I am being sexually harassed? After a while, the professor completed his examination. Hao Shun also put on his trousers and returned to sit before him. Chun Xianran gazed at Hao Shun, her eyes filled with a singular question. What on earth do you intend to do? You are suffering from severe organic impotence, primarily caused by hormonal imbalances and excessive indulgence. Of course, your youthful indiscretions also play a significant role. Overall, the situation is quite grave and requires urgent treatment. Otherwise, It will impact the happiness of your future life together. Are you certain that I am the type you describe as possessing a certain impotence? Hao Shun intentionally inquired. What? Do you think that I, a distinguished professor of urology, am jesting with you? The doctor retorted. Ha ha. Hao Shun burst into laughter, then slammed his palm on the table before him. Damn you. The force of his hand startled the doctor, causing him to tremble. Even Qin Xianran was taken aback. Then, Hao Shun produced his police badge and slapped it down on the table across from him. I am a police officer. Yesterday, we received a report from an elderly gentleman claiming that your hospital engaged in medical fraud, and it appears that this is indeed the case. Medical fraud? The professor instantly grasped the implication. Officer, how could I dare? We diagnose patients strictly according to national standards. The doctor immediately adopted a look of feigned innocence. Tell me, is there a patient named Zhu Xianyang here? Hao Shun inquired. Upon hearing the name Zhu Xianyang, the doctor was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to that 82-year-old gentleman? It seemed that Zhu Xianyang was indeed a rather peculiar patient, as his name instantly triggered recognition. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. That elderly man has been receiving treatment here for several months, but the lack of results cannot be solely attributed to us. At his age of 82, his absorption of medication is undoubtedly slower. How can you claim we are committing fraud? Let me see his records, Hao Shun commanded sternly. Reluctantly, the doctor complied and retrieved Zhu Xuanyang's information, including his phone number. Upon reviewing the details, Hao Shun was astonished to discover that the old man had spent over 100,000 here. It was often said that money from women and children was easy to earn. It turned out that money from this old lecher was even easier to obtain. Having acquired the phone number, Hao Shun achieved his objective. As he prepared to leave, he once again admonished the doctor, whose forehead seemed inscribed with the words medical fraud. From now on, your hospital will be under our close scrutiny. Earning money is acceptable, but do tread carefully. Do not treat the common people like livestock. Consider this. Those who come to you for treatment are often men stripped of their dignity, who face disdain from their wives and the threat posed by the neighbor. Old Wang, they are already in a pitiable state. Is it not cruel to exploit them further? I understand, the doctor nodded repeatedly. With that, Hao Shun grasped Qin Xuanran's hand and departed with a sense of purpose. The two returned to the car, and it was then that Qin Xianran regained her composure. She could not fathom why that so-called professor had been so terrified of Hao Shun. Little did she know that Hao Shun had discerned the man's guilty conscience. His past was inscribed all too clearly upon him. Regardless, the fact that Hao Shun was able to obtain Zhu Xianyang's phone number left Qin Xianran quite astonished. It appeared that Hao Shun's seemingly chaotic analysis and judgment were, in fact, remarkably accurate. Hao Shun produced his phone and directly dialed Zhu Xianyang's number. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice came through the line. Hello. Greetings. I am from Shunfeng Express. We have a package for you, but the recipient's address is unclear. So I'm reaching out for confirmation. My package? The elderly man was taken aback. What package? Hao Shun feigned hesitation. It's 2 bags of rice. Addressed from the community committee. It should be rice sent to you. Zhu Xianyang, being a solitary elder, found it entirely plausible that the committee would send him some rice. Oh, is that so? Without a hint of suspicion, the old man replied, My address is 51, Building 28, Area A, Hongda City, Lijiachuo, Nanwan District. Very well. I'll take note of that. Are you home right now? I will deliver it shortly, Hao Shun said. Yes, come on over. With that, the call ended. Who would have thought you had such clever tricks up your sleeve? Qin Xian remarked with a smirk. Clever tricks? I prefer to call it wisdom. Hao Shun chuckled heartily. Now, let us go and pay a visit to that old lecher. Soon, the two arrived at the doorstep of Zhu Xuanyang's residence in Lijiachuo, Hongda City. Qin Xianran pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair opened the door. His appearance closely resembled what Hao Shun had imagined. Upon seeing Hao Shun and Qin Xianran, Zhu Xianyang was momentarily taken aback. Whom do you seek? The old man inquired. Hao Shun presented his police badge. Good day. We are officers from the Xiaogo police station in Jiang City. We wish to inquire about certain matters. Police? Zhu Xianyang paused for a brief moment, but eventually invited the two into his home. As they entered, Hao Shun and Qin Xianran were surprisingly struck by how ordinary the old Taoist abode appeared, with the sole exception being a massive Badwa compass hanging in the living room. Zhu Xianyang gestured for them to sit, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the alluring scenery presented by Qin Xianran's attire. What brings you to me? The elderly gentleman asked. Hao Shun, getting straight to the point, produced photographs from the recent Yong E case scene and the body of a young boy. Have you heard about the recent Yong E murder case in Xiaogo? Hao Shun inquired. Zhu Xuanyang's expression darkened, and he seemed disinterested in even glancing at the photographs in Hao Shun's hand. If you are here to discuss this matter, I must ask you to leave. I know nothing, Zhu Xianyang declared, rising to his feet. I kindly request that you take your leave. I am unaware of the details regarding the Yongyi boy, nor do I wish to discuss it. Hao Shun was taken aback. They had barely settled in, and already the man was eager to usher them out. There was no way around it. Such matters could not be forced. Hao Shun could only rise reluctantly. It appeared that you indeed possess some knowledge regarding this case. If you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you. Whenever you come to terms with it, we shall reconvene. You need not return. I have stated that I know nothing. Zhu Xianyang interjected immediately, his expression grave. Very well, then, I apologize for the intrusion, Hao Shun replied with a faint smile. The two descended the stairs. This old man seems to be harboring some concerns, Chun Xianran remarked. He undoubtedly knows something, yet is disinclined to share, was Hao Shun's analysis as well. This trip has not been in vain. At the very least, it has demonstrated that to unravel the truth behind the Hongyi case, we must pry open this old man's lips. Did you not observe his aversion towards us? How shall we manage that? Chen Xuanran's face was a picture of conflict. Fear not. I possess numerous strategies to deal with such lecherous old fools, Hao Shun replied with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, Chun Xianran sensed a shift. What scheme do you intend this time? Have you not noticed? Hao Shun continued. Although this old chap may appear frail, his gaze towards you earlier was unmistakably lustful. This indicates that while his body may be failing, his desires remain undiminished. Dealing with him is quite simple. 2 words, seduction. Chapter 68, Encountering Numerous Ex-Girlfriends Seduction? Chen Xianran was taken aback. You wouldn't be resorting to those island starlets again, would you? Hao Shun smirked. I wish I could. But where would I find such a generous budget? This reminded him of that unforgettable century battle at the bathhouse, leaving him with 8 words that lingered in his mind, endlessly delightful. Then who are you planning to approach? Chun Xianran inquired further. You don't intend to target me, do you? You? Hao Shun scoffed. To be honest, in terms of looks and figure, you certainly qualify. But I'm not underestimating you. When it comes to seduction, you truly lack the capability. Chen Xianran found herself at a loss for words in response. After all, she was an untouched maiden, completely oblivious to the art of seduction. Then who do you intend to seek out? Chen Xianran asked again. Of course, my sisters, Hao Shun chuckled, then pulled out his phone. Mei Lian, it's Hao Shun. What are you up to? Ah, Shun, you haven't called me in ages. What's the matter, missing your sister? Came a sultry voice from the other end. Indeed. Are you free today? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Sure. How about this? I'm at Meihua KTV right now. Just come find me. After hanging up, Hao Shun turned to Chen Xianran. Let us go. We need to return the vehicle to the station first. Then we'll take my car. By the time Hao Shun returned to the Zaihiku police station, it was already 5:50 in the afternoon, just in time to clock out. Should I accompany you? Chen Xianran asked. Of course. Hao Shun Dao remarked. We are partners. We must investigate together. With this assertion, Chen Xianran found herself unable to decline. Consequently, after clocking in, she accompanied Hao Shun in his newly purchased Lantu. Initially, Chen Xianran intended to drive her own vehicle, but Hao Shun insisted she take the passenger seat, assuring her he would pick her up for work the following day. Chen Xianran acquiesced. Fastening her seatbelt, she began to survey her surroundings. Why did you buy such an MPV? She inquired. Because the back seats are comfortable, my grandmother finds it quite suitable, Hao Shun replied. I never would have guessed you were so filial, Chen Xianran chuckled. She's my only relative. I have no opportunity to show filial piety to anyone else. Hao Shun murmured. His words momentarily stunned Chen Xianran, reminding her that Hao Shun's parents had tragically perished in a car accident years ago, engulfed in flames. That calamity was likely the result of foul play. Gazing at this child who had lost his parents at such a tender age, an inexplicable surge of protectiveness welled up within Chen Xianran. Women inherently possess a nurturing instinct, a vulnerability etched in their genes since ancient times. Why are you looking at me so lecherously? Hao Shun's voice interrupted her reverie. Who's being lecherous? Chen Xianran retorted, pouting. You're the one who gazes at me so lasciviously all day. Do you think I'm oblivious to the fact that you often steal glances at my chest? Hao Shun exclaimed in surprise. You knew? Why didn't you say anything? I couldn't be bothered to argue with you. If you enjoy looking, then look away. Chen Xianran appeared to have grown accustomed to the presence of a robe by her side. After all, it was something you could hardly take seriously. This remark prompted Hao Shun to activate his powers of perception instantly. To his astonishment, he realized she was wearing pink lingerie today. Hao Shun suddenly mused that it would be splendid if his eyes possessed a photographic function. The two soon arrived at the enchanting KTV, a venture co-invested by Pan Melian and a dozen of her friends, where she was considered one of the shareholders. During her downtime from business, she enjoyed visiting this establishment. As Hao Shun entered the lobby, he spotted a girl with long hair clad in a short skirt leaning over the front desk, her voluptuous form prominently on display. Just from her silhouette, he recognized her immediately. The girl was Shun Nana, another one of the shareholders. Hao Shun approached and playfully slapped her rounded dairy. startling her into a swift turn. Upon recognizing Hao Shun, the initially shocked expression on her face swiftly transformed into one of delight. "Shun, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, advancing to playfully punch his chest. After her playful assault, she giggled, "You're so naughty, arriving just to touch my backside. If you truly fancy me, come with me. I'll let you indulge to your heart's content today." As she spoke, Nana entwined her arm around Hao Shun's, pressing her ample bosom against him. Hao Shun quickly responded, "No, no, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm here to attend to business." "Business?" Nana paused, taken aback. "I can assist with that too. The kind of business I speak of is not the sort you imply," Hao Shun quickly explained. "Did you not see that I have a colleague with me? I am here to find Sister Malian." Only then did Nana release her grip on Hao Shun and turn to glance at Xianran, who had accompanied him. "I truly didn't notice that you brought a beauty along," Nana remarked, stepping closer to Xianran. "You must be Shun's girlfriend, right?" "Oh dear sister, I apologize. I was merely joking with Shun earlier. Despite his flamboyant appearance, he is quite principled. Please, do not take my words to heart." With a serene smile, Xianran replied, "You misunderstood. We are merely colleagues. I am not his girlfriend." "Not his girlfriend?" Nana was taken aback and then turned to look at Hao Shun. "Indeed, we are colleagues," Hao Shun affirmed with a smile. At that moment, a voice called out from behind Hao Shun. "Hao Shun." The voice was familiar, and upon hearing it, Hao Shun felt a shiver run through him. He swiftly turned around. The girl before him was Cheng Rui, his former girlfriend from long ago. Although they had parted over a year prior, Hao Shun still vividly remembered her visage. "What are you doing here?" Hao Shun asked, equally surprised. "My friend's birthday is today, and we are here to celebrate. How about you? Have you been well?" Cheng Rui's eyes sparkled with genuine concern. Hao Shun felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. "Thank you, I'm doing all right. How about you? How have you been lately?" Cheng Rui shook her head. "Not well." This unexpected response caught Hao Shun off guard, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Nana, who was nearby, overheard and immediately laughed aloud. "Oh, what a coincidence. Have you encountered your ex-girlfriend?" "Ex-girlfriend?" Xianran was taken aback. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Nana's remarks did not alleviate Hao Shun's awkwardness. Instead, they intensified the uncomfortable atmosphere. "Are you still single?" Cheng Rui suddenly inquired. Hao Shun did not anticipate her abrupt question. I have a girlfriend now," he stammered. Upon finishing his sentence, he swiftly pulled Xianran closer and whispered urgently in her ear, "Xianran, please help me. I beg you." Hao Shun brought the bewildered Xianran before Cheng Rui. "This is my girlfriend, Xianran." Upon hearing this, Nana was momentarily puzzled. Did he not just claim she was a colleague? How had she suddenly transformed into a girlfriend? However, she quickly comprehended that Hao Shun was utilizing this young lady as a shield. Chapter 69. Is she your ex-girlfriend too? Cheng Rui gazed at Xianran, momentarily captivated by her beauty. Xianran discerned a certain indescribable nuance in Cheng Rui's eyes, a blend of admiration and perhaps jealousy. Indeed, while Cheng Rui could be considered a beauty in her own right, she paled in comparison to Xianran. "Hello, my name is Cheng Rui, and I am Hao Shun's ex-girlfriend," Cheng Rui said, extending her hand. In light of her courteous demeanor, Xianran felt obliged to reciprocate the gesture with a brief handshake. Then, stepping closer, the girl leaned in and whispered softly into Xianran's ear, "Hao Shun is a good man. You must take good care of him for me." After uttering those words, Cheng Rui reluctantly turned to leave. Xianran stood there, utterly astonished. The exchange between them, coupled with Hao Shun's request for her to act as a shield, clearly indicated that this girl had been unceremoniously cast aside by him. Moreover, it was evident that she still harbored feelings for Hao Shun, displaying a wistful reluctance to let go. Logically, one would expect her to harbor resentment. Yet she specifically informed Xian and that he was a good man and implored her to look after him. The events unfolding before her compelled Xianran to reassess her perception of Hao Shun, to have an ex-girlfriend, whom he had ostensibly discarded. So thoroughly under his influence raised questions about the methods he employed. Suddenly, Xianran felt she had underestimated him. As her thoughts raced, another voice broke through the silence. "Hao Shun, is that really you?" Hao Shun turned towards the source of the voice, nearly losing his balance in surprise. "He Yuxuan, what brings you here?" The girl laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Rui just informed me. At first, I thought he was teasing me. How have you been lately? Is your health still well?" Beside them, Xianran appeared utterly perplexed, wondering who this girl was. "I'm doing all right," Hao Shun responded, feeling somewhat uneasy. The twist was that He Yuxuan was his former girlfriend, dating him before his relationship with Cheng Rui. Notably, they were also close friends. "It's been a year and a half since we broke up, hasn't it? This is the first time I've encountered you. I never expected to run into you today." This revelation left Xianran astounded. Is this really Hao Shun's ex-girlfriend? But wait, She mentioned Rui told her, implying she knows Chung Rui. Perhaps they came together today. What a peculiar turn of events. However, Chun Xianran noted that this girl seemed to have emerged from her shell sooner than the previous one. Just as Chun Xianran marveled at Hao Shun's situation, another shriek pierced the air. Ah, Shun, it's really you. I can't be mistaken. Then, Chun Xianran witnessed a girl racing down the corridor, leaping into Hao Shun's arms, reminiscent of a previous encounter in Gaojia village. I'm so thrilled. Is it truly you? Have you come to celebrate my birthday? The girl clung to Hao Shun, bubbling with excitement, her warmth akin to that of a long-lost relative. Who is she? Chun Xianran appeared utterly bewildered. How could Hao Shun have known that the Frenching Rui referred to as none other than her? The girl's name was Mu Wanner, and it was rather embarrassing to admit that she was his ex-girlfriend from many moons ago, before he met Chung Rui and He Yuxuan. The first girl he knew was her. Their encounter was quite dramatic. Hao Shun was her savior, for without him, she might have perished at the hands of a deranged scoundrel. In a classic tale of heroism, the girl expressed her gratitude in a rather direct manner by offering herself to him. Given her striking beauty, even if Hao Shun wished to refuse, his body betrayed him. As for how he ended up with her two best friends later on, that is a story for another time, one that likely holds little interest for anyone. Hao Shun could hardly believe that today was Mu Wanner's birthday and that both of his other ex-girlfriends were present. I came with my girlfriend. He could only manage to say while dragging Chun Xianran into the conversation. Mu Wanner glanced at Chun Xianran, taken aback by her beauty. It dawned on her why he had abandoned her. He had found someone even more attractive. This revelation nearly caused Chun Xianran to faint in disbelief. So, this is also your girlfriend? She turned to Hao Shun, feeling as if she was meeting him for the first time. Hao Shun could only force a nervous smile. You've got it all wrong. I've only known her for a little over a month. Is that so? Mu Wanner inquired, scrutinizing Chun Xianran from head to toe. Just then, another voice chimed in. Shun, why have you only just arrived? The voice was quite familiar, causing Hao Shun to freeze as if struck by an electric baton. He hastily turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. It was Pan Malian who called his name. Pan Malian approached, glancing at Shin Nana and then at Hao Shun along with the girl by his side. What was the situation? Shin Nana laughed heartily, declaring, You arrived late. Shunzi is currently engaged in a dramatic reunion with his ex-girlfriends. Upon hearing this, Pan Malian immediately understood. Indeed, one must face the consequences of their own misdeeds. Pan Malian chuckled. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? How is it that you are preoccupied with rekindling old flames? Only then did Hao Shun realize, Wanner, my apologies, I came here today to see Sister Malian. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanner's face instantly displayed a look of disappointment. You may go ahead. Could I borrow your girlfriend for a moment to speak with her? Mu Wanner asked. Hao Shun pondered for a moment before turning to Qin Xianran. How about you wait here for me? Qin Xianran, still in a state of confusion, nodded in agreement. Hao Shun then followed Pan Malian further inside. Once Hao Shun had walked away, Mu Wanner turned to Qin Xianran and inquired, Hao Shun wasn't lying to me? Are you two just starting to date? Qin Xianran could only nod. I truly didn't realize you were here earlier, Mu Wanner said, expressing her apologies. Qin Xianran asked, How did you two break up? Mu Wanner paused for half a second, her expression turning somber as she replied, Although it was Hao Shun who initiated the breakup, I do not blame him. Her response left Qin Xianran taken aback once more. However, I see that you are acquainted with those two girls, right? Mu Wanner inquired. You mean Rui and Yuxuan? Qin Xianran nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we are college classmates and the best of friends. Ah. Chen Xuanran's eyes widened in astonishment. You three are friends? So, after Hao Shun broke up with you, he continued to date your two close friends, and you bear no resentment towards him? Chun Xianran genuinely struggled to comprehend this. Are modern girls truly this magnanimous? This exceeded mere tolerance. It verged on the capacity to accommodate an aircraft carrier. It's all my own issue, Mu Wanner replied. The reason for our breakup lies with me, or rather, with my family background. Qin Xianran was somewhat perplexed. What about your two friends? After Hao Shun ended things with you, he subsequently got involved with them, and you are unbothered? Surprisingly, Mu Wanner shook her head. That was their own choice. Hao Shun cannot be blamed. Her words nearly shattered Qin Xuanran's worldview. What kind of enchantment had Hao Shun cast upon these girls to elicit such loyalty? Hao Shun is a good man. Missing him is my greatest regret in this lifetime. I hope you seize this opportunity and treat him well. Goodbye. After saying this, the girl cast a lingering glance in the direction where Hao Shun had just departed before leisurely walking away, leaving Qin Xianran standing there in stunned silence. Chapter 70. This fellow certainly practices sorcery. Chun Xuanran's mind immediately conjured up a recently popular term from the internet. PUA. These girls must have fallen victim to Hao Shun's manipulations, otherwise, there is no plausible explanation. Or perhaps he employed some form of sorcery to exert control over them. Yes, it must indeed be witchcraft. Chun Xianran suddenly recalled the events of the past few weeks, Hao Shun's involvement in those major cases, and the rumors circulating within the police about his alleged mind-reading abilities. The more she pondered, the more terrifying it became. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Hao Shun was not merely a man, but rather a sorcerer. Previously, she had harbored such disdain for him, yet the last time, she nearly quarreled with her sister on his behalf. Even her perception of him had become increasingly favorable. Could it be that I have also fallen under his enchantment? At this thought, Chun Xianran gasped in horror. It was unsettling to contemplate. Just then, Hao Shun and Pan Melian emerged from within the hall. Xianran, Melian has already agreed to the plan. Let us go? We shall dine together, Hao Shun said. Upon hearing this, Chun Xianran waved her hands vigorously. I suddenly have a stomachache. I want to be joining you. You two go ahead. Are you really not coming? Hao Shun replied, somewhat taken aback. I won't. I've already called for my car. Chun Xianran quickly made her exit. Hao Shun watched her retreating figure, feeling a bit bewildered. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? What was wrong with her? Pan Melian inquired. Could it be that you upset her with those comments about your ex-girlfriends? Surely not. Hao Shun pondered for a moment. After all, we are not yet in a romantic relationship. Pan Melian and Hao Shun got into the car. This vehicle must be quite expensive, isn't it? Pan Melian inquired. Is being a police officer so lucrative nowadays? Shun, do tell your sister honestly, did you win the lottery? In truth, Pan Melian was well aware of Hao Shun's financial situation. Ordinarily, he could not afford such an extravagant car. Hao Shun could only offer an excuse. I previously rescued a kidnapped child, and his parents gifted it to me. Oh, Pan Melian nodded in understanding. She continued, the salary for police officers can't be high, right? Is it around 6 or 7,000? Hao Shun replied, about that. Pan Melian remarked. Then you might as well continue distributing flyers for us. I remember you used to earn around 10,000 a month, didn't you? In fact, Shun, if you were willing to come out and assist us, you would have done so long ago. That would be entirely different. My mentor would surely be furious if he found out. Hao Shun laughed. Indeed, working as an escort would fall under the category of organized prostitution, which is a far cry from merely handing out flyers. Pan Melian continued. Honestly, Shun, with your physique and appearance, you wouldn't need to exert yourself as a police officer. Just a casual recline, and many affluent women would be eager to shower you with gifts. Sister, please do not lead me astray. How could a grown man like me engage in such activities? Hao Shun chuckled. Sister, I am merely trying to assist you. Pan Melian remarked, in truth, you need not resort to any dubious means. Remember that affluent lady I introduced to you? She has expressed her willingness to provide you with 2 million a year, along with a choice of luxury cars and villas. You could simply enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of your days. How splendid would that be? Hao Shun chuckled. Sister, she is nearly 60, and my mother is 3 years younger than her. If I were to rely on her financially, my parents would surely emerge from their graves to reprimand me. Sighing, Pan Melian acknowledged Hao Shun's steadfast desire for self-sufficiency, saying, if I possessed your advantages, I would have soared to great heights long ago. Why would I settle for being a mere police officer, earning a pittance that scarcely covers a wealthy individual's meal? Sister, you may not realize it, but being a police officer has always been my aspiration, Hao Shun replied calmly. The year my father sacrificed himself, I vowed to become a police officer. Now that I have finally achieved this goal, no amount of money could persuade me to relinquish it. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. The following day, Hao Shun rose early, for Chun Xuanran's residence was several stops away, and he needed to fetch her, which would consume a good number of minutes. However, Chun Xianran had not slept well the previous night. She dreamt of plummeting into a pitch-black, deep well, only to see Hao Shun's large head grinning mischievously at the well's opening. She awoke from this nightmare in a state of alarm. Hastily, she washed up and stepped out, only to realize upon entering the elevator that her car remained at the police station. It was notoriously difficult to hail a cab in the morning from her neighborhood, and Chun Xianran found herself with no choice but to ride with Hao Shun. Would he forget her? She was all too aware of his somewhat careless nature. To her surprise, however, Hao Shun was waiting right at the entrance of her community. With a resigned spirit, she approached and opened the passenger door. Just as she was about to get in, a voice called out, Xianran, where's your car? Turning around, she was astonished to see her parents returning with groceries. I left my car at work, Mom and Dad. Why are you back so early? Your father doesn't have work today, so we went out to buy groceries early, they replied. Upon realizing that he was in the presence of his prospective in-laws, Hao Shun promptly exited the vehicle. Chun Xianran was taken aback by his politeness. He voluntarily stepped out. This is my colleague, Hao Shun, Chun Xianran introduced. These are my parents. Hello, uncle and aunt, Hao Shun greeted. Eager to make a good impression at this first encounter, Chun Xuanran's parents were unaware of the connection between Chun and Hao Shun and were not particularly familiar with the name Hao Shun. The young man is indeed handsome. Upon seeing Hao Shun's thick eyebrows and bright eyes, as well as his tall stature, Mother Chen couldn't help but praise him on the spot. Are you a police officer as well? Father Chen also had a favorable first impression of Hao Shun. In his youth, Father Chen was quite handsome himself, and he had always worried that his beautiful daughter would choose an unattractive son-in-law, thus squandering such fine genes. Therefore, he held high standards when it came to appearances. But Hao Shun resembled a star from television, which greatly pleased him. Yes, I am a second-level officer, just like Xianran, Hao Shun replied earnestly. Xianran? Father Chen was taken aback. The familiarity in the address caught him off guard. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. And do come to our home to visit when you can. Father Chen smiled broadly. All right, uncle, we shall take our leave now. Hao Shun replied before returning to the car. Chen Xianran joined him in the vehicle. Hao Shun pressed the ignition button, and the Lanta began to move forward slowly. Your parents seem to quite like me, Hao Shun remarked with a smile. How do you figure that? Chen Xianran scoffed. Isn't it obvious? Hao Shun said. The way your mother looked at me just now. How should I put it? A mother-in-law gazing at her son-in-law grows fonder by the moment. How shameless. Chen Xianran shot him a glare. My mom was merely being polite. Don't take it too seriously. Let us set aside whether your mother has taken a liking to me for now. Hao Shun continued. You know, I was caught on camera for illegal parking while waiting for you. And just like that, $200 down the drain. Oh, Chen Xianran was momentarily taken aback. Are you foolish? Why didn't you wait for me at the open parking lot ahead? I was merely concerned that you would wander too far. Hao Shun clicked his tongue. Look at your slender arms and legs. His seemingly casual remark, laden with subtlety, inexplicably warmed Chen Xuanran's heart. However, half a second later, an alarm bell rang in her mind. This was his usual tactic. He endeavored to win people over with trifling favors. Leading them step by step into the trap he meticulously set, just as he had done with those previous girls. Chen Xuanran's face paled in an instant. She could not fall into his snare. Therefore, she pulled out her phone and promptly transferred 200 via WeChat. I've sent you the money. Remember to collect it later. Chen Xianran stated. Chapter 71. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about the case? Why are you being so polite with me? We are all family, after all. Hao Shun nudged his lips. Who considers you family? Chen Xianran replied. We are merely partners, so do not confuse the matter. All right, since you are willing to offer. Would I really hesitate to accept? Hao Shun smiled at Chen Xianran. To be honest, you look truly beautiful today. This compliment pleased Chen Xianran, causing a slight smile to unconsciously grace her lips. However, alarms blared in her mind. Danger, danger, danger. Flattering words to amuse someone. This is Hao Shun's usual tactic for charming women. By the way, where are we headed today? Chen Xianran swiftly changed the subject. Hao Shun pondered for a moment. Let us first check in at the station, and then head to Evergrande City where Zhu Xinyang resides, to see what this old fellow has been up to lately. Thus, after checking in at the police station, the two drove directly to Evergrande City. Before long, Hao Shun spotted Zhu Xinyang. He was strolling around the community's rubber track, but Hao Shun realized that the old man was not merely taking a walk. He was there to ogle the lovely ladies, particularly those with more ample figures running. The old man's gaze was fixated on their swaying forms. Hao Shun then donned a mask and pulled up his collar to obscure his face. He stealthily approached the old man and deliberately dropped a small card featuring Pan Malian's alluring photographs onto the rubber track. Zhu Xinyang noticed nothing amiss and soon came across several photographs of alluring women scattered on the ground. The old man paused for half a second, stepped on one of the cards, and then, surveying the area for any onlookers, feigned tying his shoelaces before swiftly slipping the card into his pocket. He then sought a secluded spot, eagerly extracting the card to scrutinize the beauty within. Hao Shun, employing his enhanced vision, observed the lascivious grin adorning the old man's face from a distance, clearly entranced by Pan Malian. With a sigh, the old man lamented, such a stunning beauty. And yet I remain unresponsive. Zhu Xuanyang's expression mirrored a profound sense of disillusionment, aptly reflecting the sentiment that the setting sun paints beauty in infinite hues while the birds weep at twilight. After uttering these thoughts, he tucked the card back into his pocket and returned home, sighing heavily. As expected, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran waited in vain for Zhu Xuanyang's call throughout the morning, indicating that the old man was eager yet powerless. It was not entirely his fault. Hao Shun had no choice but to reach out to Sister Malian for assistance. No problem at all, leave it to me, she assured confidently before promptly heading to the Hengda City community. The trio did not have to wait long before they spotted the old man taking a stroll after his lunch. When Pan Malian noticed him alone in the pavilion, she approached him directly, while Hao Shun and Chen Xianran kept their distance to avoid detection. Yet, upon activating his supervision, Hao Shun perceived the old man and Pan Malian's every movement as if through a telescope. Of course, Hao Shun was unaware of the conversation between Pan Malian and the old man, but he did observe her seating herself closely beside Zhu Xinyang. Thanks to his enhanced eyesight, He could distinctly discern the old man's expression of sheer ecstasy. Before long, a message from Mei Jia appeared on Hao Shun's WeChat, showcasing an affirmative gesture. Clearly, she had accomplished her objective. Both Hao Shun and Qin Xianran were elated. Indeed, Mei Jia was a master among masters. Whenever she chose to intervene, none could evade her grasp. Shortly thereafter, Pan Malian and Zhu Xianyang hailed a cab to his apartment. Upon entering, the old fellow eagerly lunged forward, ready to indulge. However, before any further actions could unfold, Hao Shun forcefully kicked open the door to Pan Malian's residence, catching them red-handed. Zhu Xianyang was instantly paralyzed with fear, and upon recognizing Hao Shun and Qin Xianran, he immediately grasped the situation. He had unwittingly fallen victim to a police trap. Isn't this method rather unorthodox? Zhu Xianyang remarked with a hint of melancholy. I care not for your rules. It is you who has compelled this, Hao Shun retorted with a chuckle. I have video evidence of the entire encounter. Even the mightiest cannot alter the facts of your solicitation. Zhu Xianyang, fully aware of the snare he had stumbled into, could do nothing but seethe with frustration. Master Zhu, I do not wish to be at odds with you. If you could share with me what you know about the Hongyi case, I assure you that I will not hinder your future enjoyment with Sister Malian. Zhu Xianyang glanced at Pan Malian, still somewhat hesitant. Hao Shun continued, I am aware of your current health issues, which you have just experienced yourself. Given your condition, only our stunning Malian can restore your vigor. If you refuse, I guarantee that no matter how much money you spend, Malian will not entertain your business. This struck a chord deep within Zhu Xianyang. He had not anticipated that even the Mingming Urology Hospital could not remedy his affliction. Yet this woman before him might possess the ability to rejuvenate him. It even rekindled the youthful fervor within him. Pan Malian stepped forward and gently caressed the old man's body, saying, Old Zhu, please assist my brother. If you do, I shall gift you a membership card with a 20% discount. The allure of the discount proved irresistible. Under Pan Malian's temptation, Zhu Xianyang capitulated. Very well, I shall take the plunge, he declared, rising to gaze out the window, lost in contemplation. In truth, I had taken an interest in the Hongyi case 15 years ago. Zhu Xianyang began to recount. Just the unique, binding method associated with this case indicates that it was not the work of an ordinary individual. What do you mean? Hao Shun inquired, perplexed. The method of binding the child is known as the soul lock knot. It is a technique unique to Taoism. My master once mentioned that there are no more than 5 individuals in the entire Great Xia who are familiar with this binding method. Hao Shun was taken aback. Are you suggesting that one of these 5 individuals is the perpetrator of the Hongyi case? This is a matter for your police. Zhu Xianyang replied. The soul locking knot is an essential component of the soul extraction technique. This particular sorcery is so nefarious that it has long been lost to time, hence the scarcity of practitioners nationwide. Hao Shun inquired, do you know the origin of the child's pinhole? The pinhole was left by a soul-splitting needle soaked in corpse oil, precisely positioned to pierce the Yangbai acupoint. This is also a necessary step in the soul extraction technique. The assailant must have first subdued the boy, dressed him in the soul-locking Hongyi, and attached the soul-weighing weight, which constitutes the soul retention. After the boy's demise, the soul-splitting needle would be inserted into the Yangbai acupoint to commence the soul leakage. Subsequently, the assailant would utilize a specialized artifact to capture the child's spirit, taking it away directly. What kind of artifact is it? Hao Shun could not refrain from asking. I am uncertain, but it must be an iron object to contain the spirit. According to our Maoshan Taoist teachings, it is quite challenging to thoroughly extract the soul. Therefore, the perpetrator had to elevate the child off the ground, suspending him from the beam, to effectively remove the child's most keen spirit. Hao Shun and Qin Xianran listened in astonishment. Indeed, such miraculous sorcery existed in this world. What purpose does the child's spirit serve? Hao Shun further questioned. In accordance with our Taoist beliefs, the most keen spirit can be used for cultivating immortality, and the imprisonment of the soul ensures that the deceased cannot achieve rebirth for eternity. Zhu Xianyang's assertion remarkably aligns with the conjectures of many online. It appears that the perpetrator is driven either by a desire for cultivation or by a thirst for vengeance. Zhu Xianyang continued, however, do you not find one aspect of the case from 15 years ago rather peculiar? What aspect? Hao Shun and Qin Xianran echoed in unison. The murder occurred during the Chou hour, precisely at 2 in the morning. After taking the child's soul, the assailant had ample time to remove the boy's body, change his garments, or even stage it as a suicide, especially since he was witnessed by the villagers. Yet, this culprit not only failed to do so, but also left the soul-catching talisman attached to the child. Why then did he flee in such haste? I find myself utterly perplexed. Zhu Xianyang's words left Hao Shun and Qin Xianran exchanging glances. Could it be that this individual is merely half-witted? Qin Xianran ventured. It doesn't seem so. Zhu Xianyang shook his head. Hao Shun pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark of insight illuminated his mind. There is but one possibility. The perpetrator did not forget to carry out this act. Rather, Something went awry during the soul extraction process, or perhaps a horrific event transpired, causing him to flee in terror. Chapter 72. I am merely reclaiming what I have lost, bit by bit. Hao Shun's words ignited a spark of realization in Zhu Xianyang. Indeed, how had he not considered this before? He gazed at Hao Shun and remarked, "Young man, your statement has unraveled a mystery that has perplexed me for over a decade. I finally comprehend. Was it truly so?" Hao Shun had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting to hit the mark. "It is quite possible that what you suggest is accurate," he replied. Zhu Xianyang began to feel a surge of excitement. "I have perused online investigative reports and was baffled as to why the stool beneath the child was situated a meter away from where he hanged himself. It appears the murderer had kicked it away in a moment of panic. Something horrifying must have transpired, causing even a Taoist master to lose composure, abandoning the soul-stealing talisman in haste." Chun Xianran grasped the implication. "Master, are you suggesting that the murderer failed in the soul extraction?" "Very likely," Zhu Xianyang nodded. "What would be the consequence of such a failure?" Hao Shun inquired. "If, during the soul retrieval process, the spirit escapes and is not confined by the magical artifact, it could lead to what people commonly refer to as a soul scattering," Zhu Xianyang explained. Both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran were taken aback, with Hao Shun exclaiming, "You cannot be implying that the child has transformed into a vengeful spirit." Chun Xianran felt a chill run down his spine at the suggestion. Zhu Xianyang waved his hand dismissively. "I did not claim such a thing. We are living in a technological era, with the advent of AI like ChatGPT. How can we still harbor such superstitions? As for ghosts, I have yet to encounter one, and it is imperative that we adhere to scientific reasoning. Do you understand?" Hao Shun was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, a Taoist priest from Maoshan had been discussing soul retrieval and cultivation, and now he was delving into the realms of ChatGPT and science? If our conjectures hold true, could it be that the new Hongyi case occurred due to the perpetrator's frustration over a previous failure, leading them to strike again? Chen Xian proposed a hypothesis. Without hesitation, Hao Shun retrieved some photographic evidence related to the new Hongyi case and handed it to Zhu Xianyang. "Master, could you kindly examine these and see if there are any similarities between the two cases?" Zhu Xianyang scrutinized the photographs with utmost care and ultimately reached a conclusion. "This is undoubtedly an act of imitation." "Imitation?" Hao Shun gasped. "How did you deduce that?" Zhu Xianyang pointed at the photographs. "If you observe closely, do you not notice the 2 pinpricks on his forehead?" "2 pinpricks?" Hao Shun exclaimed, lifting the specially printed high-definition photo for a closer inspection. Indeed, beside the bloodied pinhole discovered by the police, there was another less conspicuous small hole, which had not bled, leaving merely a tiny mark. "I understand now. The murderer misapplied the needle the first time and then reinserted it," Hao Shun realized with clarity. "Precisely," Zhu Xianyang affirmed. "Moreover, it is evident that he did not use a corpse oil needle, for such a needle would not cause this amount of bleeding. Additionally, the weight of the plumb bob beneath his feet is clearly insufficient." Hastily, Hao Shun compared the photographs of the 2 children and indeed found that the plumb bob in the new Hongyi case was a size smaller. "Is there significance to this?" Hao Shun inquired. "Indeed, the soul weights weigh precisely 8 pounds and 8 taels, with not a fraction more or less. Hence, the soul weight in the case of the Huani was handcrafted, and it is evident that it resembles the kind commonly used by rural households. Truly, one must seek the expertise of professionals in such matters. In other words, this case is merely a clumsy imitation." Hao Shun understood. He could deceive the layman, but to deceive me would not be so simple, Zhu Xianyang remarked with a smile. Hao Shun then began to ponder deeply. After a while, he inquired, "Master, what do you believe was the motive behind the perpetrator of the Huani case 15 years ago? Was it for the purpose of cultivating immortality? Or was it an act of revenge against the deceased?" Zhu Xianyang reflected for a moment and replied, "Let me put it this way. If it were for the purpose of cultivating immortality, according to our Taoist practices, merely possessing a single soul would be utterly inadequate. To successfully cultivate, one must harness the souls of 13 individuals with identical fates. Could the subsequent series of child fatalities be related to this?" Chun Xianren interjected. Hao Shun concurred. "Indeed, the 12 children, together with our Huani boy, total precisely 13. This remains unclear to us," Zhu Xianyang continued. "Furthermore, the techniques of soul extraction are not singular. The circumstances of those children's deaths varied widely. As for whether their souls were indeed extracted, that remains uncertain. By the way, Master, you previously mentioned that there are no more than 5 individuals in the country capable of performing such arts. Do you know who they are?" Hao Shun asked. Zhu Xianyang responded, "I too have heard my master say as much, but I am, of course, unaware of their specific identities. Aside from you, who else in Jiang City possesses such skills?" Hao Shun inquired further. Zhu Xianyang paused for a moment. "Well, since the conversation has reached this point, I shall divulge the information," Zhu Xianyang replied. Apart from myself, there is another individual who possesses these abilities. Who is it? Hao Shun pressed on. My senior brother. Zhu Xianyang recounted, instantly transported back several decades by the tide of memory. When I first entered the Jingyi sect, my senior brother had already been studying magical arts at the temple for many years. In theory, he should be the 38th successor of our sect. However, he later fell in love with a junior sister, thereby violating the temple's rules, and was subsequently expelled by our master. So, he might have a deeper understanding of the soul retrieval technique than you do? Hao Shun queried. That is certainly the case, Zhu Xianyang affirmed. I later learned that he returned to his hometown, Pu family village, and became a folk Taoist, assisting others with funerary matters and consequently earning a fair sum. Hao Shun chuckled. I suspect he still doesn't earn as much as you do. Zhu Xianyang burst into laughter. You know how high my expenses are. He added. Just on hospital visits alone, I've spent over 100,000 recently. Chun Xianran mused to himself. Well, you brought this upon yourself, acting so irresponsibly at your age. My senior brother has a peculiar personality, quite vindictive, Zhu Xianyang continued. However, he likely has no connections with the Kuang family. If he was involved in the Hongyi case 15 years ago, the possibility of him being a cultivator is quite substantial. Why is that? Chen Xian inquired. In the past, within the Taoist temple, he was utterly captivated by this pursuit. Moreover, beyond the cultivation techniques of our Jingyi sect, he even delved into the scriptures of other sects, such as the essentials of Tai, seeking enlightenment and elevation as his long-held aspiration, the very impetus for his spiritual journey. Alas, in the end, he was swept away by his junior sister. Hao Shun chuckled heartily. No wonder you previously rejected us. Were you afraid of his retaliation? My senior brother possesses profound Taoist skills, so I must confess, I truly fear being overwhelmed by him. Ha ha ha, your interests lie not in this realm, I see. Hao Shun replied sheepishly. Zhu Xianyang, with a wry smile, remarked, I am aware that you look down upon me, deeming me an old fool, lost in vice at my age, but do you truly understand the trials I have endured? As the saying goes, one cannot advise others on virtue without having suffered. I have no qualms in revealing that I emerged from the temple at the age of 40. My face flushed at the sight of a woman. My first encounter with a woman ended with 2 slaps, as I mistakenly entered the wrong place. At that moment, I vowed to reclaim all that I had once lost. Hao Shun laughed heartily. I can understand. Chun Xianran, standing nearby, could only remain speechless. This old man truly spoke without restraint. Who knew there was still a maiden of ripe age? How shameless. Before Hao Shun departed, Zhu Xianyang earnestly reminded him to exercise caution during their investigation of the case. Naturally, Hao Shun was not one to forget kindness, so he specifically instructed Sister Malian to extend a warm welcome to him. Chapter 73. If you dare to slap my bottom, I swear I will bite you. Hao Shun and Chen Xian emerged from Pan Malian's residence and set off together towards Xiaogo. Chun Xianren noticed that Hao Shun remained unusually silent throughout the journey, presumably lost in thought. Accustomed to his incessant chatter, Chun Xianren found this sudden quietness rather disconcerting. As she gazed at Hao Shun's exquisitely sculpted visage, she realized that he appeared remarkably handsome when deep in contemplation. How long do you intend to stare at me with such lascivious eyes? Hao Shun suddenly interjected, startling Chun Xianren, who quickly turned her head away. I wasn't looking at you. You're just being overly sentimental. Well, if I am looking, then so be it. There's no need for embarrassment. Hao Shun chuckled heartily. I simply can't resist the urge to steal a kiss. I might even endure a little loss to indulge you. Kiss you? I haven't even settled the score with you for that time you stole a kiss. The mere mention of the incident ignited Chun Xuanran's ire. Sister, do you understand the concept of betting and accepting defeat? Hao Shun remarked, shaking his head. One must uphold integrity, you know? Chun Xianran, realizing she had no grounds for argument, could only swallow her grievances in silence. Actually, I was contemplating something earlier, Hao Shun said in a serious tone. Do you think Zhu Xuanyang's words can be trusted? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Xianran replied. Do you really believe the words of a customer in such a dubious profession can hold any credibility? Upon hearing this, Hao Shun recognized that she was subtly criticizing him. Yet he lacked any evidence to counter her claim. Isn't that so? Chun Xianran inquired, deliberately fixating her gaze on Hao Shun. All right, I understand your meaning, Hao Shun conceded. We patrons are hardly paragons of virtue, and thus our words are inherently untrustworthy. As long as you understand, Chun Xianran felt a surge of triumph, his heart swelling with pride. Hao Shun continued. However, to speak candidly, I too harbor doubts regarding the old man's words. They cannot be wholly dismissed. Yet neither can they be accepted at face value. In truth, Hao Shun had already discerned through his exceptional insight that the old man had not committed murder, though he refrained from voicing this revelation outright. Could it be that the senior brother he mentioned is merely a fabrication? Chun Xianran inquired. Whether true or false remains uncertain. Yet this individual undoubtedly exists, for he provided us with a name and address, fully aware that we would pursue the matter further. Hao Shun's reasoning was sound, prompting Chun Xianran to nod in agreement. Indeed, he affirmed. Hao Shun elaborated. If he is indeed the culprit, he would naturally weave a narrative to confound us. Thus, the veracity of his statements is something we must ascertain for ourselves. However, I can't help but feel that in our conversation with Zhu Xinyang, we seem to have overlooked something. Overlooked what? Surely, there is nothing amiss. Chun Xianran replied. I secretly recorded our dialogue, so when we return, you can replay it and listen thoroughly. Oh, how unexpected, Hao Shun remarked with surprise. I didn't realize you possessed such cleverness. I had thought you were merely a decorative figure. You are the one who is merely decorative. Chun Xianran retorted, pouting slightly. I am a bona fide graduate of the police academy, and during high school, I ranked within the top 50 of my class. Given your prowess, what did you achieve? Chun Xianran posed the question, evidently anticipating that Hao Shun's academic performance during his studies would be less than stellar. I fear my revelation may startle you. Yet do consult your sister about it, I remarked. Hao Shun smiled wryly. Why not speak up? It seems you are merely afraid of the embarrassment that might ensue. Chun Xianran pouted. Your beauty renders whatever you utter as correct, does it not? Hao Shun continued. But honestly, I can't shake the feeling that the old man is withholding something from us. Upon finishing his statement, Hao Shun pressed the accelerator firmly. Let us return and discuss this further. As Hao Shun drove the Lamborghini, despite its striking presence on the road, it soon became apparent that the fuel gauge was once again illuminated. Goodness, we've only traveled 300 kilometers and we're out of gas. Hao Shun had not anticipated the voracious fuel consumption of such a supercar. Reluctantly, he decided they must first make a stop at a gas station. Upon arriving, a Lamborghini SUV pulled into the station, causing the attendant to momentarily freeze in astonishment. The sight of the vehicle adorned with police insignia rendered her utterly incredulous. Numerous drivers, filling their tanks, could not resist casting curious glances at this peculiar automobile. Hao Shun exited the vehicle and approached the attendant. Good day, sir. Which octane would you prefer? Hao Shun chuckled. 92. Excuse me? The attendant was taken aback. Are you certain? Huh. I was merely jesting. I too desire 92, but the car has its own preferences. He laughed, giving the engine hood a playful pat. Fill it with 98, please. The attendant smiled in return. I thought as much. You truly have a penchant for humor. Handsome. She then opened the fuel tank cover and inserted the long nozzle into the rear of the imposing vehicle. Refueling took time, and the young lady glanced at Hao Shun, then stole a furtive look at the co-pilot, Chun Xianran. You must be celebrities, right? Filming a movie? Hao Shun chuckled. Not every handsome man can be a star. We are police officers. Police officers? The young lady gasped in surprise. So this is truly a police car? Indeed. Hao Shun replied. It is our station's utility vehicle. Before long, the tank was full. After settling the bill, Hao Shun returned to the car and pressed the accelerator, driving away with a flourish. The attendant at the gas station gazed at the retreating figure of the vehicle, lost in thought for quite a while before regaining her senses. Such a lavish SUV is actually a police car? Have the police stations become this ostentatious? This vehicle consumes an excessive amount of fuel, Hao Shun remarked as he drove. I'll report this to Sister Zhang later. She will undoubtedly be furious. Of course, Chun Xianran responded. Our small town, Xiaohigu, has limited annual funding. Now with the maintenance of your Lamborghini, everyone may have to tighten their belts. Hao Shun concurred. Maintaining 2 luxury cars in Xiaohigu indeed posed a considerable strain. Moreover, Chun Xianran added, this vehicle draws too much attention, which is not advantageous for our operations. After pondering for a moment, Hao Shun realized Chun Xianran was correct. Perhaps we should sell this car, he suddenly suggested. Sell it. Chun Xianran was taken aback. Indeed, I shall sell this car and retain the remaining Ferrari for occasional display. To flaunt when necessary. The proceeds from this sale will enable me to acquire a G-Class. I have researched, and a brand new model costs over 6,800,000. Even if we sell it for 5 million, with an additional 2 million for the G-Class, we would still have 3 million left, which could be allocated for maintenance and other expenses, thus ensuring ample funding for our department. This certainly is a splendid idea. Chun Xianran concurred. I recall that old Ma's son deals in second-hand luxury cars. Perhaps we could inquire with him to see if we can make a swift transaction. That sounds perfect. It saves us the hassle. Suddenly, Chun Xianran recalled something. But what if the director disapproves? Why on earth would he object? Hao Shun frowned and replied. This car was procured through my own efforts, and it was in my possession before she arrived at Xiaogo. If she dares to oppose, I shall publicly reprimand her in front of the entire department. Speaking of reprimanding, Chun Xianran was reminded of an incident at the KTV when Pan Meiyan received an unwarranted slap on the backside from him. Such ruffian behavior is entirely intolerable to Chun Xianran. Hao Shun, let me make this clear. Should you ever attempt to treat me as you did at the KTV, I assure you, I will not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Is that so? Hao Shun grinned lewdly. Chapter 74. 15 years ago, his daughter drowned in a pond. The two returned to the small creek, where Hao Shun directly approached Meng Xiaojun to propose the idea of selling the car. To his surprise, Meng Xiaojun agreed on the spot. Chen Xianren also asked old Ma about his son, and upon hearing the news, the latter immediately expressed his willingness to come over right away. After all, the car had not yet completed its break-in period, and to protect the paint, the logo had been covered with a sticker that could easily be removed. The price offered was in line with Hao Shun's expectations, 5 million, and the dealership agreed to the transaction without hesitation. Hao Shun promptly purchased a second-hand G-Class for 1.2 million, which had only been driven for a little over 2,000 kilometers, and after transferring ownership, he drove it straight back to the police station. Although it lacked the flamboyance of the previous Lamborghini, this vehicle excelled in practicality. The following day, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran set out in their new police car to investigate the senior disciple Yang Xuanzong, as mentioned by Zhu Xianyang. According to Zhu, Yang Xuanzong returned directly to Pajia town in Tongzhou County, Jiang City, after leaving the Taoist temple. With Tongzhou being over 200 kilometers from Jiang City, they arrived at their destination in less than 2 hours thanks to the G-Class. They soon located Yang Xuanzong through the villagers. However, to Hao Shun's astonishment, they encountered a grave overgrown with weeds. Later, they found Yang Xuanzong's home and learned from his widow that he had passed away 18 years ago, 3 years prior to the occurrence of the Hongyi case. In other words, Yang Xuanzong had no connection to the Hongyi case at all. Hao Shun and Chen Xuanran's spirits plummeted instantly. Since they had come this far, the two decided to delve deeper into the matter. Madam, do you live here alone? Chen Xianren casually inquired. The elderly lady nodded. I have grown accustomed to living alone. What about your children? Chen Xianran continued to ask. They are in the city, urging me to join them, but I declined. I am not accustomed to city life. The air here is fresh, and I can visit neighbors freely, which is far better than in the city. How many children do you have? Hao Shun suddenly recalled something. Just one son, residing in Jiacheng, but he seldom returns, the lady replied. What does your son do? Hao Shun inquired further. He used to be a teacher, but that was many years ago. Now, it seems he is involved in real estate, though I cannot quite grasp the specifics. Your son was a teacher? Chen Xianran was equally astonished. Where did he teach? The lady pondered for a moment. I believe it was a place called Zaiga Town, where he taught Chinese at the local junior high school. Then, for reasons unknown, he suddenly resigned. The lady's words struck a chord with Hao Shun and Chen Xianran, illuminating their thoughts. Do you recall the specific year he resigned? Chen Xianran asked. The lady contemplated. It should have been in 2009, as I turned 60 that year. After resigning, he even returned home to host a banquet for me. What is your son's name? Hao Shun inquired. Yang Dahai. Upon returning to the car, Hao Shun remarked. I feel that this Yang Dahai seems quite suspicious. Chen Xianran remarked. If what Zhu Xianyang said holds true, his father possesses the soul extraction technique, which greatly increases the likelihood. Furthermore, he is a middle school teacher in Xiaohu town. Even if he is not a teacher of Guangjijun, you should at least be acquainted with him. Moreover, it is quite a coincidence that he resigned 3 months after the child's death 15 years ago. Hao Shun pondered silently. I shall have my friend investigate his background. With that, Hao Shun retrieved his phone and dialed a number associated with someone known as Senwazi. The call was answered promptly. Brother, could you help me look into a person? Yang Dahai from Simeon Mountain Village in Pajia Town, Tongzhou County, Jiangcheng City. He used to be a teacher, and I'd like to know his current status. Oh, and please send me a photo of him. After hanging up, Hao Shun noticed Chen Xianran staring intently at him. Whom are you having investigated? He inquired. A high school classmate of mine, Hao Shun replied. This guy is quite remarkable. He was the one who hacked the municipal police department's official website to disseminate false news regarding a previous homicide case. He is a renowned hacker in Daxia. Is he really that impressive? Chen Xianran expressed his surprise. You seem to have quite a few connections. He was a prodigy in high school, and now he serves as the chief of network security at a large internet corporation, reportedly at the P9 level, which is certainly formidable, given his stature. Does he truly wish to assist you? You must have quite an influence, Chen Xian inquired with curiosity. A P9 at an internet company signifies an absolute executive position. Yet during the call, Hao Shun had addressed him informally as Senwazi, issuing directives as though he were addressing a subordinate. One must show respect. Hao Shun chuckled, reminiscing. Back in high school, this fellow was bullied by a group of ruffians and was severely beaten. Had I not intervened, those 3 years would have morphed into his personal hell. Is that so? Chen Xianran exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I never would have guessed you possessed such a sense of justice. Just joking. Hao Shun laughed heartily. During our time at Longshan High School, it was I, Brother Shun, who held the fort. You can ask around. During the years I was there, who would dare to bully our classmates or harass the younger girls? Chen Xianran found herself unable to counter his assertion. In those days, as the school belle, she often faced harassment from outside hooligans loitering at the school gates, to the point where her father had to escort her daily. She recalled her classmates lamenting that if brother Hao Shun had been around, such incidents would never have transpired. As these memories swirled in her mind, Chun Xianran distinctly felt her fondness for Hao Shun intensifying, prompting her internal alarm to sound once again. Beware, beware. Do not be beguiled by his legendary heroics from the past. This man was a lecher, a libertine, a gambler, and a streetwise rogue, with a plethora of former flames. Such a man should not inspire any affection. Absolutely not. Chun Xianran quickly sought to alleviate her thoughts by recalling Hao Shun's numerous disgraceful deeds. Before long, her phone rang. Yang Dahai, born on July 5, 1974, of Han ethnicity, graduated from Tongzhou Pujiatan Primary School in 1987 and subsequently enrolled in Jiangxing Normal University in 1990. He commenced his career in 1995 and was assigned to teach 7th grade at the Central School in Xiaoguga Town in 2002. However, in November 2009, he was expelled from the school due to gambling. In 2011, he ventured into the real estate brokerage industry and later diversified into multiple projects. Presently, he holds the esteemed position of chairman of Shengtian Group, with an estimated fortune of around 1 billion. 1 billion? Hao Shun was taken aback. He never imagined that Yang Dahai was, in fact, a billionaire. Furthermore, I discovered that Yang Dahai, during his gambling addiction, accumulated considerable debts, leading to his wife divorcing him in 2004. At that time, the couple had a daughter named Yang Wenwen, who was later awarded to the father and resided with Yang Dahai in the dormitory provided by the school. Tragically, in April 2009, one night when Yang Dahai was out gambling and did not return home, his daughter took a flashlight to search for him and unfortunately fell into a fish pond, drowning. Additionally, it is noteworthy that his daughter and the deceased Kwang Jijun, who is currently under investigation in the clothing case, were classmates, and Yang Dahai was their homeroom teacher. What? Yang Dahai's deceased daughter was a classmate of Kwang Jijun? He was also the homeroom teacher for both children? Chapter 75. A tailored television drama that you refused to star in. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran exchanged glances, realizing that there was indeed a connection behind this. Shortly thereafter, Hao Shun received a photograph of Yang Dahai sent by Sanwazi. As expected, the two characters killing loomed ominously atop his head. This strongly suggested that he was likely the murderer. However, Hao Shun was acutely aware that despite the alarming inscription on Yang Dahai's head, it could not definitively confirm him as the true culprit in the Hongi boy case. His previous methods, snake baths, seduction, and ghostly impersonations, had already crossed the line, leading the chief to strictly prohibit any further extreme tactics. In other words, absent concrete evidence, apprehending Yang Dahai would only result in a maximum detention of 24 hours. What he needed to do now was to meticulously unravel the truth and unearth evidence of Yang Dahai's guilt. The suspicion surrounding Yang Dahai was increasingly mounting. Chun Xianran remarked. Since he is Kwang Jijun's homeroom teacher, it would be quite straightforward to ascertain the deceased's birth date through a home visit. Hao Shun nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chun Xianran continued. Moreover, he had an opportunity to commit the crime. Although it was midnight when everyone was asleep, Yang Dahai is single, leaving no one to verify his whereabouts at that time. Hao Shun nodded again. Furthermore, the deceased bore no signs of struggle or resistance, indicating that he either succumbed to intimidation or willingly complied. Just consider, who could exert such influence? It seems that only his homeroom teacher could possibly fit the bill. Turns out, you're not foolish after all. You are quite foolish, Chun Xianran remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Hao Shun. Hao Shun continued. It seems we must regard Yang Dahai as the primary suspect in this case. I suspect that the death of his daughter is indeed linked to this incident. It could very well be an act of vengeance. Are you implying that his daughter's death was no accident, but rather the result of an act by Kwang Jijun? Chun Xianran blurted out. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Hao Shun replied. Kwang Jijun typically resides at school, which means he indeed had both the time and opportunity to harm Yang Wenwen. Previously, Zhu Xianyang mentioned that Kwang Jijun's death was likely motivated by revenge. This now appears to hold water. Upon investigating Kwang Jijun's family, the police found that he had virtually no enemies. It became evident that they had been pursuing the wrong leads. The child's death may not have been caused by the enemies of her parents, but rather by her own adversaries. Indeed, this line of reasoning aligns perfectly, Chun Xianran exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Alas, Hao Shun sighed. Even if Yang Dahai is the culprit, obtaining evidence will prove to be exceedingly challenging. Hao Shun's assertion was accurate. The reason the Hongi case remained unsolved was due to the perpetrator leaving no traces at the crime scene, not even a fingerprint. This posed a significant obstacle to the investigation. One must understand that the current standard is innocent until proven guilty, in the absence of any evidence. Unless the perpetrator confesses or admits their guilt, there is little that can be done. Thus, Even with the knowledge of his culpability, without concrete proof, they were at a standstill. What shall we do next? Hao Shun's words immediately caused Chen Xianran to furrow his brow in deep contemplation. First and foremost, we must ascertain the veracity of all our hypotheses. Only then can I devise a strategy to confront Yang Dehai. Hao Shun resolved to delve into the past of the deceased, Kwang Jijun, from the Hongyi case, to uncover the nature of his relationship with Yang Dehai's daughter. He swiftly learned that during his school days, Kwang Jijun had a childhood friend from the same village, with whom he shared a close bond. Perhaps through this individual, he could discern what kind of child the deceased truly was and whether there had been any animosity with Yang Wanwen. Such information was crucial for solving the case. Before long, Chen Xianran accessed the internal system and located that childhood friend, Liao Wenbin. 15 years had passed since the incident, and Liao, who was merely 13 at the time, was now 28, 2 years older than Hao Shun. It was said that Liao Wenbin had not even completed middle school before he ventured into a life of delinquency, and he was currently managing a bathhouse on Binjiang Road in the Nanwan district. Upon hearing the term bathhouse, Hao Shun couldn't help but smile wryly. Chen Xianran understood that this was yet another establishment he was all too familiar with. As expected, Hao Shun, with his connections from his past, made a few phone calls and quickly gathered the necessary information. The bathhouse where Liao Wenbin worked was called Dream Valley, a high-end entertainment venue offering both sensual and wholesome services, reportedly employing over 100 women, some of whom even swam in the water. However, due to the owner's strong connections, the establishment had rarely been scrutinized since its inception. Consequently, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran proceeded directly to the bathhouse in search of Liao Wenbin. Upon entering the lobby, to Hao Shun's surprise, he encountered two familiar faces, one a patron and the other a hostess. Ah, is that not Shunzi? Where has he struck gold? The rotund man with a beer belly, cradling a beautiful woman, wore a sheepish grin. He was the proprietor of a company, previously acquainted with Hao Shun at the mahjong table. Strike gold? Do I appear to be in a position to do so? Hao Shun chuckled. Perhaps the day I sport a belly akin to yours, Wei Go, will be the day fortune smiles upon me. The girl nestled in the fat man's embrace recognized Hao Shun as well. She too had ventured into business independently, only to transition into the system due to lackluster returns. Shunzi, I've heard whispers of your recent acquisitions, a new car, a new house. What gives? Have you washed your hands of the past and prepared to settle down? After speaking, she cast a glance at Chen Xianran, who understood her implication and promptly clarified. I am not his girlfriend. We are merely colleagues. You needn't explain. Beautiful, the young lady laughed. Let me tell you, as long as you remain by this lad's side, you will inevitably fall for him. Colleagues and lovers, after all, differ by just a single character. Chen Xianran felt a flush of embarrassment at her words. Sister, please don't tease my friend. We are genuinely just colleagues. Observing Chen Xuanran's bashful demeanor, Hao Shun instinctively felt protective. Just then, a resounding voice erupted behind him. Hao Shun, am I mistaken? What brings you here? Hao Shun turned to find a sophisticated woman approaching, warmly embracing him without letting go. Chen Xianran was left astonished. Who is she? Surely, he hasn't run into another ex-girlfriend? At this age, one might even consider becoming a mother, wouldn't one? Of course. Hao Shun could never engage in a game of cards with an elder sister so much as senior. After embracing the affluent lady long enough, she finally released her grip, exclaiming, Hao Shun, it's been months since we last met, and you've grown even more handsome. What have you been up to lately? You haven't come to visit your sister. Oh, just busying myself aimlessly. With you being so occupied, how could I dare to intrude? Hao Shun replied. Are you avoiding your sister? The wealthy lady teased. Do you recall the television series I commissioned last year, tailored specifically for you? What was it called? Oh, yes, A Thought Across the Mountains. The leading male role was originally meant for you, and I even arranged for Sure to star alongside you. Yet, you declined, allowing someone else to seize the opportunity. Look at how popular Yu Ning has become now. Beside them, Chen Xianran grasped the situation. This was indeed a wealthy woman. Hao Shun, surprisingly, had a close relationship with such a socialite. Furthermore, the television series A Thought Across the Mountains had initially cast Hao Shun as its leading man. Specially crafted for him, Chen Xianran was currently following this show and had developed a strong admiration for the male lead. She could scarcely fathom that had Hao Shun accepted the role, the star she now adored would have been none other than him. This was the most astonishing revelation Chen Xianran had ever experienced. Hao Shun chuckled. Sister, you know me well, aside from my decent looks. I truly lack the talent in that regard. If I had taken the role, your investment would likely have gone down the drain. What is a mere sum of money? The affluent woman waved her hand dismissively, stating, merely tens of millions. It is insufficient for my sister's pocket money. By the way, have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time? If you are willing, feel free to express any desires to me directly. As I have said before, anything under $1 billion is yours to choose. I acknowledged my sister's good intentions, Hao Shun chuckled, but I already have a girlfriend. Upon saying this, he pulled the dazed Qin Xianren over, discreetly signaling her with a glance. Here we go again. Qin Xianren felt exasperated. Why had she become his designated shield against past entanglements? Though reluctant, she ultimately did not refuse. The wealthy woman scrutinized Qin Xianren from head to toe and, with a sardonic tone, remarked, Ah, Hao Shun, every woman is beautiful in her youth, yet in a few years, they all turn into haggard faces. By then, it will be too late for regrets. With that, the affluent woman turned on her heel and strode away. Chapter 76, A Skirmish. You are still too naive. Upon seeing the affluent woman depart, Hao Shun tugged at Qin Xianren and urged, let us leave swiftly. There are too many acquaintances here. Qin Xianren pouted. Is it my fault for being handsome? Hao Shun feigned innocence. You know, my mother is truly something. Being so beautiful and yet a connoisseur of looks. She chose to marry my father instead of a wealthy suitor. Qin Xianren was momentarily at a loss for words. Their family circumstances were quite different. Her father was exceptionally handsome, while her mother was rather average. This disparity resulted in her inheriting her father's striking features, while her sister, who took after their mother, was rather unremarkable. In contrast, with parents as attractive as Hao Shun's, it would be challenging to appear anything but appealing. Do not take advantage and then act innocent. Qin Xianren remarked. Let us go, she added. After inquiring, they discovered that the manager happened to be present that day. Shortly thereafter, a man named Liao Wenbin arrived. Upon seeing the young duo, Liao Wenbin appeared perplexed. What do you seek from me? We are officers from the Xiaojigu police station, Qin Xianren replied. The police station? Liao Wenbin seemed unimpressed, treating the term with disdain. He regarded the pair with a dismissive glance. This matter does not seem to fall under your jurisdiction, does it? Upon hearing his tone, Hao Shun distinctly sensed that there was a protective shield in this establishment. Otherwise, a mere manager would not dare to speak so arrogantly in the presence of law enforcement. The tone of the other party's speech revealed a palpable disdain for the insignificant police station, likening it to a mere triviality. I am not here to cause you trouble. Rather, I seek to ask you something, Hao Shun stated candidly. Liao Wenbin looked on with a face full of bewilderment. You are looking for me? What is it? You are acquainted with Kwang Jijun, correct? Qin Xianren inquired. At the mention of Kwang Jijun's name, Liao Wenbin's pupils constricted sharply. Miss, are you out of your mind? I do not know anyone by that name, Liao Wenbin retorted, his expression shifting as he turned to leave. Qin Xianren hastily grasped his arm, but he shrugged her off with a swift motion, preparing to retaliate. However, before he could strike Qin Xianren, a formidable hand seized him, rendering him immobile. Without hesitation, Hao Shun delivered a punch that sent Liao Wenbin crashing to the ground. Covering his face, Liao Wenbin pointed at Hao Shun and cursed. How dare you hit me? If you dare to lay a finger on my partner, why shouldn't I retaliate? Hao Shun instantly reverted to his former streetwise demeanor. Liao Wenbin was taken aback that a police officer would dare to resort to violence. Rising to his feet, he raised his fist to strike Hao Shun. It is worth noting that Hao Shun's unique ability activates automatically. It triggers in the face of danger, known as super reflex. The barrage of bullets from a submachine gun had failed to reach him, so Liao Wenbin's punch was even less of a threat. Hao Shun sidestepped gracefully, tripping Liao Wenbin, who lost his balance and fell forward in a rather undignified manner. He then crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, knocking out half of a tooth in the process. As he reached up to touch his mouth, he was met with the taste of blood. Damn it! The police are beating people, Liao Wenbin shouted, and soon, over a dozen men clad in black surrounded Hao Shun and Qin Xianren. Seeing that he had the numbers, Liao Wenbin's arrogance surged once more. You bastard, how dare you hit me? You must be seeking death. In an attempt to salvage his dignity, he stepped forward and hurled insults at Hao Shun. Do you dare to insult me? Hao Shun replied with a cold chuckle, stepping forward to deliver a kick to Liao Wenbin's stomach. Although the kick lacked full force, it sent Liao Wenbin flying several meters back. Damn it, kill him! Liao Wenbin roared, clutching his abdomen. Upon hearing his command, the black-clad men lunged at Hao Shun. Yet, despite their numbers, they appeared as mere children in his presence. Not only could they not land a blow on him, but they struggled even to brush against his clothing. Hao Shun effortlessly entered into a display of prowess, taking down each assailant with the most stylish moves from the most unconventional angles. He concluded the skirmish with a dazzling 720-degree spinning kick, bringing the entire confrontation to an end in under a minute. Impressive. Qin Xianren stood by, mouth agape. This was the first time she had witnessed a fight executed with such ease and flair. Hao Shun gazed at the groaning men on the ground and remarked, You attacked a police officer. I was merely acting in self-defense. Liao Wenbin, writhing on the floor, vehemently disagreed. You were the one who struck first. Did I? Hao Shun replied, taken aback. I don't recall that at all. Upon witnessing the scene unfold, Chun Xianran realized that it had undoubtedly been captured by surveillance cameras, confirming that Hao Shun had indeed struck first. No longer merely a street ruffian, he now bore the title of a police officer, a role that could easily be exaggerated into a clash of classes. Hence, she hastily pulled Hao Shun outside. Once they were back in the car, Chun Xianran expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your help just now." "Why are you thanking me?" Hao Shun replied, bewildered. "Thank you for protecting me," she clarified. "Oh, that's just how it should be," he remarked, shaking his head. "Anyone can be targeted, but not you. You are mine. I wouldn't even dare to harm you, let alone allow anyone else to lay a finger on you." "Your words sound rather peculiar." Chun Xianran furrowed her brow. "Why do you feel the need to protect me? Isn't it obvious?" "Because we are partners," Hao Shun asserted. "As partners, it is my duty to safeguard you. Rest assured, as long as I am around, I, Hao Shun, will risk my life to ensure that you suffer not even the slightest harm." His words filled Chun Xianran with warmth, despite her lips remaining sealed. Her heart swelled with sweetness. The alarm bells in her mind fell silent. After a prolonged silence, she remained unresponsive. "You see, we initially came to inquire about the situation, and now we've ended up striking Liao Wenbin. Now he certainly won't divulge anything to us," Hao Shun observed with a sly smile directed at Chun Xianran. "If he chooses silence, so be it. Do not forget who I am. If he remains tight-lipped, I can conjure countless ways to make him talk." Soon, Hao Shun recalled that the Dream Valley fell within the jurisdiction of the Binjiang Road Police Station, where the station chief, Zhou Sheng, happened to be a cousin of his master, Zhou Gang. Since they were family, the matter would be easier to resolve. Consequently, Hao Shun and Chun Xianran drove directly to Zhou Sheng's residence to seek him out. Upon seeing Hao Shun, Zhou Sheng was quite pleased. In fact, if it weren't for Zhou Gang being his cousin, he would have considered bringing Hao Shun into his own department. However, when Hao Shun mentioned the desire to conduct an anti-vice operation under the police station's authority, Zhou Sheng hesitated. "How? You are putting me in a difficult position," Zhou Sheng expressed with a worried look. "Although Dream Valley is technically under my jurisdiction, it is merely superficial. I genuinely cannot manage that place." "Just as I suspected," Hao Shun responded. "No wonder they look down on us. You have no idea. There are influential people involved," Zhou Sheng candidly replied. "Even if I wanted to intervene, I wouldn't dare." It seemed that the bathhouse had long since bribed those in power, explaining their brazen audacity. "So, does this mean the anti-vice operation is truly unfeasible?" Chun Xianran murmured. "Who says that?" Hao Shun countered. "Don't forget, the head of our small neighborhood is the daughter of someone significant." Chun Xianran, reminded by his words, exclaimed. "Right. Director Meng's father is the chief of the Jiangxing Police Department. If the anti-vice task were issued by him, who would dare to obstruct it?" Chapter 77. It is not yet the new year, yet here we are kneeling. Hao Shun decided to call Meng Xiaojun directly from Zhou Sheng's residence. "I need assistance with a crackdown on a certain bathhouse," he explained. To his surprise, Meng Xiaojun did not refuse him, despite their previous bet. "In that case, I shall contact my father," he replied. Hao Shun felt emboldened to seek the director's help because he had met Meng Haonan, who bore no marks of corruption or bribery. This indicated that the director's integrity was intact, and he was not a pawn for unscrupulous individuals, regardless of whether the bathhouse's protector was a superior or subordinate. As long as Meng Haonan personally issued the order for the crackdown, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to impede the operation. Before long, Meng Xiaojun returned the call, confirming that his father had consented. Soon after, Zhou Sheng received a call from Director Meng, instructing him to cooperate with Hao Shun in executing a special anti-vice operation. Zhou Sheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hao Shun could enlist the director's support, and it caused him to regard Hao Shun with newfound respect. "Your disciple is indeed fortunate to have you," Zhou Sheng praised. "However, Uncle Zhou, this crackdown may not yield significant results," Hao Shun remarked. "My true intention is merely to instill fear in them. You can find a few auxiliary officers to assist. There's no need for you to participate directly." Zhou Sheng, not lacking in insight, grasped Hao Shun's intentions and readily agreed. Subsequently, he made a phone call to arrange for 7 or 8 auxiliary police officers to meet with Hao Shun directly at the entrance of the bathing center. Hao Shun bid farewell to Zhou Sheng alongside Chun Xianran and descended to drive back to the Dream Valley. Soon enough, 2 police cars from the Binjiang Road precinct arrived, and 7 or 8 auxiliary officers disembarked. They had long been aware of Hao Shun's illustrious reputation and knew that just over half a month ago, he had been in the same position as them, yet now he had ascended to the rank of second-level officer. The sight of the stunning beauty Chun Xianran beside Hao Shun and the imposing G-class police vehicle filled them with a sense of envy that was almost unbearable. Truly, as the saying goes, comparison breeds discontent. Hao Shun strode confidently into the lobby of the bathing center, and at that moment, Liao Wenbin, who had just finished applying medication and was inspecting his teeth in front of a mirror, was taken aback, his entire body shuddering in shock. This time, it was evident that he was not as arrogant as before, yet he still mustered the courage to approach. What brings you here again? Do you know who oversees this place? Hao Shun chuckled lightly. Greetings, comrade. I am Hao Shun, a police officer from the Xiaogo police station in Jiangxing. We have just received directives from Director Meng Haonan of the Municipal Bureau to conduct a comprehensive inspection of your Dream Valley. We hope for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Liao Wenbin instantly deflated. The director himself issued the order? Who would dare to obstruct that? Hao Shun waved his hand decisively. Everyone, proceed to the 3rd floor. There are dozens of private rooms inside. Conduct a thorough search and bring down all those who are still exploring within the valley. The auxiliary officers, upon receiving the command, promptly sprang into action. Liao Wenbin was so terrified that his legs trembled, and he immediately knelt before Hao Shun. Brother, I was wrong. Hao Shun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this fellow would prostrate himself on the spot. It seemed he had grown complacent, believing no one would scrutinize his actions. Thus, unprepared for the consequences, it was likely that a multitude of illicit patrons would be unearthed. As the manager, Liao Wenbin could hardly evade responsibility. Not only would he lose his job, but it would also be exceedingly difficult for him to navigate this industry in the future. Everyone, hold on a moment. Hao Shun waved his hand. Speak your mind. What do you wish to ask me? I shall not withhold any information, even divulging the color of the excrement I produced yesterday. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Hao Shun quickly assisted him to his feet. Dear brother, please rise. It is not yet the new year. There is no need for such salutations. Turning to Chun Xianran, he inquired, Xianran, do you have any red envelopes? Quickly, present one. Liao Wenbin hastily interjected. No, Officer Hao. It was my lack of discernment. And to you, beautiful officer, I apologize for my inappropriate actions. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Chun Xianran could only muster a faint smile in response. Hao Shun then placed a friendly arm around Liao Wenbin's shoulders. Now that we've cleared the air, we are brothers from this point forward. Come, let us find a seat over there and converse. The 3 of them moved to a nearby sofa, and Liao Wenbin began to reminisce about their school days from 15 years ago. Jijun and I hail from the same village. We have been inseparable since childhood. Akin to real brothers, so I am well acquainted with his affairs. Jijun possesses a rather introverted disposition, and his academic performance is rather mediocre. Due to our parents working away from home, we reside in the school dormitory together, sharing the same room. And what of Yang Wenwen? Chun Xianran inquired. At the mere mention of Yang Wenwen, Liao Wenbin momentarily froze. How do you know her? We are police officers investigating the cause of Kwang Zijun's death. We have gathered some information about those close to him, Hao Shun replied. Liao Wenbin nodded and continued. Yang Wenwen is the daughter of our homeroom teacher, quite beautiful. And she was Zijun's deskmate. Did they ever have any conflicts? Perhaps Zijun bullied her? Chun Xianran asked. In truth, she and her deskmate had a contentious relationship. That child often took pleasure in tormenting her. Of course not. Liao Wenbin waved his hand dismissively, given Zijun's nature. How could he bully anyone? In fact, he was often the one being bullied, and I helped him every time. Did Yang Wenwen ever bully him? Chen Xian and inquired from a different angle. No. Liao Wenbin shook his head. They not only had no conflicts but were, in fact, quite close. At this point, Liao Wenbin hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. What is your perspective on Kwang Zijun's death? Hao Shun pressed further. Liao Wenbin immediately responded. Zijun was definitely murdered. I have known him since childhood and am aware that he harbored no inclination towards cross-dressing or any BDSM tendencies. Your certainty stems from his relationship with Yang Wenwen? Were they involved in a romantic liaison? Hao Shun queried. Liao Wenbin was taken aback. How did you know? Isn't it quite apparent? Hao Shun chuckled. How many boys do not harbor affection for their beautiful female classmates? The fact that they share a close bond indicates that Yang Wenwen does not dislike Zijun, which can only be described as mutual affection. Indeed, your deduction is correct. Liao Wenbin replied. They are indeed secretly in love, but aside from me, no one else is aware of this matter. So, it is impossible for Kwang Zijun to have pushed Yang Wenwen into the pond, Chun Xianran pondered. Pushed into the pond? Liao Wenbin was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Yang Wenwen was killed by Zijun? No, that cannot be. On the night Yang Wenwen died, Zijun was sleeping in the upper bunk with me. He never came down at all. Given that Yang Wenwen's death has no connection to Kwang Zijun, the notion that Yang Dahai killed Zijun in revenge for his daughter is entirely unfounded. This implies that Yang Dahai had no motive to commit murder whatsoever. Chapter 78. Is Hao Shun's performance superior to mine? Having exhausted nearly all their inquiries, Hao Shun and Chun Xianran prepared to take their leave. Brother, I have said all that needed to be said. Could you perhaps let us off the hook today? Liao Wenbin hurriedly approached, resembling a sycophant. If you investigate this bathing center, my job will be at stake. My wife has just given birth, and with the mortgage, car loan, and formula expenses, I simply cannot afford to lose my position. Seeing his desperate demeanor and realizing he had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Hao Shun replied, I bear no ill will. However, I brought along these 7 or 8 brothers, and they cannot have come in vain. How about this? You arrange for their needs today, and we shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Does that sound agreeable? Upon hearing this, Liao Wenbin was instantly overjoyed. Absolutely. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. By the way, what services do you offer here? We have an extensive array of options, guaranteed to satisfy, came the reply. Chen Xianren shot Hao Shun a disapproving glance. If you wish to indulge, go ahead. I can take a cab home by myself. Am I the sort of person to abandon my companions? Hao Shun retorted with a serious expression. You, young comrade, must be admonished for viewing others through such a colored lens. He then approached the group of auxiliary police officers. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for making you travel here in vain. As a form of recompense, the manager has graciously offered you all a complimentary experience today. Feel free to choose your activities. Rest assured, I will not disclose today's events to anyone, including your superior. Having spoken, Hao Shun led Chen Xianran out of the hall. The auxiliary police officers gazed in astonishment at his retreating figure. Goodness, I finally comprehend how he transitioned from an auxiliary officer to a second-level policeman. It was already 8 in the evening, and neither of them had dined yet, prompting Hao Shun to extend an invitation for dinner. To his surprise, Chen Xianran agreed. This was their first meal together, and he wished to make it special. Thus, he sought out a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Upon entering, they attracted considerable attention, for handsome men and beautiful women inevitably draw the gaze of onlookers. Almost everyone assumed they were a couple. Why have you brought me to such an extravagant place? Chen Xianran, despite her striking beauty, had never dated any boys and consequently had no experience with wealthy young men. Thus, she had never visited such high-end establishments. Since it's our first outing for a meal, it must be exquisite. This way, it will forever linger in your memory, Hao Shun replied with a smile. Over the years, he had experienced times of financial abundance and had often taken his then-girlfriend to fine dining restaurants. Moreover, the funds on his card rendered covering this several thousand yuan bill quite effortless. As they dined, Chen Xianran and Hao Shun engaged in conversation. Though her discourse predominantly revolved around the case, it appeared that Yang Dahai had no motive for murder. Should we still pursue this lead? Yes, we must investigate, Hao Shun affirmed. Hao Shun Dao, now that we find ourselves in such a romantic setting for dinner, might we refrain from discussing matters that could dampen our appetites? What shall we converse about then? Chen Xian inquired. Let us speak of love and affection. Hao Shun chuckled. Who would wish to engage in such sentimental discourse with you? Chen Xianren pouted slightly. Was what that wealthy woman said previously true? What was true or false? Hao Shun asked. The television drama. It was crafted specifically for you. Chen Xianran gazed at Hao Shun as she spoke. Oh, you mean that television series? Hao Shun laughed lightly. It ought to be true. I have not taken the trouble to investigate it thoroughly. You could enter the entertainment industry. Chen Xianran surprisingly felt a tinge of regret. How many people yearn for such an opportunity? Given your beauty, why not audition for the Kyoto Film Academy? Hao Shun countered. I lack talent. I can't even sing in tune. Hardly the makings of a star, Chen Xianran replied candidly. In fact, during my senior year of high school, even the teachers suggested I apply to a film academy, yet after much contemplation, I ultimately declined. I believe being a police officer is far more admirable than being a celebrity, Hao Shun stated. Why is that? Chen Xianran questioned, perplexed. As a star, you could portray a police officer as well. It is certainly not the same, Hao Shun responded, pulling out his wallet to reveal an old, yellowed photograph, which he handed to Chen Xianran. As Chen Xianran received it, she saw it was a family portrait. A man and a woman flanked a little girl in the center. Is this your sister and your parents? Chen Xianran observed as she examined the photograph. Where did you disappear to? Hao Shun's face instantly bore 3 dark lines. Brother. Look closely, that is indeed me. Chen Xianran was taken aback. What? This is you? You were so handsome as a child. She was astonished. The child in the photograph had round eyes and long, curly eyelashes, appearing unmistakably feminine, even cuter than she had been in her own youth. Jealousy welled within her, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Hao Shun smiled with pride. Chen Xianran finally comprehended Hao Shun's earlier remarks. His parents were indeed exceptionally attractive, especially his mother. Who could rival the stars of television? No wonder Hao Shun was so handsome. Such is the power of genetics. Your father must have looked very dashing in his military uniform, she mused, envisioning Hao Shun's father as he served as an anti-drug officer. Indeed, Hao Shun replied, I have always idolized my father since childhood, aspiring to follow in his footsteps and become a police officer. Then why didn't you study properly and ended up fighting with teachers? Chen Xianren pouted. Youth often lacks wisdom, Hao Shun chuckled. But look, isn't my dream now realized? He added, only you would choose to be a police officer instead of a star. Chun Xianran pouted again. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a surge of respect. In this materialistic era, maintaining one's original aspirations, as Hao Shun had, is indeed no small feat. Oh no. Why am I acknowledging his virtues? Chun Xianran quickly reminded herself. Hao Shun is a lecherous character, a gambler, and a libertine. If a man commits any of the first 3 transgressions, he is simply unacceptable, regardless of his other qualities. After dinner, Hao Shun escorted Chun Xianran back home. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Chun Xianran opened the car door and stepped out. Please pick me up again tomorrow morning, but don't stop here. Just park a little ahead, and I can walk a few steps. All right, Hao Shun nodded in agreement. Chun Xianran took the initiative to bid him farewell and watched as he drove away. However, as she turned around, she nearly collided with a woman holding a child. Upon closer inspection, Chun Xianran realized that the woman was Seduce, the wife of Hao Shun's classmate, who had once faced the harrowing possibility of losing her child. What a surprise. Is it you? Do you live here too? Chun Xianran inquired. Seduce, equally astonished to encounter her child's savior, responded with delight, yes. We just moved to this area. Do you reside here? Chun Xianran nodded. I have lived here for many years. She then bent down to gaze at the peacefully sleeping child. So adorable. If you like, you and Hao Shun could have one too, Seduce blurted out. Chun Xianran quickly waved her hands. There has been a misunderstanding. Hao Shun and I are merely colleagues, not involved in any such relationship. Oh, Seduce replied, taken aback. I assumed you were a couple. My apologies for overthinking. Chun Xianran, fond of children, couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch the child's small face. Do you like children? Seduce asked. Yes, Chun Xianran affirmed with a nod. Indeed, Hanwen and I have been contemplating that you and Hao Shun are the saviors of the child. Moreover, Hao Shun is a dear brother to Hanwen. How wonderful it would be if you could become his godparents. Chun Xianran was taken aback. Godparents? However, this is merely a thought we have entertained, fearing you might be unwilling, hence we have refrained from expressing it. Never mind, you may disregard this conversation. Chun Xianran paused for a moment. No, I am willing. I believe Hao Shun would agree as well. Really? Seduce was overjoyed. Then you might as well discreetly inquire on my behalf. No problem. Chun Xianran smiled and readily consented. By the way, I wish to ask something. Chun Xianran suddenly recalled. What kind of person was Hao Shun during high school? Why was he so popular? Thus, the two continued their dialogue as they walked. In truth, Hao Shun is a remarkable individual. He embodies the characteristics often depicted in television dramas. Handsome, intelligent, and possessing a profound sense of justice. He is also quite skilled in combat and holds great respect for women, almost serving as the idealized figure in the hearts of young girls. Speaking of Hao Shun, even Seduce's eyes began to sparkle. Then she leaned closer to Chun Xianran's ear. You may find it amusing, but I had a secret crush on him during high school as well. Is that true? Chun Xianran was astonished. Yet, his academic performance was so poor. Don't girls typically prefer those with good grades? Chun Xianran remarked. Who said his grades were poor? Seduce responded. Do not be deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor and lack of study habits. He consistently ranked among the top 30 in the school each year. What? Among the top 30 in the entire school? Chun Xianran was astounded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Despite her relentless efforts in studying, she could only attain a position within the top 50, while Hao Shun, that scoundrel, astonishingly outperformed her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Chun Xianran felt as though she had been struck by a thunderclap. What manner of extraordinary creature was Hao Shun? Alas, if it were not for his altercation with the teacher, he could have indeed gained admission to the police academy, sighed Seduce. Why did he strike the teacher? Chun Xianran inquired. This incident was actually due to me. Chapter 79. I actually dreamed of marrying him because of you? Chun Xianran was taken aback. In the past, our English teacher was the son of the principal, a man not much older than us, who appeared scholarly behind his glasses and was quite well liked by everyone. At that time, I served as the class representative for English. On one occasion, after collecting the homework, he asked me to bring it to his dormitory. I suspected nothing and complied. However, I never anticipated that upon entering his room, he would lock the door and forcefully push me onto the bed, proclaiming his affection for me. I struggled desperately, but the brute refused to relent, even beginning to remove my clothing. Fortunately, Hao Shun and Hanwen happened to pass by and kicked the door open. Chun Xianran felt a shiver run down her spine. So that's why Hao Shun attacked him? Indeed, Seduce replied. Hanwen also joined in. They were both at an age driven by youthful vigor and acted rather recklessly. The teacher ended up hospitalized for over half a month, and subsequently, both of them were expelled from the school. Chun Xianran was utterly stunned. It turned out there was such a horrifying secret behind Hao Shun's assault on the teacher. She recalled her initial disdain for Hao Shun stemmed from hearing her sister talk about him hitting the teacher. She had unjustly accused him. But why had he never explained himself? Chun Xianran remembered that every time she brought up the incident, Hao Shun merely smiled it off. That was just the kind of person he was. Bai Susu remarked, during the initial investigation at the police station. Both he and Han Wen resolutely refused to disclose the reason for confronting the teacher. Later, I inquired with Han Wen, who revealed that Hao Shun feared the news would spread, leading our classmates to gossip about me, perhaps even accusing me of seducing the teacher. In this light, they bore such an immense injustice and faced expulsion all for my sake. Chun Xianran was taken aback. In truth, I eventually shared the entire sequence of events with our homeroom teacher, yet she dismissed my account, claiming it was merely a fabrication to shield the two, compounded by my lack of evidence. Chun Xianran responded, "Thus, you owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude." Indeed, when I later encountered Han Wen, I devoted myself to him. Bai Susu laughed, saying, "Yet for Hao Shun, I truly am at a loss on how to express my gratitude. Once again, he has saved our child. The kindness Hao Shun has shown me, Bai Susu, is beyond my ability to repay." Her words nearly shattered the image Hao Shun had previously held in Chun Xuanran's heart, elevating him to a towering presence in her mind, even shimmering with a golden light. That very night, Chun Xianran dreamed of herself in a wedding dress, marrying Hao Shun, with her sister causing a ruckus at the wedding venue. Early the next morning, Chun Xianran awoke to the bright sunshine streaming through the window, heralding the arrival of a new day. She suddenly realized that just last month, she often lingered in bed, reluctant to go to work. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she now descended the stairs each day humming a cheerful tune. Could it truly be? Chun Xianran gasped, pondering whether her newfound joy in going to work was a result of Hao Shun. Glancing at the time, she remembered that he would be waiting for her downstairs. She hurried through her morning routine, applying a delicate touch of makeup and selecting a lovely outfit before preparing to leave. As she reached the door, she encountered her mother. "Xianran, have you noticed that you seem to wear your uniform less often lately?" her mother inquired. "Really?" Chun Xianran replied, surprised, as she had hardly paid attention. After descending the stairs, she even bought breakfast for Hao Shun, her spirits high as she exited the community, headed towards the parking lot. To her delight, she spotted the familiar large Jeep parked right at the entrance. Chun Xianran rushed over and found Hao Shun inside the vehicle. She opened the passenger door and climbed in. "Why did you park here again? Aren't you worried about getting a fine?" she asked, handing him the breakfast. "Let them find me," Hao Shun replied nonchalantly. "The parking lot is several hundred meters away, and with all this food, isn't it a hassle to walk so far?" His words left Chun Xianran momentarily speechless, yet a warm sensation flooded her heart. Those infuriatingly thoughtful details. Alarm bells rang in her mind, but at that moment, Chun Xianran was oblivious to them all. The rational little man inside was anxiously pacing. "You parked the car yourself. This time, I shall not pay the fine for you." Chun Xianran pouted. "So, you are buying me breakfast? We are even now." Hao Shun laughed heartily. Since the incident was captured on surveillance, he took his time, opting to finish his breakfast before addressing the matter. "I encountered Bai Susu yesterday," Chun Xianran remarked. "Bai Susu?" Hao Shun paused in surprise. "She lives here too?" "Yes." Chun Xianran nodded. "She shared many stories about your school days." "Haha," Hao Shun chuckled. "I wasn't lying. Back in Longshan High School, I was quite the sensation. Adored by many, with a multitude of admirers, basking in glory." "She also mentioned that she had a crush on you back then," Chun Xianran said, fixing her gaze on Hao Shun. "Ah, I've known that for quite some time," Hao Shun replied. "I may lack in many areas, but I possess an uncanny ability to read people. Back in school, the moment I caught her gaze, I realized she was enamored with me." After saying this, Hao Shun glanced at Chun Xianran. "Yes, just like the way you are looking at me now." "Nonsense, I am not that frivolous." Chun Xianran quickly turned her head away. "By the way, Sister Susu mentioned that she wants to have her child acknowledge you as a godfather." "Wonderful," Hao Shun readily agreed. "I have always considered Han Wen a brother. I am willing to take on the role of a godfather." After saying this, he turned his attention back to Chun Xianran. "Does this mean you will be the godmother as well?" "Ah." Chun Xianran was taken aback, not expecting Hao Shun to guess so swiftly. "How did you know?" Hao Shun chuckled. "Just think about it. We both rescued the child together. She asked if you wanted to be the godfather, but didn't inquire if you wished to be the godmother. Do you believe a person with even a modicum of emotional intelligence would act in such a manner? Well, I suppose you are quite clever." Chun Xianran had to concede. "I also agreed." "Oh," Hao Shun sighed meaningfully. "I see now. This was your suggestion, wasn't it? You become the godmother, I the godfather, and in a roundabout way, that makes you my wife. My little girl, you are rather cunning." Chun Xuanran's expression darkened as she snatched the steamed bun from Hao Shun's hands, exclaiming, "You talk too much. Are you going to eat this or not? If not, I'll toss it. Eat, eat. Why not enjoy a loving breakfast?" Hao Shun quickly reclaimed the bun. They first stopped by the small creek to check in, then prepared to continue their investigation. The mountain boy had also replied, stating that he found out Zhu Xianyang was indeed in Jiangcheng during that time, where he was peddling fortune-telling on the streets. Consequently, Zhu Xuanyang's suspicion could not be dismissed. Not only did he have the opportunity to commit the crime, but he could easily ascertain the child's birth date. If Yang Dehai was innocent, then everything Zhu Xianyang had said might very well be a deliberate misdirection. Moreover, Hao Shun felt that Zhu Xianyang had withheld something from him that day. He listened to the recording from that day several times, and, in an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Xianran, we must meet with Zhu Xianyang once more. Hao Shun called to Chun Xianran, and the two set out again. As they got into the car, Chun Xianran inquired, why are we seeking him out again? Hao Shun Dao, I am aware that he has withheld certain matters from us. Chapter 80. Has your Aunt Flo arrived? What is going on? Chun Xianran inquired. You will find out shortly, Hao Shun replied, as he pressed the accelerator, and the powerful SUV roared out of the small River Gorge police station's entrance. The vehicle sped along the road, swiftly passing by a familiar locale. Hao Shun abruptly slammed on the brakes. What happened? Chun Xianran asked. Have you forgotten? This is Uncle Fan's rabbit restaurant. Since we are here, we ought to patronize his establishment. We can bring some back to the station for everyone to enjoy. Hao Shun suggested. The restaurant's offerings were akin to poached chicken. They were prepared dishes that could be savored with a drizzle of sauce. Consequently, Hao Shun parked the car by the roadside, and the two of them alighted. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, they discovered that it was closed for the day, with Uncle Fan busy painting the walls. Uncle Fan, what is this? Is the restaurant undergoing renovations? Hao Shun greeted him warmly. Fan Xiangrong turned around, and upon recognizing Hao Shun, he smiled and said, Indeed, I'm preparing to give it a fresh coat of paint. By the way, what brings you here? Oh, nothing in particular. We were just passing by and thought we would support your business, but since you're renovating, we shall come another time. All right, Fan Xiangrong nodded. By the way, any updates on Zhu Xianyang? Have you located him? Hao Shun chuckled. We have indeed found him. What? You found him? Fan Xiangrong could hardly believe his ears. After all, this individual had been missing for over a decade. And Hao Shun managed to track him down in just a few days? Yes, he actually resides not far from here, in the Evergrande City, Hao Shun replied. Is he in Evergrande City? Fan Xiangrong was taken aback. Well, the old fellow is doing quite well for himself, still taking strolls every day. We are now headed to find him. Hao Shun added, Then, Uncle Fan, you carry on with your business. We shall return another time. All right, take care, Fan replied. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran returned to their vehicle and continued their journey to Evergrande City. Upon arriving at Zhu Xuanyang's residence, a knock on the door yielded no response. Hao Shun, opting for a more direct approach, dialed his number, but Zhu Xianyang did not answer. That old fellow. He isn't trying to do morning exercises with Sister Malian, is he? Hao Shun mused. He then called Malian, only to be informed that Zhu Xianyang had not sought her out. With no other recourse, Hao Shun and Chun Xianran decided to temporarily vacate Evergrande City and return to Xiegu. The morning passed uneventfully. Hao Shun took to the restroom, spending the morning engrossed in games until his legs became numb. After a brief rest at noon, the clock soon struck 2, marking the time to clock in for work again. During this period, Hao Shun and Chun Xuanran's task was to investigate the Hongyi case, and thus, no other assignments were allocated. The weather was pleasant, and Hao Shun noticed De Huang basking in the sun in the courtyard, prompting him to approach and pet the dog. Chun Xianran, feeling equally bored, joined in to play with De Huang. Is this a stray dog? Chun Xianran inquired. Indeed, Hao Shun nodded. But he is also a police dog. A police dog? Chun Xianran was taken aback. Can he really serve as a police dog? You might be underestimating him. So be cautious, De Huang might bite you. Hao Shun cradled the large dog's head, gently massaging it as he spoke. Do not be misled by the fact that De Huang is a native dog. In truth, he possesses greater intelligence than the average canine, along with heightened alertness and a keen sense of smell. He previously served in the Drug Enforcement Unit, but has since retired due to old age and declining health. You ought to address him as senior. Chun Xianran has been in the small creek for nearly 2 months and was unaware that De Huang was a police dog, albeit a retired one. He is a senior to me, but he is also your senior, is he not? Chun Xianran pouted, pulling Hao Shun's hand away. How can you show such disrespect to a senior, rubbing his face like that? Hao Shun laughed heartily and quickly turned to De Huang, saying, My apologies, Lord Huang. The younger generation has overstepped. Where are we headed this afternoon? Chun Xianran inquired. We will be going to Gaojia village shortly, Hao Shun replied. Going to Gaojia village again? Chun Xianran was perplexed by Hao Shun's intentions. Haven't we been there once already? What is the purpose of returning? This time, we are going to search for something. Hao Shun responded. As the large vehicle navigated the village road, it proved to be far more effortless than the previous trip in the Lamborghini, alleviating concerns about scraping the undercarriage. Just like certain individuals, they may appear impressive, but when faced with adversity, they falter completely. Before long, the two arrived at Gaojia village. Although it was mid-morning and the sun shone brightly, the old residence exuded an eerie ambience. This time, Chun Xianran was reluctant to enter. Consequently, Hao Shun pushed the door open, prepared to search for himself. However, upon stepping inside, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Xianran, you must come in quickly. As Chun Xianran stood at the entrance, she heard the urgent voice of Hao Shun and quickly stepped inside. I distinctly remember that when we left last time. This stool was not placed here, Hao Shun remarked. I don't recall, Chun Xianran replied, as she was never one to pay attention to such details. No, it has definitely been moved, Hao Shun said, his brow furrowed. Someone has been here. After saying that, Hao Shun proceeded to several other rooms and immediately noticed the issue. The dust on the furniture within was evidently disturbed, indicating that someone had touched it. Someone, like us, has come here searching for something, Hao Shun concluded. Searching for what? Chun Xianran inquired. Something of great significance, Hao Shun replied, his expression turning grave. Suddenly, he remembered his special ability. How could he have almost forgotten? His super sense of smell. He activated his skill, and a myriad of scents flooded in. Foul odors, mustiness, decay, acidity, dust, and more, all at once overwhelming him. Hao Shun struggled to adapt, sneezing several times. Gradually, he began to acclimate to this heightened olfactory perception. He sniffed here and there, resembling a small dog, which was quite amusing. Chun Xianran couldn't help but laugh. Have you been possessed by a golden retriever? She chuckled. Do you really think of yourself as a police dog? However, Hao Shun abruptly stood up, stating, I know who has been here. His words left Chun Xianran momentarily stunned. What? You figured it out by scent? Hao Shun nodded. It was Uncle Fan. Uncle Fan has been here. Uncle Fan. Chun Xianran was astonished. How can you be so certain it is him? Isn't he busy with renovations? I can smell that unmistakable scent of latex paint. It is identical to the paint aroma from his shop, Hao Shun replied with absolute conviction. What? You can actually smell that? Chun Xianran's eyes widened. She then began to intently sniff around. Where's there any paint smell? Hao Shun thought to himself. It's strange that you can detect it. It is undoubtedly him. My sense of smell is quite acute. There is no mistake, Hao Shun asserted earnestly. However, Chun Xianran appeared bewildered. You are not Hao Shun. You are definitely De Huang, aren't you? Hao Shun, taken aback, replied, Let me prove it to you, dear sister. In this desolate wilderness, there's only the two of us. Shall we engage in a little fun? Upon seeing Hao Shun's lewd expression, Chun Xianran was convinced. You are indeed Hao Shun. No one is more lascivious than you. Hao Shun laughed heartily. I truly wonder what goes on in that mind of yours. De Huang could never match my keen sense of smell. Is that for real? Chun Xianran was clearly skeptical. Care to test it? Hao Shun leaned closer to Chun Xianran, scrutinizing her from head to toe. This is quite perverse. Chun Xianran could not help but exclaim. Hao Shun straightened up and said, What I am about to say may be even more inappropriate. If I am not mistaken, your period has arrived, hasn't it? Chun Xianran was left speechless. How do you know that? I can smell it. There is a metallic scent about you, Hao Shun chuckled. This revelation left Chun Xianran utterly stunned. How is this even possible? Because Hao Shun was right. Chun Xianran's menstrual cycle has not yet concluded, although the flow has significantly diminished in the past couple of days. But this? Can someone actually detect it? This is simply unbelievable. Whose sense of smell could be so astute? Her worldview shattered once more. I always claimed my sense of smell was exceptional. As Hao Shun spoke, he deactivated his heightened olfactory senses, for he too had no desire to perceive such things. Hao Shun, are you even human? Chun Xianran was utterly bewildered. I am a ghost, a specter. Hao Shun chuckled heartily. You should step outside. It feels uncomfortable lingering in such a shadowy place. After saying this, he began to search for something around him. Chun Xianran exited the room alone. And after a brief wait outside, Hao Shun emerged. Chun Xianran inquired, Have you found what you were looking for? Hao Shun shook his head. Perhaps someone else has already gotten to it. Are you referring to Uncle Fan? Chun Xianran was taken aback. Yes, Hao Shun nodded. Then what exactly are you searching for? Chun Xianran asked again. It is the weight that hangs from the child's foot. Chapter 81. What secrets does the soul heavy weight conceal? Why soul heavy weight? Chun Xianran inquired. Perplexed, Hao Shun replied. Do you recall? At that time, Zhu Xianyang mentioned that under normal circumstances, the murderer should have taken the soul heavy weight. The fact that the murderer did not take it led Zhu Xianyang to conclude that something truly horrifying must have transpired. Chun Xianran pondered for a moment. I had always felt that Zhu Xianyang was withholding something from us, yet I could not grasp what it was. Now I realize that it pertains to the necessity for the murderer to remove the soul heavy weight, which he chose not to disclose. With Hao Shun's reminder, Chun Xianran suddenly understood. We did not inquire, so he naturally refrained from sharing. Indeed, we overlooked that detail, Hao Shun affirmed. This soul-heavy weight undoubtedly conceals a significant secret, which is why the murderer was expected to take it. Are you suggesting that Uncle Fan is in search of the soul-heavy weight? How could he possibly be aware of this matter? Moreover, what purpose does he have for it? Chun Xianran pressed further. I cannot say for certain, Hao Shun admitted. Have you forgotten? Earlier today, when we passed by Uncle Fan's shop, we informed him of Zhu Xuanyang's residence. It is likely that Uncle Fan utilized the information we provided to locate Zhu Xuanyang and subsequently learned the secret of the soul-heavy weight from him, which enabled him to arrive ahead of us to retrieve it. Chun Xianran gasped. Have you considered the possibility that the Xian Hongyi case could be connected to Uncle Fan? Her implication was unmistakable, and Hao Shun understood. Are you suggesting that you suspect Uncle Fan was involved in the Xian Hongyi case? Reflect for a moment, Chun Xianran remarked. Uncle Fan lost his job due to the old red garment case and has now descended to the point where his wife is constantly seeking a divorce. Moreover, I sense that day that Uncle Fan has not truly let go of that case from years ago. Could it be that he is revisiting this case merely to embarrass Wu Weiguo? Hao Shun pondered, finding Chun Xuanran's suspicions to be quite plausible. If Uncle Fan were intentionally mimicking the old case, it could indeed compel the criminal investigation team to reopen their inquiry, while simultaneously placing Wu Weiguo in a precarious position. However, upon examining Uncle Fan's demeanor, Hao Shun found nothing of concern. Yet the stark reality remained that Uncle Fan had indeed come here, perhaps having truly taken the soul-laden stone. Hao Shun resolved to seek out Zhu Xuanyang to uncover the secrets surrounding this soul-laden stone. The two drove once more to Zhu Xuanyang's residence, only to discover that he was still absent. A neighbor informed Hao Shun that the old man had hurriedly moved away just moments earlier. The two exchanged bewildered glances and attempted to call Zhu Xuanyang, only to find his phone turned off. The audacity of his departure astounded Hao Shun. He became increasingly convinced that Uncle Fan had indeed sought out Zhu Xuanyang, and whatever he was looking for in Gaojaikan must be the soul-laden stone. Yet, the mystery of the stone eluded Hao Shun's understanding. Determined to discreetly investigate Uncle Fan, he and Chun Xianran set out to inquire around Uncle Fan's neighborhood. However, the findings of their investigation left Hao Shun utterly astonished. Uncle Fan's circumstances were far graver than he had ever imagined. Shortly after Uncle Fan left the criminal investigation team, he invested his years of savings into a business venture with a friend. However, his straightforward nature led him to be duped, resulting in a complete financial loss and a debt of several $100,000. Compounding his troubles, his son was in a serious relationship that was on the verge of marriage. But the failure of Uncle Fan's business caused the girl to break off the engagement. His son, already grappling with mild autism, found the situation overwhelmingly devastating and ultimately took his own life by jumping from a building. Unable to bear the loss of her son, Uncle Fan's wife left their home and scarcely returned. 6 months ago, she reappeared, claiming to have formed a new family and seeking a divorce. Uncle Fan, resolute in his refusal, has stalled the proceedings, leading to the scene witnessed by Hao Shun and others. Upon hearing this tale, Hao Shun felt a profound discomfort, as if something were tightly constricting his heart. A dedicated officer of the law, Uncle Fan found himself facing the tragic unraveling of his family. Meanwhile, Wu Weiguo not only prospered in his career, but also enjoyed a happy family life. The stark contrast between their fates evokes a deep sense of sorrow in anyone who observes it. The upheaval in Uncle Fan's life could easily shatter his resolve, and the case from years past ignited this chain of events, becoming an indelible thorn lodged deep within his heart. The administrative team in the Nanwan district commenced a thorough investigation into the Xian Hongyi case overnight, but the outcome was predictable: no progress whatsoever. At the scene of the Xian Hongyi case, no traces of any other individuals were discovered, nor was even a half fingerprint left behind. Moreover, the time of the child's death was around 2 o'clock in the night. Even if a perpetrator had been present, there would have been no opportunity for anyone to encounter them. After all, in the current rural landscape, aside from the elderly and children, there are hardly any people left. As for surveillance, there is only one monitoring point at the village entrance, which the criminal investigation team meticulously examined, revealing no suspicious individuals. Subsequently, several experts from the municipal bureau were dispatched, yet they could uncover no leads. The case of the old Hong Yi remains too sensitive for anyone to even mention. Were it not for stringent control over the internet, this case would have long since trended on social media, and Wu Weiguo would have been subjected to relentless public outrage. Ultimately, the child's body was taken home by the parents, who planned to hold a burial within the village. Upon learning of this, Hao Shun decided to accompany Chun Xianran to the funeral. The burial was scheduled for an early hour, at 6:30 in the morning. When the dawn had barely begun to break, Hao Shun arrived promptly to collect Chun Xianran, and they drove to Qinghe village. When they arrived, a thick fog enveloped the entire hillside village. The deceased was named Wan Xiaobo, the sole child of her family, just like Huang Jijun. Her mother, overwhelmed with grief, did not dare to attend the burial ceremony. Although the child was only 13, she stood nearly 170 centimeters tall, resembling a young adult. Hence, the coffin was of a size comparable to that of an adult. The crackling sound of firecrackers pierced through the morning mist, evoking a particularly chilly and desolate atmosphere. 8 middle-aged men from the village bore a coffin, their voices harmonizing with a mournful chant as they slowly traversed the dirt road at the center of the hillside. Enveloped by the mist, the coffin and the funeral procession appeared particularly eerie. Hao Shun and Chun Xianran trailed silently behind the elongated cortege. Before long, the sun began to rise gradually, and the fog started to dissipate. The child's coffin was lowered into the pre-dug grave, while a Taoist priest murmured incantations, removing a motionless black chicken from the front of the coffin. As dawn broke, Hao Shun scanned his surroundings for any suspicious figures, which was the purpose of his presence that day. To enhance his vision, he activated his super sight. With the keen eyes of an eagle, his sight was instantly magnified tenfold. Standing atop the opposite hill, despite being over 100 meters from the grave, he could distinctly discern the scar on the priest's face. As he surveyed the area, he soon spotted a shadowy figure emerging from a bamboo grove several hundred meters ahead. Chapter 82. The deceased childhood friend. In the depths of the bamboo grove stood a boy, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, quietly gazing towards the grave. From the expression on his face, Hao Shun discerned a subtle hint of sorrow. It was evident that the child had come specifically to bid farewell. Yet, why did he choose to keep such a distance? What are you looking at? Chun Xianran inquired, noticing Hao Shun's stillness as he stared in the direction of the bamboo forest. Hao Shun pointed, "There is someone in the bamboo grove over there." Chun Xianran was taken aback, following Hao Shun's gesture, but found the grove to be at least several hundred meters away, shrouded in mist, rendering any figure indistinct. "How can you see someone from that far?" Chun Xianran exclaimed in astonishment. "My eyesight is exceptional," Hao Shun replied with a smile. "It's a child, undoubtedly connected to the deceased, one Xiaobo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so early to witness the burial." "A child? You can see that clearly?" Chun Xianran questioned incredulously. "Let us hurry over before the child flees," Hao Shun stated, and with that, he took long strides towards the grove, prompting Chun Xianran to hastily follow suit. Unbeknownst to the child amidst the mist, 2 police officers had approached until Hao Shun and Chun Xianran emerged before him. Startled by their presence, the boy instinctively turned to flee. Hao Shun quickly closed the distance, apprehending him and pinning him to the ground. The child cried out in fear. "Stay still. We are police officers," Hao Shun said, flashing his badge before the boy's eyes. Only then did the child cease his struggles. Hao Shun lifted him up to stand properly, and upon closer inspection, Chun Xianran confirmed that, as Hao Shun had stated, he was indeed a mere child, no more than 12 or 13 years old. "Why are you detaining me?" the boy retorted, exhibiting an unexpected audacity rather than the anticipated trepidation. "Huh, are you truly unaware of your own actions?" Hao Shun remarked, casting a sly glance at the boy's head. The child's countenance shifted dramatically, his speech faltering as he stammered, I haven't done anything." "Then why, at such an early hour? Are you not at home sleeping, but instead wandering here?" Hao Shun inquired further. "I just came to see my friend," the boy replied. "Are you a friend of Wan Xiaobo?" Chun Xianran interjected without hesitation. "Yes," the child nodded. "We are from the same village and are classmates." So they were childhood friends. Hao Shun pressed on. "Then why did you not go directly to him, instead of sneaking around in this desolate place to bid farewell to your friend? Well, what concern is it of yours?" "I do as I please." The boy defiantly lifted his chin. "Could you enlighten us about Wan Xiaobo?" Hao Shun continued. "There's nothing of significance to share. I know nothing," the child insisted. "Can I go home now? You still wish to return home?" Hao Shun raised his voice. "Listen closely. Kid, I am a police officer. Have you ever seen an officer seeking someone out for idle conversation? We are here today to offer you a chance to confess freely. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences." Hao Shun's words evidently struck fear into the boy. Chun Xianran urgently tugged at Hao Shun's shirt corner, then turned slightly to whisper, "They are merely here to bid farewell to a friend. Why frighten them?" Hao Shun replied softly, "It's not that simple. This individual may have a significant connection to the case." "What's the matter? Lost your tongue?" Hao Shun pressed the child further. "What have you done? What I reveal and what you confess would be entirely different matters." Chun Xianran, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered by his words. What had this child done? Was Hao Shun trying to intimidate him? No, I haven't done anything. You can't wrongfully accuse me." The child's voice lacked conviction. Yet, Hao Shun noted that the child's heart rate was rapidly escalating, now reaching 115. With a sly smile, Hao Shun remarked, "Did you know that some police officers possess extraordinary abilities? I won't hide it from you. I am one of them. I can read minds." The child's eyes widened in surprise. "So, whatever you have done, even if you don't speak, I'll be able to discern it." Hao Shun finished with a hint of a mischievous grin. Do you think I am a child? There is no such thing as extraordinary abilities in this world. Although the child spoke defiantly, it was evident that he was growing increasingly anxious. Shall we put it to the test? Hao Shun smiled playfully. Chun Xianran, confused, pulled at Hao Shun again. What are you trying to do? Nothing to worry about. Just stand aside and watch my performance. Hao Shun chuckled. He then positioned himself directly in front of the child, locking his gaze onto his eyes intently. I pose a question to you, one that requires no response, but rather an exploration of whether you can discern my thoughts. As Hao Shun finished speaking, he inquired with his first question, have you ever committed any misdeeds? At that moment, the child appeared utterly bewildered, gazing blankly at Hao Shun. Could it be true that he has? Hao Shun feigned surprise. Now, I shall pose a second question. What wrongdoings have you engaged in? With that, he fixed his gaze intently upon the boy. What? Theft? Have you stolen something? Hao Shun's words elicited a noticeable tremor throughout the boy's body, his complexion paling further. In that instant, the number above his head surged past 120. Surprised, are you? Curious as to how I came by this knowledge? Hao Shun queried. You're merely guessing. Don't attempt to trick me. I've done nothing wrong, the boy retorted, his resolve unwavering. You still doubt my abilities? Hao Shun replied, disappointment etched across his face. Then pay close attention to what I am about to say. Chun Xianran and the boy exchanged glances. On the morning of August 16th last year at 9:30, you pilfered a Huawei phone from your principal's office. On April 12th of this year, the previous Saturday, you stole the Switch gaming console belonging to Wang Xiaowei from the dormitory next door. And on the evening of the 11th of last month at 8:15, you took a pair of high-end headphones belonging to your classmate Zhou Wei. Shall I continue? With each revelation, the boy's face grew even paler, his mouth agape in disbelief. How do you know this? He could hardly believe the events unfolding before him. The actions he had taken were not supposed to be known by anyone. How could this policeman possibly be aware? Could he truly possess the ability to read minds? Not only him, but the bystander Chun Xianran was also left in utter astonishment. Initially, he thought it was merely a fabrication by Hao Shun, yet to his disbelief, the child had actually confessed. The pivotal question remained. How did Hao Shun acquire such knowledge? Could it be that he genuinely had the power of mind reading? What manner of being was this individual? Chapter 83. Do you really possess telepathic abilities? Now do you believe it? Hao Shun smiled triumphantly. At that moment, the boy crumpled and knelt on the ground. Officer, I was wrong. Please don't arrest me, he pleaded, grasping Hao Shun's leg. Hao Shun, unimpressed, pulled him up. We are not here to apprehend you for theft, he stated. As long as you cooperate and answer our questions honestly, I can forego your arrest and simply provide you with some guidance. Really? The boy's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing this. You want to know about Wan Xiaobo, right? I can tell you everything. I know what happened. This revelation startled both Hao Shun and Chun Xianran. You know? Chun Xianran couldn't contain his curiosity. Do you know how Wan Xiaobo died? He committed suicide, the boy replied. His name was Jiang Zihao, a childhood friend of Wan Xiaobo from the same village. They had played together since they were in diapers, sharing an exceptionally close bond. How do you know he committed suicide? Hao Shun inquired. Did he tell you? However, Jiang Zihao's response left them even more astonished. I was present at the scene. I just didn't realize he was committing suicide at the time. You were there? Chun Xuanran's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, you were right next to him when he hanged himself? Jiang Zihao nodded. Yes. He couldn't have hanged himself without my assistance, including the needle marks on his forehead. I was the one who helped with that. This revelation left Hao Shun and Chun Xianran utterly astonished. It turned out that the child was indeed an accomplice. But why did he hang himself from the beam? Hao Shun inquired. Jiang Zihao shook his head. I don't know. At that time, he merely told me that he had learned it online, and that by hanging like this, he could see the appearance of heaven. I thought he was just playing around, so I assisted him. After I tied him up, he asked me to leave first and return to him at dawn. I figured it wasn't a noose around his neck, so it shouldn't pose any danger. And thus, I went back home. However, I never anticipated that when I arrived at his house the following morning, I would discover he had already passed away. Fearing that this incident would implicate me, I hurried back home. Understanding the situation, Hao Shun exclaimed. So why didn't you leave any fingerprints? He instructed me to wear gloves and shoe covers, Jiang Zihao replied. Chun Xianran also grasped the situation. No wonder there were no signs of struggle on the child's body, nor any traces left by a criminal. It was all premeditated by the child himself. Considering it was around 2 in the morning and that the child's home was quite nearby, it was entirely plausible that no one witnessed the events. Now, what remained perplexing was why Wan Xiaobo chose to emulate the boy in the red garment. Were there no other individuals present at the scene? Hao Shun continued to inquire. Wan Xiaobo shook his head. No, it was just the two of us. His grandmother was not home that day. During the time when Wan Xiaobo encountered trouble, was there anything unusual? Hao Shun pressed further. Jiang Zihao pondered for a moment. Yes, He had recently made the acquaintance of an online friend named Hao Shun. They used to be the best of buddies, sharing the same village and dormitory, spending nearly every day together in joyful companionship. However, ever since this new acquaintance entered the picture, Wan Xiaobo had grown distant towards him. Strangely enough, he even moved back to his hometown, choosing to traverse long mountain paths daily rather than continue living on campus. Jiang Zihao was perplexed by this turn of events. This revelation left Hao Shun and Chen Xianran in a state of bewilderment. It seemed that this online friend bore a significant connection to Wan Xiaobo's demise. Indeed, it was rather odd. The remaining matters would require thorough investigation on their part. Hao Shun smiled at Chen Xianran. Officer, I have disclosed everything I know. Could you please release me? Jiang Zihao clasped his hands together, a look of desperation on his face. Hao Shun paused for a moment. As for the theft, we may choose not to pursue the matter, but you must promise to abandon these bad habits. Uncle, I will change. I am determined to change. Jiang Zihao nodded earnestly. I will never steal again. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for reform is a sign of hope, Hao Shun affirmed with a nod. Regarding what you mentioned about Wan Xiaobo, we will conduct a thorough investigation. If you are indeed truthful, you shall not face criminal charges, as you were unaware of his suicide. I am not lying. I swear to the heavens. Jiang Zihao raised his right hand. By the way, uncle, don't you have the ability to read minds? You would know whether I am lying if you simply took a moment to discern. Seeing his words, Hao Shun felt even more convinced. For the child truly believed in his mind-reading abilities. At that moment, the sky outside had fully brightened. It's all right now, you may return. Hao Shun gestured to Jiang Zihao. Thank you, Uncle Policeman. Thank you, Police Sister. Jiang Zihao bowed repeatedly before turning and running away. Watching the child's retreating figure, Hao Shun sighed. This case is becoming increasingly clear, much like the morning mist. However, Chen Xianran was left in confusion. Why do I feel more bewildered? Let us go have breakfast first. We still need to investigate that online acquaintance and uncover their identity. Chen Xianran inquired. Are you suggesting that Jiang Zihao's suicide was instigated by this online acquaintance? There is a strong possibility, and this individual is undoubtedly connected to the Hongyi case. The two returned to the car, preparing to head back to the city for breakfast before reporting to the Zaiheku police station. Chen Xianran fastened her seatbelt and suddenly recalled a question. How did you know about the child's circumstances? Do you really possess mind-reading abilities? Hao Shun smiled at Chen Xuanran's beautiful eyes. What? Do you not believe me? How about we test it? I'll ask you now. Have you developed feelings for me? Chen Xianran was momentarily stunned by Hao Shun's question, her heart racing. She quickly turned her head to avoid his gaze. No need to hide. I can see it. Hao Shun chuckled. I do not have feelings for you. Chen Xianran hastily replied. Brother, I haven't even given my answer yet. How did you know that I can tell you like me? Hao Shun inquired immediately. This left Chen Xianran flustered. Aren't you bored? I'm famished. Let's hurry and grab some breakfast. She could only seek a diversion from the topic. Ha! Hao Shun laughed heartily as he pressed the ignition button. However, just as he stepped on the accelerator, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, I forgot to record when I asked him that question. Chen Xianran then smiled gently, waving her phone. Don't worry, I secretly recorded a video just now. Ah, not bad. It seems we are like a married couple grinding tofu, growing increasingly in sync. Chapter 84. It seems there is something in the soil. While the new case concerning the young individual has been confirmed as a suicide, according to Jiang Zihao's assertions, there remains a true perpetrator lurking in the shadows. However, the concerns that Hao Shun harbored did not materialize, at the very least. This child was not a victim of homicide. Our current focus is to investigate who exactly the deceased's online acquaintance was. Chen Xianran remarked, but the child's belongings, including the mobile phone, are currently in the possession of the Nanhai District Criminal Investigation Team. Even if we go there, they may not be inclined to share. Hao Shun gazed at Chen Xianran with a mischievous smile, saying, at this juncture, we must leverage your advantages. The advantages he referred to were undoubtedly Chen Xuanran's captivating charm. Thus, the duo proceeded to the district's criminal investigation team, seeking out colleagues from the evidence department. Upon expressing their desire to examine the child's mobile device, the officer in the evidence department promptly declined. You from Zaiheku are not responsible for this case. What purpose would you have in viewing the phone? We are merely assisting in the investigation, Hao Shun responded with a grin. We simply wish to see who the child had been in contact with on social media. The officer waved his hand dismissively. What use is this? Our team has already reviewed it, and there is nothing of concern. With no alternative, Hao Shun gestured to Chen Xianran, who, feeling the urgency, seized the officer's arm and began to plead sweetly, Senior brother, please, just let us take a quick look. We want to take it away, we'll return it to you shortly. Chen Xianran's dulcet tones softened Hao Shun's resolve, and undoubtedly, the officer was equally susceptible. To understand the enchanting beauty of Chen Xianran, Her playful charm possesses a devastating allure akin to a nuclear bomb. Which man could possibly withstand such an impact? Very well. I shall grant you a glimpse for half an hour. With that, the elder brother chuckled and walked away. He entered a room and retrieved a phone with a shattered protective film, handing it to Hao Shun. The two of them opened the WeChat and QQ applications, searching diligently, yet failing to locate the suspicious user known as Hao Shun. Just as they were about to return the phone, a figure appeared behind them. From which department do you hail? What brings you to the evidence collection unit? Upon hearing this voice, Hao Shun recognized it belonged to a superior. Turning around, they indeed found Wu Wei was standing before them. Although they had met once before, it was evident that Wu Weiwa did not remember them. Speak, have you lost your voice? Wu Weiwa's voice resonated powerfully, exuding an intimidating presence. Captain Wu, they are from the Zaihiku police station, wishing to examine the deceased's belongings. The elder brother quickly interjected. Did I inquire of you? Wu Weiwa shot him a glare, rendering the man immediately silent. Captain Wu, I am Qin Xianran, a second-level officer from Zaihiku. And this is my colleague Hao Shun, a second-level officer? Wu Weiwa cast a dismissive glance at the two juniors, his eyes filled with disdain. So you are Hao Shun. I have heard your name. It seems you have been in the limelight recently. What? Does Zaihiku wish to meddle in this Romi case? We intend to participate in the investigation. Is that not permissible? Hao Shun retorted without reservation. After all, there is no need to regard the arrogant Wu Weiwa with any seriousness. You, a mere local police station, wish to investigate the Hongyi case? Wu Weiwa exchanged a knowing smile with his subordinates. Did you hear that? They think they can solve a case. Ha ha. This is undoubtedly the greatest joke I have heard this year. Qin Xianran, detecting the mockery and derision in his tone, felt a discomfort within. What's wrong with our station? The incident occurred within our jurisdiction. By what right can we not investigate? Qin Xianran retorted immediately. By what right? Wu Weiwa turned to glare at Qin Xianran, raising his voice. By the fact that you know nothing, and I am the leader of the special investigation team. You two rookies, having just joined the police force a few days ago, think you can tackle such a significant case? Are you out of your mind? If you haven't woken up yet, go back and continue your slumber. This case has nothing to do with you, and we do not require your cooperation. Just do not create any trouble for me, understood? With that, Wu Weiwa cast a glance at the evidence officer, Xiao Zhu. If you hand over evidence to irrelevant personnel again, believe me, I will reassign you to patrol duty tomorrow. After delivering his ultimatum, Wu Weiwa turned and departed. Once he was out of earshot, the evidence officer quickly added, You all should leave. You nearly got me into serious trouble. Go on, don't return. Damn it. Who does that Wu think he is? Hao Shun erupted in expletives. Does he really think he holds such power? No wonder Uncle Fan warned me to be cautious of him. When Uncle Fan resigned, it was surely this bastard who conspired against him from the shadows. Qin Xianran, noticing Hao Shun's anger, hastily pulled him away. The brother from the evidence collection department was left utterly bewildered. How dare he speak so disparagingly of my superior in my presence? Remarkable. Hao Shun and Qin Xianran departed from the criminal investigation team of the district bureau. Where shall we go next? Qin Xianran inquired as he entered the vehicle. Let us wander about. Alternatively, shall we pay a visit to the graves of the two victims from the first red dress case? You mean the daughter of Kwang Jijun and Yang Dahai? Qin Xianran asked, but they are both deceased. Let us visit their graves. Perhaps their restless spirits might offer me some clues, Hao Shun replied. I have a persistent feeling that their deaths are somehow intertwined. Consequently, the two returned to Gaojiazwang, where Kwang Jijun's grave lay in the family garden. It appeared that his parents had not visited to pay their respects for many years, as the area was overrun with weeds, and the grass on the grave had grown 2 or 3 meters high. Presently, the primary suspect seemed to be Yang Dahai. However, he lacked a motive for murder. Qin Xianran murmured. Hao Shun pondered. It is not that he lacks a motive. If he is indeed the murderer, meticulously employing such a sinister method to kill Kwang Jijun, he must have had a motive, though it remains undiscovered. Thus, the two drove towards Yang Wenwen's burial site. After Yang Wenwen had drowned, her father interred her on the hillside behind the school, not too far away. Hao Shun and Qin Xianran inquired around until they finally located her grave. The two children's graves exhibited striking differences. The area surrounding the grave of Kwang Jijun is overgrown with weeds, while the grave of Yang Wenwen has not only been refurbished, but is also adorned with exquisite high-grade marble. This is hardly surprising, considering that Yang Dahai is now a billionaire, and given that Yang Wenwen's demise was inextricably linked to him. It is only natural for him to invest in his daughter's burial site. Hao Shun and Qin Xianran stood upon the marble-paved ground before the gravestone, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, they prepared to take their leave. However, Hao Shun suddenly noticed something. Xianran, look, the soil over there seems to have been disturbed. He pointed to a patch of red earth beside the grave. Qin Xianran followed his gaze and indeed observed a small area that appeared to have been recently turned over. Could something have been buried there? Hao Shun quickly approached and, reaching down, began to clear the earth. Before them lay an enormous black weight, a soul-sinking stone. They exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback by the discovery. Chapter 85. The case unraveled. Hao Shun could never have anticipated the appearance of the soul-heavy pendant in this location. The two individuals, clutching the pendant, ventured a short distance into the nearby rice paddy to cleanse it. Upon comparing it with images available online, it was undeniably the very pendant from the Hong E case 15 years prior. Hao Shun had previously investigated, discovering that, at the time, the pendant had been returned to the parents of Kwang Jijun due to the absence of fingerprints identified by the forensic department. This pendant should have remained within Kwang Jijun's household, and after the tragic demise of the child, his parents rarely returned to their hometown, suggesting that the pendant had not been removed. Thus, Hao Shun resolved to reach out to Kwang Jijun's father, Kwang Jilu. After considerable inquiry, he finally unearthed the father's contact number. However, when questioned about the pendant, Kwang Jilu could only recollect that it had been discarded in the plot of land by their doorstep, which later became overgrown and was subsequently given to a villager from the neighboring village for cultivation. A sudden realization struck Hao Shun. Could it be Wan Xiaobo's father? Indeed, Kwang Jilu confirmed this. The revelation left Qin Xianran and Hao Shun exchanging bewildered glances. After terminating the call, Hao Shun understood. Generally, villagers tend to collect metallic objects, as they can be sold as scrap. It appeared that Wan Xiaobo's father had discovered the pendant while tilling the land and brought it home. Yet, the question lingered, why was it here now? Just then, Hao Shun's phone rang. It was a colleague from the Zaihigu area. Did you previously seek out Fan Xiangrong? The other party inquired, and Hao Shun was taken aback. Indeed, what happened? Fan Xiangrong is dead. The other replied. What? Hao Shun and Qin Xianran were left speechless in shock. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered Uncle Fan's lifeless body sprawled amidst a jumble of stones. His head grotesquely crushed with a gaping wound, a truly harrowing sight. The murder weapon was identified as a weight, which was swiftly traced back to a hardware store located beneath his residence. Thus, it became evident that Uncle Fan had met his demise at the hands of the very weight he had brought with him. Hao Shun immediately grasped the situation. His earlier suspicions were validated. Uncle Fan had ventured to Gaojia village with the intention of retrieving a weight, only to find that the one he sought had already been picked up by Wan Xiaobo's father. Consequently, he purchased a fake one, which led him to confront the assailant, ultimately resulting in his tragic end. Furthermore, the location was clearly selected with meticulous care, situated far from the urban area and in a secluded spot, devoid of surveillance cameras. Curiously, Uncle Fan's position upon death was rather peculiar. One of his hands remained tucked within his jacket pocket. This led some to speculate that he had been ambushed while walking. However, such a notion seemed implausible. How could an assailant wield the weight Uncle Fan had purchased to launch a surprise attack? Subsequent autopsy results confirmed that he had indeed engaged in a brief struggle with the murderer, yet the idea of fighting while keeping a hand in his pocket appeared illogical. This case, similarly unfolding in the Shitubo area of Nanwan District, was thus assigned to the Criminal Investigation Team of Nanwan District for further inquiry. In light of the connection between this case and the Hong incident, Wu Weiguo resolved to conduct a joint investigation, with Hao Shun becoming his first subject of interrogation. After all, the only individuals who had interacted with Fan Xiangrong prior to his demise were Hao Shun and Qin Xianran. Hao Shun was taken aback to find himself arrested as a suspect, despite his position as a police officer, and subjected to interrogation by Wu Weiguo himself. Upon entering, Wu Weiguo's expression was notably grim. He seated himself across from Hao Shun, extracted a cigarette, and leisurely lit it. Care for one? Wu Weiguo cast a sidelong glance at Hao Shun. Hao Shun replied with a smile. According to authoritative statistics, long-term smokers are 10 times more likely to develop lung cancer than the average person, especially those whose lungs are blackened from years of smoking. Captain Wu, I notice that your index and middle fingers on your right hand are quite yellow. You must indulge frequently, no? Hao Shun's remark momentarily stunned Wu Weiguo, who promptly extinguished his cigarette. Speak up, what were you seeking from Old Man Fan? Wu Weiguo inquired. Old Man Fan. Hao Shun scoffed. I've heard that your former deputy captain was personally promoted by Uncle Fan. How is it now that you refer to him as Old Man Fan? Hao Shun's tone held a tinge of provocation. Wu Weiguo, who had served as captain for over a decade, had never been confronted in such a manner. He slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger. Who the hell do you think you are? A mere second-class officer, and you presume to educate me? Some individuals indeed require a lesson, Hao Shun retorted, adopting a nonchalant posture as he crossed his legs. Perhaps you should treat our captain with a bit more respect. The recorder at the side began to pound the table with his fingers. You truly are a street urchin at heart. Wu Weiguo scoffed. I cannot fathom how someone like you could become a police officer in our Jiangqing precinct. Are you here to interrogate me or to discuss whether I deserve to be a police officer? Hao Shun retorted. Very well, Wu Weiguo replied as he took a seat. Pray tell, what business do you have with old Fan? Hao Shun candidly responded. Naturally, I am investigating the matter of the Hongyi case from years past. I firmly believe there is a connection between the new Hongyi case and the old one, as Uncle Fan was in charge of that case back then. What obsession do you have with the old Hongyi case? Wu Weiguo coldly remarked. Let me make myself clear. That case was resolved long ago. 15 years passed to be precise. Moreover, the new case is under the purview of our criminal investigation team. What business do you, a mere beat officer, have in this matter? Are you simply bored? I am pursuing my own case. What concern is it of yours? Hao Shun countered. You claim your criminal investigation team is so formidable. May I inquire if you have made any progress? Are you unable to unravel it? Will it end similarly to the previous case, classified as an accidental death? Upon hearing this, Wu Weiguo erupted in fury, slamming the table and bellowing, Mind your words. Do you not recognize the gravity of this place? I have serious suspicions that old Fan's demise lies at your hands. If you do not clarify matters today, you shall not leave. Is it merely a matter of who can shout the loudest that constitutes your investigative prowess? Hao Shun chuckled. At long last, I understand how your remarkable case resolution rate is achieved. If I am not to depart, then I have no intention of leaving at all. Wu Weiguo never anticipated that this fellow truly hailed from a rogue background. He was far from a police officer, but rather a mere scoundrel. You better stay put, Wu Weiguo declared before rising and exiting the interrogation room. Upon stepping outside, he addressed one of his subordinates at the doorway. Commence an intensive interrogation for 24 hours. If he remains silent, he shall be denied food and restroom privileges until he confesses. The subordinate promptly nodded in agreement. As expected, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran found themselves detained for a full 24 hours. However, since they were together the entire time, they possessed an alibi and were soon cleared of suspicion. Wu Weiguo was left with no choice but to release them back home. Yet, Meng Xiaojun swiftly received a call from the municipal bureau, instructing the individuals from Xiaojigu to abandon the case investigation. Nevertheless, Hao Shun had already come to the conclusion that the one who killed Uncle Fan was none other than Yang Dahai. All of this was intricately linked to the soul ensnaring stone. Strangely, it appeared that the media blackout regarding the Hongyi case had suddenly been lifted, and reports concerning the new Hongyi case began to proliferate online, even trending on social media. The following day, news from the district bureau arrived, announcing that the perpetrator of the new Hongyi case had been apprehended. It was reported that an elderly man, scavenging near Qinghe village, was responsible. Upon hearing this, Hao Shun and Chen Xianran were left utterly astounded. Wasn't it clearly a suicide? How could a suspect suddenly emerge? A brief investigation by Hao Shun quickly illuminated the truth. It seemed that Wu Weiguo was once again orchestrating a dubious operation to appease his superiors. It is said that the criminal investigation team apprehended him while conducting inquiries in Qinghe village. The elderly man, already somewhat disoriented, likely succumbed to a session of coercive persuasion and, in a state of confusion, confessed. Shortly thereafter, the investigation team escorted him to identify the crime scene, where he admitted to committing murder, even claiming that he deliberately emulated the infamous Hongyi case from 15 years ago. Everything appeared to be impeccably orchestrated. Not only was the case resolved, but it also did not affect the verdict of the previous case. It seems that Wu Weiguo is truly willing to go to any lengths for his own benefit. The following day, the municipal bureau announced to the public that the case of the Rongyi had been solved, and a dedicated press conference would be held. Hao Shun understood that this conference was the final opportunity to validate Uncle Fan's convictions. Although he could no longer see, he was determined to prove to the world that Uncle Fan's perseverance was indeed justified. Chapter 86. The truth revealed. The press conference was scheduled for 11 a.m. Hao Shun resolved to meet Yang Dahai in person, wishing to engage with this individual directly. He arrived at the Global Financial Building, situated in the heart of Jiangqing's central business district, where Yang Dahai's company was located. This time, he did not bring Chen Xianran along, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon reaching the company's reception, he was informed by the young receptionist, "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, the chairman cannot meet with you." Hao Shun replied, "Could you please call his secretary and mention that a person with a soul pendant is here to see the chairman? I would appreciate it if you could relay that message." The young woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dialed the secretary's number. Before long, she received authorization from above. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in uniform emerged from within. "Sir, please follow me." Yang Dahai's company occupied 3 floors, each boasting an impressive area of over 3,000 square meters, indicating the considerable success of his current business endeavors. The secretary led Hao Shun to a set of double doors, gently pushing them open and inviting him inside. Hao Shun surveyed the expansive office, which spanned at least 200 to 300 square meters, adorned with luxurious and exquisite decor. Seated at a grand tea table was an elderly gentleman, seemingly in his 60s. dressed in a blue long gown, carefully preparing tea. Curiously, he had a bandage wrapped around his head. Hao Shun recognized him from photographs. This man was indeed Yang Dahai. Yet, while Yang was only in his 50s, the figure before him appeared almost as an old man. "Officer, come over here and enjoy some tea," he beckoned. Yang Dahai gestured to Hao Shun, who promptly stepped forward and seated himself directly opposite. Yang Dahai leisurely poured a cup of tea and, using tongs, presented it to Hao Shun. "I heard from the secretary that you possess the soul-anchoring weight." His voice was calm and steady. "Indeed," Hao Shun nodded. "The item is currently in my office. Do you have photographs?" Yang Dahai inquired once more. "Yes," Hao Shun replied, retrieving his phone, opening the photos, and handing it to Yang Dahai. After a brief glance, Yang Dahai's expression altered significantly. "Speak then, how much do you desire?" He returned the phone to Hao Shun. "I do not seek money," Hao Shun replied with a smile, shaking his head. "It appears that Mr. Yang has previously been coerced for money with a weight. Has he not?" Yang Dahai remained silent, simply observing Hao Shun. "It must be Fan Xiangrong, am I correct?" Hao Shun continued. "If I surmise accurately, he is the one you have slain." Yang Dahai did not immediately refute this, merely offering a tranquil smile. "Officer, one must not speak without evidence. Otherwise, my lawyer will take legal action against you." "Then explain the injury on your head," Hao Shun pressed. "What is there to explain?" "I sustained it from an accidental fall," Yang Dahai stated. "A fall, you say? It appears more as though something struck you," Hao Shun jested. "Once again, I must emphasize that one should speak based on evidence, not mere conjecture." Yang Dahai remained unperturbed, sipping his tea. "Shall I regale you with a story instead?" Hao Shun shifted the conversation to a tale about a young boy and girl. Upon hearing this, Yang Dahai paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily still. After a brief interval, he finally set the cup down and inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Hao Shun proceeded to narrate the story. "Once, there was a man who worked as a middle school teacher. Despite being a figure of authority, he was deeply addicted to gambling, a vice so entrenched that it led to his wife's departure. One fateful night, while he gambled until the early hours, his daughter, consumed by worry, ventured out to seek him. Tragically, she fell into a pond along the way and drowned. The father, overwhelmed by sorrow, found himself unable to reclaim his daughter's life. From that day forth, he was tormented by regret and guilt, leading him to renounce gambling entirely. Later, he stumbled upon his daughter's diary and discovered that she had experienced the stirrings of young love, secretly dating a boy from her class. The entries were filled with her hopeful aspirations for the future, which deepened the father's sense of remorse. Subsequently, he made a visit to the boy's home, only to learn about the boy's birth details, revealing that he was born at an exceedingly rare hour of the night. The boy's father had once been a Taoist priest, profoundly versed in Taoist practices, who aspired to pass on his knowledge to his son. Although the boy did not inherit his father's legacy, he nonetheless acquired significant Taoist skills. He was aware that an individual born under ominous circumstances possessed the uncanny ability to easily extract souls. In a bid to compensate for the loss of his daughter, this man made a daring decision. On the eve of the boy's 13th birthday, precisely 13 days after, he resolved to claim the child's spirit to accompany his daughter. To this end, he meticulously prepared for the event. That fateful night, he ventured to the boy's residence, and perhaps through some arcane means, the boy, inexplicably compliant, allowed himself to be rendered unconscious by the soul extraction needle, subsequently binding him to the beams of the house. The man adorned the child in crimson garments, fastening a specially crafted soul weight to his feet. However, as he endeavored to utilize his soul-collecting apparatus, an unforeseen incident transpired, compelling him to flee in haste, leaving behind the soul weight. The perpetrator had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no traces or evidence at the scene. Even in the face of failure, he remained free from repercussions. Indeed, he was never apprehended, and the case was ultimately classified as an accidental death. Shortly thereafter, the man ventured into business, establishing a real estate agency that flourished remarkably. Yet, an unsettling memory lingered in his mind, the soul weight he had failed to retrieve. This weight, once the soul was extracted, would transform into a malevolent entity, if not dealt with. It would haunt him relentlessly as a restless spirit. Thus, for the ensuing decade and beyond, he sought the whereabouts of the soul weight through various means. Yet his efforts remained fruitless. The misfortune brought upon him by the soul-ensnaring talisman truly came to pass. Over the years, the man inexplicably suffered from numerous bizarre ailments, underwent countless surgeries, and was tormented to the point of being utterly ravaged. All of this was the consequence of that very talisman. After recounting the tale, Hao Shun gazed at Yang Dahai and inquired, "What do you think? Is this story captivating?" Chapter 87. Terrifying events unfolded. Haha. Yang Dahai clapped his hands and rose to his feet. "Young man, you possess quite the storytelling ability," he remarked with a smirk. "Are you referring to me, perchance?" Or is it not so? Hao Shun retorted. If not, then how do you explain the numerous scars left by surgeries on your body? Did you inflict those upon yourself? This remark rendered Yang Dahai momentarily speechless. How do you know I have scars? He inquired. Just a guess. Hao Shun replied with a hearty laugh. Chairman Yang, you must have suffered greatly from ailments over the years, haven't you? Hao Shun's words left Yang Dahai in a state of shock. Indeed, he had endured relentless suffering from illness, having undergone 3 surgeries on his abdomen alone. So, are you implying that my afflictions stem from that so-called soul-sinking stone you mentioned? Yang Dahai scoffed. Whether it is true or not, you are likely more aware than I, Hao Shun countered. Ha ha. Yang Dahai chuckled once more. These are merely figments of your imagination. Where is your evidence? What proof do you have that I murdered the child? I know, Hao Shun said with a grin. This time, you executed a flawless crime, leaving no fingerprints or DNA behind. Even the sole witness who saw you failed to recognize your appearance. Otherwise, you wouldn't have evaded capture all these years. Yang Dahai smiled faintly. Then why do you continue to speak at all? So your purpose in coming to me under the guise of the soul-sinking stone is to inform me that the police have yet to find evidence to apprehend me? Certainly not, Hao Shundao remarked. While the previous cases could be deemed flawless, the incident you committed yesterday is altogether different. What incident from yesterday? Yang Dahai feigned ignorance. It was Fan Xiangrong, the individual you killed with a weight yesterday, Hao Shun continued. Uncle Fan was the head of the Hongi case. He had his suspicions about you from the very beginning, but had to relinquish his inquiries due to lack of evidence. What you remain unaware of is that Uncle Fan never ceased his investigation of you. He simply could not unearth the evidence or intent behind your crime until that day when he encountered Zhu Xianyang, your father's disciple, who revealed to him the secret of the soul-crushing weight. Consequently, he ventured to Gaojia village, hoping to locate the soul-crushing weight, a place you had already dispatched individuals to search multiple times, rendering it impossible to find. Although Uncle Fan failed to uncover the soul-crushing weight, he devised a means to discern the murderer, for this object serves no purpose for anyone in the world except the perpetrator. Thus, he contacted you, feigning a request for funds while alluding to his possession of the soul-crushing weight. To his surprise, you exhibited genuine interest in the item. It was then that Uncle Fan realized you were indeed the one who had taken the child's life. Subsequently, you arranged a meeting, believing you could exchange the money for the desired object, only to discover that Uncle Fan had no intention of soliciting funds. Upon your encounter, he launched a sudden attack, leading to a fierce struggle between the two of you. During the altercation, you seized the counterfeit soul-crushing weight and used it to fatally strike Uncle Fan. This is the unvarnished truth. Ha ha. Yang Dahai once again threw his head back and howled at the sky. Officer, you truly have a gift for storytelling. I believe your talents are squandered in law enforcement. You might as well write novels about tomatoes. Do you think, this time, you, like before, have left no evidence? Hao Shun chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Yang Dahai's expression darkened. The scratches on your neck, they must be left by Uncle Fan, Hao Shun remarked calmly. At that moment, Hao Shun's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Xianran. He placed the phone on the tea table and activated the speaker. You were indeed correct. Within the nail beds of Uncle Fan, a small amount of skin tissue was discovered. After DNA analysis, it appears this tissue does not belong to him. It must be that of the murderer. Upon hearing this, Yang Dahai was instantly taken aback. Hao Shun ended the call. When I visited the crime scene, I noticed that Uncle Fan had tucked his hands into his pockets before his death. At first, I couldn't fathom why. But then it dawned on me. Uncle Fan did this deliberately, partly to safeguard the evidence, and partly to signal the police. Yang Dahai, you cannot escape this time. Yang Dahai glared at Hao Shun, clenching his fists. It was that man named Fan who attempted to kill me. I was merely forced to retaliate. Upon hearing his admission, Hao Shun let out a sigh of relief. Do you know? Uncle Fan's intention in attacking you was not to kill you. What? Yang Dahai exclaimed in shock. Do you know what Uncle Fan did before joining the police force? Hao Shun inquired. Yang Dahai remained silent, his expression one of bewilderment. In his prime, he was an athlete on the Jiangqing City Sonda team, having competed in the Sonda King Championship and even claimed the title. Hao Shun's words left Yang Dahai further perplexed. Do you really think that your frail physique could possibly contend with him? Hao Shun remarked. In truth, he seeks you not to end your life, but to find solace in your hands. Is he out of his mind? Yang Dahai retorted. Why would he do such a thing? Why? Hao Shun's cold laughter sliced through the air as he replied sternly, it is precisely because of you that Uncle Fan has suffered utter ruin. Hao Shun continued. Years ago, Uncle Fan insisted that the Hongi case was a homicide rather than an accident, which ultimately alienated him from his superiors and forced him to leave the police force. Subsequently, he was betrayed by friends, lost all his savings and business, and accrued debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. This tragedy drove his son, who already battled autism, to leap to his death, and his wife abandoned him. If you were in his shoes, would you find it in yourself to forgive? Hao Shun's probing questions rendered Yang Dahai speechless. He had not fathomed that Fan Xiangrong had endured such calamities. He sank into the sofa, his spirit seemingly lost. Now, can you finally reveal the truth behind the Hongi case? Hao Shun fixed his gaze on him, inquiring intensely. With a heavy sigh, Yang Dahai bowed his head, deep in contemplation. After a brief silence, he slowly lifted his gaze. Officer, do you believe in the existence of ghosts in this world? His question left Hao Shun momentarily stunned. What do you mean? He asked, bewildered. Yang Dahai spoke despondently. Indeed, your earlier narrative was largely accurate. After my daughter's untimely demise, I felt as if my very being had been torn asunder. She had the option to remain with her mother, yet she chose to be with me, and I, alas, was the one who caused her demise. As he spoke, tears shimmered in his eyes. Though many years have passed, the anguish of his daughter's death still gnawed at him with relentless intensity. It was only after perusing his diary that I learned, due to Kwang Jijun's presence. The child now experiences daily joy, yet because of me, my daughter and the boy she cherished are forever separated by the veil of death. Is this truly your justification for the murder of an innocent boy? Hao Shun was taken aback. Yang Dahai shook his head. Initially, such thoughts had never crossed my mind. However, every night as I pass by that pond, I can discern my daughter's figure lingering nearby, and I am certain it is no mere illusion. What did you say? Hao Shun was utterly astonished. You beheld your daughter's spirit? Yang Dahai replied. I studied the art of Maoshan from my father, and the texts indicate that some souls, having met an untimely end, linger in this realm due to unresolved attachments, missing the opportunity for rebirth, and thus remain trapped in the places of their demise, becoming lost souls. I understand that one's reluctance to depart is tied to the boy mentioned in her diary. I made a special visit to the boy's home, only to unexpectedly discover that he was an individual of extreme indisposition. I recalled my father's teachings about those born under such circumstances, specifically, that at the age of 13 years and 13 days, one could perform a soul extraction ritual to retrieve their spirit. Initially, I hesitated to proceed, yet each time I passed by the pond, I could see one's solitary silhouette, which filled my heart with profound sorrow. Even if she were to become a wandering spirit, I wished for her to find some semblance of happiness. Consequently, on the day of Kwang Jijun's 13th birthday, I devised a plan to return him to his hometown. Later, equipped with the necessary items for the ritual, I went to his residence in search of him. I informed him of my awareness regarding his relationship with my daughter and conveyed that I could perform a spell to reunite them. To my astonishment, the boy exhibited no fear and readily consented. I surmised that the bond he shared with my daughter must have been quite profound. Subsequently, I suspended him from the rafters. After he drew his last breath, I utilized a needle infused with corpse oil to pierce his bi-week point and commenced the soul extraction ritual. Just as I was about to complete the extraction, a chilling event transpired. What happened? Hao Shun could not help but widen his eyes. The boy had risen from the dead.